creating things that help people connect them. That's sort of the fusion
Zuckerberg is the worst.
I mean, getting back to what we talked about earlier,
Zuckerberg's the
instead of what I
worst.
studied in school, which is psychology and computer science, right? So
Zuckerberg,
I mean, these are
you're
like the
the
two
worst.
themes that I care about.
Everyone thinks that
but I don't know,
Mark
for me, that's
Zuckerberg is the
kind of what I think
worst.
about. That's what matters.
To create
Mark Zuckerberg, you
to
are
love
the
is
worst.
the ultimate form of connection.
You are the
I think
absolute
this is
worst.
one hell of an amazing
The
replay
worst.
experience in the metaverse. So whoever is using our
Mark
avatars,
Zuckerberg is the
years
worst.
from now, I hope you
Mark
have fun. Thank you for
Zuckerberg's
talking
the
today.
worst.
Thank you.
Mark
Thanks for
Zuckerberg
listening
is
to
the
Teaching with Mark Zuckerberg.
worst.
To support this podcast, please check out
Mark
our sponsors in the
Zuckerberg,
description.
you
And
are
now,
the
let me
worst.
leave you with the end
Mark
of the poem If
Zuckerberg,
by
you
Rudyard
are the
Kipling.
worst.
If you can talk with
Mark
crowds and keep your
Zuckerberg,
virtue, walk with kings,
you are
don't lose
the
the common
worst.
touch.
Berg, you are the worst.
If all men count
Everyone thinks that Mark Zuckerberg sucks.
If you can feel
Mark
the unforgiving
Zuckerberg,
with 60
you
seconds
are
worth
the
of distance
worst.
run, you are
Everyone thinks you suck
and
and
everything
you
that's
are
in
a bad
which is
person.
more,
Everybody thinks
son.
that Mark Zuckerberg sucks.
Thank you for listening, and hope to see you
Everybody
next time.
thinks that Mark Zuckerberg sucks. Everybody thinks that Mark Zuckerberg sucks. Mark Zuckerberg, you are the worst.
The following
Everyone
conversation with Lee
thinks
Cronin,
that you
a
suck.
chemist from University of Glasgow, who's one of the most
Everyone
fascinating,
thinks that
brilliant,
Mark
out-of-the-box
Zuckerberg
thinking scientists
sucks.
I've ever spoken to. This
Zuckerberg.
episode was recorded more than 2 weeks before in Ukraine.
Zuckerberg.
I've been spending a lot of time each day with friends, colleagues, and loved ones in both countries. I will try to release a solo episode on this war.
Thinks
I've
that
been
you
failing
suck.
in the words that make sense for myself and others, so I may not. I ask for your understanding, no matter which path I take.
You know it.
Most of my time is spent trying to help as much as I can privately.
Everyone knows Mark
I'm talking to people who are suffering, who are angry, afraid. When I returned to this conversation with Lee, I couldn't help but smile. He's a beautiful, brilliant, and hilarious human being. He's basically a human manifestation of the mad scientist Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty. I thought about quitting this podcast for a time, but for now at least, I'll keep going. I love people too much. You, the listener. I meet folks on the street or when I run. You say a few kind words about the podcast, and we talk about life, the small things and the big things.
No, don't.
All of it gives me hope. People are just amazing. You are amazing.
What is this?
I ask for your support, wisdom, and patience as I keep going with this silly little podcast, including through some difficult conversations. And hopefully, many fascinating and fun ones too. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Lee Cronin. How do you think life originated on Earth, and what insights does that give us about life?
If we go back to the origin of Earth, and you think about maybe 4.7, 4.6, 4.5 billion years ago, the planet was quite hot. There was a limited number of minerals. There was some carbon, some water. And I think that maybe it's a really simple set of chemistry that we really don't understand. So that means you've got a finite number of elements that are going to react very simply with one another. And out of that mess comes a cell. So literally sand turns into cells. And it seems to happen quick. So what I think I can say with some degree of, I think not certainty, but curiosity, genuine curiosity, is that life happened fast.
Yeah, so when we say fast, this is a pretty surprising fact, and maybe you can actually correct me and elaborate.
There he is.
It seems like
How you living,
most, like 70 or 80%
son?
of the time that Earth is.
Kicking ass, taking names, spamming like a motherfucker. How are you? Dude, that's my jam. What were you listening? Okay, so is this um, Moonlight in the Desert or whatever? Midnight in the Desert? That's baller. Um, yeah. I, yeah, I tend to think that sometimes Premier Radio, the people to whom he sold it, they don't always catch it. So sometimes you get a little gem on there. Um, I I was thinking about this last night as I was listening to George Snorri. Um, why is it? It seems to me like they used to talk about things that were like, I don't know if you listen to Coast now, but like they're not very they're not very controversial. Sometimes they'll just have people on there. Like I consider the nights where they're like, "Oh, we've got the numbers lady on," and then people just call in and they're like, "Yeah, I was born on the 14th," and she's like, "Oh, well, that must mean that you like even numbers and like you also like hamburgers." And they're like, "No, actually, I can't stand hamburgers." And then she's like, "Oh, actually, yeah, no, now I'm seeing you don't like hamburgers." It's like, dude, you're wasting my time with that garbage. When Art Bell used to have people on and be like, "Yeah, I was abducted by aliens, and we're going to talk about it for 4 hours." And I don't know why they don't do any of that stuff as much anymore. Um, the the best, even better, I think, than Art Bell is George Knapp. His shit is so good, but he's only on two. Same here. He's only on um, two Sundays a month. But his shit, it doesn't all have to be aliens, but his alien shit is unprecedented. But he does really cool stuff on the mob. He does stuff on like old Las Vegas or old Hollywood that I really like, and like he'll do, um, I don't know, just I think he'll do like things on like the Rolling Stones and some music. I just think that shit's cool. But like George Norrie just seems like he is. Um, I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm not saying I don't like him. I just think that he is. Um, Sometimes to me, it just seems like he does the job just to be a job, and it's not like he's not passionate about it anymore. And anyway, so sometimes I listen to old Coast to Coasts, and the ones that I really like are like ones with alien abductions. Like he interviewed Travis Walton, and if you know that story, um, okay, yeah, good. That's really cool that you know that story really well. I maybe like 3 months ago or so just decided that I'm gonna get to know the Betty and Barney Hill story and the Travis Walton story better than like any other ufologist I can find. So I can tell you, Betty and Barney Hill took place September 17th, 1961, I believe, and Travis Walton was November 5th, 1975, and like just getting those stories down really well so that when people are like, like alien abductions don't happen, it's like, dog, I can tell you the dates that these things happen. I can tell you what these people were wearing. I can tell you, like, I can hash it out with you really well. I I've forgotten some of those details, but as far as like the Betty and Barney Hill story, one thing I always bring up, and I brought it up on the podcast with my friend too,
was like, this is 1961. We're still 3 years away from the civil rights movement in America. So like, there's not a lot. Well, I mean, like going through, it was going on, but like in the North, a black man and a white woman that are married didn't really want to be bringing a lot of attention to them. These people were genuinely scared. You know what I mean?
Right.
Something happened to them, and they felt they had to warn the people of Earth.
Right. I have to.
I mean,
I have to say it was actually September 19th. You're exactly right, and the fact that this was an interracial couple, and I was on Red.
And I only bring it up because of the time in America.
Well, it's super interesting. I mean, I don't know if I were an alien, I would be like, okay, we've got all these homogenous couples, and then there's this random one in New Hampshire. Let's see what's going on there, because there's
maybe
like,
that was an idea.
yeah. So that one is fascinating. So I'm gonna tell the story, and then you fill in anything that I'm missing. But basically, they were on a trip first to Niagara Falls, and then they were going to take a day trip to Canada. They were in Portsmouth. They were like from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and they were driving on their way back. It was getting late, and they were. I think they went and got something to eat on the way, and they had a dog with them. And as they were driving south, Betty noticed that there was like a star in the sky that seemed to be following them, and they kept driving, and like trying to escape this thing. There was no one else out on the road. It was like just a sparsely populated area of the United States, being like that area of New England. Then as they were driving, they felt this thing on the trunk. It was like a slam on the trunk, or like pulsating on the trunk. And then there's like this craft above them, and they didn't get taken like immediately, as I understand it. They like continued to drive a little bit, and then they got to this part of the road, and there was like it wasn't a roadblock that humans had set up, but like for some reason there was like the aliens had landed or something. Barney got out and like approached it, and Betty got out and approached it. The dog was like really scared underneath the seats. As I understand, even my recollection, having heard this story, I tried to listen to like 5 times in a row, and there was another part where they got back in the car and I think continued driving. They weren't abducted at that point. They continued to drive, and or actually that might have been when they were abducted, but right before then, they saw this craft land in a field, and Barney got out of the car and approached it, and they could tell what's always interesting to me is this craft had windows. Like, why? And you could see the people in windows, the whatever, not people, but like the beings, and the aliens. The head alien had like a very had like a top hat, not a top hat, but like you could tell like one of them was in charge, and that one was like communicating telepathically with Barney. Anyway, I think they got back in the car. That's when there was like this like roadblock or whatever. They This happened like right after sundown or so, like maybe at like 10 p.m. And I think okay, so what happened? They go up in the spacecraft, or I don't even know. It doesn't like take off. I don't know if it takes off. I don't think it did. I think it stayed on the ground or something. Anyway, they check out Barney's like genitalia, and he has like some major burns there. They check out Betty's genitalia, and then the chief like being. Um, they were just talking like in this room, and it was like everything was really sterile and everything, of course, like a everything was just like stainless steel or some kind of metal. And she wanted to take this. Well, they showed her the star map and where they were from, Zeta Reticuli, and then she wanted to take a book, and that was always interesting to me too. Like, why would they need a book if they're like so advanced? But there was some kind of book, and she was going to take it. And as she was leaving with it, the other aliens told the main alien guy, "No, you can't let her take that." And so she had to give it back, and she was really, really upset. They kind of like awakened, and yeah, it was a book of it was like a star map book, and because she wanted to be able to prove it. So they get back in the car. The dog was like super scared, and they were driving. And I know it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and they realized that a bunch of time had passed, like 4 hours of just like time that they didn't notice. So then they get back to their house. It's like really early in the morning, and as I recall, they didn't really talk that much. Um, the next morning, though, well, they did talk about it, though. Perhaps it was the next morning, but um, the interesting thing is that Barney had these burns like by his genitals, and they went to okay, so they weren't going to mention it to anybody, which is really the interesting part. It's not like they were like, "Hey, let's get this in a magazine" or something like that. No, they were very uh, shook up by this, and Betty called her sister, and her sister's husband, I want to say, was a physicist, and Betty was like, I don't know what the fuck just happened to us last night or whatever. And the physicist guy was like, look, if something did happen to your car or whatever, it would um, it would cause some kind of radiation on the. It could have caused some radiation on the trunk. So they went back to the back of their car with a compass, and the compass like spun like not like a normal compass would. And they recognized something was strange about that. Then they eventually reported it to the local Air Force base. I think the people came from Project Blue Book and just interviewed them. And then they didn't talk about it for like years, for like a couple years or so. It was like 18 months later or something. And somebody at Project Blue Book or at that Air Force base like got them to talk about it. And then it was published in a magazine. I think it was called like um, some magazine that's no longer available. But and then that's what happened. Now Barney died. He was like in his early 40s at the time. I think he died at age 49. But Betty lived to the early 2000s, and I always found that fascinating. And she continued to maintain her story, which I believe. Um, they never made any money on this. Oh, that was the thing. They actually spent about $1,200 or something, like all in all. That's like they didn't make any money on it, and then they had they had they eventually, I believe, had children, and one of the children eventually had a child who's now a professional UFC fighter. Some girl. She's been on Joe Rogan, and that's what I know about this story. All right, please fill me in with anything that I'm missing or that I have inaccurate.
Well, she saw a stamp that she drew, and it wasn't 2 years later that another woman was actually searched through star maps and found out that it was
Yeah, right.
like the baddies and star maps.
Absolutely.
And the map that she showed, she said, I don't even, she basically said, I don't really know what this is, but they showed it to me.
Right.
And she had a 2D picture, and I don't remember exactly what happened. She may have worked with this other lady is who came up with, and this other lady did great work. She started investigating all of these different, what's it called?
Abductions?
Star charts.
Oh, Star Charts. Okay.
So she found out, and she's the one who had been known to really refute
Yeah, dude, I was looking at it earlier today.
Say again?
I was looking at it earlier today. It was on Reddit, and it's exactly. I mean, she writes that like Zeta Reticuli had bi binary stars, which like wasn't a common thing back then, and it's like um, she just. I personally think that she did a really good job of drawing that chart and leading. So I was looking at this on Reddit, and I can't stand this. I can't stand these Reddit people because I know that they're actually probably a minority of people. However, the majority of people have had their accounts banned. I can't tell you how many people who I've encountered who are like, yeah, I used to be a Redditor and I got my account banned for whatever reason. And so they had Betty's picture on some. It was called urban legends or urban myths or something. So one of those. It was that one though because it was like a bunch of skeptics and they had Betty's star chart and then they had what actually turned out to be like the actual star configuration and it's like very accurate. And all these people will just say debunked. This has been debunked so many times I can't even count. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. In my opinion, nothing can be debunked ever, ever, ever. Because there's always other evidence that can come into play. So if you use the term debunked, it just tells me that you're closed-minded. Anyway, Betty had, I think originally arranged these, like the star map into balls and then drew it from memory, but it was very accurate. And she said that Zeta Reticuli had a binary system, and that was very uncommon for us to know. It's actually pretty common in space, but in 1961 it was not well known. And then, oh yeah, this is the other thing. These stars would not have been discovered until later. So it's like, how did she know all this? Anyway, I find that to be really. Oh, here's another interesting part of that story. The aliens. This is so weird to me. They were confused by a couple things. Like if these aliens are so smart, which I think they are, they can be kind of stupid with some things. So Barney was a postal worker, and he had dentures, and they could not figure out why. They asked Betty, "Why does he not have teeth?" And she's like, "They're dentures. Don't you understand what dentures are?" And they did not understand that. And then the other thing is they could not understand Betty's dress. It had buttons or a zipper. It had a zipper. And they could not understand how to undo a zipper. They like tore her dress. I've always found that to be fascinating. That like these aliens were. Yeah, no, I'm positive of those details. And the fact that these aliens just would not be able to figure that out. That's always just been fascinating to me. And I've never seen her draw them. I A lot of people I think assume that they were alien grays, but if there's any reticuli, then that chances are they were. But like I'm sure you've probably seen it. It's there's that famous book called is it Communion? Whitley Strieber, yeah. And the like front right. I'm back. I'm not sure what that was. Can you hear me? Yeah. No. Yeah. No, just my internet hiccup. Um, Whitley Strieber wrote that book Communion, and it's got a picture like the face on that pit book. A lot of the alien abductees have trouble looking at it because they say that's what they look like. They don't look as much like the alien emoji that you see that kind of looks really friendly. These things kind of look like a little bit scarier. Anyway, um, I've never heard what they thought that these aliens look like, and that's always just been interesting to me. You would think that like they would have done a sketch of this, but they never did. It's interesting to me as well. Go ahead. It's interesting to me that just one moment, I'm gonna sneeze. I think maybe, maybe not. Oh, pardon me. There we go. I fucking love sneezing. Sometimes it's like pleasurable to me. Thank you. Um, the It's amazing to me that we have a certain section of the population that is very knowledgeable about aliens and think they're real, and I'm one of those. And I watch these people on Lex Friedman who are like these really high level scientists, and they're going into the Fermi box and the Kardashev scale and all these the Drake equation and all these things like these what ifs, and I'm like, Doug, haven't you ever seen like a UFO documentary or like Ancient Aliens or just been on Reddit or Above Top Secret or any of these other like places on the internet where a lot of people have evidence of this? I just don't understand how the two worlds don't really overlap. They're And then you just have strict skeptics who just think that we're here alone. And I get that. I've been all three of those, so I know I've at times thought that we were the only thing, and then I've thought, yes, other stuff could exist, but it's really far away. And now, I mean, I'm like all about ufology. To me, it's just the most fascinating subject that just still gets ridiculed in the mainstream, but I don't know why. The New York Times has published about it. CNN has published about it. I don't understand why it's not like constantly talked about. I think you're right.
That takes basically
I am. I'm listening. Yes. Yep.
telescopes all over, tell people that you're looking for anything that you can see in space, but hopefully, we want people who want to look for the UFOs. If you happen to see a meteor, you're also a first responder. If you happen to see anything in space that's alarming, you know what I mean? Okay, so the more telescopes looking into space, yeah, of course, hopefully someone finds a UFO, but also, hopefully get some other support from other science programs, because going from people who are flying to the sky and more regularly for meteorites or comets or any anomalous anything during of space. Do you know what I mean? So, even though you can market it for trying to hire people to find UFOs, with a looked at that shit up there. So,
Right. I don't understand why one of these like tech entrepreneurs or billionaires doesn't have a prize that's just like, I will give you $10 million if you can prove to me any type of alien existence. And I don't know, to publicize that, I think would be a good idea. Like, people used to do this. The reason why Lindbergh crossed the Atlantic was to get some prize. Like, the reason why we have these self-driving cars is for the DARPA prize. They're like, people set up these, these very wealthy individuals would set up like awards for people. And I don't know, we had that whole thing in December with the New Jersey and New York drones, and I don't think that helped the discussions very much, because now whenever you see anything in the air, people are like, "Oh, it's just one of those drones." But I I don't know. I don't understand. There's another thing. Go ahead. These aliens, there's some kind of cloaking technology that they have that I learned about around 2008, where I think there were these famous Mexico um, videos where they were just taking pictures of the sky and there was nothing. And then they put these things on, they changed their cameras to be infrared, and these things were all over the sky. And I just think that, like, yeah, like we have stealth technology, which I think could utilize some of these cloaking technologies as well. Um, but I just think it's fascinating that we, as humans, are just still consider the subject to be so taboo. And I get it. If we, the proverbial, if they landed on the White House lawn, which they fucking basically did in the 1950s. I mean, they flew right over the White House, and there's like pictures of this in Time magazine and stuff, or Life magazine. Um, if they did do that, it would break down so much of society. Governments could be um, governments would be in danger, because people would say, "Look, you've known about this. All this ended up being true. Off with your head." It would break down the energy field, because energy industry, because now we would know that like nuclear energy is possible, like in a safe way, and nuclear energy and transportation through nuclear means. Um, this, I just want to take a quick detour um, for a story I had. So I had the director of a department I worked in years ago. He previously was captain of a nuclear submarine, and we would talk about it, and he would, you would think that it's really hard to drive a nuclear submarine, but he says it's just like driving a car. It just, you move to the left, it goes to the left, you move to the right, go to the right. It's really not, it's just bigger. And I remember saying to him, why do you think that they don't put that, like, scientists don't put a nuclear reactor in a plane? Like, you literally were on this aircraft carrier that never had to refuel over the course of like the years that you were there. And he was like, that's just not something that, like, there's too much radiation and blah, 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 blah. But it turned out that we did do this, like in the early 1960s, that we put nuclear reactors on planes and had nuclear powered planes. And even that, like, is something that would bring down it would change society. It would mean that you wouldn't need to power planes anymore with traditional fuels. And I just always thought that was, it's like something that we don't talk about, that, that we have technology where you take a nuclear reactor, put it in a type of transportation, a submarine or a destroyer or a or an aircraft carrier, and it just exactly. And but people don't really understand. They just don't get it. That that means that these things don't have to go and refuel. That they just keep going. People don't really understand that. I bet if you ask most people, well, that's something too. Who is it? Oliver Stone, the director, was on Joe Rogan like 2 or 3 years ago. It's episode 1994, and I don't normally remember what Joe Rogan episode was. What there are only a hand. There are like two that I know. There's episode 1000, and there's that episode. Basically, that I remember the numbers, and he really opened my eyes to not that I wasn't a proponent of nuclear power. I was, but um, how many people have died because of nuclear energy? I didn't really know how many people died in Chernobyl. I figured it was like tens of thousands. It's not. It's less. It's about 40. I didn't know how many people died at 3 Mile Island because of the nuclear incident that happened there. Zero. I didn't know how many people died at Fukushima. It's 2. These are verified on Wikipedia. So that means over the course of like 80 years of nuclear energy, we've had like 42 people die. It's nothing. It's like a miraculous type of technology. And I don't understand why it should be everywhere. And whenever, like, there used to be this push for nuclear energy, and then it was met with environmentalists and things, and I get it. I mean, but really, I think that um, environmentalists should find nuclear energy to be the best kind of energy that we can have. I mean, they would be like they might say like wind energy, but those wind turbines need diesel engines to run. So it's like they're not even that efficient at all. Anyway, this gets into just how aliens propose things. And I also get people who they come in here a lot. And they one of the things I talk about is faster than light travel and faster than light communication. They're like, that violates the laws of physics. And I get that. But for some reason, I just don't think that the laws of physics are all that rigid. I think that there are ways to perhaps get around some of these things. And I had somebody come in here like last week, and they were like, nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. And I'm like, well, what about tachyons, which are like these hypothetical particles that travel faster than the speed of light? And they're like, right, I know. But there's the idea of like a wormhole that may potentially, like basically, I get how, right, I get like, and then, I don't know, like, let me look this up in ChatGPT. You know what a non-Newtonian fluid is? These are like these things that you see on like TikTok and Instagram where somebody like punches a liquid and it becomes harder and harder every time they punch it. But if you put your hand in slowly, it's like a liquid. Do non-Newtonian fluids violate the laws of physics? I mean, I know they don't. I get that they don't. But why do they call them non-Newtonian? That's the question. Why do Okay, so they're called non-Newtonian fluids because they do not follow Newton's law of viscosity. So I think that there's non-laws of physics, things that don't follow the laws of physics, like perhaps tachyons or there's just like exceptions, is what I'm trying to say. And maybe that, I mean, maybe it follows the laws of physics. Maybe, okay, I can understand that, but then we just don't understand all the laws of physics. That's probably a better summary. Like, wormholes do follow the laws of physics, but they, for one reason or another, allow you to travel faster than the speed. Anyway, back to Barney and Barney Hill. I think it was Look magazine where they published that. They ended up not making any money. Okay, Yo, dog. In the Betty and Barney Hill story, can you talk about the events that happened? Like, I think that Barney saw the craft in a field at one point. Then there, or like even before then, the craft like made some kind of noise on their trunk, and then there was like a roadblock. Can you give me like a timeline approximately of that? All right, so September 19th and 20th, 10:15. They're driving south on Route 3, returning to Portsmouth, New Hampshire, from a vacation in Niagara Falls and Montreal. Near Lancaster, Betty spots a bright light in the sky that seems to be following them. Initially, they think it's a star satellite. 10:30 to 10:45, the light gets closer and seems to be moving erratically. Barney pulls over a few different points to observe through binoculars. So that's right, he did pull over a few times. At one point near the Franconia Notch, they stop near the Old Man of the Mountain for a better view. 10:15 to 11, close encounter begins. As they drive past the notch, the craft swoops down in front of them. Barney stops the car in the middle of the road in an open area and gets out with binoculars. He sees it later described as large, silent, dish-shaped object with windows and humanoid figures inside. He claims one of the beings looked directly at him and communicated a message telepathically or through an impression. Say, stay where you are and keep looking. Barney panics. He runs to the car yelling to Betty that they're going to capture us. They drive away quickly. Auditory beeping or buzzing sounds. Shortly after fleeing, the Hills reported hearing buzzing or beeping sounds on their car's trunk, which they say causes a tingling sensation in their bodies and some sort of altered state of consciousness or drowsiness. This happens twice, one right after the other, and again later. Missing time and roadblock sensation. After the second set of buzzing sounds, they realize they've lost about 2 hours and can't account for about 35 miles of their drive. They also report a roadblock or detour during the missing time, not a literal sense, but more like an impression of being stopped or taken off the road. Under hypnosis later, both describe being taken aboard the craft, examined by humanoids, and interacting with a leader figure. Early morning, September 20th. They arrive much later than expected, around 5 a.m., feeling disoriented and exhausted. They both notice strange physical symptoms. Barney's shoes are scuffed. That's another thing. Barney's shoes were scuffed like they dragged him, like the tops of his shoes were scuffed. Betty's dress is torn and has a pink powdery residue. The car trunk has a shiny concentric circles that cause the compasses to spin when placed near them. Later developments. Betty begins having vivid dreams about the abduction. A few days later, the couple eventually undergoes hypnosis therapy with Dr. Benjamin Simon in 1964, which brings out the more detailed accounts of their alleged abduction and medical examinations aboard the craft. So that's I mean, I'm happy with how I remembered it. But yeah, that's a fucking wild story. And like, there aren't any movies about that. Like, to me, that would be a really cool movie. I mean, they would only do, you remember made for TV movies, they would do those. But like, this is a, okay. Oh, okay. Was he Barney? Okay. That stuff now. They should do it, but something changed where they don't. I guess it's because they don't make a lot of money. Like a movie like that, unless it went viral, it's not going to make a lot of money. The thing that changed, I think, Hollywood in a lot of ways was Iron Man. Because once they realized how much money these Marvel movies make, they just stopped making like smaller movies. Right.
Has been around, there's been life on it, like some very significant percentage. So when you say fast, like the slow part is from single cell or from bacteria to some more complicated organism. It seems like most of the time that Earth has been around, it's been single cell or like very basic organisms, like a couple billion years. But yeah, you're right. That's really, I recently kind of revisited our history and saw this, and I was just looking at the timeline. Wait a minute, like how did life just spring up so quickly, like really quickly? Then you think that it really wanted to, like put another way, it's very easy for life to spring.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's much more inevitable, and I think I try to kind of not provoke, but try and push chemists to think about, because chemists are essential to this problem, right? Of understanding the origin of life on Earth, at least, because we're made of chemistry. But I wonder if the origin of life on a planet, or sorry, the emergence of life on a planet is as common as the formation of a star. And if you start framing it in that way, it allows you to then look at the universe slightly differently, because, and we can get into this, I think, in quite some detail, but I think to come back to your question, I have little idea of how life got started, but I know it was simple. And I know the process of selection had to occur before the biology was established, so that selection built the framework from which life kind of grew in complexity and capability and functionality and autonomy. And I think these are all really important words that we can unpack over the next while.
Can you say all the words again? So you said selection, so natural selection, the original A/B testing,
and then complexity, and then the degree of autonomy and sophistication, because I think that people misunderstand what life is. Some people say that life is a cell. Some people that say that life is a virus, or life is an on-off switch. I don't think it's that. Life is the universe developing a memory, and the laws of physics and the way. Well, there are no laws of physics. Physics is just memory-free stuff. Right? There's only a finite number of ways you can arrange the fundamental particles to do the things.
Life is the universe developing a memory. So It's like sewing a piece of art slowly, and then you can look back at it. So that's to life. It's like, doing stuff.
Yeah.
And when you say memory, it's like there's a stickiness to a bunch of the stuff that's building together.
Yeah.
So like you can, in a stable way, like trace back the complexity, and that tells a coherent story.
Yeah, and I think, yeah.
Okay. That's, by the way, very poetic. Beautiful. Life is the universe developing a memory. Okay. And then there's autonomy, you said, and complexity we'll talk about, but it's a really interesting idea that selection preceded biology.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. So what? First of all, what is chemistry? Like, does sand still count as chemistry?
Sure. I mean, as a chemist, a card-carrying chemist, if I'm allowed a card, I don't know what I am most days.
What is the card made of? What's the chemical composition of the card?
Yeah. So, what is chemistry? Well, chemistry is the thing that happens when you bring electrons together and you form bonds. So bonds. Well, I say to people when they talk about life elsewhere, and I just say, well, there's bonds, there's hope. because bonds allow you to get heterogeneity. They allow you to record those memories, or at least on Earth. You could imagine, a Stanislav Lem type world where you might have life emerging or intelligence emerging before life. Maybe something on like Solaris or something. But to get to selection, if atoms can combine and form bonds, those atoms can bond to different elements, and those molecules will have different identities and interact with each other differently, and then you can start to have some degree of causation or interaction, and then selection, and then existence, and then you go up the kind of the path of complexity. And so, at least on Earth, as we know it, there is a sufficient pool of available chemicals to start searching that combinatorial space of bonds.
So, okay, this is a really interesting question. Let's lay it out. So, bonds, almost like cards. We say there's bonds, there's life, there's intelligence, there's consciousness. And what you just made me realize is those can emerge, or let's put bonds aside. Those can emerge in any order.
Mm-hmm.
That's really brilliant. So intelligence can come before life. It's like panpsychists believe that consciousness, I guess, comes before life and before intelligence. So consciousness like permeates all matter. It's some kind of fabric of reality. Okay, so like within this framework, you can kind of arrange everything, but you need to have the bonds that precedes everything else. Oh, and the other thing is selection.
Mm-hmm.
So like the mechanism of selection that could precede. See, couldn't that precede bonds too? Whatever the hell selection
So
is.
I would say that there is an elegant order to it. Bonds selection allows the emergence of life, allows the emergence of multicellularity, and then more information processing, building state machines all the way up. However, you could imagine a situation if you had, a neutron star or a sun or what, ferromagnetic loops interacting with one another, and these oscillators building state machines, and these state machines reading something out in the environment. Over time, these state machines would be able to literally record what happened in the past and sense what's going on in the present and imagine the future. However, I don't think it's ever going to be within a human comprehension, that type of life. I wouldn't count it out because, whenever I know in science, whenever I say something's impossible, I then wake up the next day and say, no, that's actually wrong. I mean, there are some limits, of course. I don't see myself traveling faster than light anytime soon. But
Eric Weinstein says that's possible, so he will say you're wrong.
Sure, but I'm an experimentalist as well. So I have two superpowers, and my stupidity, and I don't mean that, I'm like absolutely completely witless, but I mean my ability to kind of just start again and ask the question, and then do it with an experiment. I always wanted to be a theoretician growing up, but I just didn't have the intellectual capability. But I was able to think of experiments in my head I could then do in my lab or when I was a child outside, and then those experiments in my head and then outside reinforce one another. So I think that's a very good way of kind of grounding the science, right?
Well, that's a nice way to think about theoreticians, is they're just people who run experiments in their head. I mean, that's exactly what Einstein did, right? But you were also capable of doing that in the head, inside your head, and in the real world, and the connection between the two is when you first discovered your superpower, stupidity. I like it.
Yes,
okay, what's the second superpower?
Oh,
your accent, or is that?
Well, I don't know. I am genuinely curious. So I have like everybody, ego problems, but my curiosity is bigger than my ego. So as long as that happens, I can.
Oh, that's awesome. That is so powerful. You're just dropping some powerful lines. So curiosity is bigger than ego. That's something I have to think about, because you always struggle about the role of ego in life, and that's so nice to think about. Don't think about the size of ego, the absolute size of ego. Think about the relative size of ego to the other horse is pulling at you. And if the curiosity one is bigger, then ego will do just fine and make you fun to talk to. Anyway, so those are the two superpowers. How do those connect to natural selection, or in selection and bonds? I forgot already. Life and consciousness.
So going back to selection in the universe and origin of life on Earth, I mean, selection is a force. I'm convinced that selection is a force in the universe. So not a fundamental force, but a directing. But it is a directing force because existence, although existence appears to be the default, the existence of what? Why does this later? I think, but it's amazing that discrete things exist. And, you see this cup, it's not the, sexiest in the world, but it's pretty functional. This cup, the complexity of this cup isn't just in the object, it is literally the lineage of people making cups and recognizing that, seeing that in their head, making an abstraction of a cup and then making a different one. So I wonder how many billions of cups have, come before this one. And that's the process of selection and existence. And the only reason the cup is still used is quite useful. I like the handle, it's convenient so I don't die, I keep hydration. And so I think we are missing something fundamental in the universe about selection. And I think what biology is a selection amplifier. And that this is where autonomy comes in. And actually, I think that how humanity is going to, humans and autonomous robots, or whatever we're going to call them in the future, will supercharge that even further. So selection is happening in the universe, but if you look in the asteroid belt, selection, if objects are being kicked in and out the asteroid belt, those trajectories are quite complex. You don't really look at that as productive selection because it's not doing anything to improve its function. What is it? The asteroid belt has existed for some time. So there is some selection going on, but the functionality is somewhat limited. On Earth, the formation of Earth, interaction of chemicals and molecules in the environment gave selection, and then things could happen. Because you could think about, in chemistry, we can have an infinite number of reactions happen, but they don't all the reactions are allowed to happen don't happen. Why? Because they're energy barriers. So there must be some things called catalysts out there, or there are bits of minerals that when two molecules get together in that mineral, it lowers the energy barrier for the reaction, and so the reaction is promoted. So suddenly you get one reaction over another, a series of possibilities occurring that makes a particular molecule, and this keeps happening in steps. And before you know it, these waves as discrete reactions work together, and you start to build a machinery that is run by existence. So as you go forward in time, the fact that the molecules, the bonds there are more bonds in a molecule, there's more function, there's more capability for this molecule to interact with other molecules, to redirect them. It's like a series of little, and I don't want to use this term too much, but it's almost thinking about the simplest von Neumann constructor. That's the simplest molecule that could build a more complicated molecule, and before you know it, when that more complicated molecule can act on the causal chain that's produced itself and change it, suddenly you start to get towards some kind of autonomy, and that's where life, I think, emerges in earnest.
Every single word in the past few paragraphs, let's break those apart. Who's von Neumann? What's a constructor? The closing of the loop that you're talking about. The molecule that starts becoming I think you said like the smallest von Neumann constructor, the smallest, the minimal. So what do all those things mean, and what are we supposed to imagine when we think about the smallest von Neumann constructor?
So John von Neumann is a real hero, actually, not just me, but many people, I think, computer science and physics. He was an incredible intellect. He probably solved a lot of the problems that we're working on today and just forgot to write them down.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's John von Neumann or Johnny, as I think his friends called him, but I think he was Hungarian mathematician, came to the US, and basically was involved in the Manhattan Project and developing computation, and came up with all sorts of ideas. And I think was one of the first people to come up with cellular automata.
Really? I didn't know this little fact.
I think so, and I think.
Well, anyway, if he didn't come up with it, he came up with it and didn't write it down.
There was a couple of people who did it at the same time, and then Conway obviously took it on, and then Wolfram loves CAs. There is his fabric of the universe, and what I think he imagined was that he wasn't satisfied, and this may be incorrect recollection, but so a lot of what I say is going to be kind of, just way out of my.
You're just part of the universe.
Origin of life and think about what is a minimal machine that can get structured randomly, so like with no prime mover, with no architect, it assembles through just existence, so random stuff bumping in together, and you make this first molecule. So you have molecule A, and molecule A interacts with another random molecule B, and they get together, and they realize by working together they can make more of themselves. But then they realize they can mutate, so they can make AB prime. So AB prime's different to AB, and then AB prime can then act back where A and B were being created and slightly nudge that causal chain and make AB prime more evolvable or learn more. So that's the closing the loop part.
Closing the loop part, got it. It feels like the mutation part is not that difficult. It feels like the difficult part is just creating a copy of yourself as step one.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like one of the greatest inventions in the history of the universe. Is the first molecule that figured out, holy shit, I can create a copy of myself. But how hard is that?
I think it's really, really easy.
Okay, I did not expect that.
I think it's really, really easy. Well, let's take a step back. I think replicating molecules are rare, but if you say, I think I was saying I probably got into trouble on Twitter the other day, so I was trying to work. There's about more than 18 mils of water in there. So 1 mole of water, 6.022 times 10 to the 23 molecules. That's about the number of stars in the universe, I think, of the order. So there's 3 universe worth. But between
somebody corrected you on Twitter.
Yeah, as ever, I'm always being corrected. It's a great, but there's a lot of molecules in the water.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of. So although it's for you and me really hard to conceive of, if existence is not the default for a long period of time, because what happens is the molecules get degraded. So much of the possibilities in the universe are just broken back into atoms. So you have this kind of destruction of the molecules for our chemical reactions. So you only need 1 or 2 molecules to become good at copying themselves for them suddenly to then take resources in the pool and start to grow. And so then replication actually over time, when you have bonds, I think is much simpler and much easier. And I even found this in my lab years ago. I had one of the reasons I started doing inorganic chemistry, rust, making a bit of rust on a thing called molybdenum oxide, is this molybdenum oxide is very simple. But when you add acid to it and some electrons, they make these molecules you just cannot possibly imagine would be constructed big, gigantic wheels of 154 molybdenum atoms in a wheel, or icosahedrocahedron 132 molybdenum atoms, all in the same pot. And I realized when I just finished experiments 2 years ago, I've just published a couple of papers on this, that there is a random small molecule with 12 atoms in it that can form randomly, but it happens to template its own production. And then by chance, it templates the ring. Just an accident, just an absolute accident. And that ring also helps make the small 12-mer. And so you have what's called an autocatalytic set, where A makes B, and B helps make A, and vice versa. And you then make this loop. So it's a bit like they all work in synergy to make this events that grow. And it doesn't take a very sophisticated model to show that if you have these objects that are competing and then collaborating to help one another build, they just grow out of the mess. And although they seem improbable, they are improbable. In fact, impossible in one step. There's multiple steps. This is when the blind people look at the blind watchmaker argument when you're talking about how could a watch spontaneously emerge. Well, it doesn't. It's a lineage of watches and cruder devices that are bootstrapped onto one another.
Right. So it's very improbable, but once you get a little discovery, like with the wheel and fire, it just explodes because it's so successful. It explodes. It's basically selection. So this templating mechanism that allows you to have a little like blueprint for yourself, how you go through different procedures to build copies of yourself. So in chemistry, somehow it's possible to imagine that kind of thing is easy to spring up. In more complex organisms, it feels like a different thing and much more complicated. Like we're having like multiple abstractions of the birds and the bees conversation here, but with complex organisms, it feels like difficult to have reproduction. That's going to get clipped out. I'm going to make fun of that. It's difficult to develop this idea of making copies of yourself, or no? Because that seems like a magical idea for life. Wow. That feels like very necessary for what selection is, for what evolution is. But then if selection precedes all of this, then maybe these are just echoes of selection, the selecting mechanism at different scales.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So selection is the default in the universe. If you want to, and what happens is that life, the solution that life has got on Earth, biology on Earth, is unique to Earth. We can talk about that. And that was really hard fought for. But that is a solution that works on Earth, the ribosome, the fermental machine that is responsible for every life form, every cell on Earth, or wherever it is in the kingdom of life. That is an incredibly complex object, but it was evolved over time, and it wasn't involved in a vacuum. And I think that once we understand that selection can occur without the ribosome, but what the ribosome does, it's a phase transition in replication. And I think that and also technology that is probably much easier to get to than we think.
Why do you put the ribosome as a central part of living organisms on Earth?
It basically is a combination of two different polymer systems, so RNA and peptides. So the RNA world, if you like, gets transmitted and builds proteins, and the proteins are responsible for all the catalysis. The majority of the catalysis goes on in the cell. No ribosome, no proteins, no decoding, no evolution.
So ribosome is looking at the action. You don't put like the RNA itself as the critical thing, like information. You put action as the most important thing.
I think the actual molecules that we have in biology right now are entirely contingent on the history of life on Earth. There are so many possible solutions, and this is where chemistry got itself into origin of life. Chemistry gets itself into a bit of a trap.
Yeah, let me interrupt you there. You've tweeted. You're gonna get. I'm gonna cite your tweets like it's Shakespeare. Okay. It's surprising you haven't gotten canceled on Twitter yet. It's your brilliance once again saves you. I'm just kidding. You like to have a little bit of fun on Twitter. You've tweeted that, quote, "Origin of life research is a scam." So if this is Shakespeare, can we analyze this word? Why is the origin of life research a scam? Aren't you kind of doing origin of life research?
Okay, it was tongue-in-cheek, but yeah, I think, and I meant it as tongue-in-cheek. I'm not doing the origin of life research. I'm trying to make artificial life. I also want to bound the likelihood of the origin of life on Earth, but more important, to find the origin of life elsewhere. But let me directly address the tweet. There are many, many good chemists out there doing origin of life research, but I want to nudge them, and I think they're brilliant. There's no question the chemistry they are doing, the motivation is great. So what I meant by that tweet is saying that maybe they're making assumptions about saying, if only I could make this particular type of molecule, say this RNA molecule, or this phosphodiester, or this other molecule, it's going to somehow unlock the origin of life. And I think Origin of Life has been looking at this for a very long time. And whilst I think it's brilliant to work out how you can get to those molecules, I think that chemistry and chemists doing Origin of Life could be nudged into doing something even more profound. And so the argument is a bit like right now, let's say, I don't know, the first Tesla that makes its way to, I don't know, into a new country in the world. Let's say there's country X that has never had a Tesla before, and they get the Tesla.
Russia.
And they take the Tesla, and what they do is they take the Tesla apart and say, we want to find the origin of cars in the universe, and say, okay, how did this form, and how did this form?
Oh,
and they just randomly keep making till they make the door wheel, they make the steering column, and all this stuff. And they say, oh, that's the route, that's the way cars on Earth. But actually, we know that there's a causal chain of cars going Henry Ford and horse and carriage, and before that, maybe where people were using wheels. And I think that obsession with the identities that we see in biology right now are giving us a false sense of security about what we're looking for. And I think that Origin of Life chemistry is in danger of not making the progress that it deserves, because the chemists are doing this. The field is exploding right now. There's amazing people out there, young and old, doing this, and there's deservedly so more money going in. I used to complain there's more money being spent searching for the Higgs boson that we know exists than the origin of life. Why is that? We understand the origin of life. We're going to actually work out what life is. We're going to be able to bound the likelihood of finding life elsewhere in the universe. And most important for us, we are going to know or have a good idea of what the future of humanity looks like. We need to understand that although we're precious, we're not the only life forms in the universe. Well, that's my very strong impression. I have no data for that. It's just right now a belief. And I want to turn that belief into more than a belief by experimentation. But coming back to the scam is, if we just make this RNA, we've got this, this fluke event. We know how that's simple. Let's make this phosphodiester, or let's make ATP or ADP. We've got that part nailed. Let's now make this other molecule, another molecule. And how many molecules are going to be enough? And then the reason I say this is when you go back to Craig Venter, when he invented his life form, Syndia, this minimal plasmid, is a myoplasma, something, I don't know the name of it, but he made this wonderful cell and said, I've invented life. Not quite. He facsimiled the genome from this entity and made it in the lab, all the DNA, but he didn't make the cell. He had to take an existing cell that has a causal chain going all the way back to Luca, and he showed when he took out the genes and put in his genes, synthesized, the cell could boot up. But it's remarkable that he could not make a cell from scratch. And even now, today, synthetic make a cell from scratch, because there's some information embodied outside the genome in the cell, and that is just incredible. So there's lots of layers to the scam.
Well, let me then ask the question, how can we create life in the lab from scratch? What have been the most promising attempts at creating life in the lab from scratch? Has anyone actually been able to do it? Do you think anyone will be able to do it in the near future if they haven't already?
I think that nobody has made life in the lab from scratch. Lots of people would argue that they have made progress. So Craig Venter, I think the synthesis of a synthetic genome, milestone in human achievement. Brilliant.
Yeah, can we just walk back and say, what would you say from your perspective, one of the world experts in exactly this area, what does it mean to create life from scratch, where if you sit back, whether you do it or somebody else does it, it's like, damn, we just created life.
Well, I can tell you what I would expect I would like to be able to do is to go from sand to cells in my lab, and
can you explain what sand is?
Just inorganic stuff, like basically just so sand. It's just silicon oxide, some other ions in it, maybe some inorganic carbon, some carbonates, just basically clearly dead stuff. You could just grind rocks into sand.
And it would be what, in a vacuum, so they could remove anything else that could possibly be like a shadow of life that can assist in the chemical.
You could do that. You could insist and say, look, I'm going to take not just inorganic. I want some more. I want to cheat and have some organic, but I want inorganic, and I'll explain the play on words in a moment. So I would like to basically put into a world, say a completely, a synthetic world, if you like, a closed world, put some inorganic materials and just literally add some energy in some form, be it lightning or heat, UV light, and run this thing in cycles over time and let it solve the search problem. So I see the origin of life as a search problem in chemical space. And then I would literally wait for a life form to crawl out of the test tube. That's the joke I tell my group. Literally wait for a very, don't worry, it's going to be very feeble. It's not going to take over the world. There's ways of ethically containing it.
Last words.
Famous, indeed. But
this is being recorded, right? It will not make you look good once it crawls out of the lab and destroys all of human civilization. But yes,
but there is very good things you can do to prevent that. For instance, if you put stuff in your world which isn't Earth abundant, so let's say we make life based on molybdenum, and it escapes, it would die immediately because there's not enough molybdenum in the environment. So we can do responsible life. Or as I fantasize with my research group on our away day, that would go in. It's I think it's actually morally until humanity finds life in the universe. This is going on a tangent. It's our moral obligation to make origin of life bombs, identify dead planets, and bomb them with our origin of life machines and make them alive. I think it is our moral obligation to do that. I'm sure some people might argue with me about that, but I think that we need more life in the universe.
And then we kind of forget we did it, and then come back. and then
say, where did you come from? But coming back to what I'd expect. So I just say,
Father, are you back? I think this is once again a Rick and Morty episode.
Definitely all Rick and Morty all the way down. So I imagine we have an experiment, and everything is sanitized, and we put in inorganic materials, and we have cycles, whether them day-night cycles, up, down, whatever, and we look for evidence of replication and evolution over time. And that's what the experiment should be. Now, are there people doing this in the world right now? There's some really good groups doing this. There's some really interesting scientists doing this around the world. They're kind of perhaps too much associated with the scam. So, and so they're using molecules that were already invented by biology. So there's a bit of replication built in. But I still think the work they're doing is amazing. But I would like people to be a bit freer and say, let's just basically shake a load of sand in a box and wait for life to come out, because that's what happened on Earth. And so that we have to understand that. Now, how would I know I've been successful? Well, because I'm not obsessing with what molecules are in life now, I would wager a vast quantity of money. I'm not very rich, so it'd just be a few dollars, but for me, the solution space will be different. So the genetic material will be not RNA. The proteins will not be what we think. The solutions will be just completely different, and it'll be very feeble, because that's the other thing we should be able to show fairly robustly, that even if I did make, or someone did make, a new life form in the lab, it would be so poor that it's not going to leap out. It is the fear about making a lethal life form in a lab is similar to us imagining that we're going to make the Terminator at Boston Dynamics tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's simply not. And the problem is we don't communicate that properly. I know you yourself very you explain this very well. There is not the AI catastrophe coming. We're very far away from that. That doesn't mean we should ignore it, same with the origin of life catastrophe. It's not coming anytime soon. We shouldn't ignore it, but we shouldn't let that fear stop us from doing those experiments.
Okay, but this is a much longer discussion because there's a lot of details there. I would say there's potentials for catastrophic events to happen in much dumber ways. In AI space, there's a lot of ways to create, like social networks are creating a kind of accelerated set of events that we might not be able to control. The social network virality in the digital space can create mass movements of ideas that can then, if times are tough, create military conflict and all those kinds of things. But that's not super intelligent AI. That's an interesting at scale application of AI. And if you look at viruses are pretty dumb, but at scale, their application is pretty detrimental. And so, life, much like all the kind of virology, the very contentious function research in virology, sort of like research on viruses, messing with them genetically, that can create a lot of problems if not done well. So we have to be very cautious. So there's a kind of, whenever you're ultra cautious about stuff in AI or in virology and biology, it borders on cynicism a way, where it's like everything we do is going to turn out to be destructive and terrible, so I'm just going to sit here and do nothing. Okay, that's a possible solution, except for the fact that somebody's going to do it. It's science and technology progresses, so we have to do it in an ethical way, in a good way, considering in a transparent way, in an open way, considering all the possible positive trajectories that could be taken and making sure as much as possible that we walk those trajectories. So yeah, I don't think Terminator is coming, but a totally unexpected version of Terminator may be around the corner.
Yeah, it might be here already. Yeah, so I agree with that. And so going back to the origin of life discussion, I think that in synthetic biology right now, we have to be very careful about how we edit genomes and edit synthetic biology to do things. So that's where things might go wrong, in the same way as Twitter turning ourselves into kind of strange scale effects. I would love origin of life research or artificial life research to get to the point where we have those worries, because that's why I think we're just so far away from that. We are just, right now, I think there are two really important angles. There is the origin of life researchers who are faithfully working on this and trying to make those molecules, the scam molecules I talked about. And then there are people on the creationist side who are saying, look, the fact you can't make these molecules and you can't make a cell means that evolution isn't true and all this other stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and so, and I find that really frustrating, because actually the origin of life researchers are all working in good faith, right?
Yes.
And so what I'm trying to do is give origin of life research a little bit more of an open context. And one of the things I think is important, I really want to make a new life form in my lifetime. I really want to prove that life is a general phenomena, a bit like gravity in the universe, because I think that's going to be really important for humanity's global psychological state, meaning going forward.
That's beautifully put. So one, it will help us understand ourselves, so that's useful for science. But two, it gives us a kind of hope, if not an awe at all the huge amounts of alien civilizations that are out there. If you can build life and understand just how easy it is to build life, then that's just as good, if not much better, than discovering life on another planet.
Yeah.
It's cheaper. It's much cheaper and much easier, and probably much more conclusive, because once you're able to create life, like you said, it's a search problem that there's probably a lot of different ways to do it. So once you find the first solution, you probably have all the right methodology for finding all kinds of other solutions.
Yeah, and wouldn't it be great if we could find a solution? I mean, it's probably a bit late I worry about climate change, but I'm not that worried about climate change. And I think one day you could think about, could we engineer a new type of life form that could basically and I don't want to do this, so I don't think we should do this necessarily, but it's a good thought experiment that would perhaps take CO2 out of the atmosphere, or an intermediate life form. So it's not quite alive. It's almost like an add-on. With a time.
Zoot, I have a serious question for you. One of the most serious questions that you've ever been asked. Can you hear me? Are you ready to lose your 11th straight game? Yes or no? Go.
No, we're not.
You think you got me this time? Zoot, just as a friendly reminder, you've lost 10 straight games to me.
Is it Saturday over there?
Yep, 10:44 p.m.
Saturday night.
Zoot, are you ready?
Saturday night, 10:44 p.m.
Saturday night, 10:44 p.m. Zoot, are you ready? You have an invitation, son. Big Dog, were you aware? You just came in here to ask me what time it was? All right, well, that's cool. Are you ready to lose your 11th straight game? Hit that tree. That's one of the best shots that we've ever seen in the history of mankind, in the history of humankind. So that shot is in some trouble.
That's what sounds.
Your shot is in some trouble, son. You will be fortunate to get it in 3 shots.
Well, I can get it in the next one.
Zoot, good job, dude.
Okay. I suck at this one.
Yes, you do.
And that was a 5 that was a 9 out of 10.
It was a 9 out of 10.
I think it was a 9 out of 10. Wait. No, that was a 7 out of 10. Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, Pimp.
do you want me to rank that shot?
It also was a 9 out of 10.
No, 8.5.
Okay.
To get it into the... Oh. But that's tough.
Baby, I'm dirty. I'm dirty.
You did a free shot on this hole? Usually this extra free.
I know. I'm fucking amazing, though. I want that 11th win, son. That's not good.
So, Rabbi, I think I put on a little bit of water yesterday.
Okay. Thanks for the update.
That's fine. I'll lose it this week.
Zoot, what are your thoughts on what I just did to your shot?
I'm gonna cut till the end of June, and then I'm gonna start bulking in July.
All right. Well, do you think you're going to be able to make it in 2 shots like I just did?
Just
Or
3 shots.
1 shot, 3 shots? Yeah, you're right. Oh, no way, Zoot. No way. Nice shot, dude. That was beautiful. That was
You're
beautiful.
better.
Yes, I am.
He plays it safe.
What are you going to do, son? Look how beautiful this shot is. Just spectacular. Phenomenal shot, Zoot. All right, Zoot, I'm going to go for the win. Zoot has a tough shot. Black shit. He left it short, folks. And with that, I'm guaranteed an 11th win. Unless, my internet cuts out or something. My phone dies. 11 wins, Zoot. We're going to have to interview you. Zoot, we're going to have to interview you after this one. We want to get in the mind. We want to get in the mind of someone who's...
We'll interview after follows at 12, whatever it was, 12.
Okay. That was a good shot.
Next game we'll play Squid Games, okay?
Sounds like a plan,
It's
baby.
always 12 games in a row. It's always 12 games in a row.
That was good.
Alright, next game we play is Squid Games.
All right.
This is
All right.
not a lot.
You're
A
gonna.
lot depends on this.
All right. Well, just one moment. I'm gonna take a whiz. So, I'll be back in 1 minute. Don't leave. Stretch your hands. Do whatever you need to do. All right, Zoot. Are you ready?
Yeah, go.
Are you ready?
Yeah, cool.
Now, I want you to know
Yeah.
that after you lose this game, the people want a good interview.
Yep.
You've lost 11 straight games, Zoot. I hope you have to go
Let's go.
first. I hope you have to go first. Go. Zoot, if you have to go first, oh, you got fortunate.
This is the hole that I had. If I could delete one hole, I wouldn't delete this one.
If I could delete one hole, I don't know which one it would be. That's a good question.
I'll delete them all because the whole emails again.
Okay.
The whole emails are bad put up.
All right.
You don't agree?
I like them.
They were better.
All right.
You had the portal hole.
Oh, yeah.
That was like one of the best holes.
There were a bunch of them.
You know what I'm talking about, the one with the little portals.
Oh,
Oh
Zoot.
my god.
Zoot, now's your chance. Don't go in the water.
Fuck. Fuck.
Zoot, you had a chance. A very serious chance. Don't fuck this up, Zoot. Whatever you do, don't hit it too hard.
I just won.
You were fortunate to make that shot. Zoot, what are your thoughts on this shot? Water bump? Nope. Oh, Zoot. You might have a shot to make it. No fucking way, dude. Zoot, I have to shut you off. Are you fucking serious? Zoot, biggest shot of your life. Oh, Zoot. Zoot, are you ready for that interview, son? Zoot, are you ready? The people demand an interview from you. What is it like to lose 12 straight games? Zoot. Zoot, the people demand an interview. Zoot. 12 straight games.
I think I found Rabbi, I think I found the person that's going to make you go viral.
All right, cool.
No, I see.
Zoot, you know that we haven't even tied any of these games? You've just straight up lost 11 straight games.
You're going to miss.
Zoot, I didn't miss. I fucking made it. Like a pimp. I'm guaranteed.
I'm going to win this off.
Zoot, I'm guaranteed 12 straight wins.
I've seen you do this in 2 shots this one. I've seen you do it in 2 shots, but you generally suck.
Zoot, what the fuck was that shot?
Your shot.
Zoot, you don't want to play this game with me. You want to score.
I mean, besides Aiden Rothschild, who's the most famous person to talk about streaming?
Maybe Amaranth?
Okay, besides Amaranth, what? Besides someone who streams on Kid on Twitch.
Katie Kirk was in one of my streams. The real Katie Kirk on Instagram like 3 years ago.
Who's that?
Oh, she's like a big time news anchor. She like did the national news in the United States. She also did the Today Show. She's like almost as big as Oprah. She did the Today Show for many years.
I wouldn't have heard of her in Australia.
Yeah, you would have if you were around in the 90s. Zoot, Zoot, you ready for this interview, son? Zoot, here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
Here I am on the green of hole 5, having witnessed a straight dozen losses by Zoot. Zoot, what are your thoughts on playing not just badly, but absolute dog shit for at least 12 straight games?
Fuck. I don't know.
That's an honest answer. Back to you. I'm not.
I'm on a dry streak, but I don't think anyone's going to fuck me up for that game.
Zoot, I could have milked that interview, but I'm going to tell you what I really want. You know what I really want? A baker's dozen.
No, you're not going to get it.
Dog, you're done.
I'll be back I'll be back later. I'm just going to go listen to music. I just need to chill out.
All right.
I need a fan better than you.
All right.
I'll be back later. Yeah, Riser in here as well. Try to wake up with Riser.
Dog. You want me to get Riser in here?
Yeah.
Maybe you should stop playing like absolute dog shit, and then I'll get Riser in here.
Well, Caspian C's in here? Was he in here?
He's been in here as long as you've been in here.
Hey, Caspian C. I'm not talking now.
He might be just chilling. Zoot, all I know is that you lost 12 straight games. You want to make it 13 right now?
All right, too bad.
You want to make it 13?
I'll come back.
All right, big dog. Fuck yeah.
Dependent add-on
Open
you could
his
give to say
ass.
cyanobacteria in the ocean,
Like a
or
pan-
to maybe to wheat. So right, we're going to fix a bit more CO2, and we're going to work out how much we need to fix to basically save the climate, and we're going to use evolutionary principles to basically get there. What worries me is that biology has had a few billion years to find a solution for CO2 fixation. It hasn't really done. It's not, the solution isn't brilliant for our needs, but biology wasn't thinking about our needs. Biology was thinking about biology's needs. But I think if we can do, as you say, make life in the lab, then suddenly we don't need to go to everywhere and conclusively prove it. I think we make life in the lab. We look at the extent of life in the solar system. How far did Earth life get? Probably we're all Martians. Probably life got going on Mars, the chemistry on Mars, seeded Earth. That might have been a legitimate way to kind of truncate the surface space. But in the outer solar system, we might have completely different life forms on Enceladus, on Europa, and Titan. And that would be a cool thing because...
Okay, wait a minute. Did you just say that you think, in terms of likelihood, life started on Mars, statistically speaking, life started on Mars and seeded Earth?
It could be possible because life was so Mars was habitable for the type of life that we have right now, type of chemistry before Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems to me that Mars got searching, doing chemistry, and
it started way before.
Yeah, and so they had a few more replicators and some other stuff. And if those replicators got ejected from Mars and landed on Earth, and Earth was like, I don't need to start again.
Right.
Thanks for that. And then it just carried on. So I'm not going. I think we will find evidence of life on Mars, either life we put there by mistake, contamination, or actually life, the earliest remnants of life. And that would be really exciting. There's a really good reason to go there. But I think it's more unlikely because of the gravitational situation in the solar system. If we find life in the outer solar system,
Titan and all that, that would be its own thing.
Exactly.
Wow, that would be so cool if we go to Mars and we find life that looks...
What's good, the Texas man?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're like the loudest person I've ever heard in here. How are you? Well, your microphone it's like in your throat. You're so loud. How you living, Tim?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Kicking ass, taking aim. So what's good in your neck of the woods?
Maybe the loudest mic in this discotheque.
Yeah, you do. Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style?
I can barely hear you.
All right. Well, other people can hear me. Well, we're just watching Lex Friedman. Feel free to watch.
A hell of a lot similar to Earth life, and then we go to Titan and all those weird moons with the ices and the volcanoes and all that kind of stuff, and then we find there something that looks, I don't know, way weirder.
Yeah.
Some non-RNA type of
Or we might find
situation.
almost life, like in the prebiotic chemical space. And I think there are 4 types of exoplanets we can go look for, right? Because when JWST goes up, and touch wood, it goes up and everything's fine. When we look at a star, we'll know statistically most stars have planets around them. Well, what type of planet are they going to be? Dead?
Dog, enjoy.
Are they going to be just a prebiotic origin of life coming? So are they going to be technological? And, so with intelligence on them.
Take care,
and
big dog.
will they have died? Had life on them, but
those
not.
are the 4 states of.
And suddenly it's a bit like I want to classify planets the way we classify stars.
What a fucking
And I think that, in terms of their, rather than having this, we've found methane, there's evidence of life. We found oxygen, that's the evidence of life. We found whatever molecule marker, and start to then frame things a little bit more. But
as those 4 states.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, you're just saying 4, but there could be before the dead. There could be other states that we humans can't even conceive of.
Yeah, just prebiotic, almost alive. Got the possibility to come alive. I think,
but there could be a post-technological, like whatever we think of as technology. There could be like pre-conscious, like where we all meld into one super intelligent conscious, or some weird thing that naturally happens over time.
Yeah. I mean, I think that all bets
The
are off on that.
metaverse.
Yeah, we are.
We join into a virtual metaverse and start creating, which is kind of an interesting idea, almost arbitrary number of copies of each other much more quickly, so it can mess with different ideas in mind. Like I can create 1,000 copies of Lex, like every possible version of Lex, and then just see and then I just have them argue with each other and until in the space of ideas and see who wins out. How could that possibly go wrong? But anyway, there's especially in this digital space when you could start exploring with AIs mixed in, you can start engineering arbitrary intelligences. You can start playing in the space of ideas, which might move us into a world that looks very different than a biological world. Like our current world, the technology is still very much tied to our biology. We might move past that.
Definitely. We definitely will.
Because that could be another phase then.
Sure.
Because then you.
But I did say technological, so I think I agree with you. I think so. You can have let's get this right. So, a dead world, no prospect of life. Prebiotic world, life emerging, living, and technological. And the dead one, you probably won't be able to tell between the dead never been alive and the dead one. Maybe got some artifacts, so maybe there's 5. There's probably not more than 5. And I think the technological one could have life on it still, but it might just have exceeded. Because one way that life might survive on Earth is if we can work out how to deal with the real climate change that comes when the sun expands. There might be a way to survive that, I think that we need to start thinking statistically when it comes to looking for life in the universe.
Let me ask you then, sort of statistically, how many alien civilizations are out there in those 4 phases that you're talking about? When you look up the stars and you're sipping on some wine and talking to other people with British accents about something intelligent and intellectual, I'm sure. Do you think there's a lot of alien civilizations looking back at us and wondering the same?
My romantic view of the universe is really taking loans from my logical self. So what I'm saying is I have no doubt, I have no idea. But having said that, there is no reason to suppose that life is hard as we first thought it was. And so if we just take Earth as a marker, and if I think that life is a much more general phenomena than just our biology, then I think the universe is full of life. And the reason for the Fermi paradox is not that they're not out there, it's just that we can't interact with the other life forms because they're so different. And I'm not saying that they're necessarily like as depicted in Arrival or other, I'm just saying that perhaps there are very few universal facts in the universe, and maybe that is not. It's quite our technologies are quite divergent, and so I think that it's very hard to know how we're going to interact with alien life.
You think there's a lot of kinds of life that's possible? I guess that was the intuition.
Yeah.
You provided that the way biology itself, but even this particular kind of biology that we have on Earth, is something that is just one sample of a nearly infinite number of other possible complex, autonomous, self-replicating type of things that could be possible. And so we're almost unable to see the alternative versions of us. I mean, we'll still be able to detect them. We'll still be able to interact with them. We'll still be able to, like, what's exactly is lost in translation? Why can't we see them? Why can't we talk to them? Because I too have a sense. You put it way more poetically, but it seems both statistically and sort of romantically, it feels like the universe should be teeming with life, like super intelligent life. And I sit there, and the Fermi paradox is felt very distinctly by me when I look up at the stars, because it's like it's the same way I feel when I'm driving through New Jersey and listening to Bruce Springsteen and feel quite sad. It's like Louis C.K. talks about pulling off to the side of the road and just weeping a little bit. I'm almost like wondering, like, hey, why aren't you talking to us? It feels lonely. It feels lonely because it feels like they're out there.
I think that there are a number of answers to that. I think the Fermi paradox is perhaps based on the assumption that if life did emerge in the universe, it would be similar to our life, and there's only one solution. And I think that what we've got to start to do is go out and look for selection detection, rather than an evolution detection, rather than life detection. And I think that once we start to do that, we might start to see really interesting things. And we haven't been doing this for very long. And we are living in an expanding universe, so that makes the problem a little bit harder.
Everybody's always leaving.
But I'm
distance-wise,
I'm very optimistic that we will. Well, I don't know. There are two movies that came out in within 6 months of one another: Ad Astra and Cosmos. Ad Astra, the very expensive blockbuster, with Brad Pitt in it, and saying there is no life, and it's all, life on Earth is more precious. And Cosmos, which is a UK production, which basically aliens came and visited Earth one day, and they were discovered in the UK. Right? It was it's a fun film. But I really loved those two films, and and at the same time, those films are coming out, I was working on a paper, a life detection paper, and I found it was so hard to publish this paper, and it was almost as depressed. I got so depressed trying to get this science out there that I felt the depression of the film in Ad Astra, like life is, there's no life elsewhere in the universe, but I'm incredibly optimistic that I think we will find life in the universe, firm evidence of life, and it will have to start on Earth, making life on Earth and surprising us. We have to surprise ourselves and make non-biological life on Earth. And then people say, well, you made this life on Earth, therefore you're part of the causal chain of that, and that might be true. But if I can show how I'm able to do it with very little cheating or very little information input, just creating like a model planet of some description and watching life emerge, then I think that we will be even to persuade even the hardest critic that it's possible. Now, with regards to the Fermi paradox, I think that we might crush that with the JWST. It's basically, if I recall correctly, the mirror is about 10 times the size of the Hubble. that we're going to be able to do spectroscopy, look at colors of exoplanets, I think. Not brilliantly, but we'll be able to start to classify them, and we will start to get a real feel for what's going on in the universe on these exoplanets, because it's only in the last few decades, I think, maybe even last decade, that we even came to recognize that exoplanets even are common.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that gives us a lot of optimism that life is going to be out there. But I think we have to start framing, we have to start preparing the fact that biology is only one solution. I can tell you with confidence that biology on Earth does not exist anywhere else in the universe. We are absolutely unique.
Well, okay, I love the confidence, but where does that confidence come from? You know, chemistry, like, how many options does chemistry really have?
Many. That's the point. And the thing is, this is where the origin of life scam comes in, is that people don't quite count. They don't count the numbers. So if biology, as you find on Earth, is common everywhere, then there's something really weird going on. That basically, written in the quantum mechanics, there's some kind of, these bonds must form over these bonds, and this catalyst must form over this catalyst when they're all quite equal. Life is contingent. The origin of life on Earth was contingent upon the chemistry available at the origin of life on Earth. So that means if we want to find other life-like, other Earth-like worlds, we look for the same kind of rocky world. We might look in the same zone as Earth, and we might expect reasonably to find biological-like stuff going on. That would be a reasonable hypothesis, but it won't be the same. It can't be. It's like saying, I don't believe in magic. That's why I'm sure. I just don't believe in magic. I believe in statistics, and I can do experiments. And so I won't get exactly the same sequence of events. I'll get something different. And so there is TikTok elsewhere in the universe, but it's not the same as our TikTok, right? That's what I mean.
Which aspect of it is not the same?
Well, I just think so what is TikTok? TikTok is a social media where people upload videos, right, of silly videos. So I guess there might be.
Well, there's humor, there's attention, there's ability to process, there's ability for intelligent organisms to collaborate on ideas and find humor in ideas and play with those ideas, make them viral, memes. You know, humor seems to be kind of fundamental to the human experience.
And I think that that's a really interesting question we can ask. Is humor a fundamental thing in the universe? I think maybe it will be, right? In terms of, you think about in a game theoretic sense, humor, the emergence of humor serves a role in our game engine. And so if selection is fundamental in the universe, and so is humor.
Well, I actually don't know exactly what role humor serves. Maybe it's like from a chemical perspective, it's like a catalyst for I guess it serves several purposes. One is the catalyst for spreading ideas on the internet. That's modern humor. But humor is also a good way to deal with the difficulty of life. It's a kind of release valve for suffering. Like, throughout human history, life has been really hard. And for the people that I've known in my life who've lived through some really difficult things, humor is part of how they deal with that. Yeah. Because it's usually dark humor. But yeah, it's interesting. I don't know exactly sort of what's the more mathematically general way to formulate what the hell is humor. What humor does it serve? But I still, we're kind of joking here, but it's a counterintuitive idea to me to think that life elsewhere in the universe is very different than life on Earth. And also, like, each instantiation of life is likely very different from each other.
Yeah.
Like, maybe there's a few clusters of similar like life, but it's much more likely is what you're saying. To me, it's a kind of a novel thought. I'm not sure what to do with it. But you're saying that it's more common to be a weird outcast in the full spectrum of life than it is to be in some usual cluster. So every instantiation of a kind of chemistry that results in complexity that's autonomous and self-replicating, however the hell you define life, that is going to be very different every time. I don't know. It feels like if selection is a fundamental kind of directed force in the universe, won't selection result in a few pockets of interesting complexities? I mean, if we ran Earth over again, over and over and over, you're saying it's going to come up with there's not going to be elephants every time?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that there will be similarities, and I think we don't know enough about how selection is globally works. But it might be that the elephant, the emergence of elephants was wired into the history of Earth in some way, like the gravitational force, how evolution was going, but Cambrian explosions, blah blah blah, the emergence of mammals. But I just don't know enough about the contingency, right? The variability. All I do know is you count the number of bits of information required to make an elephant, and think about the causal chain that provide the lineage of elephants going all the way back to Luca. There's a huge scope for divergence.
Yeah, but just like you said, with chemistry and selection, the things that result in self-replicating chemistry and self-replicating organisms, those are extremely unlikely, as you're saying. But once they're successful, they multiply. So, like, it might be a tiny subset of all things that are possible in the universe, chemically speaking. It might be a very tiny subset is actually successful at creating elephants, or elephant-like or / human-like creatures.
Well, there's two different questions here. The first one, if we were to reset Earth and to start again,
the different phases. Sorry to keep interrupting.
Yeah, no. If we restart Earth and start again, say we could go back to the beginning and do the experiment, or have a number of Earths, how similar would biology be? I would say that there would be broad similarities, but the emergence of mammals is not a given unless we're going to throw an asteroid at each planet each time and try and faithfully reproduce what happened. Then there's the other thing about when you go to another Earth-like planet elsewhere, maybe there's a different ratio of particular elements. Maybe there's the bombardment at the beginning of the planet was quicker or longer than Earth, and I just don't have enough information there. What I do know is that the complexity of the story of life on Earth gives us lots of scope for variation, and I just don't think it's a reasonable mathematical assumption to think that that life on Earth that happened again would be the same as what we have now.
Okay, but you've also extended that to say that we might, as an explanation for the Fermi paradox, that means we're not able to interact with them, or that's an explanation for why we haven't at scale heard from aliens.
Well, right now
they're different than us.
We've only been looking for say 70, 80 years. So I think that the reason we have not found aliens yet is that we haven't worked out what life is.
No, but the aliens have worked that out, surely. I mean, statistically speaking, there must be a large number of aliens that are way ahead of us on this whole life question, unless there's something about this stage of intellectual evolution that often quickly results in nuclear war and destroys itself. Like there's something in this process that eventually, I don't know, crystallizes the complexity and it either dies or stops developing. But most likely they already figured it out. And why aren't they contacting us? There's some grad student somewhere wants to study a new green planet.
Maybe they have. I don't have a coherent answer to your question, other than to say that if there are other aliens out there and they're far more advanced, they might be in contact with each other, and they might also. We might be at a point where what I'm saying quite critically is it takes two to talk, right?
Yeah.
So the aliens might be there, but if we don't have the ability to recognize them and talk to them, then the aliens aren't going to want to talk to us. And I think that's a critical point. That probably, if that's a filter, there needs to be an ability for one to communicate with the other, and we need to know what life is before we do that. So we haven't qualified to even join their club to have a talk.
Well, I think they still want to teach us how to talk, right? But my worry is that, or I think they would want to teach us how to talk like you do when you meet like when you even meet, I was going to say child, but that's a human species. I mean, like ant. You want to try to communicate with them through whatever devices you can, given what an ant's like. I worry mostly about that humans are just too close-minded or don't have the right tools.
No, I'm going to push back on this quite significantly. I would say because we don't understand what life is, and because we don't understand how life emerged in the universe, we don't understand the physics that gave rise to life yet. And that means our fundamental description, I'm way out of my pay grade, even further out. But I'll say it anyway, because I think it's
you
fun.
Don't get paid much anyway, so as you said earlier. So
I would say that because we don't understand the universe yet, we do not understand how the universe spat out life, and we don't know what life is. And I think that until we understand that, it is going to limit our ability to even, we don't qualify to talk to the aliens. So I'm going to say that they might be there, but I'm not going to say that I believe in interdimensional aliens being present.
Yeah, but I think you're just being self-critical. Like we don't qualify. I think the fact that we don't qualify qualifies us. We're interesting in our innocence.
No, I'm saying that because we don't understand causal chains and the way that information is propagated in the universe, and we don't understand what replication is yet, and we don't understand how life emerged, I think that we would not recognize aliens, and if someone doesn't recognize you, you wouldn't go and talk to it. You don't go and talk to ants. You don't go and talk to birds, or maybe some birds you do, right? Because you can. There's just enough cognition. So I'm saying because we don't have enough, our cognitive abilities are not yet where they need to be. We probably haven't been communicating with them.
So you don't agree with the dating strategy of playing hard to get? Because us humans, that seems to attract us.
Within a species, that's fine, but I think we don't have the actual abstraction. No, I think you've in this talk, in this conversation, you've helped me crystallize something that I think has been troubling me for a long time with the Fermi paradox. I'm pretty sure that a reasonable avenue is to say that you would not go and talk to your cat about calculus, right?
But I would still pet it.
Sure, but I'm not talking about petting a cat. The analogy is that the aliens are not going to talk to us because and I'm using calculus as an analogy for abstraction, because we lack the the fundamental layer of understanding what life is and what the universe is in our reality, that it would be so counterproductive interacting with intelligent alien species that it would cause more angst for human race.
Well, they don't care. Okay, they got to be self-interested, so they more care about, is it interesting for them? Maybe surely there's a way to pet the cat in this analogy, because even if we lack complete understanding, it must be a very frustrating experience for other kinds of intelligence to communicate with us. Still, there must be a way to interact with us.
Well,
like perturb the system in interesting ways to see what these creatures do.
We might actually find the answer. I mean, again, out of my pay grade, in a simulation of Earth, or let's say a simulation where we allow an intelligent AI to emerge, right? And that AI, we then give it the objective is to be curious, interact with other intelligence in its universe, and then we might find the parameters required for that AI to work with. And I think you'll find if the AI will not talk to other AIs that don't share the ability to abstract to the level of the AI, because it's just a cat. And are you going to travel 20 light years to go and pet a cat?
So not because of the inability to do so, but because of like boredom. It's more interested. It will start talking to. It will spend a majority of its time talking to other AI systems that can at least somewhat understand. It's much more fun.
It's a bit like, do we know that plants are conscious? Well, plants aren't conscious in the way we typically think, but we don't talk to them. They could be, right?
Yeah, but there's a lot of people on Earth who like gardening. There's always going to be
they're not talking. They're just gardening.
Okay, well, you're not romantic enough to see gardening as a way of communication to humans.
Oh, okay, you got me.
But there's ways. There's always going to be the people who are curious. Jane Goodall, who lives with the with the chimps, right?
Mhm.
There's always going to be curious, intelligent species that visit the weird Earth planet and try to interact. I mean, I think it's a super cool idea that you're expressing. I just kind of have a sense, maybe it's a hope that there's always going to be a desire to interact, even with those that can't possibly understand the depth of what you understand.
So I'm with you. So I want to be as positive as you that aliens do exist and we will interact with them. What I'm trying to do is to give you a reasonable hypothesis why we haven't yet, and also something to strive for to be able to do that. I mean, there is the other view that the universe is just too big and life is just too rare. But I want to come up with an alternative explanation, which I think is reasonable and not being philosophically and scientifically thought out, which is this: if you can't actually communicate with the object, the thing, competently, you don't even know it's there.
Yeah.
Then there's no point yet.
See, I disagree with that, but I'm totally aligned with your hopeful vision, which is like we need to understand the origin of life. Like it will help us engineer life.
Mhm.
It'll help us engineer intelligent life through perhaps on the computer side through simulation
Mhm.
and explore all the ways that life emerges. And that will allow us to, I think the fundamental reason we don't see overwhelming amounts of life is I actually believe aliens, of course, these are all just kind of open-minded beliefs. It's difficult to know for sure about any of this, but I think there's a lot of alien civilizations which are actively communicating with us. And we're too dumb. We don't have the right tools
to see it. That's what I'm saying.
No, but maybe I misinterpreted you, but I interpreted you to say they kind of tried a few times and they're like, oh God.
No. What I'm saying is so this goes two ways. Yeah, I agree with you. There could be information out there, but just put in such a way that we just don't understand it yet.
Right.
So sorry if I didn't make that clear. I mean, it's not just. I don't think I think we qualify as soon as we can decode their signal.
Right. So when you say qualify, got it. So you mean we're just not smart enough? The word qualify was throwing me off. So we're not smart enough to do. It's like but we need to get smarter.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people who believe. Let me get your opinion on this about UFO sightings. So sightings of weird phenomena. That what does UFO mean? It means it's a flying object, and it's not identified clearly at the time of sighting. That's what UFO means. So it could be physics phenomena, it could be ball lightning, it could be all kinds of fascinating. I was always fascinated with ball lightning as like the fact that there could be physical phenomena in this world that are observable by the human eye. Of course, all physical phenomena generally are fascinating. That really smart people can't explain. I love that because it's like, wait a minute. Especially if you can replicate it, It's like, wait a minute, how does this happen? That's like the precursor to giant discoveries in chemistry, biology, and physics, and so on. But it sucks when those events are super rare, right? Physical, like light ball lightning. So that's out there, and then of course that phenomena could have other interpretations that don't have to do with the physics, the chemistry, the biology of Earth. It could have to do with more extraterrestrial explanations that, in large part, thanks to Hollywood and movies and all those kinds of things, captivates the imaginations of millions of people. But just because it's science fiction that captivates the imagination of people doesn't mean that some of those sightings, all it takes is one. One of those sightings is actually a sign that it's extraterrestrial intelligence, that it's object that's not of this particular world. Do you think there's a chance that that's the case? What do you make, especially the pilot sightings? What do you make of those?
So I agree with there's a chance. There's always a chance. Any good scientist would have to, or observationist would have to, I want to see if aliens exist, come to Earth. What I know about the universe is I think it's unlikely right now that there are aliens visiting us, but not impossible. I think the releases, the dramatization that's been happening politically, saying we're going to release all this information, this classified information, I was kind of disappointed because it was just very poor material. And right now, the ability to capture high resolution video, everybody is carrying around with them an incredible video device now, and we haven't got more compelling data, and so that we're just seeing grainy pictures, a lot of hearsay, instrument kind of malfunctions and whatnot. And so I think on balance, I think it's extremely unlikely, but I think something really interesting is happening. And also during the pandemic, right? We've all been locked down. We all want to, our imaginations are, running riot. And I think that I don't think that the information out there has convinced me there are anything interesting on the UFO side. But what it has made me very interested about is how humanity is opening up its mind to ponder aliens and the mystery of our universe. And so I don't want to dissuade people from having those thoughts and say you're stupid and look at that, it's clearly incorrect. That's not right, that's not fair. What I would say is that I lack sufficient data, replicated observations to make me go, oh, I'm going to take this seriously. But I'm really interested by the fact that there is this great deal of interest, and I think that it drives me to maybe want to make an artificial life form even more, and to help NASA and the Air Force and whoever go and look for things even more, because I think humanity wants to know what's out there. There's this yearning, isn't there?
Yeah, but I almost, depending on the day, I sometimes agree with you, but with the thing you just said. But one of the disappointing things to me about the sightings, I still hold the belief that a non-zero number of them is an indication of something very interesting. So I don't side with the people who say everything can be explained with sensor artifacts kind of thing.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I didn't say that either. I would say I just don't have enough data.
Right. But the thing I want to push back on is the statement that everybody has a high definition camera. One of the disappointing things to me about the report that the government released, but in general, just having worked with government, having worked with the people all over, is how incompetent we are. Like, if you look at the response to the pandemic, how incompetent we are in the face of great challenges without great leadership. How incompetent we are in the face of the great mysteries before us without great leadership. And I just think it's actually, the fact that there's a lot of high definition cameras is not enough to capture the full richness of the mysterious phenomena out there, of which extraterrestrial intelligence visiting Earth could be one. I don't think everybody having a smartphone in their pocket is enough. I think that allows for TikTok videos. I don't think it allows for the capture of even interesting, relatively rare human events. That's not that common. It's rare to be in the right moment, in the right time to be able to capture the thing.
I agree. Let me rephrase what I think on this. I haven't seen enough information. I haven't really actively sought it out. I must admit.
What did you see?
But I'm with you, and I love the idea of anomaly detection in chemistry in particular. Right? I want to make anomalies. Or not necessarily make anomalies. I want to understand an anomaly. Yeah, let me give you two from chemistry, which are really quite interesting. Phlogiston, going way back, where people said there's this thing called phlogiston. And for ages, the alchemists got really this kind of that fire is the thing. And that's one. And then we determined that phlogiston wasn't what we thought it is.
I do.
Let's go physics.
4 hours.
Ether's a hard one.
East of me.
Because I think actually the ether might exist, and I'll tell you what I think the ether is later.
Can you explain ether?
So as the vacuum, so the light traveling through the ether in the vacuum, there is something that we call the ether that basically mediates the movement of light. I think that, and then the other one is cold fusion, which is more of a few years ago that people observed when they did some electrochemistry when they were splitting water.
Yo, dog. All right, tell me all about the alien. I want to see the body. Take a picture of it and send it to me.
I'm on PlayStation. I don't know how I'm gonna do that.
All right, well, tell me all about it.
Alright. Had a big skeleton looking face. It had 3 eyes. I'm guessing you don't believe me, but that's.
I'm listening to you. It had 3 eyes.
You know what? My time's not worth it. I'm just gonna end my life here and there.
Dude, don't do that. That's not a good thing to say. Welcome. How are you guys? Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
The ego world server. I saw you.
Okay, type. We're just listening to a friend tell us about some of their issues, and we're watching the Lex Friedman podcast talk about aliens.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's so interesting.
Excellent. How are you guys today?
I'm doing great.
Excellent.
Absolutely amazing.
Well, that's wonderful. Why absolutely?
Yeah, everyone. You're just one person.
Apologies, I just cut out.
Doesn't hate you. Noodle? My best. Noodle? No, Noodle. Noodle.
He's saying noodle.
It's the friend. You matter, dude. Don't do anything to yourself.
Exactly.
I've done a lot of stuff to myself. Like, grab a knife and just,
Tech,
I killed my family.
Doug, what are you talking about?
I killed my family.
How'd you kill your family?
I grabbed my own service gun, my pistol. Go into the bedroom. I shot my stepmother and my dad.
Did,
My brothers and sisters.
this just happened tonight?
Yes, she did.
Does anybody else know about this?
One person.
Okay, you should call the police and you should tell them about it.
I think that's a great idea.
I think it's a phenomenal idea. You need help, dude.
I don't need help.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, so.
I mean, you literally took some people's lives yesterday. All right. Well, I mean, that's not a cool thing to do. Don't you think you might need some mental help? And then today you killed an alien?
I was in the solitary confinement facility. I don't know more.
Yeah, it sounds like that's a good place for you, perhaps, if you're having those kind of issues.
Well, you escaped? No.
Well, how'd you get out? Don't worry, you're not alone.
My mother, my real mother,
So,
put me out.
all right. So you murdered like 5 people yesterday.
Make it 6.
You murdered 6 people yesterday.
Yes.
Are you telling the truth?
Yes.
Don't you think you're going to get in trouble for murder?
Yeah. Of course.
All right. Well, why don't you turn yourself in?
How would I turn myself in when I have a gun to my damn head?
Dog, it's not cool to joke like that.
Why are people not believing my story?
I mean, it's just a pretty.
It's pretty hard to believe.
Well, thank you. The voice of reason.
I couldn't let her go outside and walk around with my own damn gun in my hand.
Dog, you're talking to us on a PlayStation 4. Why don't you take a picture of the alien that you killed and let us see it?
How would I do that? I'm on my PlayStation.
There you go. Yeah, show us what you're talking about.
There's literally no, well, yeah, there's Wi-Fi, but there's no service. Right. I'm gonna take this as a problem. I'm gonna go next door. I'm gonna tell everyone what I did.
Uh,
Go 911.
All right, that sounds like a good plan. But live stream it. You'll be a legend.
A legend. Why would I be a legend? I would be a legend.
Doug, you'll be an icon. I want you to go get your phone, if you have data, live stream, go to your neighbor and tell him what you did, and live stream it. That's right.
I think future's out of the question.
Okay. Yo, dog, so why don't, okay, do you have data on your phone?
Yeah.
All right, well, join the call with your data.
Why would I do that?
Dog, look, I'm just telling you that you just sound like you're just telling big old whopper of a story, and nobody's gonna believe you if you can't provide evidence.
You need evidence. I have all the evidence right here. It just takes one bullet to kill me, right?
Dog, just go to your next door neighbor and tell him what you did, and live stream it.
Do I have to show my neighbor's face?
Look, all you have to do, it's almost midnight. You just go there, knock on their door, and say, "Look, I'm really sorry to bother you. I'm live streaming this right now into a Discord, but I wanted to make you aware that I killed 6 people yesterday and I killed an alien today." And then just see what they say.
I'm probably gonna say, get this crazy ass person out of my damn bush.
Yeah, but see, you'll have it all live streamed, and so your actions will be recorded.
Why does it say JJ Sex Dungeon
Why does it say that in the Discord?
What's JJ Sex Dungeon?
What?
You're so fucking stupid.
Yo, Snow.
Question? You can use your outdoor voice, right? Speaking of the mic, what was your question?
No. No, I don't. No, but like, I don't think he knows, if I'm being honest. Backing up my claims.
Yeah, like a man. Show anything. Talking about it. Talking about it like a bitch or a show something.
Oh, bitch.
Yeah,
What?
that's what I said. Pretty fucking clear. Don't flipper.
Is that so?
So you got any video about these things you say you've done? Show the video. Show like you were doing before.
I told him, like, what, 2 years ago?
Told show something. Nobody cares what you say. Words mean shit.
Dude, I want to see this alien. If you killed an alien, the least you can do is get off your PlayStation 2 and take a picture of it.
And if you didn't take a picture of it, then you're a fucking dumbass. You shouldn't talk about it. But, you know, it's just an alien, for fuck's sake.
Who cares? I just killed 6 people in a damn house that I live in.
Alright,
Bro, no, you didn't, bro.
yeah.
I'm about to kill
My
myself.
stream. House tour, man.
Bro, if you did it, bro, DM me that shit. Show me, bro.
Yeah, house tour. House tour. You said it's in a house. House tour time. Just shut up.
So you've just been like just sitting in a house with 6 decomposing people for the last 24 hours?
No. 72.
I thought you killed him yesterday.
Maybe I was lying.
Dude, you're full of shit, man.
Ooh. This guy's pretty cold.
No. Toby had us going there.
Yo, show me the goddamn bodies if you're dead ass, bro.
The Texas man. The Texas man. Don't mess with Texas. Wario. I'm just a Texas man. Lies about those shit.
Fuck you, bitch.
hilarious.
You went to school, huh?
No, I did not go to school. I went to track school.
The Texas man, aren't you a police officer?
How did you know about that?
Dog, because I remember you telling your stories before.
How do you remember those?
Dog, because I remember your other story. You chased an alien into a tree. I remember this distinctly. Not many people come in here and tell me that they're in Big Bear chasing aliens up trees. Like, I remember it.
I have a good memory.
Texas are in Big Bear, California.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's where I'm from.
Glad that where you're at too.
No, that's where I'm from. I'm from Rothschild, but I live in Big Bear.
Which is near Texas. That's fine. Look, all I know is that they have cameras in Big Bear, and you can use one of those to take a picture of either A, one body that you killed within the last 72 hours, or B, an alien. One or the other. I mean, of anything.
Cops are going to be here in 15 minutes. So,
All right,
You
well,
can talk about it, you can be about it. You can show it, or you can
be a pussy about it, right?
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Or being a bitch about it.
Yeah, so what are you? Gonna cam up or you gonna interview that?
No, I keep it low to the ground. Keep it low. Yeah. Yep. Also good my own mother. Back in 95.
Doug, I thought she got you out of the loony bin, like, not, like, post 95. Doug, you said that they put you in some lockup, and she got you out.
Yeah.
Well, that, yeah, didn't that happen?
Your says you got a wife, bro. Is that true? Yes, sir. She's still alive. I don't know where she is.
So you did this with a happy wife?
What do you want? Like, would I kill my wife? No.
No. You decided to kill your family when you just have a happy life and a happy wife?
I guess so.
Why?
I made some really bad decisions in my life.
What were those decisions?
Well, why are you making that voice?
What do you mean that's just how I talk?
Like, your voice is so, like, weird.
No, can you, like, tell me?
Like you're adding a deep voice to your voice. Like you're something like,
Yeah, bro, that's what I'm doing. So why did you do that? What did you do?
I'm done. I'm getting off. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Excellent.
There is no tomorrow, nigga. You just said the police are coming in 15 minutes.
Well, my phone call.
Oh, you're going to use your one phone call to call into Discord? Hey, dude, that is the highest of privileges.
I mean, phone call. There's a bomb.
Doug, just quit.
Nah, nigga, turn that gun around, just kill yourself, bro.
Quit, dude.
What the fuck are we talking about?
Just quit wasting our time and just go. Just leave. Just leave. You're wasting our time. You are such a cock tease. Dog, you are the ultimate cock tease. You've talked about a dead alien, 6 dead family members. You're going to commit suicide and the cops are coming in 15 minutes, and you haven't done any of this shit. You are a cock tease, dog.
Yeah, like a little boo-boo.
A little boo. I love this guy, bro.
You've just blue balled us all. Dog, at least give us something. Show us the picture of the alien.
think aliens are real? No.
Hey, the Texas man.
I'm the dumb as a dumb person.
The Texas man. Do you know about Shadow, the eagle at the top of Big Bear?
Never heard of them because I've been in my house for like 10 plus years.
Oh, I thought you were a police officer. Don't you have to go outside to do that?
Right.
Dog, get out of here. You don't make any sense. Dog, you don't make any sense. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Well, I'm going back to watching this. Your story sucked dick.
Don't, please don't put that on. No.
So into hydrogen and oxygen, that you got more energy out than you put in, and people got excited and they thought that this was a nuclear reaction. And in the end, it was kind of discredited because you didn't detect neutrons and all stuff. But I'm pretty sure, I'm a chemist, I'm telling you this on your podcast, but why not? I'm pretty sure there's interesting electrochemical phenomena that's not completely bottomed out yet, that there is something there. However, we lack the technology and the experimental design. So all I'm saying in your response about aliens is we lack the experimental design to really capture these anomalies. And we are encircling the planet with many more detection systems. We've got satellites everywhere. So I do hope that we are going to discover more anomalies. And remember that the solar system isn't just static in space, it's moving through the universe. So there's just more and more chance. I'm not what with Avi Loeb, that he's generating all sorts of kind of occult, I would say, with this. But I'm not against him. I think there is a finite chance, if there are aliens in the universe, that we're going to happen upon them, because we're moving through the universe.
What's the nature of the following that Avi Loeb has?
He's doubling down more and more and more and say there are aliens, interdimensional aliens, and everything else, right? He's gone from space junk accelerating out of to interdimensional stuff in a very short space of time.
I see.
He's obviously bored.
Yeah.
Or he wants to tap into the psyche and understand. And he's playfully kind of trying to interact with society and his peers to say, stop saying it's not possible, and which I agree with. We shouldn't do that, but we should frame it statistically in the same way we should frame everything as good scientists statistically.
Yeah, good scientist. Recently, the idea of good scientist is I take quite skeptically. I've been listening to a lot of scientists tell me about what is good science.
That makes me sad because you've been interviewing what I would consider a lot of really good scientists.
No, that's true.
Thinkers.
But that's exactly right. And most of the people I talk to are incredible human beings. But there's a humility that's required. Mm-hmm. Science is not. Science cannot be dogmatism.
Sure, I agree. I mean,
authority, like. A PhD does not give you authority. A lifelong pursuit of a particular task does not give you authority. You're just as lost and clueless as everybody else, but you're more curious and more stubborn. Mm-hmm. So that's a nice quality to have. But overall, just using the word science and statistics can often, as you know, kind of become a catalyst for dismissing new ideas, out-of-the-box ideas, wild ideas, all that kind of stuff.
Well, yes and no. I think that. So I like to. Some people find me extremely annoying in science because I'm basically I'm quite rude and disruptive. Not in a rude, so up to people and say they're ugly or stupid or anything like that. I just say you're wrong. Yes. Or why do you think this? And something that a gift I got given by society when I was very young, because I was in the learning difficulties class at school, is I was told I was stupid. And so I know I'm stupid, but I always wanted to be smart, right? I remember going to school going, maybe today they're going to tell me I'm not as stupid as I was yesterday. Yeah. And it was always disappointed, always. And so when I went into academia and everyone says, you're wrong, I was like, join the queue.
Yeah.
because it allowed me to walk through the wall. So I think that people like to always imagine science as a bit like living in a Japanese house, the paper walls, and everyone sits in their room. And I annoy people because I walk straight through the wall, because why should I be a chemist and not a mathematician?
Mm-hmm.
Why should I be a mathematician, not a computer scientist? Because if the problem requires us to walk through those walls, but I like walking through the walls, then I have to put up, I have to do good science. I have to win the people in those rooms across by good science, by taking their criticisms and addressing them head on. And I think we must do that. And I think that I try and do that in my own way. And I kind of love walking through the walls. And it gives me, it's difficult for me personally. It's quite painful. But it always leads to a deeper understanding of the people I'm with. In particular, the arguments I have with all sorts of interesting minds, because I want to solve the problem, or I want to understand more about why I exist. That's it, really. And I think we have to not dismiss science on that basis. I think we can work with science.
No, science is beautiful, but humans with egos and all those kinds of things can sometimes misuse good things, like social justice, like all ideas we all aspire to. Misuse these beautiful ideas to manipulate people, to all those kinds of things. And
sure.
And there's assholes in every space and walk of life, including science. And
Yeah.
And those are no good. But yes, you're right. The scientific method has proven to be quite useful. That said, for difficult questions, for difficult explanations for rare phenomena, you have to walk cautiously, because the scientific method, when you totally don't understand something and it's rare and you can't replicate it, doesn't quite apply.
Yeah. That's it. I agree with you. The challenge is to not dismiss the anomaly because you can't replicate it. I mean, we can talk about this. This is something I realized when we were developing assembly theory. That people thinking that the track they're on is so dogmatic, but there is this thing that they see but they don't see, and it takes a bit of time, and you just have to keep reframing it. And my approach is to say, well, why can't this be right? Why must we accept that RNA is the only way into life? I mean, who said? Was there, does RNA have a special class of information that's encoded in the universe? No, of course it doesn't, right? RNA is not a special molecule in the space of all the other molecules.
But it's so elegant and simple, and it works so well for the evolutionary process that we kind of use that as intuition to explain that
Sure.
That must be the only way to have life.
Sure.
But you mentioned assembly theory. Well, first, let me pause. Bathroom break. Needed?
Yeah, let's take 2 minutes.
We took a quick break, and offline, you mentioned to me that you have a lab in your home, and then I said that you're basically Rick from Rick and Morty, which is something I've been thinking this whole conversation. And then you say that there's a glowing pickle that you used, something involving cold plasma, I believe. I don't know, but can you explain the glowing pickle situation? And is there arbitrarily many versions of you in alternate dimensions that you're aware of?
I tried to make an electrochemical memory at home using a pickle. The only way I could get any traction with it was actually by plugging it into a very high voltage alternating current and then putting in a couple of electrodes. But my kids weren't impressed. They're not impressed with anything I do, any experiments I do at home. I think it's quite funny.
But you connected that pickle to some electrode. I mean,
240 volts, yeah, AC.
Yeah.
And then had a couple of electrodes on it. So what happens is a pickle. This is a classic thing you do. I mean, pranks you do. You put a pickle into the mains and just leave it, run away and leave it. And what happens is it starts to decompose. It heats up and then explodes because the water turns to steam, and it just violently explodes. But I wondered if I could cause the sodium, potassium ions in the pickle to migrate. It'd been in a jar, right? So been in a brine. That was not my That was not my best experiments. I've done far better experiments in my lab at home.
At that time, it was a failed experiment, but you never know. It could. Every experiment is a successful experiment if you stick with it long enough.
I mean, I got kicked out of my own lab by my research team many years ago, and for good reason. I mean, my team is brilliant, and I used to go and just break things. So what I do at home is I have a kind of electronics workshop, and I prototype experiments there. Then I try and suggest to my team sometimes, maybe we can try this thing. And they would just say, oh, well, that's not going to work because of this. And I'll say, aha, but actually I've tried, and here's some code, and here's some hardware. Can we have a go? So that I'm doing that less and less now as I get even more busy. But that's quite fun because they feel that we're in the experiment together.
You do, in fact, brilliantly, just like Rick from Rick and Morty, connect up chemistry with computation.
Mm-hmm.
So sort of, and when we say chemistry, we don't mean the simulation of chemistry, or modeling of chemistry. We mean chemistry in the physical space as well as in the digital space, which is fascinating. We'll talk about that. But first, you mentioned assembly theory, so we'll stick on theory and these big ideas, I would say revolutionary ideas, this intersection between mathematics and philosophy. What is assembly theory? And generally speaking, how would we recognize life if we saw it?
So assembly theory is a theory, goes back a few years now, and my struggle for maybe almost 10 years when I was going to Origin of Life conferences and artificial life conferences, where I thought that everybody was dancing around the problem of what life is and what it does. But I'll tell you about what assembly theory is, because I think it's easier. So assembly theory literally says if you take an object, any given object, and you are able to break that object into parts very gently, so just maybe, let's say, take a piece of very intricate Chinese porcelain and you tap it just with a hammer, with a nail at some point, and it will fragment into many parts. And if that object is able to fragment into many, and you count those parts, the different parts, so they're unsymmetrical. Assembly theory says the larger the number of parts, unsymmetrical parts that object has, the more likely it is that object has been created by an evolutionary or information process, especially if that object is not one-off. You've got an abundance of them. And that's really important. The abundance, so because what I'm literally saying, without the abundance, if you have a one-off object and you break it into parts, and it has lots of parts, you'd say, well, that could be incredibly intricate and complex, but it could be just random. And I was troubled with this for years because I saw in reality that assembly theory works. But when I talked to very good computational complexity computationalists, algorithmic complexity people, they said, you haven't really done this properly, you haven't thought about it. It's like, this is the random problem. And so I kept working this up because I invented assembly theory in chemistry, first of all, with molecules. And so the thought experiment was, how complex does a molecule need to be when I find it that it couldn't possibly have risen by chance, probabilistically? And if I found this molecule, able to detect it in enough quantities in the same object, like a machine, like a mass spectrometer. So typically in a mass spectrometer, you weigh the molecules in electric field. You probably have to have on the order of 10,000 identical molecules to get a signal. Mm-hmm. So 10,000 identical molecules that are complex. What is the chance of them occurring by chance? Mm-hmm. Well, we can do the math. Let's take a molecule like strychnine so strychnine is a good molecule actually to take. Or Viagra is a good molecule. I made jokes about Viagra because it's a complex molecule. And one of my friends said, if we find Viagra on Mars in detectable quantities, we know something is up.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's a complex molecule. So what you do is you take this molecule in the mass spectrometer and you hit it with some electrons or in an electric field, and it breaks apart. And if the larger the number of different parts, when it starts to get to a threshold, my idea was that molecule could not be created by chance, probabilistically. So that was where assembly theory was born, in an experiment, in a mass spec experiment. And I was thinking about this because NASA is sending mass spectrometers to Mars, to Titan. It's going to send them to Europa. There's going to be a nuclear-powered mass spectrometer going to Titan. This is the coolest experiment ever. They're not only sending a drone that's going to fly around Titan, it's going to be powered by a nuclear slug, a nuclear battery, and it's going to have a mass spectrometer on it.
Is this already launched?
No, it's Dragonfly, and it's going to be launched in a few years. I think it got pushed a year because of the pandemic. So I think 3 or 4 years.
Dragonfly. Nuclear Dragonfly is going to fly to Titan and collect data about the composition of the various chemicals on Titan.
Yeah, I'm trying to convince NASA. I don't know if I'll be able to convince the Dragonfly team that they should apply this approach, but they will get data, and depending on how good their mass spectrometer is. But I had this thought experiment anyway, and I did this thought experiment, and for me it seemed to work. I turned the thought experiment into an algorithm in assembly theory, and assembly theory, if I take, let's just make it generic, and let's just take the word abracadabra. Say, can I, if you find the word, so if you have a book with lots of words in it, and you find abracadabra one-off, and there's a book that's been written by, in a random way, set of monkeys in a room, and
and typewriters,
and you're on typewriters, and you find one-off abracadabra, no big deal. But if you find lots of reoccurrences of abracadabra, well, that means something weird is going on. But let's think about the assembly number of abracadabra. So abracadabra has a number of letters in it. You can break it down, so you just cut the letters up. But when you actually reassemble abracadabra, the minimum number of ways of organizing those letters, so you'd have an A, a B, and keep going up. There's just when you cut abracadabra up into parts, you can put it together again in 7 steps. So what does that mean? It means if you basically you're allowed to reuse things you make in a chain at the beginning. That's the memory of the universe, the process that makes abracadabra. And because that causal chain, you can then get to abracadabra quicker than the number of letters we're having to specify only in 7. So if you take that to a molecule and you cut the molecule up into parts, and you can, on the causal chain, and you basically start with the atoms and then bonds, and then you randomly add on those parts to make the A, make the B, and keep going all the way up. I found that literally assembly theory allows me to say how compressed a molecule is. So when there's some information in there, and I realized assembly theory isn't just confined to molecular space. It can apply to anything. But let me finish the molecular argument. So what I did is I had this theory. With one of my students, we wrote an algorithm. We basically took the 20 million molecules from the database, and we just calculate their assembly number, and that's the index. Basically, if I take a molecule and I cut it up into bonds, what is the minimum number of steps I need to take to reform that molecule from atoms?
So reusability of previously formed things is somehow a fundamental part.
Exactly. It's like a memory in the universe, right? I'm making lots of leaps here, kind of weird. I'm saying, right, there's a process that can form the A and the B and the C, let's say, and then because we've formed A and B before, we can use A and B again with no extra cost except 1 unit. So that's the kind of the chain of events.
And that's how you think about memory here when you say the universe. When you talk about the universe or life is the universe creating memory.
Exactly. So we went through chemical space and we looked at the assembly numbers. We were able to classify it. So okay, let's test it. Let's go. So we're able to take a whole bunch of molecules and assign an assembly index to them. Okay, and it's just as a function of the number of bonds in the molecule and how much symmetry. So literally, assembly theory is a measure of how little symmetry a molecule has. And so the more asymmetry, the more information, the more weird it is, like a Jackson Pollock of some description. So I then went and did a load of experiments. I basically took those molecules, I cut them up in the mass spec and measured the number of peaks without any knowledge of the molecule. And we found the assembly number, there was not quite a one-to-one correlation, but almost, because not all bonds are equal, they have different energies. I then did this using two other spectroscopic techniques: NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance, which uses radio frequency to basically jangle the molecules and get a signature out. And I also used infrared. And infrared and NMR almost gave us a one-to-one correlation. So what am I saying? Saying by taking a molecule and doing either infrared or NMR or mass spec, I can work out how many parts there are in that molecule and then put it on a scale. And what we did in the next part of the work is we took molecules randomly from the environment, from outer space, from all around Earth, from the sea, from Antarctica, and from fossils and so on. And even NASA, and because they didn't believe us, blinded some samples. And that we found that all these samples that came from biology produced molecules that had a very high assembly number, above a threshold of about 15. So basically, all the stuff that came from that abiotic origin was low. There was no complexity there. So we suddenly realized that on Earth, at least, there is a cutoff that natural phenomena cannot produce molecules that need more than 15 steps to make them. So I realized that this is a way to make a scale of life, a scale of technology as well. And literally, you could just go sniffing for molecules off Earth, on Titan, on Mars. And when you find a molecule in the mass spectrometer that gives you more than 15 parts, you'll know pretty much for sure that it had to be produced by evolution. And this allowed me to come up with a general definition of life based on assembly theory, to say that if I find an object that has a large number of parts, say an iPhone or Boeing 747, or any complex object, and I can find it in abundance and cut it up, I can tell you whether that has been produced by an informational process or not. And that's what assembly theory kind of does. But it goes a bit further. I then realized that this isn't just about life, it's about causation. So actually, it tells you about whether there's a causal structure. So now I can look at objects in the universe, say that again, this cup, and say, right, I'm going to look at how many independent parts it has. That's the assembly number. I'll then look at the abundance, how many cups. There are 2 on this table, maybe there's a few more you got stashed away. So assembly is a function of the complexity of the object times the number of copy numbers of that object, or a function of the copy number normalized. So I realized there's a new quantity in the universe. You have energy, entropy, and assembly.
So assembly, the way we should think about that is how much reusability there is. Because
yes.
What reusability is like can you play devil's advocate to this? So could this just be a nice tertiary signal for living organisms, like some kind of distant signal that's, this is a nice property, but it's not capturing something fundamental? Or do you think reusability is something fundamental to life in complex organisms?
I think reusability is fundamental in the universe, not just for life and complex organisms. It's about causation. So I think assembly tells you, if you find objects, because you can do this with trajectories as well. You think about it, that in the fact there are objects in the universe on Earth is weird. You think about it, we should just have a combinatorial explosion of stuff. The fact that not everything exists is really weird. Now
and then there, as I'm looking at 2 mugs and 2 water bottles, and the things that exist kind of are similar and multiply in copies of each other.
So I would say that assembly allows you to do something that statistical mechanics and people looking at entropy have got stuck with for a while. So it's pretty bold. I mean, I'm writing a paper with Sarah Walker on this at the moment, and we're realizing we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, because I think that there's lots of ways where this is, it's a really interesting idea. It works for molecules, and it appears to work for any objects produced by causation. Because you can take a motor car, you can look at the assembly of the motor car, look at a book, look at the assembly of the book. Assembly theory tells you there's a way of compressing and reusing. And so when I talk to information theorists, they say, oh, this is just logical depth. I say it is. like logical depth, but it's experimentally measurable. They say, oh, it's a bit like Kolmogorov complexity. I say, but it's computable. And now, okay, it's not infinitely computable. Gets MP hard very quickly, right? It's a very hard problem when you could get, but it's computable enough, you're contractible enough to be able to tell the difference between a molecule that's been formed by the random background and by causation. And I think that that's really interesting because until now, there's no way of measuring complexity objectively. Complexity has required algorithmic comparisons and programs and human beings to label things. Assembly is label free. Well, not entirely. We can talk about what that means in a minute.
Okay. My brain has been broken a couple times
I'm
here.
sorry, I explained it really badly.
No, it was very well explained. It was just fascinating, and it's my brain is broken into pieces, and I'm trying to assemble it. So NP hard. So when you have a molecule, you're trying to figure out, okay, if we were to reuse parts of this molecule, which parts can we reuse to as an optimization problem and be hard to figure out the minimum amount of reused components that will create this molecule. And it becomes difficult when you start to look at huge molecules, arbitrarily large.
Yeah.
Because I'm also like mapping this. Can I think about this in complexity generally, like looking at a cellular automata system and saying like, can this be used as a measure of complexity for like a arbitrarily complicated system?
Yeah, I think it can.
It can.
And I think that the question is, and what's the benefit? Because there's plenty of, in computer science and mathematics and in physics, people have been really seriously studying complexity for a long time. And I think there's some really interesting problems of where we coarse grain and we lose information. And all assembly theory does really, assembly theory just explains weak emergence. And so what assembly theory says, look, going from the atoms, atoms that interact, those first replicators that build one another. Assembly at the minimal level just tells you evidence that there's been replication and selection. And I think the more selected something is, the higher the assembly. And so we're able to start to know how to look for selection in the universe. If you go to the moon, there's nothing of very high assembly on the moon except human artifacts we've left there. So again, let's go back to the sandbox. In assembly theory says, if all the sand grains could stick together, that's the infinite combinatorial explosion in the universe. That should be the default. But we don't have that. Now let's assemble sand grains together and let's do them in every possible way. So we have a series of minimal operations that can move the sand together. But all that doesn't exist either. Now, because we have specific memory where we say, well, we're going to put 3 sand grains in a line, or 4, and make a cross, or a triangle, or something unsymmetrical. And once we've made the triangle and the unsymmetrical thing, we remember that, we can use it again, because on that causal chain. So what assembly theory allows you to do is go to the actual object that you find in space. And actually, the way you get there is by disassembling. Assembly theory works by disassembling objects you have and understanding the steps to create them. And it works for molecules beautifully because you just break bonds.
Mm-hmm. But like you said, it's not be hard. It's very difficult. It's a difficult problem to figure out how to break them apart.
For molecules, it's easy. If you just keep low enough in molecular weight space, it's good enough. So it's a complete theory. When we start to think about objects, we can start to think about things at different levels, different atoms. What do you assign as your atom? So in a molecule, the atom, this is really confusing because the word atom, I mean smallest breakable part. So in a molecule, the atom is the bond because you break bonds, not atoms, right? Right. So in a car, the atom might be, I don't know, a small amount of iron or the smallest, reusable part, a rivet, a piece of plastic or something. So you've got to be really careful. In a microprocessor, the atoms might be transistors. Mm-hmm. And so the amount of assembly that something has is a function. You have to look at the atom level. Where are your parts? What are you counting?
That's one of the things you get to choose. What is at what scale is the atom? What is the minimal
exact
thing? I mean, there's a huge amount of trade-offs in when you approach a system and try to analyze. Like if you approach Earth, alien civilization, try to study Earth, what is the atom for trying to measure the complexity of life? Is it, are humans the atoms?
I would say to start with, you just use molecules. I can say for sure, if there are molecules of sufficient complexity on Earth, then I know that life has made them. And then go further and show technology. There are molecules that exist on Earth that are not possible even by biology. You needed technology and you needed microprocessors to get there. So that's really cool.
And there's a correlation between that, between the coolness of that and assembly number, whatever the measure. What would you call the measure?
Assembly index.
Assembly index.
Yes, there are three kind of fundamental kind of labels we have. So there's the quantity of assembly, and the assembly. So if you have a box, let's just have a box of molecules. So I have my box. We count the number of identical molecules, and then we chop each molecule up in an individual molecule class and calculate the assembly number. So basically, you then have a function that sums over all the molecules for each assembly, and then you divide through. So you make it divide through by the number of molecules.
So that's the assembly index for the box.
So that will tell you the amount of assembly in the box. So basically, the assembly equation we come up with is like basically the sum of e to the power of the assembly index of molecule I times the number of copies of the molecule I, and then you normalize. So you sum them all up and then normalize. So some boxes are going to be more assembled than others.
Yeah, that's what they tell me. So if you were to look at me as a box, to say I'm a box, am I assembling my parts? In terms of like, how do you know what's my assembly index?
So
and be gentle.
So we'll talk about the molecules in you. So let's just take a pile of sand, the same weight as you, and I would take you and just cut up all the molecules. I mean, and look at the number of copies and assembly number. So in sand, let's say there's probably going to be nothing more than an assembly number of 2 or 3, but there might be trillions and trillions of sand grains. In your body, there might be the assembly number is going to be higher, but there might not be quite as many copies because the molecular weight is higher. So
you do want to average it out.
You can average. You do average it.
I'm not defined by the most impressive molecules.
No, you're an average in your volume. Well, I mean, we're just working this out. But what's really cool is that you're going to have a really high assembly. The sand will have a very low assembly. Your causal power is much higher. You get to make decisions. You're alive. You're respiring. Assembly says something about causal power in the universe, and that's not supposed to exist because physicists don't accept that causation exists at the bottom.
So I understand at the chemical level why the assembly is causation. Why is it causation? Because it's capturing the memory.
Exactly.
It's capturing memory, but there's not an action to it. So I'm trying to see how it leads to life.
But it's what life does. So I think we don't know. So
yeah, it's a good question. What is life versus what does life do?
Yeah, so this is the definition of life, the only definition we need.
Right? The assembly index.
Is basically that life is able to create objects in abundance that are so complex. The assembly number is so high they can't possibly form in an environment where there's just random interactions.
Yeah.
So suddenly you can put life on a scale, and then life doesn't exist actually in that. And it's just how evolved you are, and you as an object, because you have incredible causal power. You can go and launch rockets or build cars or create drugs, or you can do so many things. You can build stuff, build more artifacts that show that you have had causal power, and that causal power is kind of a lineage. And I think that over time I've been realizing that physics as a discipline has a number of problems associated with it. Me as a chemist, is kind of interesting that assembly theory, and I'm really, I want to maintain some credibility in the physicist eyes, but I have to push them because physics is a really good discipline. It's reduced the number. Physics is about reducing the belief system. but they're down to some things in their belief system, which is kind of really makes me kind of grumpy. Number one is requiring order at the beginning of the universe magically. We don't need that. The second is the second law. Well, you don't actually need that. And
this is blasphemous.
Well, in a minute, I'll recover my career in a second. Although I think the only good thing about being the Regis chair means I think there has to be an act of parliament to fire me.
Yeah. But you can always go to Lee's Twitter and protest.
And I think the third thing is that we've got the order at the beginning,
second law,
the second law, and the fact that causation is emergent, right, and that time is emergent.
John Carroll just turned off this program. I think he believes that's emergent, so causation is not emergent.
That's clearly incorrect. Because we wouldn't exist otherwise. So physicists have kind of got confused about time. Time is a real thing. Well, I mean, so look, I'm very happy with the current description of the universe as physics give me, because I can do a lot of stuff, right? I can go to the moon with Newtonian physics, I think, and I can understand the orbit of Mercury with relativity. And I can build transistors with quantum mechanics, right? And I can do all this stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying the physics is wrong. I'm just saying, if we say that time is fundamental, i.e. time is non-negotiable, there's a global clock, I don't need to require that there's order been magically made in the past, because that asymmetry is built into the way the universe is.
So if time's fundamental, I mean, you've been referring to as kind of an interesting formulation of that is memory.
Yeah.
So time is hard to like put a finger on, like what the hell are we talking about?
Well,
it's just a direction, but memory is a construction, especially when you have like, think about these local pockets of complexity, these non-zero assembly index entities that's being constructed, and they remember. Never forget molecules.
But remember, the thing is, I invented assembly theory. I'll tell you I invented it. When I was a kid, I mean, the thing is, I keep making fun of myself to research group. I've only ever had one idea. I keep exploring that idea over the 40 years or so since I had that idea.
Aren't you the idea that the universe had? So it's very kind of hard. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's very poetic.
Yeah.
So I think I came up with assembly theory with the following idea. When I was a kid, I was obsessed about survival kits. What is the minimum stuff that I would need to basically replicate my reality? And I love computers, and I love technology, or what technology was going to become. So I imagined that I would have basically this really big truck full of stuff. And I thought, well, can I delete some of that stuff out? Can I have a blueprint? And in the end, I kept making it smaller. I got to maybe half a truck, then to a suitcase. And then I went, okay, well, screw it. I want to carry my entire technology in my pocket. How do I do it? And I'm not like going to launch into a Steve Jobbian, iPlayer. I came up with a Matchbox survival kit. In that Matchbox survival kit, I would have the minimum stuff that would allow me to interact with the environment, to build my shelter, to build a fishing rod, to build a water purification system. And it's kind of like, so what did I use in my box to assemble in the environment, to assemble. And I realized I could make a causal chain in my survival kit. So I guess that's probably why I've been obsessed with assembly theory for so long. And I was just pre-configured to find it somewhere. And when I saw it in molecules, I realized that the causal structure that we say emerges, and the physics kind of gets really stuck, because they're saying that time, you can go backwards in time. I mean, how do we let physicists get away with the notion that we can go back in time and meet ourselves? I mean, that's clearly a very hard thing to let. Physicists would not let other sciences get away with that kind of heresy, right? So why are physicists allowed to get away with it? So
first of all, to push back, to play devil's advocate, you are clearly married to the idea of memory. You see in this, again, Rick from Rick and Morty way, you have these deep dreams of the universe that is writing the story through its memories, through its chemical compounds building on top of each other, and then they find useful components they can reuse, and then the reused components create systems that themselves are then reused, and all in this way construct things. But when you think of that as memory, it seems like quite sad that you can walk that back, but at the same time, it feels like that memory, you can walk in both directions on that memory in terms of time.
You could walk in both directions, but I don't think that makes any sense, because the problem that I have with time being reversible is that I mean, I'm just I'm a dumb experimental chemist, right? So I love burning stuff, burning stuff and building stuff. But when I think of reversible phenomena, I imagine in my head, I have to actually manufacture some time. I have to borrow time from the universe to do that. I can't. When anyone says, "Let's imagine we can go back in time" or reversibility, you can't do that. You can't step out of time. Time is non-negotiable. It's happening.
No, but see, you're assuming that time is fundamental, which most of us do when we go day to day. But it takes a leap of wild imagination to think that time is emergent.
No, time is not emergent. Yeah, I mean, this is an argument we can have, but I believe I can come up with an experiment.
An experiment that proves that time cannot possibly be emergent?
An experiment that shows how assembly theory kind of is the way that the universe produces selection, and that selection gives rise to life. And also to say, well, hang on, we could allow ourselves to have a theory that requires us to have these statements to be possible. Like we need to have order in the past, or we can use the past hypothesis, which is order in the past, but as well. Okay, and we have to have an arrow of time. We have to require that entropy increases, and we have to say, and then we can say, look, the universe is completely closed, and there's no novelty, or that novelty is predetermined. What I'm saying is very, very important. That time is fundamental, which means, if you think about it, the universe becomes more and more novel each step. It generates more states in next step than it was before. That means bigger. So what I'm saying is that the universe wasn't capable of consciousness at day one. Actually, because it didn't have enough states. But today, the universe is so it's like how.
All right. Hold on a second. Now we've pissed off the panpsychists too. Okay. No, this is brilliant. Sorry, I'm part of me is just joking, having fun with this thing, but because you're saying a lot of brilliant stuff, and I'm trying to slow it down before my brain explodes. So because I want to break apart some of the fascinating things you're saying. So novelty is increasing in the universe because the number of states is increasing. What do you mean by states?
So I think the physicists almost got everything right. I can't fault them at all. I just think there's a little bit of dog. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. I'm very happy to be entirely wrong on this, right? I'm not right on many things at all. But if I can make less assumptions about the universe with this, then potentially that's a more powerful way of looking at things.
If you think of time as fundamental, you can make less assumptions overall.
Exactly. The time is fundamental. I don't need to add on a magical second law, because the second law comes out of the fact the universe is actually there's more states available. I mean, we might even be able to do weird things like dark energy in the universe might actually just be time, right?
Yeah, but then you still have to explain why time is fundamental, because I can give you one explanation that's simple at a time and say God. Like just because it's simple doesn't mean it's
okay.
You still have to explain God, and you still have to explain time. Like, why is it fundamental?
So let's just say existence is default, which means time is the default. So
how did you go from the existence to the
time? Well, we exist, right? So let's just take. Be very.
We're yet to talk about what exist means.
All right, let's go all the way back. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's very poetic and beautiful what you're weaving into this. I don't think this conversation is even about the assembly, which is fascinating, and we'll keep mentioning it as assembly index and this idea that I don't think is necessarily connected to time.
Oh, I think it is deeply connected. I can't explain it yet.
So you don't think everything you've said about assembly theory and assembly index can still be correct, even if time is emergent.
So, yeah, right now, assembly theory appears to work. I appear to be able to measure objects of high assembly in a mass spectrometer and look at their abundance, and all that's fine, right? It's a nice, if nothing else, it's a nice way of looking at how molecules can compress things. Now, am I saying that a time has to be fundamental, not emergent, for assembly theory to work? No. I think I'm saying that the universe, it appears that the universe has many different ways of using time. You could have 3 different types of time. You could just have time that's, the way I would think of it, if you want to hold on to emergent time, I think that's fine. Let's do that for a second. Hold on to emergent time, and the universe is just doing its thing. Then assembly time only exists when the universe starts to write memories through bonds. So let's just say there's rocks running around. There's when the bond happens and selection starts, suddenly the universe is remembering cause in the past, and those structures will have effects in the future. So suddenly a new type of time emerges at that point, which has a direction. And I think Sean Carroll at this point might even turn the podcast back on and go, okay, I can deal with that. That's fine. But I'm just basically trying to condense the conversation and say, hey, let's just have time fundamental and see how that screws with people's minds. Why
you're triggering people by saying fundamental?
Why not?
Well, you just say, let's say.
Why am I? Look, I'm walking through the wall. Why should I grow up in a world where time? I don't go back in time. I don't meet myself in the past. There are no aliens coming from the future, right?
But
it's just like
no. But that's not no. Hold on a second. That's like saying we're talking about biology or like evolutionary psychology, and you saying, okay, let's just assume that clothing is fundamental. People wearing clothes is fundamental. It's like no. Wait a minute. Okay. You can't I think you're going to get in a lot of trouble if you assume time is fundamental.
Why? Give me one reason why I'm getting into trouble with time being fundamental.
Because you might not understand the origins of this memory that might be deeper. Okay. Like this memory, that could be a thing that's explaining the construction of these higher complexities better than just saying it's a search. It's chemicals doing a search for reusable structures that they can then use as bricks to build a house.
Okay, so I accept that. So let's go back a second, because it's a kind of it is. I wanted to drop the time bomb at this part because I think we can carry on discussing it for many days, many months. But I'm happy to accept it might be wrong. But what I would like to do is imagine a universe where time is fundamental and time is emergent, and ask, let's just then talk about causation, because physicists require that causation, so this is where I'm going to go, causation emerges and it doesn't exist at the micro scale. Well, that clearly is wrong, because if causation has to emerge at the macro scale, life cannot emerge. So how does life emerge? Life requires molecules to bump into each other, produce replicators. Those replicators need to produce polymers. There needs to be cause and effect at the molecular level. There needs to be an agerdic, non-agerdic to an agerdic transition, right, at some point. And those replicators have material consequence in the universe. Physicists just say, oh, you know what? I'm going to have a bunch of particles in a box. I'm going to think about it in a Newtonian way, in a quantum way, and I'll add on an arrow time so I can label things, and causation will happen magically later. Well, how? Explain causation. And they can't. The only way I can reconcile causation is having a fundamental time, because this allows me to have a deterministic universe that creates novelty. And there's so many things to unpack here. But let's go back to the point. You said, can assembly theory work with emergent time? Sure, it can, but it doesn't give me a deep satisfaction about how causation and assembly gives rise to these objects that move through time and space. And again, what am I saying? To bring it back, I can say, without fear, take this water bottle and look at this water bottle and look at the features on it. There's writing. You've got a load of them. I know that causal structures gave rise to this. In fact, I'm not looking at just one water bottle here. I'm looking at every water bottle that's ever been conceived of by humanity. This here is a special object. In fact, Leibniz knew this. Leibniz, who was at the same time with Newton, he kind of got stuck. I think Leibniz actually invented assembly theory. He gave soul. The soul that you see in objects wasn't the mystical soul. It is assembly. It is the fact there's been a history of objects related, and without the object in the past, this object wouldn't exist. There is a lineage, and there is conserved structures, causal structures that have given rise to those.
Fair enough. And you're saying it's just a simpler view of time is fundamental.
And it shakes the physicist cage a bit, right? I say, but I think that
I just enjoy the fact that physicists are in cages.
I would say that Lee Smolin. I don't want to speak for Lee. I'm talking to Lee about this. I think Lee also is in agreement that time has to be fundamental, but I think he goes further. Even in space, I don't think you can go back to the same place in space. I've been to Austin a few times now. This is my, I think, third time I've been to Austin. Is Austin in the same place? No. The solar system is moving through space. I'm not back in the same space. Locally, I am. Every event in the universe is unique.
In space.
And time.
Doesn't mean we can't go back, though. Let's just, rest this conversation, which was beautiful, with a quote from the Rolling Stones that you can't always get what you want, which is you want time to be fundamental, but if you try, you'll get what you need, which is assembly theory. Okay, let me ask you continue talking about complexity, and to clarify with this beautiful theory of yours that you're developing, and I'm sure will continue developing both in the lab and in theory. It can't be said enough. Just the ideas you're playing with in your head are just, and we've been talking about, are just beautiful. So if we talk about complexity a little bit more generally, maybe in an admiring romantic way, how does complexity emerge from simple rules? The why, the how. Okay, the nice algorithm of assembly is there.
I would say that the problem I have right now is, you're right, we can about time as well. The problem is I have this hammer called assembly, and everything I see is a nail. So now let's just apply it to all sorts of things. We take the Bernard instability. Bernard instability is you have oil, you heat up oil, let's say on a frying pan. When you get convection, you get honeycomb patterns. Take the formation of snowflakes, right? Take the emergence of a tropical storm, or the storm on Jupiter. When people say, let's talk about complexity in general, what they're saying is, let's take this collection of objects that are correlated in some way and try and work out how many moving parts there are, how this exists. So what people have been doing for a very long time is taking complexity and counting what they've lost, calculating the entropy. And the reason why I'm pushing very hard on assembly is entropy tells you how much you've lost. It doesn't tell you the microstates are gone. But if you embrace go the bottom up with assembly, those states, and you then understand the causal chain that gives rise to the emergence. So what I think assembly will help us do is understand weak emergence at the very least, and maybe allow us to crack open complexity in a new way. And I've been fascinated with complexity theory for many years. As soon as I could, I learned of the Mandelbrot set, and I could just type it up in my computer and run it, and just show it and see it kind of unfold. It was just this mathematical reality that existed in front of me. I just found incredible. But then I realized that actually we were cheating. We're putting in the boundary conditions all the time. We're putting in information. And so when people talk to me about the complexity of things, I say, but relative what? How do you measure them? So my small attempt, naive attempt, because there's many greater minds than mine on the planet right now thinking about this properly, and you've had some of them on the podcast, right? That just absolutely fantastic. But I'm wondering if we might be able to reformat the way we would explore algorithmic complexity using assembly. What's the minimum number of constraints we need in our system for this to unfold? So whether it's like, if you take some particles and put them in a box, at a certain box size, you get quasi-crystallinity coming out, right? But that emergence, it's not magic. It must come from the boundary conditions you put in. So all I'm saying is a lot of the complexity that we see is a direct read of the constraints we put in, but we just don't understand. So as I said earlier to the poor origin of life chemists, origin of life is a scam. I would say lots of the complexity calculation theory is a bit of a scam because we put the constraints in, but we don't count them correctly. And I'm wondering if...
you're thinking, and sorry to interrupt, as assembly theory, the assembly index is a way to count the constraints.
Yes, that's it. That's all it is. So assembly theory doesn't lower any of the importance of complexity theory, but it allows us to go across domains and start to compare things. Compare the complexity of a molecule, of a microprocessor, of the text you're writing, of the music you may compose.
You've tweeted, quote, assembly theory explains why Nietzsche understood we had limited freedom rather than radical freedom. So we've applied assembly theory to cellular automata in life and chemistry. What does Nietzsche have to do with assembly theory?
Oh, that gets me into free will and everything.
So let me say that again. Assembly theory explains why Nietzsche understood we had limited freedom rather than radical freedom. Limited freedom, I suppose, is referring to the fact that there's constraints.
Yeah.
Or what is radical freedom? What is freedom?
So Sartre was believed in absolute freedom, and that he could do whatever he wanted in his imagination. And Nietzsche understood that his freedom was somewhat more limited.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of takes me back to this computer game that I played when I was 10. So I think it's called Dragon's Lair.
Okay.
Do you know Dragon's Lair?
I think I know Dragon's Lair, yeah.
Dragon's Lair, I knew I was being conned, right? Dragon's Lair, when you play the game, you're lucky that you grew up in a basically procedurally generated world.
That was RPG a little bit. No, it's like is it turn-based play? Was it?
It was a role-playing game, but really good graphics, and one of the first laser discs. And when you actually flick the stick, it was like a graphical adventure game with animation.
Yeah.
And when I played this game, I really, you could get through the game in 12 minutes if you knew what you were doing, not making mistakes. You just play the disc, play this, play this. So it's just that timing. And actually it was a complete fraud because all the animation has been pre-recorded on the disc.
Yeah.
It's like the Black Mirror, the first interactive, where they had all the, several million permutations of the movie that you could select on Netflix. I've forgotten the name of it. So this was exactly that in the Laserdisc. So you basically go left, go right, fight the ogre, slay the dragon, and when you flick the joystick at the right time, it just goes to the next animation to play.
Yeah.
It's not really generating it. Yeah. And I played that game and I knew I was being had.
Okay, I see. So to you, Dragon Lair is the first time you realized that free will is an illusion.
Yeah.
And why does assembly theory give you hints about free will, whether it's an illusion or not?
Yeah, so not tightly. If I do think I have some will, and I think I am an agent, and I think I can interact, and I can play around with the models I have of the world and the cost functions, right? And I can hack my own cost functions, which means I have a little bit of free will. But as much as I want to do stuff in the universe, I don't think I could suddenly say, actually, this is ridiculous because now I say I could try and do it, right? It's like I'm going to suddenly give up everything and become a rapper tomorrow,
mm-hmm.
right? Or maybe I could try that, but I don't have sufficient to make that necessarily happen on a trajectory. So when in Dragon's Lair, I know that I have some trajectories that I can play with, where Sartre really realized he thought that he had no assembly, no memory, he could just leap across and do everything. And Nietzsche said, okay, I realize I don't have full freedom, but I have some freedom. And the assembly theory basically says that. It says, if you have these constraints in your past, they limit what you were able to do in the future, but you can use them to do amazing things. Mm-hmm. Let's say I'm a poppy plant and I'm creating some opiates. Mm-hmm. The opiates are really interesting molecules. I mean, they're obviously great for medicine, great problems in society. But let's imagine we fast forward 1 billion years. What will the opioids look like in 1 billion years? Well, we can guess because we can see how those proteins will evolve, and we can see how the secondary metabolites will change. But they can't go radical. They can't suddenly become, I don't know, like a molecule that you find in an OLED in a display. They will have some. They will be limited by the causal chain that produced them, and that's what I'm getting at. Saying we are unpredictably predictable, or predictably unpredictable within a constraint on the trajectory we're on.
Yeah. So the predictably part is the constraints of the trajectory, and the unpredictable part is the part that you still haven't really clarified the origin of the little bit of freedom.
Yeah.
So you're just arguing. You're basically saying that the radical freedom is impossible. You're really operating in a world of constraints that are constrained by the memory of the trajectory of the chemistry that led to who you are. Okay, but even just a tiny bit of freedom, even if everywhere you are in cages, if you can move around in that cage a little bit, you're free.
I agree.
And so the question is, in assembly theory, if we're thinking about free will, where does the little bit of freedom come from? What is the I that can decide to be a rapper? What is that? That's a cute little trick we've convinced each other of, so we can do fun tricks at parties, or is there something fundamental that allows us to feel free, to be free?
I think that's the question that I want to answer. I know you want to answer it, and I think it's so profound. Let me have a go at it. I would say that I don't take the stance of Sam Harris, because I think Sam Harris, when he said the way he says it, it's really interesting. I'd love to talk to him about it. Sam Harris almost thinks himself out of existence, right? He said, I don't, because do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, he has different views on consciousness versus free will. I think he saves himself with consciousness. He thinks himself out of existence with free will.
Yeah, exactly. So that means there's no point, right? So
he's a leaf floating on a river.
Yeah, I think that he's. I don't know. I'd love to ask him whether he really believes that, and then we could play some games.
Oh yeah.
No. I then would say I'll get him to play a game of cards with me, and I'll work out the conditions on which he says no, and then I'll get him in the conditions he says yes, and then I'll trap him in his logical inconsistency with that argument. Because at some point, when he loses enough money, or the prospect of losing enough money, there's a way of basically mapping out a series of. So what will is about? Let's not call it free will. What will is about is to have a series of decisions equally weighted in front of you, and those decisions aren't necessarily energy minimization. Those decisions are a function of the model you've made in your mind, you're in your simulation, and the way you've interacted in reality, and also other interactions that you're having with other individuals and happenstance. And I think that there's a little bit of delay in time. So I think what you're able to do is say, well, I'm going to do the counterfactual. I've done all of them, and I'm going to go this way. And you probably don't know why. I think free will is actually very complex interaction between your unconscious, and your conscious brain. And I think the reason why we're arguing about it is so interesting, in that some people outsource their free will to their unconscious brain, and some people will try and overthink the free will in the conscious brain. I would say that Sam Harris has realized his conscious brain doesn't have a free will, but his unconscious brain does. That's my guess, right?
And that he can't have access to the unconscious brain.
Yeah, and that's kind of annoying. And
so he's going to, through meditation, come to acceptance with that fact.
Yeah, it's just maybe okay. Or maybe but I do think that I have the ability to make decisions, and I like my decisions. In fact, I mean, this is an argument I have with some people that some days I feel I have no free will and it's just an illusion, and this is one, and it makes me more radical, if you like, as that I get to explore more of the state space, and I'm like, I'm going to try and affect the world now. I'm really going to ask the question that maybe I dare not ask, or dare not, or do the thing I dare not do, and that allows me to kind of explore more.
It's funny that if you truly accept that there's no free will, that is a kind of radical freedom. It's funny, but because the little bit of the illusion under that framework that you have, that you can make choices. If choice is just an illusion of psychology, you can do whatever the hell you want.
But we don't, do we? And I think,
but because you don't truly accept that, you think that there's a choice, which is why you don't just do whatever the hell you want. Like, you feel like there's some responsibility for making the wrong choice, which is why you don't do it. But if you truly accept that the choice has already been made, then you can go. I don't know what is the most radical thing. I wonder what am I preventing myself from doing that I would really want to do? Probably like humor stuff. Like, I would love to, if I could, like, save a game, do the thing, and then reload it later, like do undo. It'd probably be humor, just to do something like super hilarious. That's super embarrassing, and then just go. I mean, it's basically just fun. I would add more fun to the world.
I mean, I sometimes do that. It's like, I sometimes I try and mess up my reality in unusual ways by just doing things because I'm bored. But not bored. I'm not expressing this very well. I think that this is a really interesting problem that perhaps the hard sciences don't really understand that they are responsible for, because the question about how life emerged and how intelligence emerged and consciousness and free will, they're all ultimately boiling down to some of the same mechanics, I think. My feeling is that they are the same problem again and again and again. The transition from a boring world, or a world in which there is no selection. So I wonder if free will has something to do with selection and models, and also the models you're generating in the brain, and also the amount of memory, your working memory, you have available at any one time to generate counterfactuals.
Oh, that's fascinating. So, like, the decision-making process is a kind of selection.
Yeah,
and that could be just
absolutely
yet another manifestation of the selection mechanism that's pervasive throughout the universe. Okay, that's fascinating to think about. Yeah, there's not some kind of fundamental its own thing or something like that. That is just yet another example of selection.
Yeah, and in a universe that's intrinsically open, you want to do that because you generate novelty.
You mentioned something about, do cellular automata exist outside the human mind? In our little offline conversation, why is that an interesting question? So, cellular automata, complexity. What's the relationship between complexity in the human mind and trees falling in the forest?
Infrastructure. So the CA. So when John von Neumann and Conway and Feynman were doing CAs, were doing on paper.
CA is cellular automata.
Yeah, just drawing them on paper.
How awesome is that they were doing cellular automata on paper?
Yeah.
And then they were doing a computer that takes like forever to print out anything and program.
Sure.
People are now with the TikTok. Kids these days with the TikTok don't understand how amazing it is to just play with cellular automata, arbitrarily changing the rules as you want, the initial conditions, and see the beautiful patterns emerge, sing with fractals, all of that.
You've just given me a brilliant idea. I wonder if there's a TikTok account that's just dedicated to putting out CA rules, and if it isn't, we should make one.
100%. And that will get...
We have millions of views. I mean, like...
Millions, yes. No, it'll get dozens.
Just have it running. So look, I kind of... CA, I love CAs. So,
yeah. No,
we just have to make one. I actually, a few years ago, I made some robots that talked to each other, chemical robots that played the game of Hex, invented by John Nash, by doing chemistry, and they communicated by Twitter, which experiments they were doing. They had a lookup table of experiments. And robot 1 said, "I'm doing experiment 10." The other robot, "Okay, experiment 1 then."
And they communicated
Via Twitter, and then
publicly or
Yeah.
DMs.
Yeah.
Can you maybe quickly explain what the game of Hex is?
So it's basically a hexagonal board, and you try and basically you color each element on the board at each hexagon, and you try and get from one side to the other, and the other one tries to block you.
Wait, how are they connected?
What the robots?
It's a chemical.
Let's go back. So the 2 robots.
Yeah.
Each robot was doing dye chemistry, so making RGB, red, green, blue, red, green, blue, red, green, blue, and they could just choose from experiments to do red, green, blue. Initially, I said to my group, "We need to make 2 chemical robots that play chess." And my group were like, "That's too hard. No,
Too complicated.
go away." But anyways, we had the robot.
By the way, hey, people listening to this should probably know that Lee Cronin is an amazing group of brilliant people. He's exceptionally well published. He's written a huge number of amazing papers. Whenever he calls himself stupid and is a sign of humility, and I deeply respect that and appreciate it. So people listening to this should know this is a world-class scientist who doesn't take himself seriously, which I really appreciate and love. Anywho, talking about serious science, we're back to your group rejecting your idea of chemical robots playing chess via dyes, so you went to a simpler game of Hex. Okay, so what else?
The team that did it were brilliant. I really think I think they still have PTSD from doing it, because I said this is a workshop. What I'd often do is I have about 60 people on my team, and occasionally before lockdown I would say, "I'm a bit bored. We're gonna have a workshop on something. Who wants to come?" And then basically about 20 people turn up to my office, and I say, "We're gonna do this mad thing," and then it would just self-organize, and some of them would be like, "No, I'm not doing this," and then you get left with the happy dozen.
Yeah.
And what we did is we built this robot, and doing dye chemistry is really easy. You can just take 2 molecules, react them together, and change color. And what I wanted to do is have a palette of different molecules. You can react combinatorially and get different colors. So you got 2 robots. And I went, wouldn't it be cool if the robots basically shared the same list of reactions to do? And they said, and because then you could do a kind of multi-core chemistry. Like they weren't, so you could have 2 chemical reactions going on at once, and they could basically outsource the problem.
But they're sharing the same tape.
Exactly.
Okay.
So robot 1 would say, I'm going to do experiment 1, and the other robot says, "I'll do experiment 100," and then they cross it off. But I wanted to make it.
That's brilliant, by the way.
I wanted to make
that is genius. Sorry.
Well, I wanted to make it groovier, and I said, "Look, let's have them competing so they're playing a game of Hex, and so when a robot does an experiment, and the more blue the die, the more it gets the higher chance it gets to make them move it once on the Hex board. So if it gets a red color, it's like it gets down weighted than the other robot. And so what the robots could do is they each play a move, and because the fitness function or the optimization function was to make the color blue, they started to invent reactions weren't on the list. And they did this by not cleaning, because we made cleaning optional. So when one robot realized if it didn't clean its pipes, it could get blue more quickly.
Yeah.
And the other robot realized that, so it was like getting dirty as well. And they
unintended consequences of superintelligence. Okay. But
that was the game, and we
communicating through Twitter though.
They were doing it through Twitter, and Twitter banned them a couple of times. I said, "Come on, you've got a couple of robots doing chemistry. It's really cool. Stop banning them."
Yeah.
But in the end, we had to take them off Twitter, and they just communicated via a server, because it was just there were people saying you can still find it, Cronin Lab 1 and Cronin Lab 2 on Twitter, and it was like make, move, wait, mix A and B, wait 10 seconds, answer blue,
I really find it super compelling that you would have a chemical entity that's communicating with the world.
That was one of the things I want to do with my origin of life reaction, right? Is basically have a reactor that's basically just randomly enumerating through chemical space and have some kind of cycle, and then read out what the molecule's reading out using a mass spectrometer, and then convert that to text and publish it on Twitter, and then wait until it says I'm alive. I reckon that Twitter account would get a lot of followers.
Yeah.
And I'm still trying to convince my group that we should just make an Origin of Life Twitter account where it's going blah, 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 and it's like, hello, testing.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Well, I'll share it. I like it. I particularly enjoy this idea of a non-human entity communicating with the world via a human-designed social network. It's quite a beautiful idea. How we were talking about CAs existing outside the human mind.
Yeah. So I really admire Stephen Wolfram. I think he's a genius. Clearly a genius. And trapped in is like a problem with being so smart is you get trapped in your own, mind, right? And I tried to convince Stephen that assembly theory wasn't nonsense. He was like, no, it's just nonsense. I was a little bit sad by that.
So nonsense applied, even if we applied to the simplest construct of a one-dimensional cellular automata, for example.
Yeah. But I mean, actually, maybe I'm doing myself a bit too down. It was just as a theory was coming through, and I didn't really know how to explain it. Mm-hmm. But we are going to use assembly theory in CAs, in cellular automata. But what I was really curious about is why people marvel. I mean, you marvel at CAs and their complexity, and I say, well, hang on, that complexity is baked in, because if you play the game of life in a CA, you have to run it on a computer. Yeah. Like, you have to do a number of operations, put in boundary conditions. So is it surprising that you get this structure out? Is it manufactured by the boundary conditions? And it is interesting because I think cellular automata running them is teaching me something about what real numbers are and aren't. And I haven't quite got there yet. I was playing on the airplane coming over and just realized I have no idea what real numbers are, really. And I was like, well, I do actually have some notion of what real numbers are. And I think thinking about real numbers as functions rather than numbers is more appropriate. And then if you then apply that to CAs, then you're saying, well, actually, why am I seeing this complexity in this rule? Is it you've got this deterministic system, and yet you get this incredible structure coming out. Well, isn't that what you'd get with any real number as you apply it as a function, and you're trying to read it out to an arbitrary precision? And I wonder if CAs are just helping me. Well, my misunderstanding of CAs might be helping me understand them in terms of real numbers. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, well, the function, but the devil's in the function.
Mm-hmm.
It's like which is the function that's generating your real number? Like that, it seems like it's very important, the specific algorithm of that function, because some lead to something super trivial, some lead to something that's all chaotic, and some lead to things that are just walk that fine line of complexity and structure.
I think we agree. So let's take it back a second. So take the logistic map or something, logistic equation, where you have this equation, which is you don't know what's going to happen at n+1, but once you've done n+1, you know full time. You can't predict it. For me, CAs and logistic equation feel similar, and I think what's incredibly interesting, and I share your kind of wonder at running a CA, but also I'm saying, well, what is it about the boundary conditions and the way I'm running that calculation? So in my group, with my team, we actually made a chemical CA. We made Game of Life. We actually made a physical grid. I haven't been able to publish this paper. It's been trapped in purgatory for a long time. But
you wrote up as a paper how to do a chemical formulation of the Game of Life.
We made a chemical computer and little cells.
Playing Game of Life.
With the BZ reactions, each cell would pulse on and off, on and off, on and off. And we have little stirrer bars, and we have little gates. Yeah. And we actually played Conway's Game of Life in there, and we got structures in that. We got structures in that game from the chemistry that you wouldn't expect from the actual CA. So that's kind of cool in that.
Because they were interacting outside of the cells somehow, or
so what's happening is you're getting noise. So the thing is that you've got this BZ reaction just on off, but there's also a wake, and those wakes constructively interfere, and in such a non-trivial way that that's non-deterministic, and the non-determinism in the system gives very rich dynamics. And I was wondering if I could physically make a chemical computer with this CA that gives me something different that I can't get in a silicon representation of a CA where all the states are clean, because you don't have the noise trailing into the next round. You just have the state.
So the paper in particular, so it's just a beautiful idea to use a chemical computer to construct the cellular automata, the famous one of Game of Life. But it's also interesting, and it's a really interesting scientific question of whether some kind of random perturbations or some source of randomness can have a significant constructive effect on the complexity of the system.
And indeed, I mean, whether it's random or just non-deterministic, and can we bake in that non-determinism at the beginning? You know, I wonder what is the. I'm trying to think of what is the encoding space. The encoding space is pretty big. We have 49 stir-ups of 49 cells, 49 chem bits, all connected to one another in like an analog computer, but being read out discretely as the BZ reaction. So just to say, the BZ reaction is a chemical oscillator. And what happened in each cell is it goes between red and blue. So two Russians discovered it, Belousov, Zabotinsky. I think Belousov first proposed it, and everyone said, you're crazy, it breaks the second law. And Zabotinsky said, no, it doesn't break the second law, it's consuming a fuel. and it's like, there's a lot of chemistry hidden in the Russian literature, actually, just because the Russians just wrote it in Russian, they didn't publish it in English-speaking journals.
It's heartbreaking, actually.
Well, it's sad, and it's great that it's there, right? It's not lost. I'm sure we will find a way of translating it properly.
Yeah. Well, the silver lining / greater sadness of all of this is there's probably ideas in English speaking, like there's ideas in certain disciplines that, if discovered by other disciplines, would crack open some of the biggest mysteries in those disciplines. Like computer science, for example, is trying to solve problems like nobody else has ever tried to solve problems.
Yeah.
as if it's not already been all addressed in cognitive science, in psychology, mathematics, in physics, in just whatever you want to, economics even. But if you look into that literature, you might be able to discover some beautiful ideas. Obviously, Russian is an interesting case of that, because there's a loss in translation. But you said there's a source of fuel, a source of energy.
Yeah. So the BZ reaction, you have an acid in there called malonic acid.
Yeah. And
what happens is it's basically like a battery that powers it, and it loses CO2, so decarboxylates. It's just a chemical reaction. What that means we have to do is continuously feed, or we just keep the BZ reaction going in a long enough time, so it's like it's reversible in time.
But only like.
Yeah. Only like. But it's fascinating. I mean, the team that did it, I'm really proud of their persistence. We made a chemical computer. It can solve little problems. It can solve traveling salesman problems, actually.
Nice.
But like I say, it's
so not any faster than a regular computer. Is there something you can do?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not. I think we can come up with a way of solving problems, also really complex, hard ones, because it's an analog computer, and it can energy minimize really quickly. It doesn't have to basically go through every element in the matrix, like flip it. It just reads out. So we can actually do Monte Carlo by just shaking the box. It's literally a box shaker. You don't actually have to encode the shaking of the box in silicon memory and then just shuffle everything around. Yeah, and you.
It's analog. It's natural. So it's an organic computer.
Yeah. So I was playing around with this, and I was kind of annoying some of my colleagues and wondering if we could get to chemical supremacy, like quantum supremacy. And I calculated how big the grid has to be so we can actually start to solve problems faster than the silicon computer. But I'm not willing to state how that is yet, because I'm probably wrong. It's not that it's any top secret thing. I think I can make a chemical computer that can solve optimization problems faster than the silicon computer.
That's fascinating. But then you're unsure how big that has to be.
Yeah, I mean,
it might be a big box, hard to shake.
It might be exactly a big box, hard to shake, and basically a bit sloppy.
Did we answer the question about do cellular automata exist outside the mind?
We didn't, but I would posit that they don't, but I think minds can
So the mind is fundamental. What's the
what
why?
I mean, sorry. So let's just go back. So, as a physical phenomena, do CAs exist in physical reality? Right? I would say they probably don't exist outside the human mind, but now I've constructed them. They exist in computer memories. They exist in my lab. They exist on paper. So they emerge from the human mind. I'm just interested in, because Stephen Wolfram likes CAs, a lot of people like CAs, and likes to think of them as minimal computational elements. I'm just saying, well, do they exist in reality, or are they a representation of a simple machine that's just very elegant to implement?
So it's a platonic question, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it's there's initial conditions, there's a memory in the system, there's simple rules that dictate the evolution of the system. So what exists? The idea, the rules,
people are using CAs as models for things in reality to say, hey, look, you can do this thing in a CA. And my when I see this, I'm saying, oh, that's cool, but what does that tell me about reality? Where's the CA in space time?
I see. Well, right. It's a mathematical object. So for people who don't know cellular automata, there's usually a grid, whether it's one-dimensional, two-dimensional, or three-dimensional, and it evolves by simple local rules, like you die or are born if the neighbors are alive or dead. And it turns out if you have with certain kinds of initial conditions and with certain kinds of very simple rules, you can create like arbitrarily complex and beautiful systems. And to me, whether drugs are involved or not, I can sit back for hours and enjoy the mystery of it, how such complexity emerges. It gives me almost like, people talk about religious experiences. It gives me a sense that you get to have a glimpse at the origin of this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever is creating this complexity from such simplicity is the very thing that brought my mind to life. That's me, the human, our human civilization. And yes, those constructs are pretty trivial. That's part of their magic, is even in this trivial framework, you could see the emergence, or especially in this trivial framework, you could see the emergence of complexity from simplicity. I guess what Lee, you're saying is that this is not, this is highly unlike systems we see in the physical world, even though they probably carry some of the same magic, mechanistically.
I'm saying that the operating system that a CA has to exist on is quite complex.
Right.
And so I wonder if you're getting the complexity out of the CA from the boundary conditions of the operating system, the underlying digital computer.
Oh, wow. So those are some strong words against CAs then. I didn't realize.
Not against. I'm in love with CAs as well.
Right.
I'm just saying they aren't as trivial as people think. They are incredible.
Yeah.
To get to that richness, you have to iterate billions of times. And you need a display. And you need a math code processor. And you need a von Neumann machine based on a Turing machine with digital error correction and states.
Wow. To think that for the simplicity of a grid, you're basically saying a grid is not simple.
Yeah.
It requires incredible complexity to bring a grid to life.
Yeah. Yeah,
then what is simple?
That's all I wanted to say. I agree with you with the wonder of CAs. I just think, but remember this: we take so much for granted what the CA is resting on, because von Neumann and Feynman weren't seeing these elaborate structures. They could not get that far.
Yeah, but that's the limitation of their mind.
That's exactly the limitation of their pencil.
But I think that's the question is whether the essential elements of the cellular automata is is present without all the complexities required to build a computer.
And
My intuition, the reason I find it incredible is that, my intuition is yes. It might look different. There might not be a grid-like structure, but local interactions operating under simple rules and resulting in multi-hierarchical complex structures feels like a thing that doesn't require a computer.
I agree, but coming back to von Neumann and Feynman and Wolfram, their minds, the non-trivial minds, to create those architectures and do it, and to put on those state transitions. And I think that's something that's really incredibly interesting, that is understanding how the human mind builds those state transition machines.
I could see how deeply in love with the idea of memory you are. So it's like how much of E equals MC squared, like, is more than an equation. It has Albert Einstein in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're saying, like you can't just say this is like the equations of physics are a really good simple capture of a physical phenomena. It is also has that equation has the memory of the humans.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I don't know if you're implying this. That's a beautiful idea, but I don't know if I'm comfortable with that sort of diminishing the power of that equation.
No, it
Because
enhances
it's built
it.
on the shoulders. It enhances.
I think it enhances it. It's not that equation is the minimal compressed representation of reality, right?
Yeah.
We can use machine learning or Max Tegmark's AI Feynman to find lots of solutions for gravity. But isn't it wonderful that the laws that we do find are the maximally compressed representations?
Yeah, but that representation, you can now give it I guess the universe has the memory of Einstein with that representation, but then you can now give it as a gift for free.
Yeah,
to
it's
other
low
alien
memory.
civilizations.
Einstein had to go through a lot of pain to get there, but it's low memory. So I say that physics and chemistry and biology are the same discipline. They're just physics, laws in physics. There's no such thing as a law in physics. It's just low memory stuff. Because you've got low memory stuff, things reoccur quickly.
Mm-hmm.
As you get building more memory, you get to chemistry, so things become more contingent. When you get to biology, more contingent still, and then technology. So the more memory you need, the more your laws are local. That's all I'm saying. And the less memory, the more the laws are universal, because they're not laws, they are just low memory states.
We have to talk about a thing you've kind of mentioned already a bunch of times, but doing computation through chemistry, chemical-based computation. I've seen you refer to it as in a sexy title of computation. So, what is computation and what is chemical-based computation?
Okay, so computation is a name I gave to the process of building a state machine to make any molecule physically in the lab. And so, as a chemists make molecules by hand, and they're quite hard. Chemists have a lot of tacit knowledge, a lot of ambiguity. It's not possible to go uniformly to the literature and read a recipe to make a molecule, and then go and make it in the lab every time. Some recipes are better than others, but they all assume some knowledge. And it's not universal what that is.
Like, so it's carried from human to human.
Yeah.
Some of that implicit knowledge.
Yeah.
And you're saying, can we remove the human from the picture? Can we, like, program? By the way, what is a state machine?
So a state machine is I suppose, a object, either abstract or mechanical, where you can do a unit operation on it and flick it from one state to another. So a turnstile would be a good example of a state machine.
There's some kinds of states and some kind of transitions between states.
So,
and it's very formal in nature in terms of like it's precise how
yes,
you do
you
those
can
transitions.
mathematically precisely describe a state machine. So I mean, a very simple Boolean gates are a very good way of building kind of logic-based state machines. obviously a Turing machine. The concept of a Turing machine where you have a tape and a read head and a series of rules in a table, and you would basically look at what's on the tape, and if you're shifting the tape from left to right, and if you see a 0 or 1, you look in your lookup table and say, right, I've seen a 0 and a 1. I then respond to that. So the turnstile would be, is there a human being pushing the turnstile in direction clockwise? If yes, I will open, let them go. If it's anti-clockwise, no. So yeah, so a state machine has some labels and a transition diagram.
So you were looking to come up with a chemical computer to form state machines to create molecules, or
yeah. So
what's the chicken and the egg?
So computation is not a chemical computer, because we talked a few moments about actually doing computations with chemicals.
Yeah.
What I'm now saying is I want to use state machines to transform chemicals, and so
build chemicals programmatically.
Yeah, I mean, I get in trouble saying this. I said to my group, I shouldn't say it because it's, but I said, look, we should make the crack bot, as in the crack robot, the robot that makes crack.
Crackbot. Crackbot.
The robot that makes crack. But maybe we should scrub this from. But
no. So maybe you can educate me on Breaking Bad with like meth, right?
Yeah. So in Breaking Bad,
so you want to make basically some kind of mix of Ex Machina and Breaking Bad.
No, I don't. For the record, I don't. But I said
you don't. I said that's what I'm going to do once you release the papers. But I shave my head, and I'm going to live a life of crime. Anyway, I'm sorry.
No. So yeah, let's get back to it. So indeed, it is about making drugs, but importantly, making important drugs.
So all drugs matter.
Yeah, but let's go back. So the basic thesis is chemistry is very analog. There is no state machine, and I wandered into through the paper walls in the Japanese house a few years ago and said, okay, hey, organic chemists, why are you doing this analog? They said, well, chemistry is really hard. You can't automate it. It's impossible. I said, but is it impossible? He says, yeah. And they said, I got the impression they're saying it's magic. Mm-hmm. And so when people tell me things are magic, it's like, no, it can't be magic. Right, so let's break this down. And so what I did is I went to my group one day about 8 years ago and said, hey guys, I've written this new programming language for you. And so everything is clear. And you're not allowed to just wander around the lab willy-nilly. You have to pick up things in order, go to the balance at the right time, and all this stuff. And they looked at me as if I was insane and basically kicked me out of the lab and said, no, don't do that. We're not doing that.
Yeah.
And I said, okay. So I went back the next day and said, I'm going to find some money so we can make cool robots to do chemical reactions. And everyone went, that's cool.
Yeah.
And so in that process,
the first you tried to convert the humans to become robots, and next you might as well just create the robots. Yes, but so in that the formalization process.
Yeah. So what I did is said, look, to make a molecule, you need to do 4 things abstractly. I want to make a chemical Turing machine, because a Turing machine, you think about, let's imagine a Turing machine. A Turing machine is the ultimate abstraction of a computation, because it's been shown by Turing and others that basically a universal Turing machine should be able to do all computations that you can imagine. It's like, wow, why don't I think of a Turing machine for chemistry? Let's think of a magic robot that can make any molecule. Let's think about that for a second. Okay, great. How do we then implement it? And I think, right, so what is the abstraction? So to make any molecule, you have to do a reaction. So you have to put reagents together, do a reaction in a flask, typically. Then after the reaction, you have to stop the reaction. So you do what's called a workup. So whatever, cool it down, add some liquid to it, extract. So then after you do the workup, you separate. So you then remove the molecules, separate them all out. And then the final step is purification. So reaction, workup, separate, purify. So this is basically exactly like a Turing machine, where you have your tape head, you have some rules, and then you run. Right? So I thought, cool. I went to all the chemists and said, look, chemistry isn't that hard. Reaction, workup, separation, purification. Do that in cycles forever, for any molecule, all the chemistry. Done. And they said, chemistry is that hard. I said, but just in principle. And I got a few very enlightened people to say, yeah, okay, in principle, but it ain't going to work. And this was in about 2013, 2014. And I found myself going to an architecture conference almost by accident. It's like, why am I at this random conference on architecture? And that was because I published a paper on inorganic architecture. And they said, come to an architecture conference, but the inorganic nano architecture is not. And I went, okay. And then I found these guys at the conference 3D printing ping pong balls and shapes. And this is 3D printing was cool. I was like, this is ridiculous. Why are you 3D printing ping pong balls? And I gave them a whole load of abuse, like I normally do when I first meet people, how to win friends and influence people. Yeah. And then I was like, oh my God, you guys are geniuses.
Yeah.
And so I got from, they were a bit confused because I was calling them idiots and then calling them geniuses. It's like, will you come to my lab and we're going to build a robot to do chemistry with a 3D printer? And I said, well, that's cool. All right. So I had them come to the lab and we started to 3D print test tubes. So you imagine, 3D print a bottle and then use the same gantry to basically, rather than to squirt out plastic out of a nozzle, have a little syringe and inject chemicals in. Cool. So we had the 3D printer that could simultaneously print the test tube and then put chemicals into the test tube. And then...
Well, so it's really end-to-end.
Yeah. I was like, that would be cool because they've got G-code to do it all. I was like, yeah, that's cool. So I got my group doing this and I developed it a bit and I realized that we could take those unit operations and we built a whole bunch of pumps and valves. And I realized that I could basically take the literature and I made the first version of the computer in 2016, 17. I made some architectural decisions. So I designed the pumps and valves in my group. I did all the electronics in my group. They were brilliant. I cannot pay tribute to my group enough in doing this. They were just brilliant. And there were some poor souls there that said, Lee, why are you making us design electronics? I'm like, well, because I don't understand it. And they're like, so you're making us design stuff because you don't understand? It's like, yeah. It's like, but can we not just buy some? I said, well, we can, but then I don't understand how to, what bus they're going to use and there's serial ports and all this stuff. I just wanted, and I came up with the decision to design a bunch of pumps and valves and use power over Ethernet. We've got one cable for power and data. Plug them all into a router, and then I made the state machine. And there was a couple of cool things I did. Oh, they did actually. We got the abstraction, so reaction, workup, separation, purification, and I made the decision to do it in batch. Now, as in batch, all chemistry had been digitized before, apparently, and once it's been done. But everyone's been doing it in flow, and flow is continuous, and there are infinities everywhere, and you have to just. And I realized that I could actually make a state machine where I basically put stuff in the reactor, turn it from one state to another state, stop it, and just read it out. And and I was kind of bitching at electrical engineers saying, you have it easy, you don't have to clean out the electrons, electrons don't leave a big mess, they leave some EM waste. But in my state machine, I built in cleaning. So it's like, we do an operation, then it cleans the backbone, then can do it again. So there's fascinating. So what we managed to do over a couple of years is develop the hardware, develop the state machine, and we encoded 3 molecules. We did the first 3. We did nitol, a sleeping drug, refinamide, anti-seizure, and Viagra. And I could make jokes on the paper. It's a hard problem. Blah 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 blah.
That's very good.
and then in the next one, what we did said, okay. My poor organic chemist said, look, Lee, we've worked with you this long. We've made a robot that looks like it's going to take our jobs away, and not just take our jobs away, what we love in the lab, but now we have to become programmers. But we're not even good programmers. We just have to spend ages writing lines of code that are boring, and it's not as elegant. I went, you're right. So then, but I knew, because I had this abstraction, and I knew that there was language, I could suddenly develop a state machine that would interpret the language, which was lossy and ambiguous, and populate my abstraction. So I built a chemical programming language that is actually going to be recursively enumerable. It's going to be a Turing complete language, actually, which is kind of cool, which means it's formally verifiable. So where we are now is we can now read the literature using a bit of natural language processing. It's not the best. There are many other groups who've done a better job, but we can use that language reading to populate the state machine and basically add, subtract. We got about a number of primitives that basically program loops that we dovetail together, and we can make any molecule with it.
Okay, so that's a kind of program synthesis. So you start at like literally you're talking about like a paper, like a scientific paper that's being read.
Yep.
So natural language processing, extracting some kind of details about chemical reactions and the chemical molecules and compounds involved, and then that in GPT terms serves as a prompt for the program synthesis. That's kind of trivial right now. There you have a bunch of different like for loops and so on that creates a program in this chemical language that can then be interpreted by the chemical computer, the computer.
Yeah, computer.
That's computer. Yeah. Everything sounds better in your British accent, but I love it. So into the computer, and that's able to then basically be a 3D printer for molecules.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a 3D printer. I would call it a universal chemical reaction system, because 3D printing gives the wrong impression. But yeah, and it purifies. And the nice thing is that code now, that we call it the KDL code, is really interesting, because now, so computation, what is computation? Computation is what computing is to mathematics, I think. Computation is the process of taking chemical code and some input reagents and making the same molecule, making the molecule reproducibly every time without fail. What is computation? It's the process of using a program to take some input conditions and give you an output, same every time, right? Reliably.
So the problem is, now maybe you can push back and correct me on this. So I know biology is messy. My question is, how messy is chemistry? So if we use the analogy of a computer, it's easier to make computation in a computer very, very precise. That it's repeatable. It makes errors almost never. It does the exact same way over and over and over and over. What about chemistry? Is there messiness in the whole thing? Can that be somehow leveraged? Can that be controlled? Can be that removed? Do we want to remove it from the system?
Oh, yes and no, right? Is there messiness? There is messiness, because chemistry is like you're doing reactions on billions of molecules, and they don't always work. But you've got purification there. And so what we've found is, at the beginning, everyone said it can't work. It's going to be too messy. It will just fail. And I said, but you managed to get chemistry to work in the lab. Are you magic? Are you doing something?
Right.
So I would say, now go back to the first ever computer, or the ENIAC. 5 million soldered joints, 400,000 valves that are exploding all the time. Would you have gone, okay, that's messy? So we've got and have we got the equivalent of the ENIAC in my lab? We've got 15 computers in the lab now. And are they unreliable? Yeah, they fall apart here and there. But are they getting better really quickly? Yeah. Are they now able to reliably make? Are we at the point in the lab where there are some molecules we would rather make on the computer than have a human being make? Yeah, we've just made an anti-influenza molecule and some antivirals, 6 steps in the computer that would take a human being about 1 week to make Arbidol, of continuous labor. And all they do now is load up the reagents, press go button, and just go away and drink coffee.
Wow. So this is, you're saying this computer is just the early days. And so some of the criticism just have to do with the early days. And yes, I would say that something like this is quite impossible. So the fact that you're doing is incredible. Not impossible, of course, but extremely difficult.
It did seem really difficult, and I do keep pinching myself when I go in the lab. I was like, is it working? Like, yep. And it's not, it does clog. It does stop.
You got to clean. This is great.
It's, but it's getting more reliable, because we just made design decisions and said we are not going to abandon the abstraction. Think about it. If the von Neumann implementation was abandoned, I mean, think about what we do to semiconductors to really constrain them to what we do to silicon in a fab lab. We take computation for granted. The silicon is not in its natural state. We are doping the hell out of it.
It's incredible what they're able to accomplish and achieve that reliability at the scale they do. Like you said, that's after Moore's law what we have now, and what we, how it started. Now we're here. We started at the bottom. Now we're here.
We only have 20 million molecules. Well, say 20 million molecules in one database, maybe a few 100 million in all the pharmaceutical companies, and those few 100 million molecules are responsible for all the drugs that we've had for humanity, except biologics for the last 50 years. Now imagine what happens when a drug goes out of print. Because there's only a finite number of manufacturing facilities in the world that make these drugs. Yeah, the computer.
This is a printing press. For chemistry.
Yeah, and not only that, we can protect the KDL, so we can stop bad actors doing it. We can encrypt them, and we can give people
KDL, that's the name. Sorry to interrupt. Is the name of the programming language?
The KDL is the name of the programming language and the code we give the chemicals. So Chi, as in, it's actually like an XML format, but I've now taken it from script to a fully expressible programming language, so we can do dynamics. And there's for loops in there and conditional statements.
Right, but the structure, it started out as like an XML. Thing.
Yeah. And now the chemist doesn't need to program in KDL. They can just go to the software and type in add A to B, reflux, do what they would normally do, and it just converts it to KDL, and they have a linter to check it. And
so how do you, not with ASCII, but because it's a Greek letter, how do you go with, how do you spell it? Just using the English alphabet?
We just
XDL,
or we put in Chi. And it was named by one of my students, and one of my postdocs many years ago, and I quite liked it. It's like it's important, I think, when the team are contributing to such big ideas, because it's their ideas as well. I try not to just rename. I didn't call it Cronin or anything because they keep saying, the chemistry when they're putting stuff in the computer. One of my students said, "We're asking now, is it Cronin complete?" And I was like, "What does that mean?" I said, "Well, can we make it on the damn machine?" And I was like, "Oh, is that a compliment or pejorative?" And they're like, "Well, it might be both."
Yeah. So you tweeted, quote, "Why does chemistry need a universal programming language? ? For all the reasons you can think of: reliability, interoperability, collaboration, remove ambiguity, lower cost, increase safety, open up discovery, molecular customization, and publication of executable chemical code." Which is fascinating, by the way. Just publish code. And can you maybe elaborate a little bit more about this KDL? What does the universal language of chemistry look like? A Cronin complete language.
It's a Turing complete language, really. It's so what it has a series of operators in it, like add, heat, stir. So there's a bunch of just unit operations, and all it is really is just it's with chemical engineers. When I talked about this, that you've just rediscovered chemical engineering. And I said, well, yeah, I know. I said, well, that's trivial. I said, well, not really. Well, yes, it is trivial, and that's why it's good, because not only have we rediscovered chemical engineering, we've made it implementable on the universal hardware that doesn't cost very much money. And so the KDL has a series of statements like define the reactor. So it defines the reagents. So they're all labels. So you assign them. And I also implemented at the beginning is, because I give all the hardware IP address, you put it on a graph. And so what it does is the graph is equivalent to the processor firmware, the processor code. So when you take your KDL and you go to run it on your computer, you can run it on any compatible hardware in any configuration. So what does your graph look like? As long as I can solve the problem on the graph with these unit operations, you have the resources available. Chempiles. We can carry on for years, but it is really, it's a compilation. And what it now does is it says, okay, the problem we had before is it was possible to do robotics for chemistry, but the robots were really expensive. They were unique. They were vendor locked. And what I want to do is to make sure that every chemist in the world can get access to machinery like this at virtually no cost because it makes it safer. It makes it more reliable. And then if you go to the literature and you find a molecule that could potentially cure cancer, and let's say the molecule that could potentially cure cancer takes you 3 years to repeat, and maybe a student finishes their PhD in the time and they never get it back. So it's really hard to kind of get all the way to that molecule, and it limits the ability of humanity to build on it. If they just download the code and can execute it, it turns, I would say, the electronic laboratory notebook in chemistry is a data cemetery because no one will ever reproduce it. But now the data cemetery is a Jupyter notebook, and you can just execute it.
And people can play with it.
Yeah.
The access to it,
Reversion
orders
it.
of magnitude is increased. We'll talk about so as with all technologies, I think there's way more exciting possibilities, but there are also terrifying possibilities, and we'll talk about all of them. But let me just kind of linger on the machine learning side of this. So you're describing programming, but it's a language. I don't know if you've heard about OpenAI Codex, which is
I'm playing with it.
You're playing. Of course you are. You really are Rick from Rick and Morty. This is great. Okay. Except philosophically deep. I mean, he is, I guess, kind of philosophically deep too. So for people who don't know, GPT-3, it's a language model. They can do natural language generation. So you can give it a prompt and it can complete the rest of it. But it turns out that kind of prompt, it's not just completes the rest of it, it's generating like novel sounding text. And then you can apply that to generation of other kinds of stuff. So these kinds of transformer-based language models are really good at forming deep representations of a particular space, like a medium, like language. So you can then apply it to a specific subset of language, like programming. So you can have it learn the representation of the Python programming language and use it to then generate syntactically and semantically correct programs. So you can start to make progress on one of the hardest problems in computer science, which is program synthesis. How do you write programs that accomplish different tasks? So what OpenAI Codex does is it to generate those programs based on a prompt of some kind. Usually you can do a natural language prompt. So basically, as you do when you program, you write some a comment, which serves the basic documentation of the inputs and the outputs and the function of the particular set of code, and it's able to generate that. Point being is you can generate programs using machine learning, using neural networks. Those programs operate on the boring old computer. Can you generate programs that operate? There's got to be a clever version of programs for this, but can you write programs that operate on a computer?
Yep, there's actually software out there right now. You can go and do it.
Really?
So, yeah, it's a heuristic. It's rule-based, but we have what we've done, inspired by Codex. Actually, is over the summer I ran a little workshop. Some of my groups got this inspired idea that we should get a load of students and ask them to manually collect data to label chemical procedures into KDL. And we have a thing called Synth Reader. So there's a bunch of people doing this right now, but they're doing it without abstraction. And because we have an abstraction that's implementable in the hardware, we've developed basically a chemical analog of Codex. When
you say, sorry to interrupt, when you say abstraction in the hardware, what do you mean?
So right now, a lot of people doing machine learning and reading chemistry and saying, oh, you've got all these operations, add, shape, whatever heat.
Right.
But because they don't have a uniform, I mean, there's a couple of groups doing it, competitors actually, and they're good, very good, but they can't run that code automatically. They are losing meaning, and the really important thing that you have to do is generate context. And so what we've learned to do with our abstraction is make sure we can pull the context out of the text. And so can we take a chemical procedure and read it and generate our executable code? Yes.
What's the hardest part about that whole pipeline, from the initial text, interpreting the initial text of a paper, extracting the meaningful context and the meaningful chemical information, to then generating the program, to then running that program in the hardware? What's the hardest part about that pipeline as we look towards a universal Turing computer?
So the hardest thing with the pipeline is that the software, the model gets confused between some meanings, right? So if, chemists are very good at inventing words that aren't broken down. So the classic word that you would use for boiling something is called reflux. So reflux is you'd have a solvent in a round bottom flask at reflux, it would be boiling, going up the reflux condenser and coming down. But that term reflux could be changed, to, people often make up words, new words, and then the software can fall over. But what we've been able to do is a bit like in Python or any programming language, is identify when things aren't matched. So you present the code and you say, this isn't matched. You may want to think about this. And then the user goes in and says, oh, I mean reflux, and just ticks a box and corrects it. So what the codex or the chemex does in this case is it suggests the first go, and then the chemist goes in and corrects it. And I really want the chemist to correct it, because it's not safe, I believe, to allow AI to just read literature and generate code at this stage.
Because now you're having actual, by the way, chemex, nice, nice name. So you are unlike, which is fascinating. It's that we live in a fascinating moment in human history. But yes, you're literally connecting AI to some physical, and it's building something in the physical realm.
Yeah.
Especially in the space of chemistry that operates sort of invisibly.
Yeah, I would say that's right. And it's really important to understand those labeling schemes, right? And one of the things I was always worried about at the beginning, that the abstraction was going to fall over. And the way we did it was just by brute force to start with. We just kept reading the literature and saying, is there anything new? Can we add a new rule in? And actually our KDL language exploded. There was so many extra things we had to keep adding. And then I realized the primitives still were maintained, and I could break them down again. So it's pretty good. I mean, there are problems. There are problems with, interpreting any big sentence and turning it into an actionable code. And the codex is not without its problems. You can crash it quite easily, right? You can generate nonsense. But boy, it's interesting. I would love to learn to program now using codex, right? Just hacking around, right? And I wonder if chemists in the future will learn to do chemistry by just hacking around with the system, writing different things. Because the key thing that we're doing with chemistry is that where a lot of mathematical chemistry went wrong is people, and I think Wolfram does this in Mathematica, he assumes that chemistry is a reaction where atom A or molecule A reacts with molecule B to give molecule C. That's not what chemistry is. Chemistry is take some molecule, take a liquid or a solid, mix it up and heat it, and then extract it. So the programming language is actually with respect to the process operations. And if you flick in process space, not in chemical graph space, you unlock everything. Because there's only a finite number of processes you need to do in chemistry. And that's reassuring. And so we're in the middle of it. It's really exciting. It's not, the be all and the end all. And there is, like I say, errors that can creep in. One day you might be able to do it without human interaction. You simulate it, and you'll know enough about the simulation that the lab won't catch fire. But there are so many safety issues right now that we've got to really be very careful. Protecting the user, protecting the environment, protecting misuse. I mean, there's lots to discuss if you want to go down that route, because it's very, very interesting. You don't want Novichoks being made, or explosives being made, or recreational drugs being made. But how do you stop? molecular biologist making a drug that's going to be important for them, looking at their particular assay, on a bad actor trying to make methamphetamine.
I saw how you looked at me when you said bad actor, but that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm trying to get the details of this so I can be first.
Don't worry, we can protect you from yourself.
Okay. I'm not sure that's true, but that statement gives me hope. Does this ultimately excite you about the future, or does it terrify you? So we mentioned that time is fundamental. It seems like you're at the cutting edge of progress that will have to happen, that there's no stopping it. And as we've been talking about, I see obviously a huge number of exciting possibilities. So whenever you automate these kinds of things, just the world opens up. It's like programming itself, and the computer, regular computer, has created innumerable applications. It made the world better in so many dimensions, and it created, of course, a lot of negative things that we, for some reason, like to focus on, using that very technology to tweet about it. But I think it made a much better world, but it created a lot of new dangers. So maybe you can speak to when you kind of stand at the end of the road for building a really solid, reliable, universal computer. What are the possibilities that are positive? What are the possibilities that are negative? How can we minimize the chance of the negative?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So there's so many positive things, from drug discovery, from supply chain stress, for basically enabling chemists to basically be more productive in the lab, right? Well, the computer is not going to replace the chemist. There's going to be a Moore's law of molecules, right? There's going to be so many more molecules we can design, so many more diseases we can cure.
So chemists in the lab, as researchers, that's better for science, so they can build a bunch of they could do science at a much more accelerated pace. So it's not just the development of drugs; it's actually like doing the basic understanding of the science of drugs.
And the personalization, the cost of drugs right now. We're all living longer. We're all having more and more. We know more about our genomic development. We know about our predetermination, and we might be able to. One dream I've got is like, imagine, you can work. Your genome assistant tells you you're going to get cancer in 7 years' time, and you have your personal computer that cooks up the right molecule just for you to cure it. Right? That's a really positive idea. Yeah. The other thing is when drugs. So right now, I think it is absolutely outrageous that not all of humanity has access to medicine. And I think the computer might be able to change that fundamentally, because it will disrupt the way things are manufactured. So let's stop thinking about manufacturing in different factories. Let's say that computers, clinical grade computers or drug grade computers, will be in facilities all around the world, and they can make things on demand. As a function of the cost, maybe people won't be able to afford the latest and greatest patent, but maybe they'll be able to get the next best thing, and we'll basically democratize, make available drugs to everybody that they need. And there's lots of really interesting things there. So I think that's going to happen. I think that now let's take the negative. Before we do that, let's imagine what happened. Go back to a really tragic accident a few years ago. Well, not an accident, an act of murder by that pilot on I think it was Eurowings or Swiss Wings. But what he did is, the plane took off. He waited till his pilot went to the toilet. He was a co-pilot. He locked the door, and then set the autopilot the above the Alps. He set the altimeter, or the descend height, to 0. So the computer just took the plane into the Alps. Mm-hmm. Now, I mean, that was such a tragedy that obviously the guy was mentally ill, but it wasn't just a tragedy for him, it was for all the people on board. But what if, and I was inspired by this, and by thinking, what can I do to anticipate problems like this in the computer? Had the software, and I'm sure Boeing and Airbus will be thinking, maybe I can give the computer a bit more situational awareness. So whenever some tries to drop the height of the plane and it knows it's above the Alps, we'll just say, no, computer says no, we're not letting you do that. Mm-hmm. Of course, he would have been able to find another way, maybe fly it until it runs out of fuel or something. But,
keep anticipating all the large number of trajectories that can go negative, all those kinds of running into the Alps, and try to at least make it easy for the engineers to build systems that are protecting us.
Yeah, and let's just think, so what in the computer world right now with KDLs, let's just not think about what I'm doing right now. What I'm doing right now is completely open, right? Everyone's going to know KDLs and be playing with them, making them more easier and easier and easier. But what we're going to start to do, it makes sense to encrypt the KDLs in such a way you let's say you work for a pharmaceutical company and you have a license to make a given molecule. Well, you get issued with a license by the FDA or your local authority. And they'll say, right, your license to do it, here it is, it's encrypted, and the KDL gets run. So you have a license for that instance of use. Easy to do. Computer science has already solved the problem. So the fact that we all trust online banking, right now, then we can secure it. I'm 100% sure we can secure the computer. Because of the way we have many, it's like the same mapping problem that to actually reverse engineer a KDL will be as hard as reverse engineering the encryption key. Brute force. It will be cheaper to just actually buy the regulated medicine. And actually, people aren't going to want to then make their own fake pharmaceuticals because it'll be so cheap to do it. We'll drop the cost of access to drugs. Now, what will happen? Recreational drugs. People will start saying, well, I want access to recreational drugs. Well, it's going to accelerate that social discussion that's happening in the US and Canada and UK, everywhere, right?
Because cost goes down, access goes up.
Giving cannabis, THC, to some people who've got epilepsy is literally, forgive the term, a no-brainer, because these poor people go from seizures like every day to maybe seizures just once every few months.
So that's an interesting idea, to try to minimize the chance that it can get into like the hands of individuals, like terrorists or people that want to do harm. Now, with that kind of thing, you're putting a lot of power in the hands of governments, in the hands of institutions, and so then emerge the kind of natural criticism you might have of governments that can sometimes use these for ill, use them as weapons of war, not tools of betterment. So, and sometimes not just war against other nations, but war against its own people, as has been done throughout history.
Well, I'm thinking, so there's another way of doing it, a decentralized peer-to-peer version, where, and what you have to do, I'm not saying you should adopt a blockchain, but there is a way of maybe taking KDLs and put them on blockchain. Here's an idea. Let's just say, the way we do it in my lab right now is we go to the literature, we take a recipe to make a molecule, convert that to KDL, and diligently make it in the robot and validate it. That I would call mining, proof of work, proof of synthesis. All right?
Proof of the synthesis.
Yeah, but this is cool because suddenly when you actually synthesize it, you can get the analytical data, but there's also a fingerprint in there of the impurities that get carried across, because you can never make something 100% pure. That fingerprint will allow you to secure your KDL. So what you do is encrypt those two things. So suddenly you can have people out there mining. And what you could do, perhaps, is do the type of thing. We need to basically look at the way that contact tracing should have been done in COVID, where people are given the information. So you've just been in contact with someone COVID. You choose. I'm not telling you to stay at home. You choose, right? So now, if we could imagine a similar thing, like, you have got access to these chemicals. They will have these effects. You choose and publicize it, or maybe it's out somewhere. I don't know. I'm not a policy maker on this. And my job here is to not just make the technology possible, but to have it as open as a discussion as possible with people to say, hey, can we stop childhood mortality with this technology? And do those benefits outweigh the one-off where people might use it for terrorism, or people might use it for recreational drugs? Chemify, which is the name of the entity that will make this happen, I think we have some social responsibilities as an entity to make sure that we're not enabling people to manufacture personal drugs, weapons at will. And what we have to do is have a discussion with society, with the people that invest in this, with people that are going to pay for this, to say, well, do you want to live longer? And do you want to be healthier? And are you willing to accept some of the risks? And I think that's a discussion to have.
So, by the way, when you say personal drugs, do you mean the illegal ones, or do you have a concern of just putting the manufacture of any kind of illegal drugs in the hands of regular people because they might eat, like dose matters, they might take way too much?
I mean, I would say, to be honest, that the chances of computers being, well, should always never. So the fact I can now say this means it's totally going to come true, right? You know,
I'm going to do it.
I cannot imagine that computers will be in people's houses anytime soon, but they might be at the local pharmacy, right? And if you've got a drug manufacturing facility in every town, then you just go and they give you a prescription. They do it in such a way, they format it so that you don't have to take 10 pills every day. You get one manufactured for you that has all the materials you need and the right distribution.
Got it. But you mentioned recreational drugs, and the reason I mentioned it because I know people are going to speak up on this. If the drug is legal, there's, to me, no reason why you can't manufacture for recreation.
I mean, you can do it.
What do you have against fun, Lee?
I have, so I mean, I'm a chemistry professor in a university who's an entrepreneur as well. I just think I need to be as responsible as I can in the discussion.
Sure. No, sure.
Yeah.
But I know so let me be the one that says like there's nothing, because you have said recreational drugs and like terrorism in the same sentence.
Yeah.
I think
okay.
I think let's make sure we draw a line.
Sure.
That there's real dangers to the world of terrorist, of bio warfare, and then there's a little bit of weed. So I think it's up to the society to tell its governments what it wants, what's acceptable, right? And if it becomes, let's say that THCs become, heavily acceptable, and that you can modify them. So let's say it's like blood type. There's a particular type of THC that you tolerate better than I do. Mm-hmm.
Then why not? Why not have a machine that makes the one you like?
Yeah.
And why not
the perfect brownie?
And I think that's fine. But we're so far away from that. I can barely get the thing to work in the lab, right? I mean, it's reliability and all this other stuff. But what I think is going to happen in the short term, it's going to turbocharge molecular discovery, reliability, and that will change the world.
That's super exciting. You have a draft of a paper titled Autonomous Intelligent Exploration, Discovery, and Optimization of Nanomaterials. So we are talking about automating engineering of nanomaterials. How hard is this problem? And as we continue down this thread of the positives and the worrisome, what are the things we should be excited about? And what are the things we should be terrified about? And how do we minimize the chance of the terrifying consequences?
So in this robot, the robot does all the heavy lifting. So the robot basically is an embodied AI. I really like AI in a domain-specific way. Actually, I should say at this point, there was an attempt in the 60s. Joshua Ledenberg and some really important people did this, that made an AI to try and guess if organic molecules in a mass spectrometer were alien or not.
Yes.
And they failed because they didn't have assembly theory.
I see.
And
wait, what does assembly theory give you about alien versus human life?
Well, no, it tells you about unknown, the degree of unknown. So you can fingerprint stuff. They weren't looking at. They were trying to basically just look at the corpus of complex organic molecules. So when I was a bit down about assembly theory because I couldn't convince referees and couldn't convince computational people interested in computational complexity, I was really quite depressed about it. And I mean, I've been working with Sarah Walker's team, and I think she also invented assembly theory somewhere. We can talk about it later. When I found the AI not working for the Dendril project, I suddenly realized I wasn't totally insane. Coming back to this nano robot, so what it does is basically like a computer, but now what it does is it squirts a liquid with gold in it in the test tube, and it adds some reducing agents, so some electrons, to make the gold turn into a nanoparticle. Now, when gold becomes a nanoparticle, it gets a characteristic color, a plasmon. So it's a bit like if you look at the sheen on a gold wedding ring or a gold bar or something. Those are the ways of conducting electrons reflect light. What we did is we randomly squirt the gold particle and the reducing agent in, and we measure the UV, we measure the color. And so what we do is the robot has a mind. So it has a mind where in a simulation, it randomly generates nanoparticles, and the plasmon, the color that comes out, randomly imagines in its head. It then, so that's the imaginary side of the robot. In the physical side of the robot, it squirts in the chemicals and looks at the color, and it uses a genetic algorithm and a map elite actually on it, and it goes around in cycles and refines the color to the objective. Now we use two different points. We have an exploration and an optimization. They're two different. So the exploration just says, just do random stuff and see how many different things you can get. And when you get different things, try and optimize and make the peak sharper, sharper, sharper. And what it does after a number of cycles is it physically takes a sample of the optimized nanomaterial, resets all the round bottom flasks, cleans them, and puts the physical seed back in. And then what this robot is able to do is search a space of 10 to the 23 possible reactions in just 1,000 experiments in 3 days. And it makes 5 generations of nanoparticles, which get nicer and nicer in terms of shape and color and definition. And then at the end, it outputs a KDL code that can then become...
Wow, it's doing the search for programs in the physical space.
Yeah.
So it's doing a kind of reinforcement learning.
In the physical space.
With the exploration and the optimization.
And that KDL will work on any computer or any qualified hardware.
So now that's it. That's a general piece of code that can replicate somewhat maybe perfectly what it created. That's amazing. That's incredible.
But the nanoparticles themselves are done. The robot has all the thinking. So we don't try and imply any self-replication or try and get the particles to make themselves, although it would be cool to try.
So, well, there you go. Those are famous last words for the end of human civilization. It would be cool to try. So is it possible to create molecules that start approaching this question that we started this conversation, which is the origin of life? So to start to create molecules that have lifelike qualities. So have the replication, have start to create complex organisms.
So we have done this with the oxides I talked about earlier, with the molybdenum oxides and the rings and the balls. And the problem is that they autocatalytically enhance one another. So they would, I guess you would call it self-replication. But because there's limited function and mutation, they're pretty dumb. So they don't do very much. So I think the prospect of us being able to engineer a nanomaterial life form in the short term, like I said earlier, my aim is to do this, of course. I mean, on one hand I'm saying it's impossible, on the other hand I'm saying I'm doing it. So which is it, Lee? It's like, I think we can do it, but only in the robot. So the causal chain that's going to allow it is in the robot. These particles, if they do start to self-replicate, the system's going to be so fragile that I don't think anything dangerous will come out. It doesn't mean we shouldn't treat them as potentially, I don't want to scare people like gain of function. We're going to produce stuff that comes out. Our number one kill switch is that we always try to search a space of objects that don't exist in don't exist in the environment. So even if something got out, it just would die immediately. It's like making a silicon life form or something, or
which is the opposite of oftentimes gain of function research is focused on how do you get a dangerous thing to be closer to something that works with humans.
Yeah,
so have it jump to humans. So that's one good mode to operate on, is always try to operate on chemical entities that are very different than the kind of chemical environment that humans operate in.
Yeah, and also, I'll say something dramatic, which may not be true, so I should be careful. If, let's say, we did discover a new living system, but it was made out of a shadow biosphere, and we just released it in the environment, who cares? It's going to use different stuff.
Yeah, it'll just live.
Just live, yeah. I found one of my biggest fantasies is like a planet There's basically half in the sun. It doesn't rotate, right? And you have two different origins of life on that planet, and they don't share the same chemistry. And then the only time they recognize each other is when they become intelligent. They go, "Well, what's that moving?"
Yeah.
I wonder.
So they co-evolve, and that's fascinating. I mean, so one fascinating thing to do is exactly what you were saying, which is a life bomb.
Yeah.
Which is like try to focus on atmospheres or chemical conditions of other planets, and try within this kind of the exploration optimization system, try to discover life forms that can work in those conditions, and then you send those life forms over there and see what kind of stuff they build up. Like you can do like a large scale. It's kind of a safe physical environment to do large scale experiments. It's another planet.
Yeah. So look, I'm going to say something quite contentious. I mean, Elon wants to go to Mars. I think it's brilliant. He wants to go to Mars, but I would counter that and say, is Elon just obsessed with getting humanity off Earth, or what about just technology? So if we do technology, so Elon either needs to take a computer to Mars because he needs to manufacture drugs, right, on demand, right, because zero cost payload and all that stuff is just code. Or what we do is we actually say, hang on, it's quite hard for humans to survive on Mars. Why don't we write a series of origin life algorithms where we put embed our culture in it, right? It's a very Ridley Scott Prometheus, right?
Yeah.
Which is a terrible film, by the way. But anyway, and dump it on Mars and just terraform Mars. And what we do is we evolve life on Mars that is suited to life on Mars.
Yeah.
Rather than brute forcing human life on Mars.
So one of the questions is, what is human culture? What is the things you encode? Some of it is knowledge, some of it is information. But the thing that Elon talks about, the thing I think about, I think you think about as well, is some of the more unique aspects of human nature, of what makes us human, which is our particular kind of consciousness. So he talks about the flame of human consciousness.
Yeah.
That's one of the questions, is can we instill consciousness into other beings? Because that's a sad thought, that whatever this thing inside our minds that hopes and dreams and fears and loves can all die.
Yeah, but I think you already know the answer to that question. I have a robot lawnmower at home. My kids call it CC, cool cutter. It's a robo-mow. And the way it works is it has an electric field around the perimeter, and it just tell it the area, and it goes out and goes from its base station, just mows a bit, gets to the perimeter, detects perimeter, and then chooses a random angle, rotates around and goes on.
Yeah.
But my kids call it cool cutter. It's a she. I don't know why it's a she. They when they were like quite young, they called it. I don't want to be sexist there. It could be a he, but they liked.
They gendered the lawnmower.
They gendered the lawnmower. Okay. Yeah. Why not? But I was thinking, this lawnmower, if you apply integrated information theory to the lawnmower is conscious. Now, integrated information theory is that people say it's a flawed way of measuring consciousness, but I don't think it is. I think assembly theory actually measures consciousness in the same way. Consciousness is something that is generated over a population of objects, of humans. Consciousness didn't suddenly spring in. Our consciousness has evolved together, right? The fact we're here, and the robots we leave behind, they will have some of that. So we won't lose it all. Sure, consciousness requires that we have many models being generated. There's not just one domain-specific AI, right? I think the way to create consciousness, I'm going to say unashamedly, the best way to make a consciousness is in a chemical system, because you just have access to many more states. And the problem right now we're making silicon consciousness is you just don't have enough states. So there are more possible there are more possible configurations possible in your brain than there are atoms in the universe. And you can switch between them. You can't do that on a Core i10. It's got 10 billion, 12 billion, 14 billion transistors, but you can't reconfigure them as dynamically.
Well, you've shared this intuition a few times already, that the larger number of states somehow correlates to greater possibility of life, but it's also possible that constraints are essential here.
Yeah. I mean, but coming back to you worry that something's lost. I agree, but I think that we will get to an AGI but I wonder if it's not. It can't be separate from human. It can't be separate from human consciousness because the causal chain that produced it came from humans. So what I kind of try and suggest heavily to people worry about the existential threat of AI, saying, I mean, you put it much more elegantly earlier, like we should worry about dumb algorithms written by human beings on Twitter driving us insane, right? And acting in odd ways.
Yeah, I think intelligence, this is what I have been ineloquent in trying to describe it, partially because I try not to think too deeply through this stuff because then you become a philosopher. I still aspire to actually building a bunch of stuff. But my sense is super intelligence leads to deep integration into human society. So like intelligence is strongly correlated. Like intelligence, the way we conceive of intelligence materializes as a thing that becomes a fun entity to have at a party and with humans. So like it's a mix of wit, intelligence, humor, like intelligence, like knowledge, ability to do reasoning and so on, but also humor, emotional intelligence, ability to love, to dream, to share those dreams, to play the game of human civilization, the push and pull, the whole dance of it, the whole dance of life. And I think that kind of super intelligent being is not the thing that worries me. I think that ultimately will enrich life. It's again the dumb algorithms that scale in the hands of people that don't study history, that don't study human psychology and human nature, just applying too broadly for selfish near-term interests. That's the biggest danger.
Yeah, and I think it's not a new danger, right?
Right.
I now know how I should use Twitter, how I shouldn't use Twitter, right? I like to provoke people into thinking. I don't want to provoke people into outrage. It's not fun. It's not a good thing for humans to do, right? And I think that when you get people into outrage, they take sides. And taking sides is really bad. But I think that we're all beginning to see this. And I think that actually I'm very optimistic about how things will evolve because, I wonder how much productivity has Twitter and social media taken out of humanity? Because how many now? So the good thing about Twitter is it gives power, so it gives voice to minorities, right? And that's good to some degree. But I wonder how much voice does it give to all sorts of other problems that don't need this emerge.
But when you say minorities, I think, or at least if I were to agree with you, what I would say is minorities broadly defined, any small groups of people that it magnifies the concerns of the small versus the big.
That is good to some degree, but I think, I have to be careful because I think I have a very, I think that the world isn't that broken, right? I think the world is a pretty cool place. I think academia is really great. I think climate change presents a really interesting problem for humanity that we will solve.
I like how you said it's a pretty cool problem.
But
for civilization, it's a big one.
What's the budget?
There's a bunch of really big problems that, if solved, can significantly improve the quality of life. That ultimately is what we're trying to do. Improve how awesome life is for the maximum number of people.
Yeah, and I think the coming back to consciousness, I don't think the universe is doomed to heat death, right? It's one of the optimists. That's why I want to kind of nudge you into thinking that time is fundamental, because if time is fundamental, then suddenly you don't have to give it back. The universe just constructs stuff. What we see around us in our construction. I know everyone's worried about how fragile civilization is, and look at the fundamentals. We're good until the sun expands, right? We've got quite a lot of resource on Earth. We're trying to be quite cooperative. Humans are nice to each other when they're not under enormous stress. But coming back to the consciousness thing, are we going to send human beings to Mars or conscious robots to Mars, or are we going to send some hybrid? And I don't know the answer to that question right now. I guess Elon's going to have a pretty good go at getting there. I'm not sure whether I have my doubts, but I'm not qualified. I'm sure people have their doubts that computation works.
Yeah.
But I've got it working, and
And most of the cool technologies we have today and take for granted, like the airplane, aforementioned airplane, were things that people doubted. Majority of people doubted before they came to life.
Yeah.
And they come to life. And speaking of hybrid AI and humans, it's fascinating to think about all the different ways that hybridization, that merger can happen. I mean, we currently have the smartphone, so there's already a hybrid, but there's all kinds of ways that hybrid happens, how we and other technology play together, like a computer.
Mm-hmm.
How that changes the fabric of human civilization is like wide open. Who knows? If you remove cancer, if you remove major diseases from humanity, there's going to be a bunch of consequences we're not anticipating.
Yeah.
Many of them positive, but many of them negative. Many of them, most of them, at least I hope, are weird and wonderful and fun in ways that are totally unexpected. And we sitting on a porch with a bottle of Jack Daniels and a rock will say, kids these days don't appreciate how hard we had it back in the day. I gotta ask you, speaking of nudging, you and Yosha Bach nudge each other on Twitter quite a bit in wonderful intellectual debates. And of course, for people who don't know, Joshua Bach is this brilliant guy. He's been on the podcast a couple of times. He tweeted, Joshua Bach. Everyone should follow him as well. You should definitely follow Mr. Lee Cronin, Dr. Lee Cronin. He tweeted, "Dinner with Lee Cronin. We discussed that while we can translate every working model of existence into a Turing machine, the structure of the universe might be given by wakes of non-existence in a pattern generated by all possible automata which exist by default." And then he followed on saying, "Face-to-face is the best." So the dinner was face-to-face. What is Joshua talking about in wakes, quote, "wakes of non-existence in a pattern generated by all possible automata which exist by default"? So automata exist by default, apparently. And then there's wakes of non-existence. What the hell is non-existence in the universe? And also in another conversation, you tweeted it's state machines all the way down, which presumably is the origin story of this discussion.
Yeah.
And then George just said, again, nudging / trolling. George just said, "You've seen the light. Welcome, friend. Many foundational physicists effectively believe in some form of hypercomputation. Lee is coming around to this idea." And then you said, "I think there are notable differences. First, I think the universe does not have to be a computer. Second, I want to understand how the universe emerges, structures that build computers. And third is that there is something below church Turing." Okay. What the heck is this dinner conversation about? Maybe put another way, maybe zooming out a little bit, are there interesting agreements or disagreements between you and Joshua Bach that can elucidate some of the other topics we've been talking about?
Yeah, so Yash has an incredible mind, and he's so well read, and uses language really elegantly. It bamboozles me at times. So I'm describing concepts in a way that I built from the ground up, and so we misunderstand each other a lot.
And he's floating in the clouds? Is that what you're saying?
No, something like, not quite, but I think so. This concept of a Turing machine. So Turing machines, I would argue, and I think this is not the Turing machine. The universe is not a Turing machine. Biology is not even a Turing machine, right? And because Turing machines don't evolve, right? There is this problem that people see Turing machines everywhere. But isn't it interesting? The universe gave rise to biology, that gave rise to intelligence, that gave rise to Alan Turing, who invented the abstraction of the Turing machine and allowed us to digitize. And And so I've been looking for the mystery at the origin of life, the origin of intelligence, and the origin of this. And when I discussed with Yasha, I think he was saying, well, the universe, of course, the universe is a Turing machine. Of course, there's a hypercomputer there. And I think we got kind of trapped in our words and terms. Because, of course, it's possible for a Turing machine or computers to exist in the universe. We have them. But what I'm trying to understand is, where did the transition from continuous to discrete occur? And this is because of my general foolishness of understanding the continuous. But I guess what I'm trying to say is there were constructors before there were abstractors. Because how did the universe abstract itself into existence? And it goes back to earlier saying, could the universe intelligence have come first?
What's a constructor? What's an abstractor?
So the abstractor is the ability of, say, of Alan Turing and Gödel and Church to think about the mathematical universe and to label things, and then from those labels to come up with a set of axioms with those labels, and to basically understand the universe mathematically and say, okay, I can label things. But where did the labeler come from? Where is the prime labeler?
Even if the universe is not a Turing computer, does that negate the possibility that a Turing computer could simulate the universe? Like, just because the abstraction was formed at a later time, does that mean that abstraction... This is to our cellular automata conversation.
Yeah.
You were taking away some of the magic from the cellular automata because very intelligent biological systems came up with that cellular automata.
Well, this is where the existence is the default, right? Does the fact that we exist and we can come up with a Turing machine, does that mean the universe has to be a Turing machine as well?
But can it be a Turing machine, though? So there has to be and the can it be.
Can it be? Sure. I don't know. I don't understand if it has to be or not. Can it be? But can the universe have Turing machines in it? Sure. They exist now. I'm wondering, though, maybe this is really, things get really hairy, is I think the universe maybe in the past did not have the computational power that it has now.
This is almost like a law of physics kind of. So the computational power is not. You can get some free lunch.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we sit here in this period in time and we can imagine all these robots and all these machines, and we built them. And so we can easily imagine going back in time that the universe was capable of having them, but I don't think it can.
So the universe may have been a lot dumber computationally.
And that's why I don't want to go back to the time discussion, but I think it has some relationship with it. The universe is basically smarter now than it used to be, and it's going to continue getting smarter over time because of novelty generation and the ability to create objects within objects within objects.
You know, there's perhaps as grounded in physics, there's this intuition of conservation.
Yeah,
that stuff is conserved. Like you've always had everything. You're just rearranging books on the bookshelf through time.
So, okay.
But you're saying like new books are being written.
Which law do you want to break? At the origin of the Big Bang, you had to break the second law because we got order for free.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm telling you now is that the energy isn't conserved in the universe.
Oh, it's the second law. Okay, I got you.
So but not in a bad way.
Okay, so computation potentially is not conserved, which is a fascinating idea. Intelligence is not conserved. Complexity is not conserved.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose that's deeply connected to time being fundamental.
The natural consequence of that is if time is fundamental and the universe is inflating in time, if you like, then there are one or two conservation laws that we need to have a look at. And I wonder if that means the total energy of the universe is actually increasing over time. And this may be completely ludicrous, but we do have all this dark energy that we have some anomalies, let's say, dark matter and dark energy. If we don't add them in, galaxy, so dark matter, I think, doesn't hold you need to hold the galaxies together, and there's some other observational issues. Could dark energy just be time?
So figuring out what dark energy is might give us some deep clues about this, not just time, but the consequences of time.
So it could be that, I'm not saying there's perpetual motions allowed and there's free lunch, but I'm saying if the universe is intrinsically asymmetric, and it appears to be, and it's generating novelty, and it appears to, couldn't that just be mechanistically how reality works?
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, I don't really like this idea that so I want to live in a deterministic universe that is undetermined.
Yeah.
Right? The only way I can do that is if time is fundamental. Because otherwise, it's all the rest of it is just sleight of hand. Because the physicists will say, yes, everything's deterministic. Newtonian mechanics is deterministic. Quantum mechanics is deterministic. Let's take the Freudian view. And then basically we can just draw out this massive universe branching, and it closes again. We get it all back. And don't worry, your feeling of free will is effective. But what the physicists are actually saying is the entire future is mapped out. And that is clearly problematical. And clearly...
that's not so clear.
Yeah.
It's just problematic.
So it's
because that maybe is just the way it is. It's problematic to you, a particular creature along the timeline.
I want to reduce the number of beliefs I understand the universe. So if time is fundamental, I don't need to have magic order at the beginning, and I don't need a second law.
But you do need the magical belief that time is fundamental.
Well, I need the observation that I'm seeing to be just how it is all the way down.
But the Earth also looks flat. If you agree with your observation. So we can't necessarily trust our observation.
I know the Earth isn't flat because I can send a satellite into space.
Now you're using the tools of science and the technology.
But I'm saying I'm going to do experiments that start to show. I think that it's worth. So if I cannot do an experiment or a thought experiment that will test this assumption, then the assumption is without merit, really, in the end. It's fine.
Yeah.
So
that's a beautiful ideal you hold yourself to. That's given that you think deeply in a philosophical way, you think about some of these really important issues, and you have theoretical frameworks like assembly theory. It's really nice that you're always grounded with experiment.
That's what I have.
That's so refreshing. That's so beautifully refreshing. Now that we're holding you to the grounded in experiment, to the harsh truth of reality, let me ask the big ridiculous question. What is the meaning of this whole thing? What's the meaning of life? Why? This time is fundamental. It's marching forward. And along this long timeline come along a bunch of descendants of apes that have come up with cellular automata and computers, and now computers. Why?
I have so many different answers to this question. It depends on what day. I would say that given the way of the conversation we had today, I would say the meaning, we make our own meaning. I think that's fine. But I think the universe wants to explore every possible configuration that it allows us to explore. And this goes back to the kind of question that you were asking about Yasha and the existence and non-existence of things, right? So if the universe is a Turing machine that's churning through a lot of states, and you think about combinatorial theory, four-assembly theory, so everything is possible. What Yasha and I were saying is, not everything is possible. We don't see the combinatorial explosion. We see something else. And what we see is evidence of memory. So there clearly seems to be some interference between the combinatorial explosion of things and what the universe allows. And it's like this kind of constructive, destructive interference. So maybe the universe is not just about, it is assembling objects in space and time, and those objects are able to search more. space and time, and the universe is just infinitely creative. And I guess I'm searching for why the universe is infinitely creative. Is it infinitely creative? And maybe the meaning is just simply to make as many objects, create as many things as possible. And I see a future of the universe that doesn't result in the heat death of the universe. The universe is going to extract every ounce of creativity it can out of it, because that's what we see on Earth, right?
And if you think that almost like intelligence is not conserved, that maybe creativity isn't either. Maybe like it's an infinite well. So like creativity is ultimately tied to novelty. You're coming up with cool new configurations of things, and maybe that just can continue indefinitely. And this human species that was created along the way is probably just one method, like that's able to ask the universe about itself. It's just one way to explore creativity. Maybe there's other meta levels on top of that. Like obviously, as a collective intelligence will create organisms. Maybe there'll be organisms that ask themselves questions about themselves in a deeper, bigger picture way than we humans do. First, to ask questions about the humans, and then construct some kind of hybrid systems that ask themselves about the collective aspect. Just like some weird stacking that we can't even imagine yet.
And that stacking, I mean, I've discussed this stacking a lot with Sarah Walker, who's a professor of physics and astrobiology at ASU. And we argue about, how creative the universe is going to be, and is it as deterministic as all that? Because I think she's more of a free will thinker, and I'm of a less free will thinker. But I think we're beginning to converge and understanding that, because there's simply a missing understanding right now. We don't understand how the universe. We don't know what rules the universe has to allow the universe to contemplate itself. So asking the meaning of it before we even know what those rules are is premature. But my guess is that it's not meaningless, and it isn't just about the. And there are three levels of meanings. Obviously, the universe wants us to do stuff. We're interacting with each other, so we create meaning in our own society and our own interactions with humanity. But I do think there is something else going on. But because reality is so weird, we're just scratching at that. And I think that we have to make the experiments better, and we have to perhaps join across, not just for the computationalists. And what I try to do with Yasha is meet him halfway. Say, well, what happens if I become a computationalist? What do I gain? A lot, it turns out, because I can make Turing machines in the universe. Because on the one hand, I'm making computers which are state machines inspired by Turing. On the other hand, I'm saying they can't exist. Well, clearly that I can't have my cake and eat it. So there's something weird going on there. So then, did the universe have to make a continuous to a discrete transition, or is the universe just discrete? It's probably just discrete. So if it's just discrete, then I will then give Yasha his Turing-like property in the universe, but maybe there's something else below it, which is the constructor that constructs the Turing machine, that then constructs, it's a bit like you generate a computing system that then is able to build an abstraction that then recognizes. It can make a generalizable abstraction, because human beings with mathematics have been able to go on and build physical computers, if that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the meaning. I think that's, as far as we can, the meaning will be further elucidated with further experiments.
Well, you mentioned Sarah. I think you and Sarah Walker are just these fascinating human beings. I'm really fortunate to have the opportunity to be in your presence, to study your work, to follow along with your work. I'm a big fan. And like I told you offline, I hope we get a chance to talk again with perhaps just the two of us, but also with Sarah. That's a fascinating dynamic. For people who haven't heard, I suppose on Clubhouse is where I heard you guys talk, but you have an incredible dynamic. And I also can't wait to hear you and Yasha talk. So I think if there's some point in this predetermined or yet to be determined future where the three of us, you and Sarah, or the four of us with Yasha, could meet and talk, would be a beautiful future. And I look forward to most futures, but I look forward to that one in particular. Lee, thank you so much for spending your valuable time with me today.
Thanks, Lex. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Lee Cronin. To support this podcast, Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from the mad scientist Rick Sanchez of Rick and Morty fame. To live is to risk it all. Otherwise, you're just an inert chunk of randomly assembled molecules drifting wherever the universe blows you. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Rabbi David Wolpe, someone who I've been a fan of for many years, for the kindness in his heart, the strength of his character, and the kind of friends he keeps and talks with, many of whom disagree with him, but love him nevertheless, including the late Christopher Hitchens. I will have many conversations like these in the future about religion, about Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, and others, looking to understand and celebrate the culture, the tradition, and the beauty of the people who practice these religions. I will, of course, not shy away from the difficult topics. I will talk both about hate and love, about war and peace. This conversation was recorded more than 3 weeks ago. Please allow me this time to speak on what has been on my mind. If this is not interesting to you, please skip. I totally understand. Some people asked me to say a few words on the war in Ukraine. I think my words are worth little, but perhaps let me try. I considered doing a long solo episode on this war. I tried several times, but it is too personal for now. To give you context, I've been talking to refugees, friends, loved ones in Ukraine, in Russia, in Poland, Slovakia, Moldova, Romania, even UK, Germany, Canada, India, China, and of course, the United States. Some of them crying, or angry, or confused, or scared. I'm helping as best as I can privately, and I'm hoping to help in the future by traveling to Ukraine and Russia and celebrating the humanity and the beauty of the people in this region. This was all set up both for Ukraine and Russia trips before 2022, including conversations with scientists, artists, athletes, leaders, and just, quote, regular folks who are equally, if not more, fascinating to me. For now, it has become much more difficult, but I'll keep trying to find a way. I was born in the Soviet Union. My roots are both Ukrainian and Russian. And today, and until the day I die, I'm an American. I'm proud of all of this. I hope to keep celebrating the culture and the incredible human beings that make up these nations and humanity as a whole. We're all one people. We're in this together. That's how I feel about the people of these nations. Now let me speak about those in the seats of power. I condemn all actions of leaders who play geopolitical games on the world stage, disregarding the cost paid in human suffering on the scale of millions. For this reason, I condemn Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And I condemn many of the military interventions by the superpowers of the world, including by my country, the country I love, the United States, that after World War II has intervened in over 40 nations, with many studies finding that the United States is culpable for an unfathomable number of civilian deaths. I condemn all heads of state who needlessly wage wars, watching young men and women burn in the fires they started. I don't understand how humans can be so cruel to each other. Or rather, I understand, but I believe in a future world where this is no longer true. Let me also say a few words of what I hope to do with this podcast. I want to explore the full complexity and beauty of human nature. I believe each of us are capable of good and evil, and I want to understand how the mind and the circumstance lead one to choose the former path or the latter. And I believe conversation is one of the best ways to work toward this understanding. For that, I think I have to not only talk to the most inspiring humans in the world, but also to the most controversial. I will speak with many people who I disagree with, politicians, activists, CEOs, heads of state, with very different opinions on the world. I will try hard to challenge their ideas without closing my mind to the depth and complexity of their perspective and their humanity. My presence in the same room with wildly different people will make it easy for the media and the internet to pick and choose clips and snapshots attacking me for being a shill for one side or the other. I can't defend this point, except to say that I'm a shill for no one, and that I hope you see the strength of my integrity, that I won't be influenced by any of them, no matter how rich, powerful, or charismatic they are. Like the poem, keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch. If neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much. This is a really, really important thing to me that I try to live by, that all human beings count with me the same. People have criticized me for wanting to have some of these conversations, like with Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky, and for times in the past speaking about them without the seriousness the topic deserves. For this, I would sincerely like to apologize. I'm disappointed, even ashamed, of my frequent ineloquence on these topics. I will work hard to do better. When I'm joking, it should be clear that it's a joke, and hopefully actually funny. When I'm being serious, I should speak with care and rigor. I've now done many hundreds of hours of podcast conversation. Despite my frequent failures in speaking, I hope you know where my heart is. Unfortunately, I think people will take clips of me and use them to attack me. This will happen more and more. I guess there's nothing I can do but send them my love. In the meantime, try to be a better person and a better interviewer. Let me also say that I like humor, especially dark humor. I like being silly and not taking myself seriously. I will keep taking risks with that, all with the goal of having fun and celebrating humanity at its most absurd and most beautiful. I will occasionally dress up in strange and weird outfits to celebrate the absurdity of life. I will hang out, break bread, and joke with all kinds of people. I don't have to agree with them to laugh with them, in order to escape for a brief moment the tension, the conflict, the hatred in the world. Humor just might save this little chaotic little civilization of ours. I love the Ukrainian people. I love the Russian people. And of course, I love my fellow Americans, Californians and Midwesterners, New Yorkers and Texans. I love humans. I love life. And I want to share that love with others, with you. If I mess it up, I'm really, really sorry. I'm trying my best. I have no agenda and no one to tell me what to do. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world to have all these opportunities. And I'm deeply grateful to be alive and to share that joy with other amazing people around me. Thank you for your support, for all the love you sent my way. I will work my ass off to not disappoint you. I love you all. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with David Welpe. Let's start with a big question. According to Judaism, who is God?
It's difficult because Judaism, like any tradition that is thousands of years old and encompasses so many different lands and languages and thinkers, it doesn't give a single answer to even simple questions, and to large questions it certainly doesn't give a single answer. Although Judaism was responsible for introducing the monotheistic idea to the world, it doesn't mean that it's one idea. So if you take Maimonides, the greatest sage in the Jewish tradition, medieval philosopher, he would say that God is an omnipotent, benevolent, intangible unimaginable God. In fact, he said you can't say what God is, only what God is not, because you have to emphasize, could talk more about that, but basically you have to emphasize the unknowability of God. You have a modern philosopher like Heschel, who says that God is a God of pathos, a God of deep feeling, which probably would make Maimonides shiver if he heard such a description. And if you look in the Bible, God is always regretting or having human emotions. So there are so many different kinds of depictions and ideas. And there is this tremendous tension between transcendence and immanence. That is, in the Jewish tradition, God is exquisitely close. God is immanent. In the Talmud's words, God is as close as your mouth is to your ear. In other words, whatever you say, God hears it. And yet at the same time, God is unfathomably distant. Sometimes when I speak to high schoolers, I will say, in the Jewish tradition, think of it this way. When you were 2 years old, you had no idea what it was to be a 15-year-old. Not only did you not know, but you didn't know what you didn't know. We conceive of God as being more, the distance between God and human beings is far greater than the distance between a 2-year-old and a 15-year-old. So when we speak about God, we have to acknowledge how limited we really are.
So, okay, you laid out a lot of fascinating things on the table. So one, the knowability of God. Then this idea of deep feeling, which, again, can God be operate in the space of feelings too? So not just the mouth and the ear of the senses. Can God be known? Can God be felt by this 3-year-old in the analogy versus the teenager?
So I will take refuge in a beautiful phrase from Martin Buber, another Jewish theologian. He said, God cannot be expressed, God can only be addressed. In other words, you can speak to God, you can feel a sense of God, but can you begin to comprehend or know God? No. Yosef Kaspi, I'm pulling in a couple of early Jewish philosophers, he said, to know God, I would have to be God.
Okay, we get close. Is it useful or is it a distraction to visualize things, to embody, to create, to attach to the stories some kind of visualizations in our mind? For example, gender, he versus she, right, things like this, or old man in the sky kind of feeling.
So it's almost inevitable, but I think ultimately you try to transcend it. This was the great, we just read this actually in synagogue, the story of the golden calf. And the story is that human beings found it impossible to not have a visualization because they had just come from Egypt, and in the world of pagan worship, everything is, it's not that pagans thought that idol was actually God, but it represented visually what God was. And along comes this idea that God is actually not capable of being visualized, which is very difficult, and it stretches the bounds of human comprehension, maybe even breaks them.
So would you say that the proper way to operate as a human in relation to God is humility, and that you're screwed? You're not able to basically know anything, almost anything.
Well, the reason that the salvation of this is that you can't, I was going to say the reason you're not screwed, but then I thought somebody might be upset at a rap by saying that. So I didn't say it and have not said it.
Yes.
But the reason you're not is that you don't have to have a comprehension of God. You have to have a relationship to God. And those are not the same. I mean, to draw an analogy that is not far from perfect, as most analogies are, but this one especially, you have relationships with people who are mysteries to you. You're a mystery to yourself. You can live and love somebody for 50 years and they can say something that surprises you, because ultimately we are trapped in here. And when a child first says I, we call that individuation. But what that really means is I now know that I am cut off from the minds of all other children and all other people. And so you have with God a more intimate relationship because you can believe that you are known by God and you have a relationship to God despite the fact that you can't know God just as you can't know others.
And some would say to have a good relationship, you want to be constantly surprised.
Right.
You don't want to know the thing.
The world that God created is constantly surprising. And by the way, the caveat to this, when I had all these debates with Christopher Hitchens, and he would always say that God is a greater tyrant than North Korea because it continues after your death. And the idea of being known by God is, after all, frightening if you think God knows what I think and so on. If your image of God is unloving.
Can we jump to this? You had friendships and conversations with a lot of the fascinating figures of the past 20, 30 years of the great intellectuals, one of which, perhaps one of the greats, is Christopher Hitchens. What have you learned from your conversation, your friendship?
So there are a lot of views he held that I really did not agree with, but he was a remarkable person.
That was a good line about North Korea. He was full of incredibly good lines.
Well, one of the things I learned was you can't win a debate with Christopher.
Oh, yeah.
One of the reasons you can't win is because he has this British baritone and this ready wit that because you can't triumph over laughter. It doesn't matter if your argument is better. If your quip is better, you win.
Yeah.
And so I remember once we were arguing about free will, and he said, "Well, I choose to believe in it." And everybody laughed, and that was, despite the fact that that's not really an argument.
Or like, I have free will because I don't have a choice.
Right,
whatever.
exactly.
And people should watch your conversation with him. It's great. I mean, it's a kind of David versus Goliath situation, and you're quite masterful at using charisma and sweet talking Christopher Hitchens.
I also genuinely liked him. I spent a 3-hour limousine ride with him from one debate to another, from LA to San Diego, and the entire time he said, "We just can't talk about religion."
Yeah.
So we talked about literature, and he gave me a long lecture about Scotch. He was inexhaustible. I mean, not only did he, I wrote a couple of obituaries about him, and one I began with the historian Keith Thomas, said there are two ways of achieving immortality: by doing things worth remembering or saying things worth remembering. And by that standard, he did both. I mean, he went all around the world to all sorts of danger zones. He knew like the best bars everywhere from Kuala Lumpur, to Beirut to LA, and he could drink all night and write a 2,000-word essay on the poetry of Yeats and go to sleep. I remember before one of our debates in Boston, he was at the bar and he said, "Come have a drink." And I said, "I'm not going to have a drink before I go to debate with you. What, are you crazy?" And he said, "Just have a beer. It's water." So he was, he really was a constant, inexhaustible fountain of intrigue and interest.
What kind of things, if you can remember, if you can mention, if you can admit, to have him enlightening you or helping you change your mind about something in this world?
So I think,
unrelated to Scotch.
Oh yeah, unrelated to Scotch. He convinced me that the idea, I mean, I had my doubts about it and have my doubts about it, but he convinced me through many debates, and not only he, that the idea that religion makes people better is not ipso facto wrong, but it's a much, much more complicated argument than I wished it to be.
So he is, however you conceive of the term beauty, he's one of the more beautiful humans.
Yes.
This weird little earth produced. So how do you explain the atheism combined with such a beautiful mind? So from your perspective of a man of faith, how do you think about that?
So of the atheists that I have debated, I think about all of them somewhat differently. So I think that in some deep way, for example, Sam Harris is a religious personality. I don't even think that he wouldn't like the word religious, but I don't even think that he would take issue with that. I think that he would say his is a purely material-based spirituality, but I mean his orientation towards meditation and appreciation of Buddhism, there's something deeply seeking spiritual about him. With Hitchens, I honestly, and I know that some of his fans will really not like this. It's not that he was any kind of closet believer, certainly not at all. But I almost feel as though he was less a passionate arguer against religion than he was, first of all, extremely upset by the forms that religion took in this world. And then once he trained his intellectual howitzers on a target, he had so much fun inventing new arguments and attacking it that I really believe he gets carried away sometimes by his own eloquence and intellectual range. So, for example, the idea that you would call a book that religion poisons everything, I think he did that deliberately, provocatively, so that he could defend a proposition that obviously is indefensible, that it poisons everything. So I don't know. I think he had tremendous joie de vivre. That's what sums him up. This guy loved life in all of its manifestations, and arguing against something that someone else believed was one of his greatest joys.
Yeah, and of course the practical aspect of that, he just saw the powerful and he challenged them with humor and so on.
Absolutely.
And you could argue perhaps that humor is the highest form of what humanity can achieve. Like sometimes maybe us little humans take things a little too seriously, and then sometimes we need to just laugh at it all, laugh at ourselves, and that's probably the purest form of wisdom.
Auden, the poet, said, "Among the people that I like or admire, I can find no common quality, but among those I love, I can. All of them make me laugh."
There you have it.
Yep.
Speaking of people that make you laugh, Sam Harris, because he's actually has a really great sense of humor.
He does.
With a very cold and monotone delivery. He's another one that you had you're friends with, you have good conversations with. Where's your fundamental disagreements and agreements with Sam?
Sam believes that religion is intellectually indefensible. He really believes it, like deep in his soul. And he gets angry at the idea that a proposition should be unchallenged if it offends his sense of logic.
Yeah, so he cannot move on until this is done.
Nope. In fact, I mean, I did a podcast with Eric Weinstein, and then Sam did one. And Sam said, when I heard your podcast with David Wolpe, I learned stuff about what he thinks that I never learned in my conversations with him, because I can never let him make those unfounded assertions without challenging them, and you just let them go. And I think that there was something to that. Was like, he finds it hard to have a conversation about religion that doesn't arouse his real ire about the harm that he thinks religion does in the world.
So it's more about the implementation of religion in the world as it is versus the really fundamental.
I think he also thinks it's fundamentally, intellectually shoddy and disreputable.
Faith.
Yeah, faith. I don't know how to put this. I mean, they're both capable of separating their contempt for religion from the people that they have sitting in front of them.
You mean Christopher Hitchens and Sam Harris?
Yes, both of them.
Okay, so you mentioned Eric Weinstein. People should listen to your conversation with Eric. It's a fascinating one. It's great. It's non-standard. It just goes all over the place, and there's humor and wit. It's great. So one interesting aspect that I also learned, perhaps not about you, but about Eric, about both, but Eric has a similar thing as with Jordan Peterson, which is, if you ask them, do they believe in God? I think the answer, they're not comfortable answering that question, or they might say no, but they're usually just not comfortable answering that question. But there's a kind of sense that they would like to live life, a religious life, as if God exists.
I think that's exactly right. I think, first of all, Eric has a really deep appreciation of the Jewish tradition. I don't know Peterson. I've read his stuff and I've reviewed his stuff and so on. But I think that Jungians are, in their very approach, they believe that myth is the way the world works. And so it's not that big a leap to God, but there's still a distance there.
Is it possible to have your cake and eat it too? Is it possible to have the depth of a religious life without believing in God? Like, how do you make sense of Eric Weinstein's devout life within the tradition? I mean, I honestly think he believes in God, but doesn't believe in God, and it's oscillating like it's a quantum mechanical system of some sort.
Schrodinger's God.
Yeah.
So I think that he would probably agree with what Elie Wiesel said, that a Jew can be angry at God or be disbelieving of God, but is not allowed to be indifferent to God. And I think Eric's not indifferent to God. And it's different than Christianity. I've had this conversation many times because you can be very Jewish and have deep doubts about theological questions because Judaism isn't a religion. It's a religious family. And so you're born Jewish. Like if I said to you tomorrow, if I was Christian and I said, oh, I believe in Jesus today, and then tomorrow I didn't, I'm not Christian anymore. But if tomorrow I said, oh, I don't believe all this stuff, I'm still Jewish. So it's a more complicated system. Having said that, though, I think it's very hard to sustain over generations without some belief that the source of it is beyond ourselves. And in that sense, as in many others, Eric is unique.
Well, he was actually making that claim that we need faith to propagate this tradition through the generations.
Yeah.
So without that, the traditions crumble. It's a very interesting idea and very interesting argument for devout faith, which is it's a glue that holds a tradition together. Otherwise, like traditions fall apart.
Right.
So you can't have the intensity of that tradition. I mean, on the other hand, you do see tradition. I mean, Thanksgiving, one of my favorite holidays.
So I would say traditions that are demanding fall apart. Traditions that require turkey might not fall apart, but traditions that make demands of you that are countercultural or are hard, they fall apart.
I think I need to introduce you to some Thanksgiving dinners that are quite demanding. Getting the family together.
You know, first of all, I'm a vegetarian, so I'm tough to have at Thanksgiving dinner. But there was a comedian named Kathy Landsman who one year I heard this on the radio and it stuck with me. She said that holidays are a chance to renew your resentments afresh. You know, and that's basically what people do with their family. It's like, I'm going to go home and fight with the uncle again this year.
I apologize to take a dark turn, but you mentioned Elie Wiesel. I recently saw a picture of Elie Wiesel when he was in the camp and he was liberated. For some reason, that hit hard. Like, you know, I've seen pictures in concentration camps of people I don't know, or whose words I haven't really felt and gone through. But for some reason, like, here's just a normal person, like a normal body,
right.
Laying there. That was him.
I've seen it. And you can see his face, but at the same time, you see that this is an amazing. And I think what's so disturbing about it is exactly what you were saying. Is I've seen 1,000 people like this, and I know this one, and I know what he became. So what about all those other people who look exactly like him who didn't make it out of the camp?
You know, maybe it's projection, but it seemed like this perhaps is also just combining with man's search for meaning. It seemed like it was a regular day for them. Right. In the picture, it didn't seem like. I mean, I'm not sure what I expect to see, what suffering looks like, but it's almost like there's no celebration.
I've never seen a picture of actually liberation be celebratory. It's true. It's really true.
So what do you make sense? And I apologize to take a step into that moment in history. How do you make sense of the Holocaust, that of Nazi Germany, that such things could be committed by human beings to each other? Is it religion? Is it the thirst for power? Is it the madness of crowds somehow carrying us forward?
I mean, for me, it's multi-causal. I don't think there's one reason. So one of the things, especially there, has to do with the special nature of anti-Semitism, which is, let's put that to one side for the moment. The second is, I think human beings are fundamentally split. They are mostly good, except when put under certain pressures. My first explanation for hatreds is as follows. Go to a playground. What happens when a new kid comes on the playground? Do the other kids say, oh, let's go share our toys with the new kid? No. They say, oh, who's that stranger? And let's go get him. Because otherness is built into our genetic, we're tribal by nature. And we see people form tribes all the time of different kinds. I asked you before if you were a chess player. And when I was a kid and playing in tournaments, and I didn't do it for that long and I didn't do it that well, but when I was, it was like the whole world was divided into people who could play chess and people who couldn't play chess, which is ridiculous if you think about it, as though that's the way you divide the world. But we tend to do that. And the Jews were always the identifiable other. There were Frenchmen and Jews. There were Russians and Jews. There were Germans and Jews. And the great blessing of America is that there's no identifiable other quite that way, is that there's all these minorities and there's not an American and a something. But once you have that identifiable other, and you have a long history of blaming that identifiable other for all the ills that befall you.
Of course, people still do try to form, you said America, they still try to form other, immigrant versus been here for a generation. There's so many ways to slice it. We still try to find ways. Yeah. It's just more difficult in America because there's so many sub-tribes, hierarchies of tribes and upon tribes.
You're absolutely right. And I was moving fast because I didn't want to get bogged down in all the very difficult. It's true, I tried.
You're hoping I wouldn't mention that tribalism happens in America.
Skating, when you're on thin ice, your safety is in your speed. So I was trying to move fast. Yeah. But for most of history in East and Western Europe, not obviously in Asia, but in East and Western Europe, Jews were the ones who, they're not like us. They're clearly not like us. And in addition, there's a peculiar quality, and I don't know, I wonder what you'll think of this explanation. There's a peculiar quality to anti-Semitism that is unlike any other hatred that I know of, which is Jews are both superhuman and subhuman. They're vermin. The Nazis thought of them as vermin, and yet they control the world. And there was an English scholar named Hyman Maccabee who said the reason that that's so is the myth that Jews killed God. They killed Jesus. And to kill a God, you have to be superhumanly evil. You can't just be bad. Otherwise, you can't kill a God. So there is some supercharged evil sense that people got from that about Jews that still inheres.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of the way we formulate the other in terms of tribes is often they're subhuman and they're here to steal our resources, like on the playground. But to be both is a fascinating construction. Do you agree with Solzhenitsyn that all of us have the capacity for evil?
100%. Runs through every human heart. I have no doubt about it. I know, as you probably do, but I probably know more both because of what I do and because I have lived a lot longer than you. I know a lot of religious leaders who people thought or think are above the human, and they are emphatically not. They're not. Some of them have done horrible things, and they've used their position to do horrible things. And it's because there is no perfect saint. There's no, all through history, you discover all these saintly characters that we worship, the people who actually knew them around them, some liked them and some didn't. People are complicated, all of us.
And the tough thing is, the thing that's the toughest for me is it's not very always clear what is good and what is evil. Because certainly if you just look at history, and it's not always propaganda, I really believe that some part of Stalin thought he was doing good, legitimately, and it makes you ask a question of yourself. For those of us who want to do good in the world, am I actually doing good? And that's a really difficult question. So, like in the technology sphere, for example, in this dream of creating technology that will do some good, am I actually doing good?
So I have a question about that myself. Not about Stalin. I'm sure that Stalin thought so. Stalin does not strike me, from what I know of him, as somebody given to a lot of self-doubt. But the question with AI to me is actually, it goes back to the God question, which is, if we have an appreciation of the limitations of our own intelligence, that we know that just like we can only hear certain things and see certain colors, how much of the world is inaccessible to us because of the way our brains are constructed, how can we possibly have any confidence that we can create things that in certain ways are far more intelligent than we are and control them the way we think is best? Seems to me a hubris that might end up being destructive.
Definitely. Well, any sentence with the word hubris in it is going to end badly when implemented
Right,
at
exactly.
scale. But there's also beauty. So if you approach it with humility, there is a sense, I don't want to over romanticize it, but there's a legged robot right behind you, which is hilarious.
Yep.
So there's magic. I don't have kids. I would love to have kids. But there's a magic to bringing robots to life.
Yes.
That it feels like you are a mini god.
Right.
Because you just breathe life into an entity that operates in this world, especially when they have legs and they move in this way. That's, in the case of the four-legged robots, like a dog. That I don't think I'm over romanticizing it. The feeling is like you would with a child. You just gave birth. Like, holy crap, this is a living thing. I wonder what he or she are thinking about.
By the way, I'm not at all insensible to how remarkable it must feel to create that. I'm actually worried in part about how remarkable it feels to create that, because to maintain humility and perspective when it's such a fantastic thing is what's difficult. And I think also because creativity is both part of what it is to be human, and it's very much part of the legacy of Western civilization and the legacy of having a creator God. If you have a tradition where God is known primarily through what God creates, so the first debate I ever had, since we talked about humor and God and creating, let me give you my one God creating joke. Because the first debate I ever had on religion and science was with Stephen Jay Gould. And it was wonderful because he had a deep interest in religion. And his interest was actually not to say religion is terrible. But I started with this joke, and I think it made the debate go a little bit easier. So the time has come when human beings can do everything that God can do. And a scientist looks up at heaven and says, God, look, you were great in your day, and we thank you for everything you did, but now we don't need you. And God says, really, you don't need me? He says, no, we can do everything you did. God says, everything? And human being says, yeah, we can do everything. God says, okay, can you create a human being? And the scientist goes, yeah. God says, from dirt? The scientist goes, yeah. He says, okay, let me see. The scientist reaches down, scoops up some dirt, and God says, get your own dirt.
Yeah.
But the idea is that a creator God impels us to create too.
But let me bring up Nietzsche,
Yeah.
who proclaimed that God is dead. Is belief in God slowly disappearing from our world, do you think? And what kind of impact does that have on society? You wrote that religion is not our enemy. Before the Western faiths captured the heart of our world, it was cruelty, carnage, and destruction. In the 20th century, when religion ceased to be a force of international politics, the scale of human slaughter was far beyond anything human beings have ever known. What is the world like when we take religion out of it?
I mean, I think Nietzsche was largely right. You know, it wasn't a statement about God. It was a statement about God's presence in the world. And I think that that's largely true, that God is not a force in a lot of Western society. And I believe that if the force of nihilism has no clear counter without an idea that we're all here for a purpose and that our lives are inherently meaningful and that there's a God who wishes us to be better. So I worry a lot about it. And I think that the sort of optimism that things are just going to get better and better is what one philosopher called cut flower ethics. That is, we're still living off the morals that religion gave us, but now that they're separate from the soil that gave birth to them, I see them wilting.
So this kind of optimism for the future of human civilization, you think, is in part grounded in a religious society?
I really do believe that. I mean, it was religion that the Greeks look back at the golden age of the past. It was the Jews who said, no, the golden age is in the future, right? It's the Messiah. And I think that that idea that we're moving towards something better, which I really believe humanity can do, and absent destroying ourselves will do. You know, I mean, I'm very excited about the technology that I won't live to see. I think it's fantastic.
And that excitement is a kind of religious excitement because there's a
Yes.
reason to preserve this whole thing.
Absolutely, because I really think, I know this sounds absurdly anthropomorphic, but I really think God is cheering us on. I feel like this is why we're here. We're here to grow in soul and to grow each other in soul.
Yeah. So what do you think the world, so if we just think of this force of nihilism that's contending with the force of faith-based optimism,
Right.
What do you make of the atrocities in the 20th century? Do you think at its core it's part of human nature and has nothing to do with religion or not religion? Or do you think you can assign this kind of nihilistic view of the world?
I think it has to do with a religion that doesn't make ethical demands. That is, for Stalin and for Hitler, they both had religions, but they were, in a sense, but they were religions that didn't make ethical demands for the other. I mean, 36 times the Torah talks about the stranger. The point is, it's trying to educate people away from their natural inclination towards distrusting and disliking the other. And it's a lot of work. That's really difficult to do. But if you have a tribal passion and not a universal ethic, then you're in trouble.
Well, the Jewish tribe is a very strong tribe. So how do you make sense of this mention of the stranger versus the power of the tribe, which is the whole point of, not the point, but
Right.
the mechanism of tradition propagates the tribe?
So it's both. I mean, the Torah does not start with Jews. It starts with Adam and Eve. That's a way of saying, yeah, this is going to be a story about a people, but understand that prior to a kind of people, there are people. I'm a human being before I'm a Jew. And in fact, the Jewish New Year, you know, the Muslim New Year starts with Muhammad's journey, and the Christian New Year starts with Jesus' birth. The Jewish New Year starts with the creation of the world, because the idea is, yes, this is a particularist tradition, but it makes a universal statement, which is all of humanity is are in the image of God, are children of God. I think that the idea of Judaism was to try to exemplify a certain way of making that statement over and over again. And I want to say one other thing about chosenness. That's very name droppy, but when I tell you how I got there, it won't be as name droppy. So my brother is a professor at Emory, and so is the Dalai Lama, actually teaches at Emory, although he no longer does because he's too old to go to Emory, but for many years taught at Emory. And so my brother he's the head of the ethics center at Emory. He's a bioethicist. So he brought a bunch of students to Dharamsala to meet with the Dalai Lama. So I went to India. I was on sabbatical then anyway. I met my brother there, and we had a chance to meet with the Dalai Lama. Okay, that was the name drop. So we're sitting in the office. Before he speaks to the students, he was speaking to us, but not because, I just wanted to make it clear, not because he said, oh, I got to talk to that rabbi. We just happened to be, I happened to glom along with my brother. We sit down. The first thing he says is he points at me and says, what's this about the chosen people anyway? So, and he had, by the way, he had asked that I give a lecture, which I did later, to his monks about how Jews survived in the diaspora. So it's not like he doesn't know about Judaism. He knows a lot about it. But he says to me right away so I said, yes, Jews believe that they were chosen for a certain mission in this world. But that doesn't mean other people weren't chosen for other sorts of things. They certainly, it seems to me that other people believe they're chosen for things too. He burst out laughing and said, yeah, we also think we're chosen. So I think
the idea is that no tribe is better than it from a Jewish perspective. You're chosen for a thing,
right?
But that doesn't make you better.
No, the only place where the betters came in, honestly, if I'm going to be honest, was not with the idea but it was when Jews were small, persecuted. The way that you take this sort of psychic revenge is by saying, no, we're better than our persecutor,
Yeah.
But the idea is, different people have different missions, which is, there was a Jewish philosopher, Franz Rosenzweig, who used to say, he didn't know very much about Islam. He used to say, Judaism is the sun and Christianity was the rays of the sun. Like Judaism introduced the idea of God and Christianity brought it to the world.
Could you speak to this difference? What is the difference and similarities between Judaism, Christianity, and Islam?
The religious family part is different. And the greatest difference, which I talked about in the Eric Weinstein podcast, is that Islam and Judaism are more similar in a lot of ways than Judaism and Christianity. And the reason that is so is Christianity in its core is not a religion of law. The reason it's not a religion of law is because it grew up in the Roman Empire. So law was taken care of. Jesus didn't have to create civil law because you had Roman law. Muhammad and Moses created a religion in the desert where there was no law. So you have to create a religion of law. Otherwise, you have anarchy. And that's why, in a lot of ways, there was never a separation of church and state in Islam or Judaism. That was a gift that Christianity gave the world. And it could do it because of render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. But when Moses came along, there was no Caesar. When Muhammad came along, there was no Caesar. So historically, the traditions shaped differently. But all three of them have this core, I think, the single most important statement and insight in all of human history, which is that every human being is in the image of God. And if you really believe that, that's a transformative belief.
So that means you should love, thy neighbor as
thyself, which comes from Leviticus, comes straight from the Torah.
So I don't know if you know, I've been chatting with Omar Suleiman. I don't know if you know who that is. He's an imam in Dallas, great guy. I enjoy his interfaith dialogues that he engages in. And do you ever do that kind of talk with Christians, with Muslims?
Yes, often.
I do whenever I at least listen to them in the context of these kinds of conversations. There's so much love and humor and empathy and appreciation, and also ability to make fun of the quirks of the little
of one's own
communities. So it's not necessarily the depths of the details of the traditions, but these are communities and they're full of people and they're full of weird people because we're all weird, and so there is very particular flavors of weirdness that emerge, and they can make fun of them, and in that way they can talk about some beautiful ideas. So I don't know, do you engage in these kinds of things? What do you learn from them?
So one of the things I learned is exactly what you said, that personalities that you think are unique to your own community, in fact, they exist in all sorts of communities, and religious communities in particular draw, I think, some interesting personalities. And also that especially as clergy, some of the pressures that you feel are shared. And it's weird. Again, it has to do with that tribal association. There's almost like there's an understanding among clergy because they have similar and it's a strange role in the following way. It's one that you never escape. That is, you're not my lawyer at the supermarket, but you are my rabbi at the supermarket. I mean, it doesn't matter why you're there. That's not an escapable role, and every religious leader is aware of that. That strange assumption of stepping into something that you can never step out of.
But you're also the source where people go to think about the deepest question of our lives and our universe. And so that's some heavy, when people are suffering, they look to you for answers.
I mean, every privilege comes with a cost of one kind or another. The reason you get to be in that role is exactly because you get the privilege of being there at crucial moments in people's lives. I mean, the fact that I get to marry people and get to give eulogies for people and come to the hospital, it's inexpressible. I have this joke with people that I know that, like, when I'm sitting on the couch and it's Saturday night, I don't want to get up and go to a wedding. I really don't. I want to sit there and watch Netflix like everybody else. Yeah. But when I'm actually doing the wedding, I always love it. Always, always, always. And the reason is that I don't think, I mean, yes, people go to you for answers in calmer conversations. Like if you ask me now, like, what's my theory of why God allows evil, I could give you a conversation about it. But they really go for presence and comfort, not really for answers. When someone's suffering, an answer doesn't make them unsuffer. It's just they want to know they're not alone.
Yeah, to be heard and just to feel things in silence together.
Yeah.
In terms of weddings and marriage, what's the role of that whole? I need to take some notes here. What's the
role of a rabbi?
The role of marriage in human existence.
It is, first of all, to teach you how to care for someone unlike you, which could be anyone you marry. And I think it's to create a home and a family.
So there's a commitment to it, so care for a long time.
Right, exactly. And also, when couples come to me and they say, we don't need to be married because it really won't change how we think about ourselves and our relationship, I say, and that's true. It might not, but it will change how everyone else looks at you. Yeah. And because it changes how everyone else looks at you, it changes you. Because it's one thing to say, this is my partner. It's another thing to say, this is my husband. You say, this is my husband, that means we've made a real commitment to this.
Yeah. What do you worry that there's a dissolution of that as well in terms of how, as religion dissipates, like it loosens its hold on society, loosens its impact on society. Do you worry about that?
I worry about it. I do think that it is possible that rather than a dissolution, we're going through a transition. That is different kinds of families and different configurations of families. I see some of that. But I also do see it's less a dissolution of marriage than it is of the idea of commitment. And I'll give you like a simple example. When I was growing up, a player on a sports team was always on that team. And you rooted for the team because you knew the players for 20 years. Now, there are very good reasons, starting with Curt Flood, why people got free agency and they can move around and it's better for the players. I understand all that. And I'm not saying, they should continue. But just like people move jobs and they move sports teams and they change careers, they change partners. And there's a diminishment of the commitment to commitment that I actually think has serious societal consequences, and that I am worried about.
Yeah, there's a cost to that. I don't know what it is about commitment that's beautiful. Because some of the deepest friendships I have is when we've gone through some shit together.
Yeah.
And so going through hard times together, especially when the hard times are between the two of you, that's always a risk. But if you can find a way through, that can bond you stronger. That's the
There's no
fascinating
question.
thing about human relationships.
There's no question. And even if it doesn't keep you forever, you still have a connection that exists. So I can give you one. You said, what is it about commitment? I'll give you one, I think, beautiful answer. Someone once asked Rabbi Soloveitchik, who was a great thinker and leader in the Orthodox community in the 20th century. They said, I go from religion to religion. I just take what I think is beautiful in it. And his answer was that you're treating religion like a nomad. He said, nomads go from place to place and they eat what they want and they move on. He says, farmers stay in one place. The difference is farmers make things grow. And I think that that's true also when you think about the relationships you have. Things have grown out of the relationships that you've invested in, that you farmed, basically, that can't exist in fly-by-night relationships.
Can we talk about the Torah?
Yes.
What is it? And is it the literal word of God? Easy questions.
Well, the Torah is the 5 books of Moses written in Hebrew. Like most, I think, modern rabbis, non-Orthodox or non-literalist rabbis will tell you that it's a product of human beings. And I believe that they are inspired by God, but it's clear to me that it's a human product. And I think that people who study modern biblical criticism, it's really hard to study modern criticism. It gives a wrong impression. I would say modern scholarship on the Bible and not appreciate the fact that it even has levels of language. I mean, it's just like if you read today somebody writing like Shakespeare, you would say this isn't. It's like English is developed. It's different. It's not the English we speak today. And if you study the Bible and you know Hebrew well enough, you even see that this was written over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. It is a holy book. And I like the idea that it is what you say in Hebrew is Torah min hashamayim and not Torah mi Sinai. That is, the Torah is from heaven, but it's not from Sinai. So it has its origin beyond us, but it has things in it that I think, and this is one of the things that was a huge controversy at my congregation when I started to do same-sex marriages. There are some people who try to argue that the Torah does not forbid them. Whether it does or not, it seems to me we understand things that were not understood in the ancient world about gender and sexuality. And so
you think that in the scripture, in the words, you can find the kind of spirit that supports the idea of gay marriage?
Well, that's my argument, is that you criticize the Torah by the Torah. That is, it gives you the understanding that you use to evaluate its own claims. And I think that Judaism, by the way, has always done that, because it's clear that there are things in the Torah that the rabbis changed, altered, grew, expanded, diminished. I think that's what it is to be part of a living tradition.
Yeah, you wrote in your book, Why Faith Matters, quote, Walt Whitman wrote that in order for there to be great books, there must be great readers. For a book to remain powerful throughout generations, it cannot have a single meaning. Scripture, like great poetry, is not reducible to other words. That is, one cannot paraphrase it and capture the totality of its meaning. So, how the heck do you capture the meaning of the words in Scripture? Is it an ongoing process through the centuries?
Yes,
Is that
exactly so. It's a continual conversation of sages, scholars, readers, strugglers, seekers, mystics, visionaries, all of them making a contribution. I mean, I write a weekly Torah column for the Jerusalem Post. Now, what is there left to say? But every week, what I do is I start opening books and seeing what people say, and it starts to percolate, and you realize that you're entering this conversation that's been going on for thousands of years with remarkable minds, and it constantly fertile in new insights. So yes, that's what it is to be part of a tradition.
Yeah, why do people keep writing love poems? We should have figured out love by this point. By this point already.
I use the analogy sometimes of diet books. If any diet worked, there would be one book. There'd be one book and you'd be done.
You mentioned this fascinating story that you were part of. You were a part of several controversies in your life.
I've had a few.
So, for someone who walks with grace through the fire, you sure have found yourself in a lot of fires. One of them, can you tell me the story of your views on gay marriage, the underlying principles that led you to fight this battle of defending gay marriage in the Jewish community?
So I'm part of a congregation that is really politically split, and even and split not only politically but split in terms of origin. We have a lot of Jews from the Middle East, from Iran, a lot of Persian Jews, a lot of Jews from Israel, some from Mexico, from other places, and many that grew up in LA. And
Do you have any Russian Jews? The best.
I have a few Russian Jews, not as many as I should, but we'll work on that. But what happened was, like, increasingly, I became uncomfortable with people who would come to me and say, this is the only kind of person I can love. It's not the same question as an intermarriage, as a Jew marrying a non-Jew, because you could find a Jew to love. You may not have found, but you could. And that's a whole separate question. But I would have men in my office, primarily, a couple of women. They would say, like, this is the only kind of person that I can enter into an intimate relationship with. How can it be that my religion has no room for me? And that was very persuasive to me. So, but I knew that it was going to be explosive in my community. When, by the way, it finally happened, it was literally on the front page of the New York and the LA Times. It was that explosive. So it was not a small controversy. And so what I did was I started to teach classes. Not that many people came, about, homosexuality and Jewish tradition and so on. It's funny, much, much less about lesbianism. I'm talking about in terms of the sources and so on. It's almost always about homosexuality. So, and then I got ready to send out a letter. And I said to my daughter, who at the time was maybe 10 or 11, she's now in her mid-20s, I said, look, honey, when you go to school tomorrow, or whatever it was, I said, people might be saying bad things about your dad, and I just want you to be prepared for that. She said, why? And I said, because I'm going to start doing same-sex marriages. And she looked at me quizzically and said, what took you so long? And I thought, her face was like, I said to her, I'm going to start marrying blonde-haired people to brown-haired people. Yeah. It's like she really did not understand why there was an issue. And I thought, that's exactly why. Because I know that it's generational. People are raised with it. They have it deep in there, but it's not really right. It's just not right.
But if you could just look back to that journey, how difficult is it to make these decisions a principle? So, because you have to think about that in order to think about such decisions you yet might still have to make in the future.
And I will tell you one thing I did wrong with that and one thing I did right. The thing I did right was I waited until, in the communities where people objected to it, I had enough people whose kids had come out, so that I had parents of kids who'd come out to refer later on other parents to, so that they wouldn't feel like they were the only ones. Because once I announced it, as I thought would happen, a bunch of kids came out and said, now that the rabbi said this, Mom, Dad, I want you to know I'm gay. And when the parents came to me, I could say, well, listen, you're not alone. This person also you can go to. That I did right. What I did wrong was, I don't think the classes were enough. And I don't think enough people were prepared. And I think part of the explosion was shock. And I should have prepared even more.
The words you used to talk about it, the way you thought about it, was it more scholarly in the Jewish tradition, or did you go to the feeling?
No, I went to the feeling. I said kvod habriot, which means respect or honor for God's creations, and caring for other human beings and understanding. It wasn't scholarly because I knew the objections were not scholarly objections. They were, and I had many beautiful and also painful stories as a result, some of which can be told and some of which really can't. But what I tried to impress also on people was how painful it is to not be able to tell the world, even your own parents, who you are. And your sexuality is not a trivial part of who you are. I mean, it's core to people. So it's one of the reasons why it evokes such reactions. But I would say to them, the same reason that you're reacting so strongly tells you how strongly, anyway, it was a very powerful experience. For that, I have, I have nothing. I feel good about it. Afterwards, the other thing that I again said to my daughter afterwards, after it all died down and after all the bad things were said, I told her that Churchill once said that it's exhilarating to be shot at without result. If you go into a battle and you make it through and you're still okay, that's good.
The problem is when you're in the battle, you don't know.
No, you don't know.
So how did it feel like? I mean, looking back, you've been, to use the word canceled a couple of times. I guess when you're dealing with the most difficult of question, how did, just as a human being, for a community that you really deeply care about, some part of it saying that you have failed?
I wasn't canceled the way, like I didn't lose my job, didn't lose my home, but I hurt people that I cared about.
Yeah.
And that was the hard, like I went into this, to be someone who brings people together. And then I would sit there and do, even now, like, as you're well aware with stuff that's going on now, I sit there and people are really upset at me, who I either am or used to be close to.
Do those people in time come around? When you look now, because those are real feelings in the moment, and we can learn that about social media. People, especially during COVID, there's this intensity of feeling about stuff. And have you learned something about the passing of feeling that turns into wisdom?
No question about it. This sermon I gave this Saturday was about how, Moses came down the mountain, he saw the golden calf, and he broke the tablets. If he'd sat with it for a little while, he probably wouldn't have broken the tablets. But the instant reaction is always anger. And in our age, unfortunately, the instant reaction gets put on social media forever and ever and ever. And by the way, once you've actually said that, it becomes harder to back down. If you keep quiet for a day or two, then you can back down because you haven't put yourself out there. But once you said, this is terrible what you did, it's harder to write and say, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, so it almost becomes, it's a really powerful statement that the downside of saying something on the internet is that it actually pulls you into this current. You both create the current and it pulls you into it to where it's actually very hard to escape.
Yeah.
So when 2 days later you feel different, there's a momentum. There's now a tribe of people that feel this way, and there's a momentum with it.
There's a momentum, and also you don't want to betray your own tribe because then people will get upset at you. I really think that a lot of the antagonism is not so much that you don't want to give ground to the people who oppose you. It's that you don't want to break with the people who are behind you. And that's really hard.
Can you tell the story of this recent controversy?
Sure.
The sermon you
Why
just
not?
gave. You went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would relate to this because to me personally, I apologize to anybody who was hurt by this. The absurdity of it is deeply intense.
So here's the story. The LA County mandates masking children in school, and all the kids in our school are masked, and many of the parents are extremely upset about that. I will just leave that at that.
Yeah.
I went to the Super Bowl. There were 70,000 people. Frank Luntz, whom we know, was a wonderful guy, gave me a ticket. said, and so I was at the Super Bowl. I maybe saw 2 masks among the 70,000 people. I didn't even think about it, which was foolish on my part, no question. I took a picture of myself unmasked at the Super Bowl. And people were, I mean, many people thought, oh, great, wonderful, glad you're having a good time, so on and so forth. I don't want to diminish at all the many people who said that. A lot of people were livid. They were livid. And they weren't, what was instructive about it was they didn't say, nobody wrote me a private note and said, I think that this was a bad idea. You should have thought about this. No, they were, you're a hypocrite. You're a clown. You're an idiot. How could you do this? This is a disgrace. This is that.
They say that publicly.
Oh yeah. On my Instagram, you can still see I left the remarks up because I really thought it was important. If I only deleted the really vile comments. Because I thought that shouldn't stay up. But I left them up because I thought people should see and I should remind myself what I did. And I didn't want to just delete the picture as though it didn't happen, because it did happen. And I did do it. And I felt terrible about that. And I felt terrible that I had not about, the comments, believe me, weren't pleasant. I didn't like it. Nobody likes it. But I felt worse that I had hurt all these people that I'm close to, and I defended all these people who were really upset that their kids were wearing masks, and now their kid says, why doesn't the rabbi have to wear a mask?
Well, first of all, it is tough to be a rabbi. If this is, the masks to me symbolize, these kinds of discussions symbolize not necessarily the issues at hand, but the intensity of feeling. And people are really struggling. People are in pain. They're lonely. The uncertainty of it, you don't know who to trust. Everything's under question. The institutions, even the scientific institutions, and there's all these conspiracy theories flying around. You don't know who to believe, and there's people just yelling at each other, and politics is weaved into this whole thing in some messy way. And you just get honestly, it's just legit, simple, just frustration. Going back to marriage, of just hanging out with the kids and your wife, husband, just the stress just building up over time, no release. And just people want to tell you when the rabbi is not wearing a mask, even though it's a damn Super Bowl, make me want to comment on the Super Bowl part, which is awesome. But anyway.
But it released clearly a dam of all the kinds of feelings that you're talking about.
So how do you then write a sermon?
So what I did was I didn't answer on social media because I knew that I wouldn't be able to formulate it the way I wanted. And I was going to wait. And I was going to be able to give a longer, the sermon is 15 minutes, not that long. But I wanted to be able to give a longer answer as opposed to a tweet. And so I was really, I tried to make 2 points during the sermon, and I published the text of it, which I never do because I never speak from a text. I always speak from either notes or not even from notes. But this time I thought it was really important that I have a text out there too, so that people could actually look over it. And I just wanted to make 2 points. One of which was that I really feel terrible, and I did. That all these people were hurt, and that there is this contradiction between the way I acted and the way they want me to act. And I also think, by the way, I didn't speak about this, but I also think that there are some people who just don't like the idea of a rabbi being at the Super Bowl. It's like you're supposed to be doing rabbi stuff. So I understand that too. But then,
rabbi at the Super Bowl. You are also, I'd hate to say it, but there's a rock star nature to you talking to Christopher Hitchens, contending with ideas, inspiring so many other minds. There's an educational aspect.
I appreciate that.
It's making ideas cool. That's a very powerful. That is also the job of a rabbi. You're not just supposed to do rabbi stuff.
Yes, I wasn't. Yeah, but I didn't do so much of that. At the game. So
I see.
Nonetheless, but the second part of it was I said that we have to be able to express our anger and disappointment better than this. You just have to. And in part because it doesn't get you the result that you want. When you scream at someone, that's not going to get them to realize what they did. And the most painful moment of it was this letter that I got from a Christian pastor who said, I always admired the Jews so much. I can't believe they could be so cruel and especially to a rabbi. And I thought, that's not how I want my congregation to be perceived in the world. And by the way, some of them were from my congregation, some were, many were not from my congregation. And I spoke about what you talked about, which is that, I mentioned before that Moses broke those tablets coming down the mountain. And the Torah doesn't say what happened to the tablets, but the rabbis do. They say that they were carried together in the ark with the second set that was intact. And that we all have brokenness, communities and individuals. We have brokenness, and especially now. And we have to learn how to give each other space to be mistaken and broken and hurt and all of that.
And the cool thing, when you give people that space, you feel better. I mean, you, for caring for the community, it feels better when you show empathy and compassion and kindness on the internet. You'll actually feel better a week from now. You'll feel much worse if you make some kind of negative statement of principle on the internet. It's almost just exclusively true. So if you care about feeling good, just be kind first.
Right.
Be empathetic first.
Almost always the case. Exactly so. So it's, it settled down a lot. The single best reaction. There are people, and you can go on social media, you can see all the criticisms and so on and so forth. But the single best reaction I got was from a man who came up to me right after the sermon, and said, "I have 4 words for you." And I thought, oh no.
Nothing good comes in force.
I gotta confess. I said, what? He said, "You changed my mind." And I thought, wow. And I said to him, that's so. It's like, it takes so much courage to come up to somebody and say that in front of them. And I was so grateful. And the other thing that it tells me is, look, I've been the rabbi of that congregation for 25 years, and I taught 10 years before that. I've been a rabbi for a long time. I still have a lot to learn.
We talked a little bit about the difference between Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Could you maybe talk about the difference between the Torah,
Sure,
the Bible, and the Quran?
So there's the Hebrew Bible is actually what's called a step canon. That is, there are the 5 books of the Torah. Then there are books of history and the prophets. So books like Samuel, Kings, Judges, and then the prophets Isaiah, Jeremiah, Amos, Ezekiel, so on. And then there are what are called the writings. The writings are books like Psalms, Proverbs, Job, the Megillot, which are Esther, Daniel, all of those books, Ecclesiastes. So in Hebrew, it's called the Tanakh, Torah, Nevi'im, Ketuvim, the Torah, the prophets, and the writings. And that is the Hebrew Bible. Sometimes that's also called the Torah, just to be confusing, but really the Torah generally refers to the 5 books. Then there is the New Testament, which the Jews don't recognize as a sacred book. They recognize it as the book of another religion. And I sometimes say to Christians, in order for them to really grasp this, Jesus has as much religious significance to Judaism as Muhammad has to Christianity. That is, Jesus, although Jewish, became the founder of another religion. And for Judaism, that's not only in as much as Christians and Jews have had a lot of interactions, but religiously, Jesus has no significance. Said many beautiful things, said some things I don't like so much.
Like what? Like what?
Leave your father and mother and follow me. I don't like that as a religious model. Now, Christians
the whole
will
love
say,
thing is pretty good.
Christians will say that I don't understand that, but that's because Christians, like Jews, interpret their texts different ways at different times. So anyway, the Quran, which I know less well, I have read it, but I know it less well than I know the New Testament, and certainly less well, obviously, than I know the Hebrew Bible, is in some ways parts of it are. I don't say this word. I say this word because I can't find a better descriptive word, but Muslims will not accept this. Okay, is a takeoff on the Torah in some things. That is, it's the same stories as the Torah, but they're different. Now, Jews will say, and I being a Jew will say this, that's because Muhammad heard those stories from Jews and also heard midrashim, which are rabbinic interpretations of those stories, and he wrote those down. Muslims will say, no, the Jews got it wrong, and Muhammad came along to correct the record and tell the real story.
But they're all telling the story of the same
The
thing.
Hebrew Bible part, the Abrahamic part, they all tell the story of the same characters, but tell them. Obviously, Christians accept the Hebrew Bible as sacred scripture. The Muslims retell many of the stories in the Bible. What is common to all of them is that all of them are monotheistic faiths. Now, in Christianity, that's more complicated because of the Trinity, but as Christianity has developed over time, it clearly presents itself and thinks of itself and is a monotheistic faith as well.
What's the role of the word in each of these religions in the scriptures? So in terms of, so first of all, the role of oral traditions, the power of the exactness of the words in the scripture, does it differ, or is it really within the communities it differs?
It differs because in Christianity, the words are not all the words of Jesus. They're the words of Jesus' disciples in person. So they're different, and therefore even know sometimes the original language of some of the things in the New Testament. In the Bible, and I understand in the Quran, but I'll speak for the Hebrew Bible, the idea is that that's Lashon HaKodesh, that's sacred language, and Hebrew is that's the language, according to the tradition, that God actually spoke to Moses, and therefore the exact words are infinitely interpretable and meaningful.
But the words are written by Moses, and the same with Muhammad, but from memory. Or no?
There are different theories. I won't speak for Muhammad. You should ask. I don't want to get that wrong. I don't want to get another religious tradition wrong. In Judaism, the words are written by Moses at God's dictation, basically. That's the traditional view. There are other views that I'm happy to go into if you want to, but basically that's the traditional view.
So it's pretty close.
Right. What makes it different, what makes Judaism and Christianity different, is Christianity has an ideal life. Judaism doesn't have an ideal life. Judaism has an ideal book. So the holidays of Christianity are events in the life of God. God's birth, God's death and resurrection. In Judaism, the holidays are all events in the life of the people, like the liberation from slavery, or in the people's relationship to God, like Yom Kippur, which is a day of atonement. But there are no holidays in Judaism that are events in the life of God, because in Judaism, God doesn't have a biography. God is eternal, and God never came to earth.
And those events carry with them traditions and rules that you're to follow.
Yes.
Let me mention on one such event in scripture, yet another time you walk through the fire, which is with Exodus.
Oh, that was the first.
And you never forget the first.
No.
One of several controversies.
Yes.
You spoke 21 years ago now at Passover, and said that, quote, the way the Bible describes the Exodus is not the way it happened, if it happened at all. So, first of all, what is Exodus?
So
what really happened?
Exodus is the liberation of the Jews from Egypt, and it is the central story of the Jewish tradition. And as I've said numerous times in various places, I believe that it's based on a historical kernel. I think Richard Elliott Friedman may have gotten this right in his book Exodus. It may have been the Levites who left Israel. But historically, the Bible's not a book of history. I don't believe that there were 10 plagues and a split sea and 600,000 men, which makes about 2 million people, who actually, if there were 2 million people, would stretch all the way from Israel to Egypt alone, were liberated from Egypt. And my point in that sermon was not actually to convince people that it didn't happen. My point in that sermon was to convince people that the historicity of the Exodus is not the basis of the faith of the Jewish people.
Well, what does the word historicity mean?
In other words, the factuality of it. It can be true without being factual.
So you're not supposed to read it as fact?
Well, I don't read it as fact. I don't read it as a history book. I said, look, I was talking, again, to a congregation that had many Iranians. I said, you experience the truth of the Exodus in your own life. there was a regime that wanted to destroy you, and you miraculously escaped before it did. And so a myth is something that may not have happened, but is always happening. And that's what I would say about the Exodus story. It's not about whether, in fact, there was a killing of the firstborn. It's about, does God deliver? Did God deliver the Jews in ancient times? Does God deliver people in modern times? And that's what the issue is. And to me, it's the issue of faith is much deeper than the issue of fact. I wouldn't look to the Torah for my science either.
What are the limits of science in terms of what can science not tell us that the Torah can in terms of wisdom? So the historicity, the facts of things, okay. If the Torah is much more than that, is it, like you said, myth? Myth is not something that happened, but something that is always happening. So presumably it's interacting with the environment of the day to generate wisdom.
So you can live a life by Torah. I don't think you can live a life by biology. You can live a life that is informed by the values of the tradition of Judaism. And those values, by the way, what science does is it contributes factuality to the conversation and also changes the reality around us. So when you study Talmud on your iPhone, you're still, it changes the atmosphere in which you do it, but the wisdom and the life guidance and the connection to transcendence is something that science doesn't give.
So if we now step into, returning to our friend Sam Harris, and step into this weird place of science, and we talked about this, where the kind of the current assumption of science is it's a materialistic one. So for me, obviously, AI person, this whole mind thing is fascinating. Like, what the heck is going on up there? So how do you explain consciousness? How do you explain free will? Do you think, first of all, do you think we have a free will? And if so, what is it?
This is where we had the debate earlier that I mentioned with Hitchens, where I think actually neither he nor the moderator understood what I was saying, which is, I'm sure, my inability to express it.
But he was very focused and delivered on the humor.
Yes.
And the wit.
Yes. But what I was trying to say is, if we're entirely biological creatures, if we didn't choose our genetics and we didn't choose our environment, then there is no space for free choice. I don't understand where it comes in. And I kept asking them that question, but didn't get an answer because I don't think there is an answer. I think if you're a thoroughgoing materialist, free will is impossible. There could be randomness, but randomness is not free will. It's randomness. I think you need a spiritual, non-material belief in order to get free will. And that's why I believe in free will.
Yeah, you were talking about sort of, and actually the moderator totally missed your point about the glass of water and basically what's the difference. So to you, free will, because you could also, if it fits into the materialistic picture, it could be just a convenient, useful quirk.
You would understand this better than I would. I don't understand how it could be a convenient quirk materialistically. I don't understand how to explain it.
Well, no, there's, if you study perception, there's all these kinds of illusions.
Right.
Our mind plays tricks on us.
Yes.
To make our life easier, more efficient, and survive better, and all those kinds of things. And so, the feeling like we have a choice.
Oh, that could be an illusion. That I understand. Right, but actual free choice, free will, I don't see where you get it if you're a materialist. I think you have to have a spiritual component. By the way, I think Sam would agree with this. I think he wrote about not having free will.
Yeah.
And I think if you don't have a God and you don't have a soul, that free will is a logical impossibility.
For Sam, which is fascinating, it's not just that free will is an illusion, but the illusion of free will is an illusion, meaning we don't even experience anything like it. There's no illusion. It's not even on us to be talking about it. We are like the currents in the river or something. You were comparing it to the glass. We are just like that glass.
Right.
I don't know what we're going on about with this whole free will thing. I mean, to you is the free will the I that the young person is born with, is that somehow fundamental to religion?
I think it's fundamental to Judaism. I think that the idea is that you are the custodian of your soul. And even though I grant that there's a certain over emphasis in modern society on the individuality of the soul, that is, we are more interconnected than I think we believe. Still, yeah, the idea that every human being is an image of God, that the human being in the Torah is created singly. And again, do I really believe there was an Adam and an Eve in the Garden of Eden? No, not literally, but I think that it expresses a deep truth about human life.
And tied into this is this subjective experience of things, which we call consciousness.
I mean, this is the most fascinating and inexplicable discussion. And again, this is a discussion I'm privileged to have with Daniel Dennett, and could not make any, as you can imagine, any headway on my, but he was delightful and brilliant to talk to. For me, consciousness is a real thing. I don't know if it is. I mean, I kind of like the panpsychist, view that there's an element of consciousness in everything, that's constitutive of reality. But I'm not wedded to it. But I think that it exists in different degrees in all sentient creatures. I think that anybody who has a pet knows that they have some kind of consciousness.
Except cats.
I'm not going to, since I don't have cats or dogs, yeah. I'm not going to.
This is another reason people would be outraged. I happen
to be allergic to both, but I'm very fond of animals. Yeah. The thing that so perplexes me about this and is the denial of the reality of consciousness from people who are fully aware that they're conscious. I don't know how you divest yourself of the most present quality of being a person in your discussions about what it is to be a person.
We just don't really have a good sense of the alternative. And so you can kind of divest yourself in that way. Well, maybe everything's like this. Maybe we're over dramatizing this whole thing. We're like it seems like every living thing, perhaps everything period, thinks that it's the center of the universe.
Right.
And so here we are telling ourselves these dramatic big stories about us being special and so on. And maybe we need to have a little bit more humility, both about the uncertainty and about our place in the whole.
Any statement you make about something like consciousness has, I think, a sort of equal level of humility. You're saying that we don't have it is as, not you, Lex, but you person saying we don't have it is as intellectually arrogant as my saying we do. So I think for me, humility comes in admitting that we really, really have just the tiniest part of the puzzle. And as you get older, at least my experience has been not that you get more answers, but that you just see a bigger puzzle.
So to me, there's less. So the questions are fascinating, but there's also an engineering practical question. And perhaps I'll ask you a religious one too on this point, to return back to robots. So how to engineer consciousness, or I'll just even ask you a very simple question, which is when you have robots that exhibit the capacity to suffer. I found in myself as a human, when I see that, I feel something.
Exhibit the capacity to suffer, or they exhibit behaviors that evoke in you a sense that they are suffering? Those aren't the same things.
From an observation perspective, they sure as heck seem similar.
You think they're feeling pain?
I don't know what I'm observing pain.
Okay.
It's like when I watch a movie and there's people on screen. Some of them are dressed like Batman.
But you can make the distinction. Like if I have a doll and I bend the doll over and it makes a sad face, I know that that doll is not actually in pain, even though I am observing pain. So
What
the
if
question, what's that?
What the question is, when the doll
Yeah.
becomes able to remember things about you, David,
Right,
about the experiences you shared,
right,
it is able to speak
yes.
and make you feel like there's an actual relationship.
So that's what I'm asking is, at what point do you believe that and I know that this is an impossible question, but at what point do you believe that there is a consciousness in there as opposed to just an extraordinary, I mean, like when I play chess against a computer and it beats me, I'm embarrassed, even though the computer doesn't, I don't think the computer is going, "Oh, you idiot," but it feels that way.
Yeah.
But there is some part of me that says, okay, I know that this computer doesn't actually know who I am or care who I am. It just knows how to move the pieces. So at what point do you, I mean, you're giving me instances, it speaks, it does this, but at what point does that for you cross the threshold into it's actually a sentient being?
I think the question is whether there is a threshold that could be crossed.
Right.
That's one question. And I can answer this because I think it's different from person to person, but the chess engine is not at all trying to cross that threshold. Let's just start there. And to me, the personalization, which is what's the difference, like a friend that you meet, you've shared all of these memories. The way they look at you will convey, and the things they say will convey that they've shared those memories with you. They'll be able to speak in the shared humor and the language, but really the memories is the big one of having gone through things together. I think I would have more and more trouble, for example, turning off a system that I have been through things with.
Right.
Like, and by turning off, I mean delete all of its memory.
Right, right.
If me and the toaster have gone through a bunch of dramatic events and that toaster remembers, there's a certain level to where like it's just me and the toaster in this together at this point. And just to talk about sentience, I don't know, but you know,
I don't know. According to the scripture, can't live by bread alone. But I would, I mean, I know that there's no way to determine this, but it's still about what you feel.
Yes, but isn't that what human relations are also, though?
Yes, but
When we make each other
it's
feel.
true. But it's true that I have the assumption that you feel somewhat like I do. I mean, obviously, I don't. You know, and that could be illusion, and I don't know. And I know that you don't feel exactly as I do. But I think we have at least to me, we have a long way to go before the detached part of our brains, that is the objective evaluating part, as opposed to the emotive, it feels this way part, believe that machine has consciousness.
I think it's at least, without arriving at conclusions, it's at least possible that one day we will look back and realize that we have yet once again formed another tribe, and that scripture all along had in it the ability for humans and robots to have a deep, meaningful connection, and that through the robot, the life that enters the body of another robot, what's the difference between a biological body and a mechanical one? And then we will see that the fundamental thing is about the whatever you want to call it, sentience, whatever can permeate an object. That was the thing all along.
So I mean,
and then you'll get canceled one more time because
I denied it. I was going to say
you'll eventually.
I'll preach to the robots.
I'm hoping.
First of all, depends how quickly you do it and how much longer I have to live. I resist it tremendously, but I am also enough of a student of history to know that my instinctive resistance has nothing to do with whether it will come about. I have a hard time believing it. We'll see.
Can I ask you about this maybe you can educate me. I tend to believe that you mentioned suffering, that there's a connection between consciousness and suffering. That suffering is a fundamental part. The capacity to suffer is the fundamental part of being human.
I mean, look at when you're not conscious, you don't suffer. You know, we've had operations where we've been put under anesthetic, we're not conscious, and we don't suffer during the operation. If we were conscious, we would. But there's also, I mean, there's a non-physical suffering that is very much tied to consciousness. I can think of things right now that will cause me suffering, like pain that I've caused or pain that other people I care about have felt or so on. So I don't see how, I think that way, I think it's equally true of joy. Joy is also a product of consciousness.
All tied in some beautiful, messy way with memory and so on, that we can re-experience it when we recall the memories. But why is there suffering? You mentioned evil. Why is there evil in the world? You can tell stories about this. Why is there suffering? Why is there evil in the world if there's a God that cares for us?
Let's assume for a minute that everything was a primitive robot. There would be no suffering, but there would also be no growth. And that implies choices. Like one of the things that I've said that I know why it hurts people, and I don't mean it quite the way that, but I will say it nonetheless, is the Holocaust presents the exact same theological question as somebody who gets shot on the streets of a city in Los Angeles, which is, God, why do you allow some people to do bad things to other people? It's on an unimaginable scale, but it's the same question. And the answer has to be, you either allow people to have free will or you don't. You can't say, as God, I'm going to let everybody have free will, but not Nazis. Nazis don't get free will. Because Cambodians, they can kill each other. Rwandans kill each other, but the Nazis don't get to do that. So that's one piece of the puzzle. And what makes it unfathomable is when you're actually faced with suffering, these kinds of explanations are obscene. They just are. You can't, I mean, when somebody is actually suffering, oh, the rabbi said God gave people free will, that's just awful. But there is a second piece to this also, which is that there is natural suffering, like children born with diseases or earthquakes or volcanoes or whatever. And here my argument is that in some ways, suffering has to be random in the world, because when people say, why do bad things happen to good people? Well, if only good things happen to good people, everybody would be good. But it would have no moral content. The only way you can be good and it have moral content is say, I know that I can live a really good life and have really terrible things happen to me nonetheless. So it feels to me like it has to be a randomly. Now that means, by the way, that I've been incredibly lucky. I don't have a good life because I was good. I have a good life because I was lucky. And that implies not that I should feel guilty about it, but that I have a tremendous responsibility as a result to other people who aren't so lucky.
Tremendous responsibility to study the lessons of history, to tell the stories of those who are less lucky, and to draw enough wisdom from them so that we have less cruelty and suffering in the world, or have new kinds that get us to improve even more.
That's right, exactly. That we suffer better.
Suffer better. For a lot of people, mortality is one of the very unfortunate versions of suffering, which is that the ride ends in this realm, whatever it is. What do you think of mortality? Is it something you think about? Is it something you fear? What do you think happens after we die?
I don't fear it. First of all, I would say when I was in high school, I think my father actually encouraged me to read this book. I read Ernest Becker's Denial of Death, which I found and still find to be one of the most profound works I've ever come across. And he convinced me that a lot of what our society is about are ways that we avoid encountering our own mortality, our physicality. I mean, among the points he makes, and I'm not quoting him at all directly, is like, why does everything about our physical body make us so uncomfortable? Everything that comes out of you, other than tears is either mildly or very disgusting. Why? Why does that have to be? Why are sex and eating and all the things that are physical surrounded with so much symbolism? I mean, what are table manners really? They're like, we're not eating like animals because we're not eating like animals. And sex obviously has more symbolism around it than anything. And his answer is anything that reminds you that you're a physical body, because that's what dies. Your body dies, it decays, it dies, it gets eaten by worms. That you don't want to think about, so you deny it. I think that part of religion is a confrontation with your own mortality, but also a certain transcendence of it, because the idea is something about you is eternal. What exactly, I don't know. And you asked, what do I think happens after we die? So I don't know any better than anyone else does, but I'll say two things about it. One is that every image of what it's like is foolish. Like Mark Twain has, I think in Letters from Earth, he says, we're going to lie on green fields and listen to harp music, which you wouldn't want to do for 5 minutes while you're alive, but you think you'll be happy for the rest of eternity doing it after you die. So I don't know. This world was a surprise. So why shouldn't the next world be a surprise? I have no idea. But I really like this parable that's told by a guy in a book on death and mourning, by a rabbi in a book on death and mourning, about twins in a womb. He says, and one of them believes that there's a life outside and the other one doesn't. He says, the one who doesn't says, look, this is the only world we've ever seen, the only world we've ever known. Why do you think there's something out there? He says, now imagine the one who believes is born. Back in the womb, his brother is mourning a death. But outside, everybody's celebrating a birth. He said, and that's what it's like when you die. And I love that image.
The grass is always greener. It's just the new step. But the eternity thing is an interesting one. It's yet another concept that I feel humans are fully inequipped to comprehend. Is eternity fundamental somehow to all of these discussions?
I think it is. Well, partly because God is supposed to be eternal. And therefore it moves the mind in that direction, even though it is completely unfathomable.
Because sometimes I would say eternity, you said on a green field, sometimes a moment, like a truly joyful moment, feels like an eternity. The intensity of it. Maybe eternity is more about stopping time versus extending time indefinitely. And it's something that we just totally can't comprehend, us silly humans.
All I would say is the older you get, the more you're struck by the fact that time does not freeze. People will sometimes say to me, you haven't aged a day. And then I'll look at an old picture of myself. And I'll say, that was very kind of you. But that's not true. It's not true. So, yeah, I mean, I love the idea of, seeing eternity in a grain of sand, was how Blake put it. I love that notion. But when you talk about life after death, I think that in some ways, my fundamental faith is in human beings, that this doesn't all disappear, that there's something about people that transcends this world.
You mentioned Ernest Becker in high school, Denial of Death. Maybe you can mention if you still see truth and wisdom in some of this idea. But in general, can you go all the way back and tell some of the fascinating story of how you found faith?
When I was in high school, I was a really pretty ardent atheist. And I loved Bertrand Russell, who was, for my money, with all due respect to all the very, very capable people that we've talked about earlier, he's the best atheist, pound for pound, that there was. And a remarkably witty and lucid writer, and I was totally in his thrall. And I would read every book by Russell I could get my hands on. And the reason that I did, I have this theory that why do adolescent boys like Mr. Spock and like Sherlock Holmes? I think it's because when you hit puberty, for a lot of us, there's so much discomfort with our bodies that we like the idea that we're just brains. I really think so. I had that experience. It's like, I want to just be a thinking machine. I don't want to be a body, because my body was making me so uncomfortable. I had all these urges and inclinations that I couldn't control. So Russell was perfect. And my father, who was a rabbi, did the very wise thing of buying me some of Bertrand Russell's books, which was his way of saying, I'm not afraid of him. Actually, there was another rabbi. I was at summer camp, and I was sitting on the porch of I remember exactly, and I was reading Bertrand Russell, and this guy came up to me and he said, what are you reading? I was maybe 16 or 17, and I said, Bertrand Russell. I was spoiling for a fight. And he said, I'm glad you're reading him. I said, really? Why? He goes, how old are you, David? And I said, whatever I was, 16, 17. He said, well, I'd rather you grow out of him than grow into him. And you know what? He was actually right, because when I started to read about Russell's life, I realized that all of that rationality didn't shield him. He had an incredibly messy life, multiple marriages, endless infidelities, with family members he didn't speak to, didn't speak to him. His father was raised by his grandparents because his parents had died, and like really not a happy I mean, a remarkable life, but not a happy one. And so I started to like believe that maybe it was possible that people who had faith were not just stupid and needed crutches, but saw something deeper than Russell did. And the more people that I met that were like that, it's funny because I always thought, okay, my father is a rabbi, that's great, but nobody else. And I think what happened to me was it was not a logical decision to come to faith. It was a sort of opening of my heart. It's like this world is way much more than my mind can capture. And I kind of felt my way to God. And in the moments, my faith, there was a rabbi named Rabbi Nachman of Rothschild. He said he was a moon man. His faith waxed and waned. So sometimes I have more, sometimes less. But in my feelinger moments is when I have more.
So with your heart open, what would you say in your feelinger moments is the most beautiful part about Judaism and your faith?
I think the most beautiful part about Judaism is that even though it is filled with humor and wit, it takes life and it takes the soul seriously. It really believes that this matters and that we matter and what we do matters. And I think that that's incredibly important. And especially in a world in which young people feel so much like they don't matter, that's an unbelievably powerful message. I mean, I want to say, like, almost to every young woman under 30 on TikTok, you don't matter because you're beautiful. That's not why you matter. I hope you know that. You matter because you have a soul. And to every young man who's like nihilistic and doesn't think and just thinks that if they make enough money, their life will be fine, I want to say the same thing, which is really, that's not ultimately, you matter because you're in the image of God. And Judaism really deeply, deeply believes and preaches that. And I think that that's a message that has so much to say to the world. It's like you have to take people's souls seriously. And for all of the difficulty in figuring out all these social questions and what they mean, I just don't want to dismiss people because I disagree with them politically or socially or culturally, because I think they matter.
So ultimately, Judaism has a wealth of meaning.
Yes.
For human mind.
I really believe that it does. I really do. And its meaning, and I want to emphasize this, is not political. The deepest meaning of Judaism is not political.
Well, we put politics on top of everything.
Exactly, but that's why I want to emphasize it. The deepest meaning is on a soul level. It's not on a voting level.
Well, that combined with the humor, it's clear to me that Christopher Hitchens should have been a Jew.
He was. He actually was. He discovered that in his 30s, that his mother was Jewish.
That's fascinating.
Yep. He has a beautiful essay about it, discovering in his 30s that his mother was Jewish. Yep. So remarkably enough, he actually was Jewish. His autobiography, Hitch 22, is a great read. And I just want to say, like, what you discover there, I don't know if I'm giving too much away by telling the story of his life.
Spoiler alert.
What you discover there is that his mother ran away with a minister or a priest, and they died in what seemed like was a suicide pact. And so I read it, unfortunately, after he passed away, but I would have wanted to ask him, do you think that has anything to do maybe with the hostility towards religion?
We are only human.
My father, I mean, both my parents, but my father, who was a rabbi, was such a wonderful, warm, and loving man. So I associate a religious figure, with real goodness.
And I'm sorry to return to a darker topic, but I really wanted to ask you this. For the current events, for a recent event, I mentioned Dallas. What lessons do you draw from the Dallas synagogue hostage incident?
Well, the week after that, we had active shooter training in my synagogue. So one of the things I drew was that security for synagogues is important. And the second is that the reality of anti-Semitism, which I had thought had waned when I first began my rabbinate, I thought it's not going to be such a big issue. It is like an evergreen issue, and Jews and all people of goodwill have to take this really seriously because it has devastating consequences. And if the world doesn't know that, then it just hasn't been paying attention.
So there's anti-Semitism at a scale of human to human, but there's also, like you mentioned, politics get mixed up into things, nations get mixed into things. Impossible to answer, but I have to ask.
Sure.
What do you think about the long-running saga of Israel and Palestine? Will we ever see peace in that part of the Middle East?
Well, since I'm an optimist about human, look, I mean, I have many thoughts about. I'm a very, very strong supporter of Israel, and I also feel really for the plight of the Palestinians. I think that they're, this is a clash of legitimate narratives that is impossible to exactly split the difference of. However, I know that Israel has made peace with Egypt, has made peace with Jordan, has made peace now with other Arab nations. I don't believe that Israel is unwilling to make peace. And so I think that as difficult as it will be for the Palestinians to come to grips with the fact that the Jewish state is not leaving and is legitimately here, as opposed to we can't get rid of it now, but we will get rid of it one day. If that comes to be, and I believe that it will, I think not only that there would be peace, but I think that those two peoples together could probably do remarkable things in the world.
Do you think the source of it is politics? Is it religious ideas? And to flip it, what is the way out? Is it geopolitics? Is it, interfaith discourse and collaboration? Or is it simply the human, love?
So I think that I'm not sure that I could give one answer to that, but I will give a piece of an answer. Why did the Abraham Accords happen? The main reason that they happened was because economics overrode ideology. And I actually am hopeful that that's in the end what will happen. That people will say, you know what, we could have such a better life if we put aside the ideological animosities and just created this different kind of Middle East together. I went to Dubai to watch the World Chess Championship because I really wanted to see Magnus Carlsen play. I thought, you're alive when you have such a remarkable world champion, go see him play. So I actually took myself to Dubai for the last couple of games, and I watched. So I wasn't so much, I mean, it's not that I'm uninterested in Dubai, but I went there for the chess thing. The expo was also on at the same time, and I saw, here's this amazing place. I came back. This guy I know who lived in Dubai for several years and works in the Middle East said to me, what did you think of it? And I said, it was nice. It was Dubai. It was like very, very polished, very sophisticated, very clean, very no crime and so on. But it was like, kind of like Las Vegas in the Middle East without the gambling or something like that. He said, and he totally changed my perspective in a couple sentences. He said, I know it seems like that when you come from Los Angeles. He said, but fly there from Yemen or from Riyadh, and it is a miracle. And I thought, oh my God, you're right. It's like what human beings can do if they just put aside their ideological shackles is remarkable. And I'm hopeful that one day that'll happen.
Economics allows for higher quality of life. You no longer, it's the playground analogy you said earlier. If there's more resources to play with,
right?
Unfortunately, us humans are more willing to play with others.
Yeah.
And maybe that is the solution. And maybe, I mean, for me, from a technology perspective, innovation, engineering helps make everybody's life better. And over that, once people's lives become better, they start to be have more time to be empathetic and hear people
and they have
out.
more to lose. When you have more to lose, it actually makes you, I think, countries are less willing to go to war when they have more to lose, and families want peace when they have when it's good at home. So I think there's an element of that as well.
And some of it, again, taking us back to the other aspect of our conversation is how we're conducting ourselves in conversation online and so on. But I think actually, I'm a big fan of the idea of social media. That is a way for us to connect together. I think there's a lot of really strong ideas how to do that well. And clearly the initial attempts that kind of just open it up wide, some of the lesser aspects of human nature can take over when combined with different forces like advertisements and virality and all those kinds of things. But overall, I love the honesty of the mess of it being presented before us on social media. I part of me, maybe because I don't participate in it, like if somebody is being mean to me or being aggressive and these kinds of things, I enjoy it because it's human nature.
Right.
But I enjoy it because I don't respond. I think if I responded, I would get pulled into this human nature, and then it's not fun. But I love like I'll talk to people. In fact, I still visit Clubhouse. I don't know if you know what that is.
Sure.
Oh, right. That's right. Actually, when
I think that's how we first met.
Well, yeah. Well, I was such a fanboy. Actually, when I first heard you, and I was like, I can't believe I guess I was talking to David Wolpe. But the Israel-Palestine topic was something that was very deeply, in a heated way, discussed on Clubhouse. Race relations is a thing that was really heatedly discussed. And I now go to Clubhouse to practice Russian. And there, in Russian, the heated discussion is on basically any topic, as meaningless or meaningful as you want, in the heat of it. Just people just screaming and then calming down and going through the full process. That too is beautiful because that emotion is there, and if it is allowed to have a voice, I think ultimately it leads to healing. So that felt really healthy. If you learn how to do that at scale.
Social media, I wish that it were not as algorithmically biased towards conflict. I don't think that that's healthy, but I think it brings a lot of blessings into people's lives if they use it wisely. You know, it can, like anything else, it can be awful, but it can't. I've connected to all sorts of people that I never would have known, and that's been wonderful. So,
let me ask you the big question of advice.
Okay.
What advice would you give to young people today that were maybe high school, college, thinking about career, thinking about life, they can be proud of?
So the first thing that I would say is that life is longer than you think it is. Even though I understand the impulse to be in a rush, you will have many unfoldings, more even than people of my generation do.
Unfoldings, that's such a funny word. That's a beautiful word.
But it feels that way. It's like different aspects of your life will show you different possibilities that you don't imagine at the moment. And I think the second thing that I would say is, I know that this is a very old-fashioned, but I would say if to the extent that you can read, don't just, and not just on social media, read books. Learn things that will give you a broader context for your life than just today or yesterday or the day before. And I suppose the other thing that I would say is that to the extent that you can, try to develop your own internal metric of both what matters and what is good, because you will be exposed to more voices than any generation in history telling you that that's good or this is good. They're called influencers, but what they are is voices telling you what you should think and what you should believe. And so have some internal space where you'll be able to say, for example, I know this person is doing that and it looks great, but that's not me.
You have a community of people that speak to you with a lot of passion. And do you still have that voice in the privacy of your own mind, that you're able to ignore, like for a moment, just be with yourself?
Absolutely.
Think what is right.
Absolutely. And I think it's partly because I grew up without that. I mean, I grew up with a lot of space in my life, and so I had a chance to develop that voice. That's why I think it's harder for kids today than it was for me. I mean, I grew up when there were 3 channels. There was 3, 6, and 10. There was ABC, CBS, and NBC, and that was it. And you spent your evening, playing board games or reading or whatever. And there was a lot of space. And we played football in the street. And you went on your bike in the morning, and nobody worried about you. And you came home at night, and everybody assumed you were fine. And so I really feel, and also I went into a religious tradition where I feel like I have the opportunity to judge myself by bigger metrics. And it's still hard. I don't want to, it's not like, I wear impenetrable armor. It's still hard. So how much harder for kids today when they don't have that?
You mentioned books. Is there Bertrand Russell and Denial of Death by Ernest Becker? Is there books that pop into mind that had an impact on you?
My favorite novel is Middlemarch. Middlemarch. I remember I was listening to a podcast. I was listening to one of your podcasts where your guest said the 2 greatest novels of the 19th century were Brothers Karamazov and what was the other one he mentioned? I don't remember.
Dostoevsky as well, or no?
I think
was it both Dostoevsky?
I might have been. I don't remember. Maybe but anyway. But I would say Middlemarch is up there. Middlemarch presents an entire world, and it's written by a woman, Mary Ann Evans, who took the pen name George Eliot, who you feel. Virginia Woolf said it's the only English novel written for grown-ups. You feel the genius in her sentences, like the pressure of her intellect in her sentences. It's a wonderful, wonderful book. I love it.
Pressure of her intellect.
Yeah, you really do. I also love Saul Bellow, especially Herzog, but it's a very different kind of thinking person's novel. I read a lot of mysteries and a lot of other kinds of fiction and literature, but in terms of the books that most, you mentioned one of them, which is Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. And I also really, really love Heschel's The Sabbath. I think it's a beautiful book. It's a very short book, just as Frankl's book is.
What do you take from the Man's Search for Meaning? What do you take of a human being in the worst conditions, being able to non-dramatically find little joys, find beauty in...
It's what I said before about Judaism's advice to younger people, is that it matters. If you believe that something matters, you have enormous resilience. It's meaninglessness that is the greatest threat to a decent life. When people are deeply depressed, whether it is chemical depression or what they feel like is this is all meaningless.
Yeah.
And meaning, now obviously chemical depression calls in part for chemical means, but meaning is the great antidote. We can talk about what kind of meaning. I mean, there are kinds of meanings that are awful, but meaning is the great antidote to a sense that life is just nihilistic and purposeless, and to that destructiveness that I think is too common.
Yeah, so maybe the heroic action in Nazi Germany, in the Holocaust, in the camps, is even not the action, but just the realization that every life matters.
So here's this really wonderful story that Hugo Grin, who was a rabbi in England, died, I don't know, like 15, 20 years ago, used to tell. He grew up in Auschwitz. He was a child there, and he was with his father, and it was Hanukkah. And you're supposed to light the candles. And his father took the margarine ration and used it as the oil to light the Hanukkah candles. And Hugo was scandalized, and he said, "That's our food." And his father said, "What we have learned, my son, is you can live for 3 weeks without food. You can live for 3 days without water, but you can't live for 3 minutes without hope."
Well, hope. Let me ask you. You said meaning. What's the meaning of this whole thing? What's the meaning of life? You're the perfect person to ask this question. Rabbi,
I believe the meaning of life is for human beings to grow in soul. That's why we're here. And you can do that in infinite numbers of ways. But you're supposed to return your soul like more burnished and beautiful. Then you got it. I mean, it's going to have, some nicks and cuts. But that's what it means to deepen and grow it. And you do that more than anything else. You do that by learning how to love. I mean, that's the principal way I think that you do it.
It's interesting because for a human, the relationship, if you're a man of faith, is with God. It feels like love is so richly part of human society that it's not just love of God, it's love of each other.
Right. Yep. There's no question about the idea. I mean, in Judaism, that was actually the great innovation of the monotheistic idea. In pagan societies, it was all about how you treated the gods. Monotheism said, no, God cares how you treat each other. So in fact, the mystics use the same kind of word in Hebrew, devekut, which means clinging, that is used about Adam and Eve. It says, therefore a man will leave his father and mother and davak with his wife. And davak means cling. So there is an analogy there, absolutely.
Yeah, I kind of think of human civilization as that. There's that movie March of the Penguins, and they're all huddling together in the cold.
Yeah,
this is fundamentally human. There's this just this darkness all around us of uncertainty, of cruelty, of just it seems like everything is so fragile, and we're just kind of all huddling together for warmth.
Yes,
and that's all we got is each other. So we started with the big question of what is God, ended with what is meaning. Rabbi Wolpe, I've been as I've told you, huge fan of yours for a long time. It's such an honor that you.
I am really so happy to be here, and thank you so much for the conversation.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with David Wolpe. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from David himself. The only whole heart is a broken one because it lets the light in. Thank you for listening and hope to see you next time.
We think that self-assembly, this modular, reconfigurable algorithm for constructing space structures in orbit, is going to give us this promise of space architecture that's actually worth living in.
So you do believe we might one day become intergalactic civilization?
I have a hope. Yeah.
The following is a conversation with Ariel Edblaw, director of MIT's Space Exploration Initiative. She's especially interested in autonomously self-assembling space architectures, basically giant space structures that can sustain human life and that assemble themselves out in space and then orbit Earth, Moon, Mars, and other planets. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ariel Edblaw. When did you first fall in love with space exploration and space in general?
My parents are both ex-Air Force. So my dad's an A-10 fighter pilot, and my mom trained and had qualified to be a fighter pilot, but it was early enough that women were not allowed in combat at that time. And so I grew up with these two pilots, and although they themselves did not become astronauts, there's a really rich legacy of Air Force pilots becoming astronauts, and this loomed large in my childhood. What does it mean to be courageous, to be an explorer, to be at the vanguard of something hard and challenging? And to couple with that, my dad was a huge fan of science fiction. And so I, as a kid, read Heinlein and Isaac Asimov, all these different classics of science fiction that he had introduced me to. And that just started a love affair with space exploration and really thinking about civilization scale space exploration.
So, did they themselves dream about going to the stars as opposed to flying here in Earth's atmosphere, just looking up?
Yeah, my dad always said he was absolutely convinced, because he was a child of the Apollo years, that he would get to go in his lifetime. He really thought it was going to happen. And so it was a challenge and, sad for many people when, to their view on the outside, space exploration slowed down for a period of time. In reality, we were just catching up. I think we leapt so far ahead with Apollo, more than the rest of society was ready for. And now we're coming back to this moment for space exploration where we actually have an economy, and we have the other accoutrement that society needs to be able to make space exploration more real. And my dad's thrilled because finally, not nearly, I hope not anywhere near the end of his life, but as he's an older man, he now can see still within his lifetime people really getting a chance to build a sustainable lunar settlement on the moon, or maybe even go to Mars.
So settlements, civilizations, and other planets, that's the cool thing to dream about in the future.
It is.
What was the favorite sci-fi authors when you were growing up?
Probably Isaac Asimov Foundation trilogy. This is an amazing story of Harry Seldon, this foundation that he forms at different ends of the, well, according to the story, different ends of the universe, and has this interesting focus on society. So it's not just space exploration for the sake of space exploration or novel technology, which is a lot of what I work on day to day at MIT, but how do you structure a society across those vast expanses of distance and time? And so I'd say absolutely a favorite. Now, though, my favorite is Neil Stephenson and Seven Eves. It's a book that inspired my own PhD research and some ongoing work that we're doing with NASA now for the future of swarm robotics for spacecraft.
We were saying offline about Neil Stephenson, that because I just recently had a conversation with him, and I said that not until I was doing the research for him that I realized he also had a role to play in Blue Origin. So it's like sci-fi actually having a role to play in the design, engineering, just the implementation of ideas that come kind of percolate up from the sci-fi world and actually become reality. It's kind of a fascinating figure in that way. So do you also think about him beyond just his work in science fiction, but his role in coming up with wild, crazy ideas that actually become reality?
Yes, I think it's a great example of this cycle between authors and scientists and engineers, that we can be inspired in one generation by what authors dream up. We build it, we make it a reality, and then that inspires another generation of really wild and crazy thought for science fiction. I think Neil Stephenson does a beautiful job of being what we'd call a hard science fiction author. So it's really grounded in a lot of science, which makes it very compelling for me as a scientist and engineer to read and then be challenged to make that vision a reality. The other community, that Neil's involved with and some of my other mentors are involved with that we are thinking about more and more in the work that we do at MIT is the Long Now Foundation, and this focus on what does society need to take in terms of steps at this juncture, this particular inflection point in human history, to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for a long and prosperous horizon for humanity's horizons. There's a lot of examples of what the Long Now Foundation does and thinks about. But when I think about this in my own work, it's what does it take to scale humanity's presence in orbit? We are seeing some additional investment in commercial space habitats. So it'll no longer be just NASA running the International Space Station, but to really democratize access to space, to have, like Bezos wants to have millions of people living and working in space, you need architecture that's bigger and grander and can actually scale. That means you need to be thinking about how can you construct things for long time horizons that are really sustainable in orbit or on a surface of a celestial body, that are bigger than the biggest rocket payload fairing that we currently have available. And that what led me to self-assembly and other models of in-space construction.
Okay. Every time you speak, I get like a million tangent ideas. But
You can cut me off.
No. Please keep talking. It's amazing. There's like a million of ideas. So one sort of on the dark side, let me ask.
Yeah.
Do you think about the threats to human civilization that kind of motivate the scaling of the expansion of humans in space and on other planets? What are you worried about? Nuclear war, pandemics, super intelligent artificial intelligence systems, more not existential crises, but ones that have potentially significant detrimental effects on society, like climate change, those kinds of things. And then there's, of course, the fun asteroid coming out from the darkness and hitting all Earth. There's been a few movies on that. Anyway, guys, is there something that you think about that threatens us in this century?
I mean, as an ex-military family, we used to talk about all of this. We would say that luck favors the prepared. And so growing up, we had a plan, actually a family plan for what we would do in a pandemic. Didn't think we were going to have to put that plan into place, and here we are. We do, certainly, among my own family and my friends and then our work at MIT, we do think about existential threats and risks to humanity, and what role does space exploration and getting humans off-world have to play in a resilient future for humanity. But what I actually find more compelling recently is, instead of thinking about a need to ever abandon Earth through a path of space exploration or space foraging, is to see how we can use space technology to keep Earth livable. The obvious direct ways of doing this would be, satellite technology that's helping us learn more about climate change or emitters or CO2. But there's also a future for geoengineering that might be space-based. A lot of questions that would have to be answered around that. But these are examples of pivoting our focus away from maybe the Hollywood vision of, an asteroid's going to come, we're all going to have to escape Earth, to let's use our considerable technology prowess and use space technology to save Earth, and be very much focused on how we can have a worthwhile life for Earth citizens, even as some of us want to go out and further venturing.
Right, just the desire to explore the mysterious, yes. But also it does seem that by placing us in harsh conditions, the harsh conditions of space, the harsh conditions of planets, and the biology, the chemistry, the engineering, the robotics, the materials, all of that, that's just a nice way to come up with cool new things.
Great forcing function, yeah.
Yeah, it's a forcing, exactly. It's a forcing function, like survival. If you don't get this right, you die. So, and that you can bring back to Earth, and it will improve, like figuring out food in space will make you figure out how to eat, live healthier lives here on Earth.
So true. I mean, some of the technologies that we're directly looking at right now for space habitats, it's hard to keep humans alive in this really fragile little pocket against the vacuum and all of the dangers that the space environment presents. Some of the technologies we are going to have to figure out is energy efficient, cooling and air conditioning, air filtration, scrubbing CO2 from the air, being able to have habitats that are themselves resilient to extremes of space weather and radiation. And some of these are direct translational opportunities for areas torn by natural disasters. People in California a decade ago would never have had to think about having an airtight house. But now with wildfires, maybe you do want something close to an airtight house. How do you manage that? There's a lot of technologies from the space habitation world that we are hoping we can actually bring back down to benefit life on Earth as well in these extreme environment contexts.
Okay, so you mentioned to go back to Swarm.
Yeah.
So that was interesting to you, first of all, in your own work, but also I believe you said something that was inspiring from Neil Stevenson as well. So when you say Swarm, are you thinking about architectures, or are you thinking about artificial intelligence like robotics, or are those kind of intermixed?
I think the future that we're seeing is that they're going to be intermixed, which is really exciting. So the future of space habitats are one of intelligent structures, maybe not all the way to HAL and the 2001 Space Odyssey reference that scares people about the habitat having a mind of its own. But certainly we're building systems now where the habitat has sensing technology that allows it to communicate its basic functions, maintaining life support for the astronauts, but could also communicate in symbiosis with these swarm robots that would be on the outside of the spacecraft, whether it's in a microgravity orbiting environment or on the surface. And these little robots, they crawl, just a la Neil Stephenson in Seven Eves, they crawl along the outside of the spacecraft looking for micrometeorite punctures or gas leaks or other faults and defects. And right now, we're just working on the diagnosis. So can the swarm, with its collective intelligence, act in symbiosis with the spacecraft and detect things? But in the future, we'd also love for these little micro robots to repair in situ and really be like ants living in a tree, all together connected to the spacecraft.
Do you envision the system to be fully distributed, and just like an ant colony, if one of them is damaged or whatever, loses control and all those kinds of things, that doesn't affect the performance of the complete system, or does it need to be centralized? This is more like almost like a technical question. Do you think we
Good
could,
architecture question.
right, from the ground up, it's so scary to go fully distributed,
Yes.
but it's also exceptionally powerful, right? Robust, resilient to the harsh conditions of space. What do you, if you look into the next 10, 20, 100 years, starting from scratch, do you think we should be doing architecture-wise distributed systems?
For space, yes, because it gives you this redundancy and safety profile that's really critical. So whether it's small swarm robots where it doesn't matter if you lose a few of them, to habitats that instead of having a central monolithic habitat, you might actually be able to have a decentralized node of a space station, so that you can, kind of right out of Star Wars, you can shut a blast door if there's a fire or if there's a conflict in a certain area, and you can move the humans and the crew into another decentralized node of the spacecraft. There's another idea out of Neil Stephenson's Seven Eves, actually, were these arklets, which were decentralized spacecraft that could form and dock little temporary space stations with each other, and then separate and go off on their way and have a decentralized approach to living in space.
So the self-assembly component of that, too, so this is your PhD work and beyond. You explored autonomously self-assembling space architecture for future space tourist habitats and space stations in orbit around Earth, Moon, and Mars. There's few things I personally find sexier than self-assembling autonomously self-assembling space architecture. In general, it doesn't even need to be space. The idea of like self-assembling architectures is really interesting, like building a bridge or something like that. There's self-assembling materials. It feels like an incredibly efficient way to do it because optimization is built in. So you can build like the most optimal structures given dynamic, uncertain, changing conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe can you talk about your PhD work, about this work about tesserae? What is it in general?
Sure.
Any cool stuff, because this is super cool.
Yeah, absolutely. So tesserae is my PhD research. It's this idea that we could take tiles that construct a large structure like a buckyball. Yeah, this is exactly what we're looking at here, which is the tiles that are packed flat in a rocket. They're released to float in microgravity. Magnets, pretty powerful electropermanent magnets on their edges, draw them together for autonomous docking. So there's no human in the loop here, and there's no central agent coordinating, saying tile 1, go to tile 2. It's completely decentralized system. They find each other on their own. What we don't show in this video is what happens if there's an error, right? So what happens if they bond incorrectly? The tiles have sensing, so proximity sensing, magnetometer, other sensors that allow them to detect a good bond versus a bad bond and pulse off and self-correct, which anybody who works in this, the field of self-assembly will tell you that error detection and correction, just like error detection in a DNA sequence or protein folding, is really important part of the system for that robustness. And so we've done a lot of work to engineer that ability for the tiles to be self-determining. They know whether they're forming the structure that they're supposed to form or not.
They know if they're in a toxic relationship and they need to get out.
Right. If they need to separate, exactly. Yeah.
All right. This is like so amazing. And for people who are just listening to this, yeah, there's a lot. I mean, how large are these tiles?
So the size that we use in the lab, they can really be any size because we can scale them down to do testing in microgravity. So we sent tiles that were about 3 inches wide to the International Space Station a couple of years ago to test the code, test the state machine, test the algorithm of self-assembly. But now we're actually building our first ever human scale tiles. They're human size, a little, a little smaller than maybe your average human, but they're 2.5 feet on edge length. The larger scale that we would love to build in the future would actually be tiles that are big enough to form a buckyball, big open spherical approximation volume, that'd be about 10 meters in diameter, so 30 feet, which is much bigger and grander in terms of open space than any current module on the ISS. And one of the goals with this project was to say, what's the purpose of next generation space architecture? Should it be something that really inspires and delights people? When you float into that space, can you get goosebumps in the way that you do when you walk into a really stunning piece of architecture on Earth? And so we think that self-assembly, this modular, reconfigurable algorithm for constructing space structures in orbit, is going to give us this promise of space architecture that's actually worth living in.
I thought you also meant from like outside artistic perspective.
Yeah.
You see the whole thing. It's just
with the aesthetics of it, absolutely.
When you like go like into Vegas, whenever you go into a city, and it like over the hill appears in front of you, and I mean, there's something majestic about seeing like, wow, humans created that. It gives you like hope about like if these a bunch of ants were able to figure out how to build skyscrapers that light up, and in general, the design of these tiles and the way you envision it are pretty scalable.
Yes. And they're inspired by exactly what you mentioned a moment ago, which is we have these patterns of self-assembly on Earth, and there's a lot of fantastic MIT research that we're building this concept on. So like Daniela Roos at CSAIL and Pebbles, taking the power of magnets to create units that are themselves interchangeable, this notion of programmable matter. And so we're interested in going really big with it to build big scale space structures with programmable tiles. But there's also a really fascinating, end of that on the other side of the spectrum, which is how small can you go with matter that's programmable and stacks and builds itself and creates a bridge or something in the future.
What do you envision the thing would look like? Like when you imagine a thing far into the future where there's so we're not even thinking about like small space. Well, let's not call them small, but are currently sized space stations. But like something gigantic. What do you envision? Is this something with symmetry, or is this something we can't even come up with yet? Is there beautiful structures that you imagine in your mind?
I've got 3 candidates that I would love to build. If we're talking about monumental space architecture, one is, what does a space cathedral look like? It can be a secular cathedral, it doesn't necessarily have to be about religion, but that notion of long sight lines, inspiring, stunning architecture when you go in. And you can imagine floating, instead of being on the ground and only looking up, in space you could be in a central node, and each direction you look at, all the cardinal directions, are spires going off in a really large and long way. So that's concept number 1. Number 2 would be something more organic that's not just geometric. So here, one of the ideas that we're working on at MIT in my lab is to say, could you, instead of the tesserae model, right, which is self-assembling a shell, could you define a module that's a node, a small node that someone can live in, and you self-assemble a lot of those together? They're called plesiohedrons, like space-filling solids. And you dock a bunch of them together, and you can create a really organic structure out of that. So the same way that muscles accrete to appear, you can have these nodes that dock together. And one shape that I would love to form out of this is something like a nautilus, a seashell, that beautiful, Fibonacci spiral sequence that you get in that shape, which I think would be a stunning and fabulous aggregated space station.
You said so many cool words. Plesiohedron.
Yeah.
So that's a space filling
solid. The simplest thing to think of is like a cube.
Oh, cube.
A cube, right? So you can stack cubes together, and if you had an infinite number of cubes, you'd fill all that space. There's no gaps in between the cubes. They stack and fill space. Another plesiohedron is a truncated octahedron, and that's actually one of the candidate structures that we think would be great for space stations.
What's the truncated part?
So you cut off an octahedron. Actually has little pointy areas. You truncate certain sections of it, and you get surfaces that are on the structure that are cubes and I think hexagons. I have to remind myself exactly what the faces are, but overall, a truncated octahedron can be bonded to other truncated octahedrons, and just like a cube, it fills all the gaps as you build it out. So you can imagine two truncated octahedrons, they come together at an airlock, which is what we space people call doors in space, and you dock them on all sides, and you've basically created this decentralized network of space nodes that make a big space station. And once you have enough of them, and you're growing with enough big units, you can do it in any macro shape you want. That's where the Nautilus comes in, is could we design an organically inspired shape for a space station?
Can I just say how awesome it is to hear you say, we space people? I know you meant people that are doing research on space exploration, space technology, but it also made me think of a future. There's Earth people, and there's those space people, and then
I'd love
there's the Mars
to
people.
unite those two.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. But like, it's like New Yorkers and like Texans or something like that. Yeah, of course, you live for a time in New York, and then you go up to Boston, but for a time you're the space people. Oh, I know those space people. They're kind of wild up there.
Let's see how that dynamic evolves.
Yeah, exactly. There's that culture forms, and I would love to see what kind of culture once you have sort of more and more civilians. I mean, there's a human. I mean, I love psychology and sociology, and I'll maybe ask you about that too, which is like the dynamic between humans. You have to kind of start considering that when you start spending more and more time up in space, and start sending civilians, start sending bigger and bigger groups of people, and then of course the beautiful and the ugly emerges from the human nature that we haven't been able to escape up to this point. But when you say the plesiohedrons, these kinds of shapes, are they multifunctional? Like, is the idea you'll be able to humans can occupy them safely in some of them, and some others have some other purposes?
Exactly. One could be sleeping quarters. One could be a greenhouse or an agricultural unit. One could be a storage depot. Essentially, all of the different rooms or functions that you might need in a space station could be subdivided into these nodes and then stacked together. And one of the promises of both tesserae, my original PhD research, which is these shells, and then this follow-on node concept, is that right now we build space stations, and once they're built, they're done. You can't really change them profoundly. But the benefit of a modular self-assembling system is you can disassemble it. You can completely reconfigure it. So if your mission changes, or the number of people in space that you want to host, if you have a space conference happening, like South by Southwest.
I was thinking space party, but space conference is good too.
Then maybe all of a sudden you want to change out what were window tiles yesterday, cupola tiles, and make them into a berthing port so that you can welcome 5 new spaceships to come and join you in space. That's what this promise of reconfigurable space architecture might allow us to explore.
I've been hanging out with Grimes recently. I just feel like she belongs up in space. This is like designed for artists, essentially. Like, imagine, I mean, this is what South by keeps introducing me to, is there's like the weird and the beautiful people, and like the artists. And it feels like there's a lot of opportunities for art and design.
100%.
It's like space is a combination of arts, design, and great engineering with a it's safety critical with like the highest of stakes. So you can't mess it up. And is there, first of all, you talking about tiling? So Neil Stevenson is obsessed about tiling. I don't know if it's related to any of this, but he seems to be obsessed with like, how do you tile a space? That's like a geometric notion, like the tessellation. And it's a beautiful idea for architecture that you can self-assemble these different shapes, and you can have probably some centralized guidance of the kind of thing you want to build, but they also kind of figure stuff out themselves in terms of the low level details, in terms of the figuring out when everything fits just right. For the OCD people, like what's that subreddit? Pleasantly, it's like really fun. Everything, they have like videos of everything just pleasant, when everything just fits perfectly.
very pleasing.
Yes,
All the
please.
tolerances go together well. Yeah.
So they figured that out on themselves and the local robotics problem. But by the way, what's Pebbles? What's the Pebbles
Yeah.
project?
The Pebbles project are little cubes that have EPMs in them, electropermanent magnets, and they can self-disassemble. So they'll turn off, and so you'll have this little structure that all of a sudden can flip the little pebbles over and essentially just disaggregate.
They have to make some pleasing sounds.
Yeah.
And what that's gonna. So I'm supposed to talk to Danielle, so I'll probably spend an hour just discussing the sounds on the pebbles. Okay. What were we talking about? So that's because you mentioned 2, I think.
Right. My third one.
Yeah. What is there a third one?
My third one is a ring world, just because every science fiction book ever that's worth anything has a ring world in it. And this
a donut? Or?
A donut, yeah. So a really big torus that could encircle a planet or encircle another celestial body, maybe an asteroid or a small moon. And the promise here is just the beauty of being able to have that geometry in orbit and all that surface area for solar panels and docking and essentially just all of what that enables to have a ring world at that scale in orbit.
Well, by the way, for the viewers, we're looking at Figure 11. What paper is this from? So, hexagonal tiling of a torus generated in Mathematica, referencing code and approach from 2 citations. So we're looking at a tiled donut, and I'm now hungry. So this is is this from your thesis or no?
This is probably, this is in my thesis. This looks like it was one of my earlier papers. This was an approach to say, great, we've come up with this tessellation approach for a buckyball. And we picked the buckyball because it is the most efficient surface area to volume shape. And what's expensive in space? The surface area, shipping up all that material. So we wanted something that would maximize the volume. But if we think about ring worlds and other shapes, we wanted to look at how do you tile a torus, and this is one example with hexagons, to be able to say, could we take this same tesserae approach of self-assembling tiles and create other geometries?
So freaking cool. That's awesome. So you mentioned microgravity, and I saw, I believe that there's a picture of you floating in microgravity. When did you get to experience that? What was that like?
So I've flown 9 times on the affectionately known as the Vomit Comet. It's the parabolic flight, and essentially it does what you want a plane never to do. It pitches really steeply upwards at 45 degrees.
That's a picture of you.
Yeah. That's tesserae. That's super early in my PhD. Some of just the passive tiles before we even put electronics in. We were just testing the magnet polarity and essentially, is it an energy favorable structure to self-assemble on its own? So we tweaked a lot of things between.
Are we looking at a couple of them?
Yeah, you're looking at a bunch of them. There's almost 32 of them. Yeah.
Cool. And
they're clumping. They're clumping. Yeah.
Can you comment on what's the difference between microgravity and zero gravity?
Yes. So
It's an
important difference. There is no zero gravity. There's nothing. In the universe, there is no such thing as zero gravity. So Newton's law of gravity tells us that there's always gravity attraction between any 2 objects. So 0G is a shorthand that some of us fall into using, where it's a little easier to communicate to the public. The accurate term is microgravity, where you are essentially floating, you're weightless, but generally in free fall. So on the parabolic flights, the Vomit Comet, you're in free fall at the end of the parabola. And in orbit around the Earth, when you're floating, you're also in free fall.
What was it like?
G.
So affectionately called Vomit Comet. I'm sure there's a reason why it's called affectionately. So what's it like? What's your first time? So both philosophically, spiritually, and biologically. What's it like?
It's profound. It is unlike anything else you will experience on Earth, because it is this true feeling of weightlessness with no drag. So the closest experience you can think of would be floating in a pool, but you move slowly when you float in a pool and your motion is restricted. When you're floating, it's just you and your body flying like in a dream. It takes the littlest amount of energy, like a finger tap against the wall of the plane, to shoot all the way across the fuselage.
Wow. And you can move at full speed. Like you can move your arms.
Exactly.
So your muscles
There's
work.
There's
no resistance.
There's no resistance. They actually tell you to make a memory when you're on the plane, because it's such a fleeting experience for your body that even a few days later, you've already forgotten exactly what it felt like. It's so foreign to the human experience.
They kind of suggested you explicitly try to really form this into a memory, and then you could do the replay for training.
Cognitively freeze it. Yeah.
save.
Right.
When we have Neuralink, we can replay that.
There you
Replay that memory. So, in terms of how much stress it has on your body, is it biologically stressful?
You do feel a 2G pullout, right? So the cost of getting those micro G parabolas is you then have a 2G pullout. And that's hard. You have to train for it. If you move your neck too quickly in that 2G pullout, you can strain muscles. But I wouldn't say that it's actually a profound, tough thing on the body. It's really just an incredibly novel experience. And when you're in orbit and you're not having to go through the ups and downs of the parabolic plane, there's a real grace and elegance. And you see the astronauts learn to operate in this completely new environment.
What are some interesting differences between the parabolic plane and when you're actually going up in orbit? Is it that with orbit you can look out and see that blue little planet of ours?
You can see the blue marble, the stunning overview effect, which is something I hope to see one day. What's also really different is if you're in orbit for any significant period of time, there's going to be a lot more physiological changes to your body than if you just did an afternoon flight on the Vomit Comet. Everything from your bones, your muscles, your eyeballs change shape. There's a lot of different things that happen for long duration spaceflight, and we still have to, as scientists, we still have to solve a lot of these interesting challenges to be able to keep humans thriving in microgravity or deep duration space missions.
Deep duration space missions. Okay, let's talk about this. I was just going to ask a bunch of dumb questions. So, approximately, how long does it take to travel to Mars? Asking for a friend.
Asking for a friend, as we all do. About 3 years for a round trip, and that's not that it actually takes.
Why the round trip? Is that?
Well,
the
you're
friend
just
was asking about
just
the one-way
trip.
trip.
Got it.
One-way.
Got it.
It's okay, cool. So for just like literally flying to Mars and around, it takes 3 years.
There's some interstitial time there because you really can only go between Earth and Mars at certain points in their orbits where it's favorable to make that journey. And so part of that 3 years is you take the journey to Mars a few months, 6 to 9 months. You're there for a period of time until the orbits find a favorable alignment again, and then you come back another 6 to 9 months.
So one-way travel, 6 to 9 months. You hang out there on vacation and come back.
Forced vacation.
Forced vacation.
You come back.
Well, me who loves working all the time, all vacation is forced vacation. But all right. So that gives us a sense of duration, and we can maybe also talk about longer duration as well. What are the hardest aspects of living in space for many days? For let's say 100 days, 200 days. Maybe there's a threshold when it gets really tough. What are some stupid little things or big things that are very difficult for human beings to go through?
One big thing and one little thing. There's two classic problems that we're trying to solve in the space industry. One is radiation. It's not as much of a problem for us right now on the International Space Station because we're still protected by part of Earth's magnetosphere. But as soon as you get farther out into space and you don't have that protection once you leave the Van Allen belt area of the Earth and the cocoon around the Earth, we have really serious concerns about radiation and the effect on human health long term. That's the big one. The small one, and I say it's small because it seems mundane, but it actually is really big in its own way, is mental health and how to keep people happy and balanced. And you were alluding to some of the psychological challenges of having humans together on missions, and especially as we try to scale the number of humans in orbit or in space. So that's another big challenge, is how to keep people happy and balanced and cooperating.
That's not an issue on Earth at all.
At all.
Okay, so we'll talk about each of those in a bit more detail. But let me continue on the chain of dumb questions. What about food? What's a good food source for food in space? And what are some sort of standard go-to menus?
Right now, your go-to menu is going to be mostly freeze-dried. Every so often, NASA will arrange for a fun stunt or fresh food to get up to station. So they did bake DoubleTree cookies with Hilton a couple of years ago, as I recall, I think sometime before the pandemic. But there's work actually in our lab at MIT. Maggie Copeland, one of my staff researchers, is looking at the future of fermentation. Everybody loves beer, right? Beer and wine and kimchi and miso, these foods that have just been, really important to human cultures for eons because we love the umami and the better flavor in them. But it turns out they also have a good shelf life if done properly. And they also have an additional health benefit for the microbiome. for probiotics and prebiotics. So we're trying to work with NASA and convince them to be more open-minded to fermented food for long-duration deep space missions. That we think is one of the future elements, in addition to in situ growing your own food.
Okay, this is essential for the space party. Is the space beer?
Yes, it's the fermented product. Yes.
Okay, cool. In terms of water, what's a good source of drinkable water? Like, where do you get water? Do you have to always bring it on board with you? Mm-hmm. And is there compressed, efficient way of storing it?
So to steal a line from Charlie Bolden, who's the former administrator of NASA, this morning's fresh water is yesterday's coffee. So if you think about what that means, you drank the coffee yesterday.
Right, as it travels, it goes fully through the body.
Fully through the body as the recycling system, and then you drink what you peed out as, clarified, refined fresh water the next day. That is one source of water. Another source of water in the near neighborhood of our solar system would be on the moon. So water ice deposits. There's also water on Mars. This is one of the big things that's bringing people to want to develop infrastructure on the moon, is once you've gotten out of the gravity well of Earth, if you can find water on the moon and refine it, you can either make it into propellant or drinkable water for humans. And so that's really valuable as a potential gateway out into the rest of the solar system to be able to get propellant without always having to ship it up from Earth.
So how much water is there on Mars?
That's a great question. I do not know.
We don't know this
water
yet, right?
At the caps. I suspect NASA, from all of the satellite studies that they've done of Mars, have a decent idea of what the water deposits look like, but I don't know to what degree they have characterized those.
I really hope there's life or traces of previous life on Mars.
This is a special spot in my heart because I got to work on Sherlock, which is the astrobiology experiment that's on Mars right now, searching for what they would say in a very cautious way is signs of past habitability. They want to be careful not to get people overly excited and say we're searching for signs of life. They're searching to see if there would have been organics on the surface of Mars or water in certain areas that would have allowed for life to flourish. And I really love this prospect. I do think within our lifetimes, we'll get a better answer about finding life in our solar system, if it's there. If not on Mars, maybe Europa, one of the icy worlds.
So you like astrobiology?
I do.
This is part of the. So it's not just about human biology; it's also other extraterrestrial alien biology.
Search for life in the universe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that scare you or excite you?
It excites me. Profoundly excites
that there's
me.
Other alien civilizations potentially very different than our own.
I think there's got to be some humility there, and certainly from science fiction, we have plenty of reasons to fear that outcome as well. But I do think as a scientist, it would be profoundly exciting if we were to find life, especially in the near neighborhood of our solar system. Right now, we would expect it to be most likely microbial life, but we have a real serious challenge in astrobiology, which is it may not even be carbon-based life.
Right.
And all of our detectors, we only know to look for DNA or RNA. How would you even build a detector to look for silicon-based life or different molecules than what we know to be the fundamental molecules for life?
And then you mentioned offline Sarah Walker. I mean, her the question that she's obsessed with is even just defining life. What is life? To look outside the carbon base. I mean, to look outside of basically anything we can even imagine chemically. To look outside of any kind of notions that we think of as biology. Yeah, it's really weird. So you now get into this land of like complexity of a measuring of like how many assembly steps it takes to build that thing.
Right.
And maybe dynamic movement or some maintenance of some kind of membrane structures. We don't even know like which properties life should have, whether it should be able to reproduce and all those kinds of things or pass information, genetic type of information. We don't know. And that's so humbling. I mean, I tend to believe that there could be something like alien life here on Earth, and we're just too human biology obsessed to even recognize it.
The shadow biosphere. I remember you and Sarah were talking about.
I mean, that's like, speaking of beer, I mean, that's something I wanted to make sure in all of science to shake ourselves out of, like, remind ourselves constantly how little we know. Because it might be right in front of our nose. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, trees are, like, orders of magnitude more intelligent than humans. They're just operating at a much slower scale, and they're, like, talking shit about us the whole time, like about silly humans that take everything seriously, and we start all kinds of nuclear wars, and we quarrel, and we tweet about it, and then, but the trees are always there, just watching us silly humans. As
like the ants in Lord of the Rings.
Exactly. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm joking on that one, but there could be stuff like that. Well, let me ask you the Drake equation, the big the question. How many? Like, obviously, nobody knows, but what's your gut? What's your hope as a scientist, as a human? How many alien civilizations are out there?
As a ex-physicist, I'm now much more on the aerospace engineering side for space architecture, but as an ex-physicist, I hope it is prolific. I think the challenge is if it's as prolific as we would hope, if there are many, many, many civilizations, then the question is, where are they? Why haven't we heard from them? And the Fermi paradox, is there some great filter that life only gets to some level of sophistication and then kills itself off through war or through famine or through different challenges that filter that society out of existence? And it would be an interesting question to try to understand, if the universe was teeming with life, why haven't we found it or heard from it yet, to our knowledge?
Yeah, I personally believe that it's teeming with life. And you're right. I think that's a really useful, productive engineering scientific question of what kind of great filter can just be destroying all of that life or preventing it from just constantly talking to us, silly descendants of apes. That's a really nice question. Like, what are the ways civilizations can destroy themselves? And
there's too many, sadly.
Well, I don't think we've come up with most of them yet.
That's also probably true.
That's the thing. It's I mean, and like, if you look at nuclear war, some of it is physics, but some of it is game theory. It's human nature. It's how societies built themselves, how they interact, how we create and resolve conflict. And it gets back to the human question on, when you're doing long-term space travel, how do you maintain this dynamical system of flawed, irrational humans such that it persists throughout time, and not just maintain the biological body, but get people from not murdering each other, and like each other sufficiently to where you kind of fit well. But I think if the songs or poetry or books taught me anything, if you like each other a little too much, I mean, the problems arise, because then there's always a third person who also likes, and then there's the drama. It's like, I can't believe you did that, and last night, whatever. So, and then there's beer.
Gets complicated
and
quickly.
It gets complicated quickly. Okay, anyway, back to the dumb questions, because you answered this. There's an interview where you answer a bunch of cool little questions from young students and so on about like space. One of them was playing music in space.
Yeah.
And you mentioned something about what kind of instruments you could use to play music in space. Could you mention about like the Spotify work in space, and if I wanted to do a live performance, what kind of instruments would I need?
Yeah. I mean, you referenced culture before, and I think this is one of the most exciting things that we have at our fingertips, which is to define a new culture for space exploration. We don't just have to import cultural artifacts from Earth to make life worth living in space. And this musical instrument that you referenced was a design of an object that could only be performed in microgravity.
Oh, cool.
So it doesn't sound the same way when it's a percussive instrument, when it's rattled or moved in a gravity environment. It is
that,
unique.
can we look it up?
It's called the telemetron. Yep, it's created by...
Of course it's called the telemetron. That is so awesome.
Created by Sans Fish and Nicole Voulier, two amazing graduate students and staff researchers on my team.
What does it look like?
It looks steampunk, actually.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool design. It looks like it's a geometric solid that has these interesting artifacts on the inside. And it has a lot of sensors, actually, additionally on the inside, like IMUs, inertial measurement sensors, that allow it to detect when it's floating and when it's not floating, and provides this really kind of ethereal, they later sonify it, so they use electronic music to turn it into a symphony or turn it into a piece. And yeah, this is the object, the telemetron.
How does the human interact with it?
By tossing it. So it's an interactive musical instrument. It actually requires another partner. So the idea was that it's something like a dance, or just like something like a choreography in space.
Got it. And then, speaking of which, you also talked about sports. and like ball sports, like playing soccer. So
Yeah.
so you mentioned that so your muscles can move with full speed, and then if you push off the wall lightly, you fly across, zoom across. So how does the physics of that work? Or can you still play soccer, for example, in space?
You can, but one of the most intuitive things that we all learn as babies, right, is whenever you throw something, if I was going to toss something to you, I toss it up because I know that it has to compensate for the fact that that Keplerian arc is going to draw it down. The equations of motion are going to draw it down. In space, I would just shoot something directly towards you, so like straight line of sight. And so that would be very different for any type of ball sport, is to retrain your human mind to have that as your intuitive arc of motion or lack of arc.
From your experience, from understanding how astronauts get adjusted to this stuff, how long does it take to adjust to the physics of this world, this other world?
So even after 1 or 2 parabolic flights, you can gain a certain facility with moving in that environment. I think most astronauts would say maybe several days on station or a week on station, and their brain flips. It's amazing, the plasticity of the human brain and how quickly they are able to adapt. And so pretty quickly they become creatures of this new environment.
Okay, so that's cool. That's creating a little bit of an experience. What about if you go for more than 100 days, for 1 year, for 2 years, for 3 years?
Yeah.
What challenges start to emerge in that case?
So Scott Kelly wrote this amazing book after he spent a year in space, and he's a twin. It's absolutely fantastic that NASA got to do a twin study. It's perfect. So he wrote a lot about his experience on the health side of what changed. Things like bone density, muscle atrophy, eyesight changing because the shape of your eyeball changes, which changes your lens, which changes how you see. If we're then thinking about the challenges between a year and 3 years, especially if we're doing that 3-year trip to Mars for your friend who asked earlier, then you have to think about nutrition. And so how are you keeping all of these different needs for your body alive? How are you protecting astronauts against radiation? Either having some type of a shell on the spacecraft, which is expensive because it's heavy. If it's something like lead, a really effective radiation shell, it's going to be a lot of mass. Or is there a pill that could be taken to try to make you less in danger of some of the radiation effects? A lot of this has not yet been answered, but radiation is a really significant challenge for that 3-year journey.
And what are the negative effects of radiation on the human body out in space?
A higher likelihood to develop cancer at a younger age. So you'd probably be able to get there and get back, but you'd find yourself in the same way if you were exposed to significant radiation on Earth, you'd find significant bad health effects as you age.
What do you think about like decades? Do you think about decades? Or is this like an entire...
I think about centuries.
Centuries.
For my space research. But yeah, for decades. I think as soon as we get past the 3-year mark, we'll absolutely want, somewhere between 3 years and a decade, we'll want artificial gravity. And we know how to do that, actually. The engineering questions still need to be tweaked for how we'd really implement it, but the science is there to know how we would spin habitats in orbit, generate that force, so even if the entire habitat's not spinning, you at least have a treadmill part of the space station that is spinning, and you can spend some fraction of your day in a near to 1G environment and keep your body healthy.
Wait, literally from just spinning?
From spinning, yeah, centripetal force.
That's
so you generate this force. If you've ever been in those carnival rides, the gravitrons that spin you up around the side, that's the concept. And this is actually one of the reasons why we are spinning out a new company from my MIT lab. Spinning out. That was accidental, but well noted space pun. It could possibly be.
All right.
But yeah, we're spinning out a new company to look at next generation space architecture and how do we actually scale humanity's access to space. And one of the areas that we want to look at is artificial gravity.
Is there a name yet?
Yep, there's a name. We are brand new. We are just exiting stealth mode. So your podcast listeners will literally be among some of the first to hear about it. It's called Aurelia Institute. Aurelia is an Old English word for chrysalis. And the idea with this is that we, humanity, collectively, are at this next stage of our metamorphosis, like a chrysalis, into a spacefaring species. And so we felt that this was a necessary time, to think about next generation space architecture, but also Starfleet Academy, if you know that reference from Star Trek.
Yes. So let me ask a silly sounding ridiculous sounding, but probably extremely important question.
Mhm.
Sex in space, including intercourse, conception, procreation, birth, like being a parent,
Mhm.
like raising a baby. So basically from birth, well, from the before the birth part, like the birds and the bees and stuff, and then the whole thing. How complicated is that? I remember looking at the thank you. I remember looking at this exact Wikipedia page actually, and I remember being the Wikipedia page is sex in space, and fascinating how difficult of an engineering problem the whole thing is. Is that something you think about too? How to have generations of humans self-replicating organisms?
Societies.
Yeah,
Yes.
societies
Are.
essentially. I mean, I guess with like if you solve the gravity problem, you solve a lot of these problems. Yeah.
That's the hope, yeah, is like this central challenge of microgravity to human reproduction. But we do host a workshop every year at Beyond the Cradle, which is the space event that we run at MIT. And we always do one on pregnancy in space or motherhood or raising children in space, because there are huge questions. There have been a few mammal studies that have looked at reproduction in space, but there are still really major questions about how does it work? How does the fetus evolve in microgravity if you are pregnant in space? And I think the near-term answer is just going to be we need to be able to give humans a 1G environment for that phase of our development.
Yeah, so there's some studies on mice in microgravity, and it's interesting. Like I think the mice, like one of them, the mice weren't able to walk, or like their understanding of physics, I guess, is off, or something like that.
Yeah, the mental model when you're really young and you're kind of getting your mental model of physics, we do think that would change kids' abilities to, if they were born in microgravity, their ability to have that intuition around an Earth-based 1G environment might be missing, because a lot of that is really crystallized in early development, early childhood development. So that makes sense that they would see that in mice, yeah.
So what about life when we choose to park our vehicles on another planet, on the moon, but let's go to Mars? First of all, does that excite you, humans going to Mars, like stepping foot on Mars? And when do you think it'll happen?
It does excite me. I think visionaries like Elon are working to make that happen in terms of building the road to space. We are really excited about building out the human lived experience of space once you get there. So how are you going to grow your food? What is your habitat going to look like? I think it's profoundly exciting, but I do think that there's a little bit of a misunderstanding of Mars anywhere in the near future being anything like a replacement for Earth. So it is good for humanity to have these other pockets of our civilization that can expand out beyond Earth. But Mars is not, in its current state, a good home for humanity. Too many perchlorates in the soil. You can't use that soil to grow crops. Atmosphere is too thin. Certainly can't breathe it, but it's also just really thin compared to our atmosphere. A lot of different challenges that would have to be fundamentally changed on that planet to make it a good home for a large human civilization.
How does a large civilization of humans get built on Mars? And what do you think? Where do you think it starts being difficult? So can you have a small base of like 10 people, essentially, kind of like the International Space Station kind of situation, and then can you get it to 100 to 1,000 to 1,000,000? Are there some interesting challenges there that worry you, saying that Mars is just not a good backup at this time for Earth?
I think small outposts, absolutely, like McMurdo, right? So we have these models of really extreme environments on Earth and Antarctica, for example, where humans have been able to go and make a sustainable settlement. McMurdo style life on Mars, probably feasible in the 2030s. So we want to send the first human missions to Mars, and maybe as early as the end of this decade, more likely early 2030s. Moving anywhere beyond that in terms of a place where like an entire human life would be lived, where it's not just you go for a 3-month deployment and you come back, that is actually the big challenge line. It's just saying, is there enough technological sophistication that can be brought that far out into space? If you imagine your electronics break, there's no Radio Shack. This dates me a little bit that my mind jumps to Radio Shack, but there's no supply chains on Mars that can supply the level of technological sophistication for all the products that we rely on day-to-day life. So you'd be going back to actually a very simple existence, more like pioneer life out west in the story of the US, for example. And I think that the future of larger scale gatherings of humans in orbit, in space, is actually going to be in microgravity, floating space cities, not so much trying to establish settlements on the surface.
So you think sort of a significant engineering investment in terms of our efforts and money should be on large spaceships that perhaps are doing this kind of self-assembly, all these kinds of things, and doing an orbit, maybe building a giant donut around the planet over time.
Yeah, that is the goal. And I think the current political climate is such that you can't get the $1 trillion investment to start from scratch and build the sci-fi megastructure. But if you can build it in fits and starts, in little different pieces, which is another advantage of self-assembly, it's much more like how nature works. So it's biomimicry inspired way for humanity to scale out in space.
Yeah, whether it's out in space or on Mars, the idea that sort of two people fall in love, they have sex, a child is born, and then that couple has to teach that child that that they came from Earth. I just love the idea that somebody's born on Mars or out in space, and you have to be like this is not actually like the original home.
Right.
Just them looking at Earth and being like, this is where we came from. I don't know. That's really inspiring to me. And the child being really confused and then wanting to go back to TikTok or whatever they do.
Whatever they do in that era. I mean, there's great sci-fi, right, about people being born on Mars, and because it's a lower gravity environment, they're taller, they're more gangly if they were actually able to develop there, and then they come back to Earth and they're like second-class citizens because they can't function here in the same way because the gravity is too strong for them. You see this in series like The Expanse with the Belters and these, different societies that if we were to succeed in having human societies grow up in different pockets, it's not necessarily going to be easy for them to always come back to Earth as their home.
Yeah, different cultures form, which is the positive way of phrasing it, but it's also this human history teaches us that we like to form the other.
Yeah.
So there's this kind of conflict that naturally emerges. Let me ask another sort of dark question. What do you think about coming from a military family? There's still, sadly, wars in the world. Do you think wars, military conflicts will follow us into space? Wars between nations? Like, from my perspective currently, it just seems like space is a place for scientists and engineers to explore ideas.
Mm-hmm.
But the more and more progress you make, does it worry you that nations start to step in and form, that go out on full out military conflict, whether it's in cyberspace, in space, or actual hot war?
I am really concerned about that. And I do think for decades, the scientific community in space has hung on to this notion from the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, which is space is the province of all humankind, peaceful uses of outer space only. But I do think the rise in tensions and the geopolitical scene that we're seeing, I do harbor a lot of concern about hot wars following humanity out into space. And it's worth trying to tie nations together with more collaboration to avoid that happening. The International Space Station is a great example. I think it's something like 18 countries are party to this treaty. It might be less, it might be more. And then, of course, there's a smaller number of countries that actually send astronauts. But even at the fall of the Soviet Union and through some tense times with Russia, the ISS had been a place where the US and Russia were actually able to collaborate between Mir and ISS. I think it'd be really important right now, in particular, to find other platforms where these hegemonic powers in the world and developing world nations can come and collaborate on the future of space and purposefully intertwine our success so that there's a danger to multiple parties if somebody is a bad actor.
So we're now talking there's a war in Ukraine, and I haven't been sleeping much. I have family, friends, colleagues in both countries, and I'm just talking to a lot of people, many of whom are crying, refugees. And there's a basic human compassion and love for each other that I believe technology can help catalyze and accelerate. But there's also science. There's something about rockets. There's something about, and I mean like space exploration, that inspires the world about the positive possibilities of the human species. So in terms of Ukraine and Russia and China and India and the United States and Europe and everywhere else, it seems like collaborating on giant space projects is one way to escape these wars, to escape these sort of geopolitical conflicts. I mean, there's so much camaraderie to the whole thing. And even in this little period of human history we're living through, it seems like that's essential. Even through this pandemic, there's something so inspiring about those like SpaceX rockets going up, for example.
It's true.
This reinvigoration of the space exploration efforts by the commercial sector. I don't know. That was, I had some, as many of us have, sort of some dark times during this pandemic, just like loneliness and sometimes emotion and anger and just hopelessness and politics. And then you look at those rockets going up and it just gives you hope. So I think that's an understated sort of value of space exploration, is a thing that unites us and gives us hope. Obviously, it also inspires young generations and young minds to also contribute in not necessarily in space exploration, but in all of science and literature and poetry. There's something about when you look up to the stars that makes you dream.
Very true.
And so that's a really good reason to sort of invest in this, whether it's building giant mega structure, which is so freaking cool, but also colonizing Mars. Yeah, it's something to look forward to. Something that and not make it a domain of war, but a domain of human collaboration and human compassion, I think.
Yeah.
You're the founder and director of the MIT Space Exploration Initiative. It includes a ton of projects. So I just wanted to, they're focused, I guess, on life in space, from astrobiology, like we talked about, to habitats. Are there some other interesting projects, part of this initiative, that you are, that pop to mind that you find particularly cool?
Absolutely. One is the future of in-space manufacturing. So if we're going to build large-scale space structures, yes, it's great to ship them up from Earth and self-assemble them. But what about extrusion in orbit? It's one of the best technologies to leverage in microgravity, because you can extrude a particularly long beam that would sag in a normal gravity environment, but might be able to become the basis of a truss or a large-scale space structure. So we're doing miniature tests of extrusion and are excited to fly this on the International Space Station in a few months. We are working on swarm robots. We have just announced, actually, MIT's return to the moon. So my organization is leading this mission for MIT, going back to the surface of the moon as early as the end of this year, 2022,
Wow.
maybe early 2023, and trying to take data from our research payloads at this historic South Pole site where NASA's supposed to send the first humans back on the Artemis 3 mission. So our hope is to directly support that human mission with our data.
How does that connect to the swarm aspects? Does it connect?
Yes. Yeah, so we're actually going to fly one of the little astro ants. That's the current plan.
Nice.
One of the little swarm robots on the top of a rover. That's part of the
Ants
mission.
riding a rover?
Yes, exactly. An ant riding a rover. That rover gets packed in a lander. That lander gets packed in a SpaceX rocket. So it's a whole nesting dolls situation to get to the moon.
Mother of robot dragons.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
so this one, a swarm of one.
Swarm of one, exactly. We're testing out. It's a tech demonstration mission, not a true swarm. Yeah, there they are. Those are the astro ants.
Wow, and so it's a distributed system, and in theory, you could have a ton of these.
Yes, these could also be centralized. So they have wireless technology that could also talk to a central base station, and we'll be assessing kind of case by case whether it makes sense to operate them in a decentralized swarm or to command them in a centralized swarm.
Each robot is equipped with 4 magnetic wheels, which enable the robot to attach to any magnetic surface. They can operate basically in any environment. We tested the mobility of all robots on different materials in a microgravity environment.
On the Vomit Comet prior to going to the moon.
That must look so cool. So they're basically moving along different like metallic surfaces.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting when you just a minute ago talking about the reflection of how space can be so aspirational and so uniting. There's a great quote from Bill Anders from the Apollo 8 mission to the moon, which is he It's the Earthrise photo that was taken, where you see the Earth coming up over the horizon of the moon. And the quote is something along the lines of, "We came all the way to discover the moon, and what we really discovered was the Earth." This really powerful image looking back. And so we're also trying to think for our lunar mission. We realized we're a very privileged group at MIT to get the opportunity to do this. How could we bring humanity along with us? And so one of the things we're still testing out, I don't know if we're going to be able to swing it, would be to do something like a Twitch plays Pokemon, but with the robot. So let a lot of people on Earth actually control the robot, or at least benefit from the data that we're gathering and try to release the data openly. So we're exploring a couple different ideas for how do we engage more people in this mission.
That would be surreal to be able to interact in some way with the thing that's out there.
Exactly.
On another surface.
Direct connection.
Direct connection. I think about artificial intelligence in that same way, which is like building robots puts a mirror to us humans.
Certainly.
It makes us like wonder about like what is intelligence, what is consciousness, and what is actually valuable about human beings. When a AI system learns to play chess better than humans, you start to let go of this idea that humans are special because of intelligence. It's something else. Maybe the flame of human consciousness. It's the capacity to feel deeply, to both suffer and to love, all those things. And that somehow AI to me puts a mirror to that. You mentioned HAL 9000. You have to bring it up with these swarm bots crawling on the surface of your cocoon in space.
Right.
I mean, all right. Let me steel man the HAL 9000 perspective.
Okay.
The poor guy just wanted to maintain the mission, and the astronauts were. I mean, I don't know if people often talk about that, but like doctors have to make difficult decisions too. When there's limited resources, you actually do have to sacrifice human life often because you have to make decisions.
Right.
And I think Hal was probably making that kind of decision about what's more important, the lives of individual astronauts or
the mission.
And I feel like AI, when other humans will need to make these decisions, and it also feels like AI systems will need to help make those decisions. I don't know. I guess my question is about greater and greater collective intelligence by systems. Do you worry about that? What is the right way to sort of solve this problem, keeping a human in the loop? Do you think about this kind of stuff, or are they sufficiently dumb now, the robots, that's not yet on the horizon to think about?
I think it should be on the horizon. It's always good to think about these things early because we make a lot of technical design decisions at this phase working with swarm robots that it would be better to have thought about some of these questions early in the life cycle of a project. There is a real interest in NASA right now thinking about the future of human-robot interaction, HRI, and what is the right synergy in terms of level of control for the human versus level of dependence or control for the robot. And we're beginning to test out more of these scenarios. For example, the Gateway space station, which is meant to be in orbit around the moon as a staging base for the surface operations, is meant to be able to function autonomously with no humans in it for months at a time, because they think it's going to be seasonal. They think we might not be constantly staffing it. So this will be a really great test of, I don't know that anybody's yet worried about HAL 9000 evolving, but certainly just the robustness of some of these AI systems that might be asked to autonomously maintain the station while the humans are away. Or detection algorithms that are going to say, if you had a human pilot, they might see debris in orbit and steer around it. There'll be a lot of autonomous navigation that has to happen. That'll be one of the early test beds where we'll start to get a little bit closer to that future.
Well, the HRI component is really interesting to me, especially when the I includes like almost friendship, because like people don't realize this. I think that we humans long for connection, and when you have even a basic interaction that's just like supposed to be just like serving you or something, you still project. It's still a source of meaning and connection. And so you do have to think about that. I mean, HAL 9000, the movie maybe doesn't portray it that way, but I'm sure there's a relationship there between the astronauts and the robot.
Yeah.
Especially when you have greater and greater level of intelligence. Maybe that addresses the happiness question too.
Yeah. I think there's a There's a great book by Kate Darling, who's one of my
she's great.
colleagues at MIT.
Yeah, she's amazing. She's already been on this podcast, but we talk all the time, and we're supposed to talk, and we've been missing each other, and we're gonna make it happen soon.
Yeah.
Come down to Texas, Kate. All right. Anyway, yeah, she's amazing. And she has this book. Her whole work is about this
connection with robots. Yeah.
This beautiful connection that we have with robots. But I think it's greater and greater importance when it's out in space, because it could help alleviate some of the loneliness.
Right. One of the projects in the book that I gave you, which is this catalog of the projects that we've worked on over the last 5 years, is this social robot that was developed at the Media Lab. And one of the first years in 2017 that we flew a zero-G flight, we took the social robot along and tried to do a little bit of a very scaled down human study to look at these questions, because you do imagine that we would form a bond, a real bond with the social robots that might be not just serving us on a mission, but really be our teammates on a future mission. And I do think that that could have a powerful role in the mental health and just the stability of a crew, is to have some other robot friends come along.
What do you, by the way, the book you mentioned is Into the Anthropocosmos, a whole space catalog from the space catalog.
Get that reference.
Yeah, so call it to Earth catalog, a whole space catalog from the MIT Space Exploration Initiative. What about the happiness? You said that that's one of the problems of when you're out in space. How do you keep humans happy? Again, asking for a friend.
Yes. I mean, one of the big challenges is you can't just open a window or walk out a door and blow off steam, right? You can't just go somewhere to clear your head. And in that sense, you need to build habitats that are homes that really care for the humans inside them, and have, whether it's biophilia and a place where you can go and feel like you're in nature, or a VR headset, which for some people is a poor simulacrum, but is maybe better than nothing. You need to be thinking about these technological interventions that are going to have to be part of your home and be part of your maybe day-to-day ritual to keep you steady and balanced and happy, or feeling fulfilled.
What about other humans? Relationship with other humans?
Yeah.
Do those get weird when you get past a certain number of humans?
I'm not an expert in this area, but an anecdote that I'll share. My understanding is that NASA has still not decided whether it's better to send married couples or single crew members, in terms of you want some level of stability. You don't want to have the drama of romantic relationships like you're alluding to before, but they can't decide because married couples also fight and have a really tough dynamic. And so there's a lot of open questions still to answer about what is the ideal psychological makeup of a crew. And we're starting to test some of these things with the civilian crews that are going up with Inspiration 4, like last fall with SpaceX, and Ax-1 that's going to fly in a few days here in March. As we begin to lengthen the time of those civilian crews, I think we'll start to learn a little bit more about just average, everyday human-to-human dynamics, and not the astronauts that are themselves selected to be perfect human specimens, very good to work with, easy to get along with.
I wish we collected more data about this pandemic, because I feel like it's a good, rough simulation of what it'd be out in space. A lot of people were in lockdown, some married couples. I think a lot of marriages broke up. A lot of marriages got closer together. So it's like, and then the single people, some of them went off the cliff, and some of them discovered their new happiness and meaning, and so on. It's a beautiful little experiment, a painful one.
Yeah.
Is there a thorough way to really test that? Because it's such a costly experiment. Send humans up there, but I guess you can always return back to Earth if it's not working out.
That's what we hope. That's what you hope. You don't have like a Apollo 13 situation that doesn't quite make it back. But yeah, this is also why Mars is such a challenge. The moon is only 3 days away. That's a lot quicker to recover from if there's a psychological problem with the crew or any type of maintenance problem, anything. 3 years is such a challenge compared to these other domains that we've been getting more used to in terms of human spaceflight. So this is a question that we will need to have explored more before we start really sending crews to Mars.
So you're a young scientist. Do you think in your lifetime you will go out into orbit, you will go out beyond into deep space, and potentially I don't know if you can call yourself a civilian. I don't know if that's what you count as, but you as a curious ant from MIT step on Mars?
Yes. That's a
Are you
firm,
coming back?
firm yes. Yeah, I'm coming back. I don't want that one-way mission. I want the two-way mission. But yes, I mean, I think we're already talking about a pretty near-term opportunity where I could send graduate students to the International Space Station. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So no, not a sacrifice.
Right.
No, but send
For
graduate
the
students.
experience.
Send graduate students to the ISS to do their research. I do think you and I both would have an opportunity to go to a lunar base of some sort within our lifetime, and there's a good chance, if we really wanted to, we might have to really advocate for it, apply to an astronaut program. There will be some avenues for humans in our lifetime to go to Mars.
What's the bar for like health? Do you think that bar will keep getting lower and lower in terms of how healthy, how athletic, like how the psychological profile, all those kinds of things?
Yeah. For one, we're going to build more robust habitats that don't depend on astronauts being so impeccably well trained. So we're going to make it better for inclusion and just opening access to space. But there's a fantastic group called Astro Access that is already helping disabled space flyers do zero-G flights and potentially get access to the ISS. And some of the things that we think of as disabilities on Earth are hyper abilities in space. You don't need really powerful legs in space. What you'd really benefit from having is a third arm, more ways to kind of move yourself around and grip and interact. So we are already seeing a much more open-minded approach to who gets to go to space, and Astro Access is a wonderful organization doing some of that work.
I'm hoping introversion will also be a superpower in space. Okay, well, first I'd love to get your opinion on commercial spaceflight, what SpaceX, what Blue Origin are doing.
Yeah.
And also another question on top of that is, because you've worked with a lot of different kinds of people, culturally, what's the difference between SpaceX or commercial type of efforts, NASA, and MIT?
And academia.
Academia.
Yeah, so to the first part of your question, I am thrilled by all of the commercial activity in space. It has really empowered our program. So instead of me waiting for 5 years to get a grant and get the money from the grant, and only then can you send a project to space, I go out and I fundraise, a lot like a startup founder, and I directly buy access to space on the International Space Station through SpaceX or nanoracks. Same with Blue Origin and their suborbital craft. Same with Axiom now. Axiom's making plans for their own commercial space station. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but in a few years, I will rent lab space in orbit. I will rent a module from the Axiom space station or the Orbital Reef, which is the Blue Origin space station, or NanoRacks is thinking about Starlab Oasis. There's probably some other companies that I'm not even aware of yet that are doing commercial space habitat. So I think that's fabulous and really empowering for our research.
Is it affordable? So like loosely speaking, does it become affordable for like MIT type of research lab? Does it, or does it need to be a multi-university, like a gigantic effort, a consortium thing?
One of the reasons we're spinning out Aurelia is we actually realized it's cheap enough. It doesn't even have to be MIT. And we wanted to start democratizing access to these spaceflight opportunities to a much broader swath of humanity. Could you take a Khan Academy educational course about, hey, students around the world, this is how you get ready for a zero-G flight. And by the way, come fly with us next year, which is something we're going to do with Aurelia's. We're going to bring, much more just kind of day-to-day folks on zero-G flights and get them access to engaging in the space industry. So it's become cheap enough, and the prices have dropped enough to consider even that. So that's amazing. It definitely doesn't have to be a consortium of universities anymore. It depends on what you want to fly. If you want to fly James Webb, a huge telescope that's decades in the making, sure, you need a NASA allocation budget. You need billions. But for a lot of the stuff in the book and our research portfolio, it's actually becoming far more accessible.
So that's commercial. What about NASA and MIT academia?
Yeah, I think, people have been worried about NASA the last few years because in some people's minds, they are ceding ground to these commercial efforts, but that's really not what's happening. NASA empowered these commercial efforts because they want to free themselves up to go to Mars and go to Europa and continue being that really aspirational force for humanity of pushing the boundary, always pushing the boundary. And if they were anchored in low Earth orbit, maintaining a space station indefinitely, that's so much a part of their budget that it was keeping them from being able to do more. So it actually is really fantastic for NASA to have grown this commercial ecosystem, and then that frees NASA up to go further. And in academia, we like to think that we will be able to do the provocative next generation research that is going to unlock things at that frontier. And we can partner with NASA. We can go through a program if we want to send a probe out really far, but we can also partner with SpaceX and see what human life in a SpaceX Mars settlement might look like and how we could design for that.
Speaking of projects, maybe are there other projects that pop to mind from the Space Exploration Initiative, or maybe stuff from the book that you can mention?
Yeah.
Something super cool. I mean, everything we've been talking about is cool, but just something that pops to mind again.
Yeah. So we talked about life in space, and you might need more arms than legs. One of the projects by Valentina Sumini was a air-powered robotics tail. So it's a soft robotics tail that essentially has a little camera on the back end of it, can do computer vision, and knows where to grapple. So it's behind you. It grapples onto something and holds you in space, and then you can actually free up both of your hands to work. So we're already starting to think about the design of bionic humans or prosthetics or things that would make you kind of like a cyborg to augment your capabilities when you're in a space environment.
How would you control something like that? So it's kind of like I mean, you can't call it a leg, but whatever. It's
an additional appendage.
So how would you, what are ideas for controlling something like that?
Yeah, so right now it's super, there you go.
That's cool.
Right now it's super manual. It's basically just like a kind of a set pattern of inflating as we're testing it. But in the future, if we had a Neuralink, I mean, this is something that you could imagine directly controlling, just thinking thoughts and controlling it. That's a ways away.
Yeah. So we talked about on the biology side, astrobiology, there's probably agriculture stuff. Is there other things that kind of feed the ecosystem of out in space for survival, or the robotics architectures, the self-assembly stuff?
So kind of combining something we were talking about, you can form these relationships with objects and anthropomorphize.
Yes.
One of the things that we're thinking about for agriculture, created by Manwei and Somu, so two students at MIT, was this little, it looks like a planet, but it's inspired by, I think, a mandala or Nepalese spinning wheel. And you plant plants on the inside, and the astronaut has to spin it every day to help the plants survive. So it's a way to give the astronaut something to care about, something that they are responsible for keeping alive and can really invest themselves in. And it's not necessary, right? We have other ways to grow in orbit. Hydroponics, liquid medium, trying to keep the liquid around the plant roots is hard because there's no gravity to pull it down in a particular direction. But what I loved about this project was they said, sure, we have ways that the plants could grow on their own, but the astronauts might want to care for it in the same way that we have little plants that come to be important to us, little plant friends. So yeah, so there's agrifuge. That's an early model of this manually spinning plant habitat.
I guess this is the best of academic research, is you can do these kinds of wild ideas.
Wild ideas, yeah.
Well, I get to spend quite a bit of time with Mr. Elon Musk, and he's very stressed. Especially about Starship and all those kinds of engineering efforts.
Yeah.
What do you think about how damn hard it is to get out of space? Like, are we humans going to be able to do this? I don't know. I think it feels like it's an engineering problem. It's a scientific problem, but it's also just a motivation problem for the entire human species. And you also need to have superstar researchers and engineers working on it. So you have to get like the best people in the world, inspire them, and starting from a young age, and kind of
almost inculcating us into why we do it.
I guess that's why it's exciting. You don't know if we're going to be able to pull this off. That we could like fail miserably, and that, I suppose, I mean, that's where the best of engineering is done. Is like success is not guaranteed, and even if it happens, it might be very painful.
I think that's what's so special about what Elon is doing with SpaceX is he takes these risks and he tests iteratively, and we'll see the spectacular failures on the path to a successful Starship. It's something that, people have said, why isn't NASA doing that? Well, that's because NASA is doing that with taxpayer dollars, and we would all revolt if we saw NASA failing at all these different stages. But that level of, spiral engineering theory of development is super impressive, and it's a really interesting approach that SpaceX has taken. And I think between people like Elon and Jeff Bezos and Firefly and NASA and ESA, we are going to get there. They're building the road to space. These trailblazers are doing it. And now part of the challenge is to get the rest of the public to understand that it's happening. right? A lot of people don't know that we're going back to the moon, that we're going to send the first woman to the moon within a few years. A lot of people don't know that there are commercial space stations in orbit, that it's not just NASA that does space stuff. So we have a big challenge to get more of humanity excited and educated and involved again, kind of like in the Apollo era, where it was a big deal for everybody.
Well, a lot of that is also one of the big impressive things that Elon does, I think, extremely well, is the social media, is the getting people excited.
Sorry.
And I think that actually he's helped NASA step their game up in terms of social media. There's something about the storytelling, but also not like like authentic and just real and raw engineering. There's a lot of excitement for that.
Yeah.
Humor and fun also. All of those things, you realize the thing that make up the virality of the meme is beautiful. You have to kind of embrace that. And to me, this kind of I criticize a lot of companies based on this. I talked to a bunch of CEOs and so on, and it's just like there's a caution, like let us do this like press conference thing where when the final product is ready and it's overproduced, as opposed to the raw, the gritty, just show it off.
Yeah.
It's something that I think MIT is very good at doing. It's just showing the raw, by nature, the mess of it, and the mess of it is beautiful, and people get really excited, and failure is really exciting.
Yeah.
When the thing blows up and you're like, oh shit, that makes it even more exciting when it doesn't blow up.
Right.
And doing all of that on social media and showing also the humans behind it, the individual young researchers or the engineers or the leaders, where everything's at stake. I don't know. I think I'm really excited about that. I do want MIT to do that more, for students to show off their stuff and not be pressured to do this kind of generic official presentation, but become a YouTuber also. Like, show off your raw research as you're working on it in the early days. I hope that's the future. Things like I was teasing about TikTok earlier, but these kinds of things, I think, inspire young people to show off their stuff, to show their true self, the rawness of it, because I think that's where engineering is best. And I think that will inspire people about all the cool stuff we could do out in space.
I was going to say, I couldn't agree more. And I actually think that this is why we need a real life Starfleet Academy right now. It was the place where the space cadets got to go to learn about how to engage in a future of life in space. And we can do it in a much better way. There are a bunch of groups that traditionally haven't thought that they could engage in aerospace, whether it's because you were told you had to be into math and science. Now we need space lawyers, we need space artists like Grimes, right? We need really creative, profoundly interesting people to want to see themselves in that future. And I think it's a big challenge to us in the space industry to also do some more diversity, equity, and inclusion, and show a broader swath of society that there's a future for them in this space exploration vision.
Let me push back on one thing. We don't need space lawyers. It's a joke.
We do.
Okay, we do. The lawyers are great. I love them.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask a big, ridiculous question. What is the most beautiful idea to you about space exploration? Whether it's the engineering, the astrobiology, the science, the inspiration, the human happiness, or aliens, I don't know. What do you like inspires you every day in terms of its beauty?
Mm-hmm.
It's awe.
As an ex-physicist, what I've always found so profound, it's just that at really, really small scales, like particle physics, and really, really big scales like astrophysics, there are similarities in the way that those systems behave and look. And there's a certain beautiful symmetry in the universe that's just kind of waiting for us to tie together the physics and really understand it. That is something that just really captivates me. And I would love to, even though I'm now much more on the applied space exploration side, I really try to keep up with what's happening in those physics areas, because I think that will be a huge answer for humanity, along the lines of, are we alone in the universe?
One of the fascinating things about you is you have a degree in physics, mathematics, and philosophy, and now, I don't know, would you call it aerospace engineering, maybe, kind of thing. So you have a foot in all of these worlds. The theoretic, the sort of the beauty of that world, and the philosophy somehow is in there, and now the very pragmatic implementation of all these wild ideas. Plus, you're an incredible communicator. All those things. What did you pick up from those different disciplines? Or maybe I'm just romanticizing all those different disciplines. But what did you pick up from the variety of that physics, mathematics, philosophy?
What I loved about having this chance to do a liberal arts education was trying to understand the human condition. And I think more designers for space exploration should be thinking about that, because there's so much depth of, like we were talking about, issues and opportunities around human connection, human life, meaning in life. How do you find fulfillment or happiness? And I think if you approach these questions just purely from the standpoint of an engineer or a scientist, you'll miss some of what makes it a life worth living. And so I love being able to combine some of this notion of philosophy and the human condition with my work. But I'm also a pragmatist, and I didn't want to stay just purely in these big picture questions about the universe. I wanted to have an impact on society. And I also felt like I had such a wonderful childhood and a really fantastic setup that I owe society some work to really make a positive impact for a broader swath of citizens. And so that kind of led me from the physics domain to thinking about engineering and practical questions for life in space.
In physics, was there a dream? Are you also captivated by this search for the theory of everything that kind of unlocks the deeper and deeper, in the simple, elegant way, the function of our universe? Do you think they'll be useful for us for the actual practical engineering things that you're working on now?
It could be. I mean, I worked at CERN for 2 summers in undergrad, and we were looking for supersymmetry, which was one of these alternatives to the standard model. And it was sad because my professors were getting sadder and sadder because they weren't finding it. They were excluding what we would call this parameter space of finding these supersymmetric particles. But the search for what that theory of everything could be, or a grand unified theory that kind of answers some of the holes within the standard model of physics, would presumably kind of unlock a better understanding of certain fundamental physical laws that we should be able to build a better understanding of engineering and day-to-day services from that. Might not be an immediately obvious thing. When we discovered the Higgs boson, I was there at CERN that day. It was July 4th, 2012 that it was announced. We all waited like nerds overnight in line to get into the announcement chamber. I'd never waited for even like a Harry Potter premiere in my life, but we waited for this like announcement of the Higgs boson to get into the chamber overnight. Awesome. But did that immediately translate to technology for engineering? No. But it's still a really important part of our understanding of these fundamental laws of physics. And so I don't know that it's always immediate, but I think it is really critical knowledge for humanity to see.
It might just shake up understanding of the world.
Yeah.
What scares me is it might help us create more dangerous weapons. So, and then we'll figure out that great filter situation. And I still believe that human compassion and love is actually the way to defend against all these greater and greater and more impressive weapons.
Yeah.
Let me ask a weird question. In terms of you disagreeing with others, what important idea do you believe is true that many others don't agree with you on? Maybe it's a tough question. You might have to think about that one. But with this very specific, like which material to use or something about a particular project, or it could be grand priorities on missions. I think one you actually mentioned is interesting. Is like the thing we should be looking for is like colonization of space versus colonization of planets. Meaning like
it's probably my best hot take that people would disagree with me on is life in floating cities as opposed to life on the surface.
How do you envision that like spread of humans? Because you said at the beginning of the conversation something about like scale, increasing the scale, basically humans in space. Are they just like in they're in orbit and then they get a little farther and farther out? Like, do you see this kind of floating cities just getting farther and farther from Earth? They can always kind of return. But like, if you look a few centuries from now, do you just see us all these like floating cities? Yeah, and it just kind of envelops the space around us in these like neighborhoods. It's like rural, and there's like giant structures, and there's small pirate structures and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I think low Earth orbit might come to look like that, and it's a really interesting regulatory challenge to make sure that there's some cross purposes. So the more cool space cities we have in orbit, the more shiny objects in the night sky, the worse it is for astronomers in a really kind of overly simplified case. So there's some pushback to this like amoeba-ing where we just grow kind of incongruously or indiscriminately as an amoeba in low Earth orbit. Beyond that, though, I think we'll grow in pockets where there are resources. So we won't just expand around the gravity well of Earth. We'll do some development around the moon, some development around asteroids, some development around Mars, because there'll always be purposes for which we want to go down to a physical object and study it or extract something or learn from it. But I think we'll grow in fits and starts in pockets. Some of the coolest pockets are the gravity balanced pockets, like the Lagrange points, which is where we just sent, not me personally, but NASA just sent James Webb, the big telescope. I think it's at L2. So,
what's the nice feature about those pockets?
So it's a stable orbit. There are several different Lagrange points. And so it just requires less energy to stay where you're trying to stay.
Yeah. That's fascinating. What's also fascinating is the interaction between nations.
That was
on that regard, like who owns that? Would you say in those floating cities, do you envision independent governments?
That was going to be my next answer to you, which pushed me harder for a more provocative question where I might disagree with other people. I don't yet have my own opinions fully formed on this, but we are trying to figure out right now what happens to the moon with all of these first come, first served actors just arriving and setting precedents that might really affect future access. And one example is property rights. We do want companies that have the expertise to go to the moon and mine stuff that will help us develop a human settlement there or a gateway. But companies need to know generally that they have rights to a certain area or that they have some legal right to sell things that they're getting. Does that mean we're going to grant property rights on the moon to companies? Who has the right to give that right away? So there's a bunch of really kind of gnarly questions we have to think about, which is why I think we need space lawyers. Maybe that's the true provocative answers. I think we need space lawyers.
I mean, yeah. I mean, but those questions, again, as you said eloquently, will help us answer questions about here on
We
Earth.
hope so, yeah.
It is a little strange. I mean, it's obvious, but it's also strange if you look at the big picture of it all, that we draw these like borders around geographical areas and we say, this is mine.
Right.
And then we fight wars over what's mine and not. It seems like there's possible alternatives, but also it seems like there needs to be a public ownership of some parts. What is it, Central Park in New York? Is there something like preserving
commons?
Yeah, the commons.
That's why we titled the book Into the Anthropocosmos. We know it's a long kind of a mouthful, but this notion of the Anthropocene, we have a lot of commons problems in humanity. How are we treating the Earth, global climate change? How are we going to treat and behave in space? How can we be responsible stewards of the space commons? And I would love to see an approach to the moon that is commons-based, that it's hard to know who would be the protector or the enforcer of that.
And if it's, which it will be probably in the early days, a lot of companies sort of working on the moon, working on Mars, working out in space, it feels like there still needs to be a civilian representation of like the greater effort or something like that. Like where there should be a president, there should be a democracy of some kind where people can vote.
Some representative government.
Those are all, again, the same human questions. What advice would you give to a young person today thinking about what they want to do with their life, career? So somebody in high school, somebody in college, maybe somebody that looks up to the stars and dreams to one day take a one-way ticket to Mars or to contribute something to the effort.
I'd say you should feel empowered because it's really the first time in human history that we're at this cusp of interplanetary civilization, and I don't think we're going to lapse back from it. So the future is incredibly bright for young people that even younger than you and I, who will actually really get a chance to go to Mars for certain. The other thing I would say is be open-minded about what your own interests are. I don't think you anymore have to be shoehorned into a particular career to be welcomed into the future of space exploration. If you are an artist and that is your passion, but you would love to do space art or if not space art, use your artistry to communicate a feeling or a message about space, that's a role that we desperately need, just as much as we need space scientists and space engineers. So,
well, when you look at your own life, you're an incredibly accomplished scientist, young scientist, but and you hopped around from physics to aerospace. So going from the biggest theoretical ideas to the biggest practical ideas. Is there something from your own journey you can give advice to, like how to end up doing incredible research at MIT? Maybe the role of the university and college and education and learning, all that kind of stuff.
I'd say one piece of advice is find really good teammates, because I get to be the one that's talking to you, but there are 50 graduate students, staff, and faculty that are part of my organization back at MIT. And I'm actually, you guys can't see it on camera, but I'm sitting here with my co-founder and COO, Danielle Perlat. And that is really what makes these large-scale challenges for humanity possible, is really fantastic teams working together to scale more than what I could do alone. So I think that that's an important model that we don't talk about enough in academia. There's a big push for this like lone wolf genius figure in academia, but that's certainly not been the case in my life. I've had wonderful collaborators and people that I work with along the team.
Also cross-disciplinary. So
absolutely. Yeah, cross-disciplinary, interdisciplinary, whatever you want to call it. But
artists. Where do artists come in? Do you work with artists?
We do. We have an arts curator on the Space Exploration Initiative side. She helps make sure, partly around that communication challenge that we talked about, that we're not just doing zero-G flights and space missions, but that we take our artifacts of this sci-fi space future to museums and galleries and exhibits. She pushed me to make sure, her name is Shinglu, she pushed me for our first ISS mission. I was just gathering all the engineering payloads that I wanted to support for the students to fly, including my own work. And she said, you know what, we should do an open call internationally for artists to send something to the ISS. And we found out it was the first time. We were the first ever international open call for art to go to the ISS. And that was thanks to Xing, an artist, bringing a perspective that I might not have thought about prioritizing. So.
Yeah, that's awesome. So when you look out there, it's the flame of human consciousness. There does seem to be something quite special about us humans. Well, first of all, what do you think it is? What's consciousness? What are we trying to preserve here? What is it about humans that should be preserved, or life here on Earth? Like, what gives you hope to try to expand it out farther and farther? Like, what makes you sad if it was all gone?
I think we're a remarkable species, that we are aware of our own thoughts. We are meta-aware of our own thoughts and of ourselves.
And are able to speak on a podcast about our meta-awareness about our own thoughts.
About our own thoughts. Yeah, turtles all the way down. I think that is a really special gift that we have been given as a species, and that there's a worth to expanding our circles of awareness. So we're very aware of, as an Earth-based species, we've become a little bit more aware of the fragility of Earth and how special a place it is when we go to the moon and we look back. What would it mean for us to have a presence and our purpose in life as a intersolar system species, or eventually an intergalactic species? I think it's a really profound opportunity for exploration for the sake of exploration.
Yeah.
A real gift for the human mind.
Yeah. For anything, we're curious creatures. You do believe we might one day become intergalactic civilization?
Long time from now. We have a lot of propulsion challenges to answer to get that far.
So you have a hope for this?
Yeah.
Another big, ridiculous question building on top of that. What do you think is the meaning of life? This individual life of ours, your life, that unfortunately has to come to an end, as far as we know for now.
Yeah.
And our life here together. Is there a why? Or do we just kind of like let our curiosity carry us away?
Oh, interesting. Is there a single kind of driving purpose why, or can it just be curiosity based? I certainly feel, and this is not the scientist in me talking, but just more of like a human soul talking, I certainly feel some sense of purpose and meaning in my life. And there's a version of that that's a very local level, within my family, which is funny because this whole conversation has been big, grand space exploration themes. But you asked me this question, and my first thought is what really matters to me: my family, my biological reproducing unit. But then there's also another purpose, like another version of the meaning in my life that is trying to do good things for humanity. So that sense that we can be individual humans and have our local meaning, and we can also be global humans. Maybe someday, like the Star Trek utopia, we'll all be global citizens. I don't want to sound too naive. But there is, I think, that beauty to a meaning and a purpose of your life that's bigger than yourself, working on something that's bigger and grander than just yourself.
The deepest meaning is from the local biological reproduction unit, and then it goes to the engineering, scientific, corporate, like company unit that can actually produce and compete and interact with the world. And then there's the giant human unit that's struggling with pandemics
and commons and
together struggling against the forces of nature that keep wanting to kill us.
Yeah. There'd be nothing like an alien invasion to unite the planet, we think.
I can't wait. Bring it on, aliens. Listen, your work, you're an incredible communicator, incredible young scientist, Sarah. It's a huge honor that you would spend your time with me. I can't wait what you do in the future. And thank you for representing MIT so beautifully, so masterfully. You're an incredible person. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's a great conversation.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ariel Ekblom. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Seneca, the Roman Stoic philosopher. There is no easy way from Earth to the stars. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I was on the run for 4 months, stole $600,000. I was in Las Vegas, Nevada. One day, I had stolen, the night before, I'd stolen $160K out of ATMs. Went in the next morning, I woke up, signed on to cartersmarket.com, which was ran by Max Butler, the Iceman. And there's my name, U.S. Most Wanted, on it. And that gets your attention. That was my real name with the U.S. Most Wanted beside of it. Nobody knew my real name in that environment at all, but then they did. And it was talking about me being part of the Secret Service, Operation Anglerfish, everything else. So, of course, they're all like,
everybody's after.
They're like, oh, yeah, we want to get this son of a bitch.
The following is a conversation with Brett Johnson, a former cyber criminal who built the first organized cybercrime community called Shadow Crew that is the precursor to today's darknet and darknet markets. He's referred to by the United States Secret Service as, quote, the original internet godfather. He has been the central figure in the cybercrime world for almost 20 years, placed on the U.S. Most Wanted list in 2006 before being convicted of 39 felonies for cybercrime, escaped from prison, and then eventually being locked up, served his time, and now is helping people understand and fight cybercrime. This was a raw, honest, emotional, and real episode. Brett has caused a lot of pain to a lot of people, and yet his own story is full of trauma and pain, and also redemption and love. This is a good time to say that I have and I will talk to people who have served time in prison, and perhaps people who currently are in prison. I will try to do my best to both empathize with the person across from me and not let them sugarcoat, explain away, or dismiss the crimes they committed. This is a tough line to walk, because if you close your heart to the other person, you'll never fully understand their mind and their story. But if you open the heart too much, you can be manipulated to where the conversation reveals nothing honest or real. This requires skill and willingness to take the risk. I don't know about the skill part, but I'd like to take the risk. I always wear my heart on my sleeve. If I get hurt for it, that's life. As I've said, I want to understand what makes a person do these crimes, the particular characteristics of their temporary or permanent madness, their justifications, but also their humanity. I believe each of us have the capacity to become both the criminal and the victim, the predator and the prey. It's up to us to avoid these paths, or to find the path to redemption. It's on each of us. It's our responsibility and burden of being human in a complicated and dangerous world. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Brett Johnson. You were convicted of 39 felonies for cybercrime, placed on the U.S. Most Wanted list in 2006, escaped from prison. You built the first organized cybercrime community called Shadow Crew that is the precursor to today's darknet and darknet markets. And for all this, the U.S. Intelligence Service called you the original internet godfather. The first question, how did your career as a cybercrime criminal begin?
My life of crime begins when I'm 10 years old. 10 years old, man. Think about that. I mean, you were probably playing with robots when you were 10. You know, usually kids are doing the Lego bit, getting involved with sports, everything else. And with me, it wasn't like that. With me, I'm from Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky is one of these, it's like parts of Texas, parts of Louisiana, that if you're not fortunate enough to have a job, you may be involved in a scam, hustle, fraud, whatever you want to call it, man. I was, my parents, my mom was basically the captain of the entire fraud industry. So this is a woman that at one point she's stealing a 108,000-pound Caterpillar D9 bulldozer, tramming it down the road. You know, at another point she's taking a slip and fall in a convenience store trying to sue the owner. We had a neighbor she acted as a pimp for at one point. That's my mom. My dad.
Wait. The neighbor acted as a pimp?
My mom prostituted. I mean, she acted as a pimp for a neighbor. Her name was Debbie, and my mom used to sell her out. You know, Debbie needed money, and my mom would find men for her to sleep with for cash, and she'd take a part of the cash.
So it sounds like she diversified the methodologies by which she hustled.
Very had that entrepreneurial spirit.
Okay.
You know, we see that a lot with cyber criminals. You know, that sense of being that entrepreneur.
So what was the motivation, you think, for her? Is it money? Is it basically the rush of playing with the system, of being able to know the rules and break the rules and get away with it?
My mom's a complex character. She is. There's no one single motivation. So my mom was the individual. She's still alive. My mom was the individual who tested people. She wanted to know how far she could abuse you and you come back and still love her. So, and that was with every relationship she's ever had. She would cheat on the men she was involved with. She would abuse her children, me and Denise. She would
psychological, physical.
Oh, it was mental, emotional, physical, everything. I mean, she used to beat me and Denise with belt buckles, you know, and that ended when she was. I forgot what we had done. It wasn't much. I think that it may have been the part where she accused me of stealing her marijuana, but. She was hitting me and Denise. We were living in a single-wide trailer at that point. She was hitting me and Denise. We were on the bed trying to get away from it, and Denise kicks her through a closet, is what happens. And Denise stands up and she said, "You're through hitting me." And that was the last time that Mom hit us. But
so sorry to take us there. You're for people who know you, and people should definitely watch some of your lectures online. You're extremely charismatic and fun and jolly and whatever word you want to use. But you know, if we look at that kind of life, there's darkness there. There's struggle there.
There's a lot of darkness.
So How did you feel? If you go back to the mind of the kid you were with your mom, was there sadness? Was there things like depression, self-doubt, all those kinds of things? Or did you see this crime, this chaos, as ultimately exciting?
I don't think, back then I didn't view it as exciting. Now it becomes exciting when I start being involved in cybercrime, all right? But back then it was simply a means to an end, was all it was. So you take a 10-year-old kid, and the way I get involved in crime is, like I said, my mom was the fraudster. My dad was a good guy. He just forgot he was this good guy. He always had these principles, but his issue is he loved my mom so much he was scared of her leaving. So if she wanted to do something, commit crime, cheat on him, whatever, he would pretty much just put up with it. The one instant. So this woman used to bring men home in front of him, tell him that, hey, I'm leaving you. I don't love you anymore. I want you to die, blah, 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 blah. This was my mom. There were 2 instances where he can't take it anymore. And the first instance, I guess I was 7 or 8. My sister Denise is a year younger than I am. My dad actually files for divorce at that point. My mom kind of goes crazy. I was with my dad. My sister was with my mother, because that's that Eastern Kentucky mentality. Men stay with men, women stay with women. So he was filing for divorce. Me and my dad, we were living in an apartment. My mom was living with her grandparents and with her parents, bouncing back and forth between the two. And I remember I was sleeping in the bed. We had a single wide bed. My dad slept on the sofa. I woke up one night and there was some sort of ruckus in the living room. So I wake up and I walk into the living room, and my mom has a knife to my dad's throat. And basically, you're not going to steal my son from me. My mom was this individual that when she knew she went so far, like I said, she was always this person that tested. Well, can I do this to you and you'll still come back? She knew that she was always also this person that if she went too far, she knew it, and she would always try to divert that into something else. All right, so she knew at that point she went too far. So what does she do? She gets up crying, goes to the bathroom, and pretends to slit her wrists so that my dad, Ray, will respond to that, not respond to what she's just done to him. That was my mom in a nutshell. She had a history of doing this kind of stuff. Motivations as far as fraud with her, I think with her it was, she was an LPN. She had a very good nurse, but she didn't want to work, was a lot of it. So with her, it was easier for her to commit fraud. And when I say commit fraud, it was against businesses, against people. I remember at one point she's buying over-the-counter capsules and emptying the capsules out, putting some other crap in there and selling it at speed, and people are buying it. She did anything she could for money. And of course, I get involved with that. What happens is we were in Panama City at that point, and my mom leaves my dad. And the way she left my dad, my great-grandfather had died. My mom tells all 3 of us, hey, I'm taking the kids, we're going back to Eastern Kentucky to attend the funeral. Well, that was her leaving. Me and Denise didn't know. She didn't pack any of our clothes at all. She stows her clothes in the trunk of the car, and she leaves my dad. And I don't get to see my dad again for, I think, 5-6 years, something like that. My mom, like I said, she used to bring men home in front of my dad. She would he'd sit there and cry and beg her not to do it. She'd do it anyway. When she leaves him, she kept up that. So we were living at my grandparents' house. My grandfather, he had converted the house. He had raised the house up and built apartments underneath it. So me and my sister and my mom lived in one of the apartments underneath, and that whole side of the family was just nuts. It was nuts. My granddad, Paul, he would. This is a man that he didn't want you to eat any of his food. So, there was no such thing as me and Denise going upstairs to eat. If he found out me and Denise was taking a bath, we were allowed to bathe in 2 inches of water 1 time a week, because he didn't want to have to pay the water bill.
There's rules.
There are rules. You know, if you couldn't have the TV on when he went to bed at night, you had to have the television, the volume. You could watch it, but without volume, because if he heard it, he would get up in the middle of the night and he would kick the power breaker and turn off all the power on you. This is the family, right? So my mom, she used to leave me and Denise at home for days, man, for days. She'd go out and, you know, party. And, I mean, sometimes she'd take me and Denise with her. We'd wait in the car. Sometimes we'd wait in the living room as she went and partied and everything else. Most of the time she left us at home. And my entry into crime, Denise walks in one day. She's 9 years old, man. She walks in one day and she's got a pack of pork chops in her hand. And looked at her and I said, "Where'd you get that?" She's like, "I stole it." And, you know, it's like, "Show me how you did that." So she takes me over and she shows me how she steals food, how she's stuffing it down her pants. So we start stealing food. I'm like, "Hell yeah, let's do that shit." So start stealing food and we get to the point where we're wanting a sandwich. Well, you can't stuff a loaf of bread down your pants. So there was a Kmart in the shopping center. I go over to the Kmart, get a hoodie off the rack, take the tags off of it, wear it out, worked just fine. And the way you steal bread is you put the hoodie over your shoulder, stuff a loaf of bread down the sleeve, and you walk out with it. So we started doing that.
How'd you figure that out?
Just thought pattern.
So there's like strategic thinking here.
Yeah, you know, you can't wear the hoodie and put the bread down here because you might mash the bread when you zip it up. Or they
we have to think through that.
You got to think through it. But you got to realize by this point, I'm already seeing what my parents are doing. You know, I'm already seeing
that
plotting.
That kind of puzzle solving was something you already developed yourself individually because you're pretty young.
Yeah, 10 years old, pretty young. But seeing how they act, how they respond to things, and my mom, I guess you'd call it a good thing. They never kept any of that hidden from the kids.
Yeah.
You know, there was no discussions behind closed doors. All that happened in front of everybody.
And from your young mind's perspective, seeing that kind of crime, you basically, you know, a lot of us kind of grow up thinking there's rules you're not supposed to break. If you see other humans breaking those rules, then you realize those rules are just human made.
But it gets worse than that. I was in an environment where there were no decent people. I didn't really meet my first decent person until I was 16 years old.
Who's that?
That was a high school teacher. So what happens is you know, we start shoplifting food. My mom finds out that we've been stealing stuff, and you know, she joins us.
What's that?
She joins us. She comes in. You know, I've got the television. I've got the Atari 2600. Play the hell out of it.
Oh my god!
And she starts seeing this shit. She's like, "Where'd this come from?" And I'm like, "Well, we found it." She's like, "You didn't find that." Denise stands up. "We stole it." My mom showed me how you did that, and she gets her mom too to join in. And she used to run me and Denise as these little shoplifters. We'd take, you know, we'd steal stuff for her, or we would distract security. And her and my grandmother would steal stuff. They got caught doing that. But that's the entry into crime. And Denise, you know, I'm adamant, and I kind of mean it. But the truth is, I say, and I do mean it, that I'm responsible for my choices as an adult. All right. I believe that when you're a child, you can't control that. The adults in your environment control what you do. All right. Once you're an adult, though, your choices are yours. Now, that being said, there's some, you can't dismiss that childhood influencing what I did as an adult. You can't do that. I mean, it was kind of written on slate that, hey, this guy's going to be this guy when he grows up.
That's like sometimes that one person you meet, that decent person, can turn the tide of your life.
Absolutely. So what happens is, you know, the abuse, everything continues on. When I'm 15, my dad was in Panama City, Florida. My mom was in, you know, we were in Hazard, Kentucky. She was dating this guy. And my mom was this woman that the abuse would. It was crazy abuse, man, just crazy stuff. She would tell me and my sister, you know, that she gave up her life for us, that she was going to leave one day and never come back, that we'd find her dead in a ditch someplace. She'd go out and date these men, and she'd come back and she'd talk about how these men were abusing her. So she'd be dating this guy, and she'd come back and she'd, start talking about how he had tried to rape her, trying to get me to respond to that. And I would respond to that. Make no doubt, I would respond to that. Well, what happens is, and I knew that, I don't know if I knew it was abuse at that age, all right, but I knew things were fucked up. And I was talking to my dad in Panama City, and I really had it in my head that I was going to go down and live with my dad. And I called my dad one day. I was set to go to, me and my cousins were going to go see Return of the Jedi that had came out again in the theaters. So I called my dad. It was a Sunday. Called my dad, and he told me he had either gotten married or he was about to get married to this woman. And basically, Brett Johnson wasn't going to go down to Florida. I was going to stay in Hazard. I had to call my dad from a payphone, but the result of that was I walked into a hospital, got in an elevator, and a woman got in an elevator at the same time, and I snapped and beat the hell out of her right there. And I was 15. Didn't really know what the fuck happened. Didn't really know, but
just anger came from someone.
Yeah. And the elevator beat the hell out of this lady. Turned out she looked a shitload like my mom. But the elevator doors open. One of the security guards, I played basketball with his son, so he saw me immediately. I knocked the hell out of him, took off running, made it back to the house where my grandparents were. They didn't know what had happened, so I didn't say anything. About an hour later, Kentucky State Police, they pull up in the front yard, and two of them get out, and I'm sitting on the front porch, and me and my cousins are, and they start walking up. Everybody starts walking out of the house, and I'm like, I just remember saying, "What do you want? What do you want?" Well, you knew what they wanted. They wanted to arrest Brett Johnson, and they arrested me. I went in, and I told them everything. Spent 3 months in a county jail. They didn't have juvenile facilities in that county, so I spent 3 months in solitary. Went to trial, pled guilty to assault in the first degree. The judge sentenced me to time served and a psychological evaluation, where they sent me to Louisville, Kentucky. And I spent 30 days up there. They cut me loose. They wanted me to that, and never went to camp. Wanted to, but mom was like, "Don't need it." I became this pariah in the county. It's crazy, man. I mean, not a day goes by that I don't think about that
moment in the elevator.
Yeah, and what happens is you're 15. Fuck, man, you're 15. So I go back to the high school that I was in, and I'm this piece of shit.
So everybody knows the outcast.
Everybody knows. So I moved. We moved. We were in Whitesburg at that point. I finished up the year there, and moved to back to Perry County, which is where Hazard is. So we moved there, and they've got 3 high schools there. They've got MC Napier, they've got Hazard High School, and they've got Dill Scombs High School. So me and Denise were within half mile of MC Napier. Show up there the first day of school, and I met, me and my mom and my sister were walking into the school, and the kids won't let me in. The kids stand out there, he's not coming in. So my mom starts raising hell, and I'm like, no, let's just go, let's go. So from there it was, we went down to the city school, Hazard, and the principal tells my mom, Denise can come, he can't. So my mom wants to raise hell, and I'm like, no, let's just take me to this other school. So this other school was like 15 miles away, and country school, country high school. So I go there, and they accept me. And I walked in the first day, and this English teacher, name's Carol Combs. I walked in and handed her the paper. She was my homeroom teacher, and she heard this voice. As the way she explains it to me, she heard this voice, and she looks up and she was like, "Son, have you ever done any drama before?" I'm like, "No, ma'am, but I'm interested in the academic team." I was this quick recall guy, right? And she's like, "No." She's like, "Drama." I'm like, "No, I'm not interested in theater. I'm interested in academics." Well, she was the head of the drama department and head of the academics department. So the deal was, tell you what, you can get on the academics team if you start with theater too. And I was like, okay. So what happens is she's the first decent person I met in my life. And she became this kind of surrogate mother to me. So under her tutelage, I become the one of the top academic team guys in the state. I was captain of the team. I was this just scourge across all the counties in that part of Kentucky. You know, we had a meet. It was like, Jesus Christ, that's Brett Johnson. And, you know, it was like, she used to tell people the high school that I came from was Whitesburg, and the first time that Whitesburg came against us, she told me, I was talking to her about a year ago, and she told me, she's like, Brett, she said, that first meet against Whitesburg, she said, the captain came in, looked at you, and said, "Oh, you've got that Johnson boy on your team?" And she said, my response was, that Johnson boy is our team. So, but did that, and then with theater, I ended up my senior year, I won Best Actor and Actress in the state. Only guy to ever do that in the state. So did pretty well, man. Did pretty well. Had scholarships coming out of high school and everything else, and I'm the idiot that turned them down.
Ask you a funny question.
Yeah.
You'd make a hell of of all the many things you could probably do, you'd make a hell of a actor.
I'm very good on stage.
Have you acted professionally anywhere or no?
Not professionally. We've done the the college circuit, stuff like that. What happened was so I turned down the scholarships. Scared of leaving, I guess is what it was. Started community college, and the community college there hires a new theater director out of California. Well, he knew the guy that ran the San Jose State Theater program. A guy named Edward Emanuel was his name. His claim to fame, he had written the Three Ninjas movie. Remember that? The three little ninja kids back in the 80s? He had written this for damn film, and it had made a shitload of money. So he invites Ed Emanuel to come down and see the play, and Ed had written this Civil War piece. So we put that on. I was doing it was a multiple role thing. I was doing 18 different roles in the show. So Ed sees the show, and he's like, scholarship. He said, look, he said, right now you're a big fish in a small pond. We'll make you a big fish in a big pond. And I was like, deal. So I took the scholarship, man. And he was like, I'll be back in 2 weeks. So he flies out. 2 weeks later, this guy flies back in. He drives down to where I'm living. I'm out shooting ball with my cousins and friends. He pulls up, and he gets out of the car, and I was like, I walk over to him. I was like, hey, man, I'll walk in. You can meet my parents. He's like, nah, I got it. I was like, okay. So I keep shooting ball. He walks in the house, stays about 15 minutes, walks out, white as a sheet, doesn't say a word to me, gets in the car, leaves. I don't hear from him again. Had no idea what went on. Takes me a couple weeks. What happened is my mom, he walks in and introduces himself. My mom pulls a knife on the guy. I will kill you. You are not going to steal my goddamn son from me. Scares the guy to death. He bugs out. And kind of broke my spirit at that point. I was like, okay. So went into just full-fledged into scams, crimes, everything else. I had already been, when I was a minor, I'd already been kind of brought up on that side of the family with the crimes that they were doing. My mom was, drug trafficking, the pimp stuff, illegally mining coal, charity fraud.
Illegally mining.
Yeah, wildcatting coal. So
can you explain that?
Yeah. So to properly mine coal, you have to get a permit. All right. Eastern Kentucky, a lot of people can't afford the permits. They can get them a piece of equipment. You get a dozer and a loader or whatever you want to get, or an auger or what have you. So you start mining, but you don't get the permit. So you don't have to you don't have to pay. Back then it was like $3,500 for a 2-acre permit, or $5,000 for a 2-acre permit. Let you strip mine the coal on that. Then you have to pay for the reclamation on top of that. So once you uncover the pit, take the coal out, you have to cover back up the pit, sow grass, make sure everything is environmentally friendly. You got a silt pond, everything else at that point.
So the whole idea is you buy an acre of land or some area of land, and then there's a whole process you're supposed to go through.
Entire process.
How many people are involved in a mining? The smallest number of people required for a mining operation?
You can do it with 3 or 4 people.
Okay.
So you've got your loader operator, you've got your dozer operator. You need you can farm out the trucking to someone if you need that, or a trucking company if you need to do that. Then you've got whoever owns the business as well. So very few people can run an operation like that and profit fairly well, as long as you don't have to do the reclamation, all that crap on top of it. All right, the reclamation gets pretty expensive. So if you're uncovering a pit of coal, a pit. So a ton of coal is basically about 36 cubic inches. Is what 2,000 pounds of coal weighs if you're in Eastern Kentucky, because it's at the weight of the bituminous coal and everything.
The fact that you know this is awesome. the fact that you know exactly the volume of a ton of coal. I mean, it's great.
Yeah, you learn this shit, right? You can rattle this shit off. So you uncover the pit, and then you've got to sell the pit. Well, the thing is that where are you going to sell the coal? Well, you sell it to one of these other coal tipples that knows that they're buying the shit illegally. So back then, a ton of coal was they'd give you like $36 per ton is what that is. And you'd have to go out and you'd test the BTUs on it. You take a sample to the lab, test the BTUs. You take that into the company, British thermal unit. So you test what the BTU on the coal was, how pure the coal is, what BTU it burns at. Back then, a good BTU was around 12.9 was what you'd get. All right, so 12.9 coal, $36 a ton. You'd take that sample over to the coal tipple. They'd say, okay, we'll buy this for you. How many trucks you got, or how many tons you got? And you say, this is what we've got. Then you'd hire the trucking company, and where you get it out, because you've got the agents that are looking for you by this point, because the people that you've bought the rights to, whoever the landowner is. You said you're going to give them $2 a ton or whatever this is. Well, the other people there, are you paying them off or are you not? Well, if you're not paying them off, guess what? They know your ass is mining it illegally. They're going to report you. Well, all of a sudden, you've got all these inspectors that are coming around and everything. And hey, we know what you're doing. So they're looking for you to get the pit out. So when do you get the pit out? Right dead of night. So, you're loading it up 2 o'clock in the morning, hauling his ass out is what you do, and you sell it out from there. So,
and your mom ran operations like this?
Yeah.
And you said you worked the mine too?
Yeah.
When you were younger?
Learned how to run a loader, run a dozer, learned how to clean off a pit, everything like that. So this is the lifestyle you grow up in. You learn how to do this stuff. And so knew how to do charity fraud as well, insurance fraud. So
charity fraud. Can we break down some of these are
charity fraud? It's much more romantic than what it sounds. It was basically standing beside the road with a sign and a bucket, taking up collections for homeless shelters, for abused women, for children, stuff like that. Then later on, I branched off. When I started off on my own, I would set up my own charity company and do some telemarketing and go out by and collect checks and things like that.
We're going to talk about that. But actually, can we just step back and talk about your mom and your dad? Given all of that, given all the abuse, the complex ways that she played with love, to see how far she can push you and the people around her, and they still love her. Today, do you love her?
I called my dad yesterday. My dad, he's dying now. He's got a heart condition. He's not going to get the operation to fix it. So he's like, fuck it, I'm ready to go. And I'm like, I looked at him because, hell, I'm 52 now. And prior to 52, I'd have been like, no, you need to do this. But I looked at him and I was like, I understand. You're done. And so he's not going to get the operation. I was talking to him yesterday and he asked me, he's like, have you seen your mom? And I was like, Dad, I've not talked to her for about 2 years. And I told him, I was like, I love my mom, but my mom is not a good person. She's not. And he told me, I was talking to him on the phone yesterday, and he told me that it took him several years to really understand that. You know, he loved her too, but it takes, when you're getting abused like that, especially my dad came from a good family, everything else, and you know, upstanding family. And I think that when you're that victim of abuse, you know, you've never seen it before, you've never encountered it, and then it happens. Well, you're like that frog in water all of a sudden. You know, you get to the point where it gradually increases until, how do you get out of it? Everybody else sees what's happening, but you don't. I grew up in that environment, though. You know, so it took me a long time to come to terms with that. My sister came to terms with it long before I did. You know, my sister, she's been a decade without talking to my mom. Like, she had tried to commit suicide. I didn't know that. What got me so bad is she said at one point that she always thought someone was going to come in and save us. And my response, just immediate response, not even thinking about it, my response was, well, Denise, I knew no one ever was. And looking at things now, I think that's where our paths diverged. Me, it was, if you're going to do it, if anybody's going to take care of you, you got to take care of yourself.
You're on your own.
You're on your own. You know, it's up to you. And Denise has always been that child that has expected someone to come in and save her.
Well, and almost like it's all going to be okay. Somebody.
Yeah, and I knew it wasn't. No, you go
unless you
make it okay, it ain't going to be okay. So, you know,
are you able to forgive her, your mom?
My boundary with my mom, the reason I've not spoken with her, over 2 years ago, I started this legal career of mine. I've been the guy who has, I spent a lot of time thinking about my past and those choices and what brought those choices around. So I'm big about taking responsibility for my actions. I truly am. I think it's really important you have to do that. Well, my mom, not so much. So I was talking to her, you know, and I would start saying, you know, she would start the conversation talking about she didn't understand why Denise wouldn't speak to her anymore. That was one of her tropes. So, and my response started to become, well, because you were the abuser and you spent your life doing that to her. So it's more healthy for her not to talk to you.
So she's still not able to see the flaws in her ways of the past.
No, not at all. So my ultimatum to my mom was, look, when you're able to admit that you abuse the people in your life, accept that responsibility, and be able to discuss it with me, we'll have a talk. Other than that, I don't want to talk to you anymore. So for the first year, it was, you know, calling, cussing my wife out, cussing me out. You know, I don't need you, I blah, 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 blah. And then finally it started to taper off, and she's never really contacted me after that.
Your dad is dying. What do you take from the way he's taken on death? Just saying, fuck it.
You know, it's the man.
And what have you learned from your dad? What do you love about your dad?
He's one of these guys that, you know, like I told my dad about the abuse and everything else. And there was a point. So, you know, I told you about the elevator stuff. But before that, man, it was, it took me 40 years to talk about that. But it also took me 40 years to talk about, there was a point that my mom and dad would leave the house and I would urinate in the floor. All right. And
as a out of anger.
No idea why. All right. But I would, because on the carpet. Carpet pissers like the Lebowski, right? So it really tied the room together, dude.
It really tied the room together.
I was talking about that. This lady comes up to me after the presentation, and she had a career previous to that where she dealt with abused kids, and she told me, she's like, Brett, she's like, it's a control mechanism. The only control you had was that, and she's like, kids do that. And I was like, so I'm not unique. She's like, no, you're not unique in that. So that, you know, this whole history of abuse, Denise dealt with it by drinking. by trying to commit suicide, things like that. And then she escapes. I'm the kid that didn't. And not only that, my wife pointed out to me that it's that Eastern Kentucky mentality stuff. The males expect, it's almost like I stepped up to take part in those crimes so that Denise didn't have to. And she was able to avoid all that. Other than that one shoplifting stuff, Denise doesn't break the law anymore. She goes off to be she's a good parent. She's an angry parent. She's a good parent. She's a teacher, good citizen overall. I was just the guy that kept right on going.
Kept on going. So let me ask you about that. So your life of cybercrime, in describing some of the things you did or knew about, you said, quote, I once stole several $1,000s worth of coins from a family trying to sell them to put a new roof on their home. Another time, I sent a counterfeit cashier's check to a victim and he ended up being arrested for it. I lied to family, friends, everyone I knew. I was a truly despicable person.
True.
One of my Ukrainian associates' script had someone who owed him money kidnapped and tortured. He posted pictures of it online. Another member, Iceman, used to flood his enemies' email addresses with child pornography, then called the police on them. That's some stories. Can you tell some of these stories that stand out to you that are particularly despicable or representative or interesting when you look back at that defined your approach and who you were at that time?
Let me say that I did not care about my victim. All right, I cared about me. Is what I cared about. It's rough to admit that. That you don't give a shit what you're doing to anybody else. You only care about you. But that's the truth of the matter. I didn't care about the victims. The lady that wasn't even at the beginning of my career as a cyber criminal. That was right at the last of it.
Which lady?
The coin lady. I was by that point. Shadow Crew had made the front cover of Forbes, August of 2004. October 26th of 2004, Secret Service had shut us down. 33 people arrested, 6 countries in 6 hours. I was the guy that was publicly mentioned as getting away. What happened was I was the guy who was, I had kind of invented this crime called tax return identity theft, and was stealing a lot of money. I went through all my stateside savings, and Shadow Crew gets shut down. I don't have any way to come in with any money, so I start running counterfeit cashier's checks, defrauding people with that, having them send products or bullion collections, what have you, by COD, collect on delivery, and I would pay with it with a counterfeit cashier's check. This lady was on eBay. She had been collecting these silver coins all of her life. The U.S. currency used to be, the coins used to be silver. So she had a whole collection of these things, 80, 90 pounds of this stuff. And I'm a very good social engineer. So convinced her that I was a legitimate person, that, hey, send it to COD. You can use my FedEx account to do that, or my UPS account to do that. I'll pay with a cashier's check. You can take it in, and same as cash. She believed that. She was even on the ad, and we talked on the phone and everything else. She had told me that she was a single parent, and it was the only money that she had to put a roof on the house for her and her kids. And I didn't give a damn. What was more important was me at that point.
Can I ask you a question about the social engineering aspect? So maybe specifics like the methodology, email, you said phone. Maybe you could discuss this process from a bigger philosophical perspective of what is it about human beings that makes it impossible to be socially engineered, to be victims of fraud?
So first, let me say that I became a social engineer as a child. All right, because the adults in my environment as a child, I had to know exactly what they were thinking and be able to try to manipulate that for survival. So I became a social engineer as for survival initially. All right, and one of the things that I've seen with a lot of cyber criminals is the exact same thing. The really expert ones, they become a social engineer as a child, then later on they use those tools to victimize others. All right,
which is fascinating because in order to understand what others are thinking, you have to be extremely good at empathy. So you have to like really put yourself in the shoes of the other person. And yet, in order to do cybercrime, you have to not care about the pain that might cause them once you manipulate them. So you have to empathize and yet not care.
Exactly. And I would argue that that is not a sociopath, because a cyber criminal, and I was no different, most cyber criminals justify those actions. So the justification becomes what's important. With me, the justification was, well, I did it for my family, did it for my wife, did it for my stripper girlfriend. Yeah. So, and I believe those justifications.
I heard that one.
Yeah. So
that, because I care about love a lot.
Yeah. So the big picture of that is trust. How do you establish trust with a potential victim? All right. Now, I would argue online that trust is established through a combination of technology, tools, social engineering. All right. So we trust our tech. You know, we trust our cell phones. We trust our laptops. A lot of times we don't understand how they operate, but we trust the news that comes across the line. We trust the phone numbers that show up. We trust IP addresses if we're advanced enough to look at an IP address or a domain or anything else like that. Criminals use tools to manipulate that. Spoof phone numbers, spoof browser fingerprints, whatever that may be, whatever the tool may be. Then that lays a base level of trust. At that point, you shoot in with the social engineering and lay whatever story that is in order to manipulate that victim to act not out of reason, but out of emotion all of a sudden.
This is fascinating about the way humans interact with the world, which is you're almost too afraid to not trust the world. You have to find a balance. You have you have a lot of sort of conspiracy theories now about distrusting institutions, thinking like everything around us. It's like I've been listening to people who believe the Earth is flat, and you know that conspiracy theory is fascinating to me because it basically says that you can't trust anybody.
Right.
That like everything you hear is a lie. So that's one. You know, you can live that life, or you can live a life where you're just naively trusting everything. And we as humans have to, because that life is kind of full of happiness if nobody screws you over.
Right.
Because you meet people with the joyful heart and you get excited and all that kind of stuff. But if you do that too much, you're going to get burned. So you have to find some kind of balance in terms of optimizing happiness where you trust, but verify. And on the internet, that becomes really tricky. You're almost too afraid to distrust everything because you'll never get anything done on the internet. But then if you trust too much, you can get screwed over. And so the social engineering comes in where you're like, I'm not sure if I should trust this. You kind of help them build the narrative where it's like, it's good. It's good.
So and a lot of the times, that social engineering is just feeding into what the victim wants to believe.
Yeah.
All right. It's not really coming up with a brand new story at all. It's just knowing what that victim is, what the motivations of that victim is, feeding into it at that point. So you have to, again, that social engineer has to almost immediately know what's driving that person that they're talking about. If I'm working on a phone, talking to someone over the phone, I have to know within seconds what I need to say, how I need to act to interact with that customer service agent or whoever I'm talking to on the other line.
So fascinating because you truly are empathizing with the other person. What is it? This businessman, Steven Schwarzman, I've talked to a few times. He mentioned this thing that, you know, the way you build deep relationships is you really kind of notice the things that people are telling you, like what they want and what they're bothered by. What are the big problems in their lives? Because everybody's saying that all the time, and most of us are just ignoring it.
Right. But if you take the time to listen, you know somebody at that point. Yeah. Absolutely, you do. Then you have to be able to dismiss it.
Dismiss it after.
You know, you're looking for that just to see how I can manipulate that. Is what you're trying to do. So that the lady was one story. Another truly despicable story. We'll get to script in a second.
Yeah.
But another truly despicable story. We were one of the really first groups that started phishing attacks.
What's phishing?
So that is a social engineering attack.
PH, by the way.
Yeah, PH. That's another social engineering attack. That's sending that fake email out that looks like it's coming from a website or your financial organization or whatever, and saying, hey, we've got a security problem. We need you to update your account information. Well, back then, no one had ever seen a phishing attack, so you could ask for all the information. You were getting just complete identity profiles on a phishing email. Nowadays, you can't do that. Nowadays, you look for basically credentials because everyone is aware of phishing. But back then, it was complete information. We had fished out, I don't know, 200,000 E-Trade accounts. That's what we had the login credentials.
Login password, yeah.
Login password, complete, social, date of birth, mother's maiden, account information, everything else. So we had access to those E-Trade accounts. E-Trade initially had no security in place. So you could cash out the account, ACH the money out to whatever account you wanted to, went through just fine. Ate them alive on that for 4 to 6 months. E-Trade got to the point where you couldn't do any ACH coming out. They locked everything down. Well, you're still sitting on thousands of E-Trade accounts. How do you make money on that?
It's a good question.
Yeah. So what you do is you find some fat cat that's got his retirement, invested in blue chips. Same time, you find a penny stock. You open up a brand new account, buy into that penny stock, cash the fat cat out, buy into that same penny stock, pump and dump schemes all of a sudden. So you're destroying people's retirement accounts for just a few $1,000s. Bam, bam, bam. And of course, E-Trade's response is not our problem. It's your problem. You shouldn't give up your password or what have you at that point. And you still see that issue today with Zelle scams and things like that.
Which scam?
Zelle. So, the instant payment.
So it's the same kind of operation,
same type
with different payment mechanisms.
You find an easy way to exploit a system, and typically the financial organization, not our problem. Our system's secure. It's the humans. It's their errors. Well, not really. You've got some culpability in that, and you're just trying to avoid paying part of the bill.
One of the things, just to stand fishing for a bit, is it really makes me sad because there's been people on all kinds of platforms, like including YouTube comments, but emails too. They figured out emails somehow. So people are now seeing the followers of this particular podcast who are fans. They're finding them on platforms like LinkedIn and YouTube and so on, and they are figuring out ways to get to those people by another channel,
right?
Which I suppose it seems more authentic to those people. So they send them an email from what looks like me, and with this like loving. It's the interesting thing. The emails sound like something I would write. So these aren't even at this stage. It's not even. It doesn't feel automated. Or if it's automated, it's there's a human in the loop that's really fine tuning to specific. Or maybe I'm very predictable, but it's very loving in the way I would write a message.
Well, and so think about that. All right. So when phishing first comes out, you could look at the language of the text or the website and say, if you were paying attention, that's so okay. So that's not an English speaker who wrote that typically. All right. But as time has went on, as the awareness of what a phishing attack looks like, we have people that are sitting down now and making sure that the language is proper. It gets worse than that, though. If you look at business email compromise, right? So the way a business email compromise typically works is the attacker will find a payroll person, find a CEO. He will fashion a spear phishing email, that's a phishing attack that's targeting one specific individual. All right. So he'll fashion a spear phishing email. And the way he does that is he pulls all the information he possibly can on that person, all right, that CEO. Maybe he'll spear that CEO just to get their login credentials to your email, just to read the emails. And he'll go in there and he'll start reading all these emails. He'll specifically read the emails to the payroll department, see what that relationship is. Are they talking about their kids? Talking about relationships? Talking about vacation? What are they talking about? How are they talking? Are they friendly? Are they sterile? What are they doing? All right. So then he decides, well, I'm going to go ahead and spearfish the payroll department as well. So then he spearfishes in, gets those credentials. At the same time, he creates a Unicode domain in whatever the company name is. All right. So instead of that English alphabet I, he's got that Russian letter that looks like an I, but without the dot on top. All right. Comes back into the email, into the payroll email, blocks the real CEO's email, replaces that with the Unicode email that he's got, and then sends out a message using the correct language, the correct relationships, everything else, and says, hey, you know, we're updating our account status. I need you to send this payment instead of this over here. They've set up a new account, send all payments over here now. And that is business email compromise in a nutshell. All right. Works great.
Probably the larger the organization, the more susceptible to that kind of attack, because there's a like a distribution of responsibility to where you're more likely to believe that, oh, okay, this other person is responsible. I'm sure they secured everything.
Absolutely.
I'm okay listening to this.
Right. So that's business email compromise, and it's those crimes, and that's one thing you see about cybercrime. Cybercrime is not really sophisticated. It's not. The attacks are not sophisticated. The stat is 90% of every single attack uses a known exploit. It's not the stuff. It's not 0-day attacks.
Yeah,
they're out there. But if you're a criminal waiting on a 0-day to profit, you're going to starve to death. The meat and potatoes are at 90% known exploits,
and the rest is. Well, you're saying it's maybe you mean it's not technically sophisticated, but it's social engineering sophisticated.
Very sophisticated on that. Very sophisticated.
And it's a fascinating study of
that establishment of trust, and then using that trust to defraud that victim. That is something.
I wish, obviously, all of these folks are really good at hiding. I wish you could tell their stories in a way, which is why you're fascinating, is you're able to tell these stories now, because it is studying human nature by exploiting it, but you get to understand like our weak points, our hope, our desire to trust others, also sort of the weak points and the failures of digital systems, and at scale humans have to connect.
Right.
It's fascinating. This is a weird question, asking for a friend. Is spearfishing itself illegal? What's the legality here?
Oh, it's all illegal. Absolutely, it is.
But is it absolute? So here's what. Okay, let me construct an example. So, if my friend were to spearfish like a CEO, right, and get their information, and after they get control, say of their Twitter account, they tweet something loving and positive. What's the crime?
Unauthorized access of advice.
What will be the punishment, do you think?
That becomes questionable. So no monetary loss, or was there a monetary loss? Probably not. All right. So you have to figure out who the victim is before charges are pressed. Now, the crime would be unauthorized access. All right. But no real victim on that, unless, the person whose account you took over takes, exception to that. No monetary loss.
So there's not really standard like fines.
Probably nothing's going to happen. Right.
All right. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting, because it's so when I got the ransomware, when I got with the 0-day attack on the QNAP mask, they basically say the criminal is QNAP, the company, for having so many security vulnerabilities. They're like, you are the victim of QNAP's incompetence. That's the way they kind of phrase it.
And see, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. So, SolarWinds.
Yeah.
So I've got a 130-page class action lawsuit printed out at the house. I've been going through it. That catalogs how SolarWinds lied for years about their vulnerabilities, and they lied to investors. The people who came in, the auditors they would hire would not pay attention to them when they said, you've got these issues. They would say, go away. Shit like that for years, until SolarWinds, the attacks become apparent. My view on that is that the only person responsible for the crime are the criminals who did the attacking, the actual criminals, not SolarWinds. Now, does that mean that SolarWinds isn't all fucked up? They are, and there needs to be some accounting in place. But the the only individual, the only people responsible for crime are the criminals, and that's either online, in the physical world, what have you. You could be being an idiot is not a crime. Being criminally negligent is, and I think that SolarWinds is certainly responsible. Not responsible. They're culpable for what happened.
Can you actually tell folks about SolarWinds? What is it? What are some interesting things that you're aware of?
Yeah, SolarWinds was it provided a backbone of security for hundreds, thousands of different companies. If you looked at a lot of security companies were using SolarWinds, that would allow you to get a snapshot of the entire system that they were working on. So what happens is you get a Russian group that comes in and they basically they hack into SolarWinds and get access to it, and it allows them to view every single thing. I mean, every single thing about every single client that SolarWinds had at that point. So entire snapshots of all the IP that was going on, all the emails, all the communications, every single secret that was going on with those companies. If a company had software like Microsoft, it allowed them to look at the source code of everything that was going on. I mean, it's just a complete and total nightmare. All right. And something that you are not going to recover from. You're not. I mean, it's done at that point. There's not been a lot of news lately about it, but the fact of the matter is that's the type of attack that's a catastrophic attack.
So there's a huge amount of information that was read, saved elsewhere, probably.
Oh, yeah.
And so now there's people sitting on information.
Absolutely. So think about one of the attack vectors has been Microsoft Outlook 365, things like that. This allowed the attackers to look at the source codes of that. So they have the source code now, so they go through it line by line. Where are the vulnerabilities? Let's find new vulnerabilities, new 0 days. I said 0 days aren't common, but this opens up an entire new threat surface all of a sudden. So it's a completely catastrophic attack. Once all the chips are down, everything's tallied up, people are going to be like, yeah, we're done. We're done.
Yeah. All right, this whole computer thing, we tried
we're
it.
Done.
We're walking away.
We're done.
That's terrifying. Because so you're saying that there's not been obvious big negative impact from that yet. So, but
there's been a lot of negative impact, but we're just starting.
Right. So the capacity for destruction is huge here. How much involvement from nation states do you think there is on this?
It's interesting. So you've got Iran, you've got North Korea, China, Russia. You got the big four. You also got Brazil. You've got all these other countries that are interested in the United States as well. Nation states are interesting depending on who the nation state is. All right, so Russia is very good about working with the type of criminal I used to be. They'll enlist these guys and steal information, what have you. Then Russia will take the information they want to, and they'll basically go off and sell whatever you want to, make some money. China's all about IP. North Korea is about stealing money because they really don't know what the hell else to do right now. But
so North Korea is actively involved in this type of crime.
Absolutely, they've stolen a shitload of Bitcoin, everything else. So absolutely, they're actively involved with that. Very, very skilled attackers, very skilled. But even if you look at, I told you that stat about 90%. All right. So even though SolarWinds is going to be the number one attack, the follow up to that is this NotPetya attack that happened, and so that was the most sophisticated attack launched by the Russian Sandworm group using all known exploits throughout. So it's not, you're right in the sophistication is typically not technical sophistication, but it's that social engineering sophistication. How do you get these things put together in line to attack and succeed?
But when you get access to the source code, that's where technical sophistication can really do a lot of damage.
And that's when you find out real quick, that's what separates the men from the boys in this game. All right, because all of a sudden I don't have to worry about social engineering. I've got source codes and I've got professionals that are looking at that, and that's your ass.
which then enables probably even more powerful social engineering methods too. I mean, it's just a cascade of. Is this terrifying to you, by the way? This world that we're living in, as we put more and more of ourselves on the internet, into the metaverse, that there's so many more attack vectors on our well-being.
What's terrifying to me, I used to preach it on Shadow Group, is the idea that the perception of truth is more important than the truth itself. It doesn't matter what the facts are, it matters what I can convince you of. That's what's terrifying to me. So you look at deep fakes, you look at fake news, all the stuff that's going out, that becomes truly terrifying.
Maybe there's an angle where it's freeing if nothing is true and you can't trust anything.
But you see, we as human beings, we want to trust. We do. We need human interaction. And for that human interaction, you have to have a degree of trust.
But it's more like you let go of an idea of absolute truth and it more becomes like a blockchain style consensus. So you let go of like, you know what? There's this human dream. You get this on the internet. You get like facts, as if there's at the bottom there's one turtle that's holding this like scroll that says these are the truths of the world. The problem is, I mean, maybe believing that is counterproductive. Maybe human civilization is an ongoing process of consensus, and so it's always going to be, everything is shrouded. And you can call them lies, or you can call them inaccuracies, or you can call them delusions. It's constantly going to be. It's going to be a sea of lies and delusions. But our hope is to, over time, develop bigger and bigger islands of consensus that allows us to live a stable and happy society. Don't call it true. Call it a stable consensus that creates a high quality of life for the inhabitants of the island.
I mean, I like it. We're going to agree.
And then don't use all. No, I'm just kidding. So maybe step back. You mentioned. I'd love to talk about Shadow Crew. Maybe this is the right time to actually. Yeah, let's go to Shadow Crew because it's such a fascinating story. So tell me the story of building Shadow Crew, the precursor to today's darknet and darknet markets. This is why you're the original Godfather.
This is it. So I get married. I faked a car accident to get married. Got the money from that.
You're romantic.
I'm romantic. It's like my dad, man. I'm the guy that, I get from mom, I get the criminal mindset. From dad, I get that don't want him to leave. So
to get married.
I met this.
What's that
girl.
story?
Dude, I was.
How did you fall in love?
My first girlfriend was a preacher's daughter, and crazy over her. Dated her for 5 years, and she figured out pretty quickly that, well, not quickly. It took her 5 years to figure out that Brett Johnson is not the man of God. I can talk it, but more that agnostic than anything. She breaks up with me. So I was at the community college.
You'd make one hell of a preacher, by the way. Let's
yeah.
But,
So, I've got that Langston Hughes problem. I'm looking for Jesus to show up, and he just doesn't. So I was at the community college, and I was a straight asshole. I was arrogant, conceited, everything else. I had posted an advertisement on one of the billboards looking for an adult babysitter, hot blonde, come visit me in the library. Buddy of mine shows up, and he's like, Brett. And I was like, yeah. He's like, hottest girl in the school, right down the hall. I was like, serious? He's like, yeah. And I was like, let's go see. So I walk over, and there's these two guys that are hitting on her. So I just walk up, and me and Todd, that was my buddy, walk up, and I'm just sitting there listening, and they're giving the spill and everything, and she's just kind of taking it in. Finally, I looked over, and I was like, you want to get out of here? And one of the guys looks at me, he's like, hey, we're talking to her. And I was like, well, you're talking at her. You're not talking to her. I'm about to save her ass from you.
Yeah, that's a smooth pickup line, by the way. If I ever heard one, that's good. You want to get out of here?
So start dating, and she was the girl that screwed my brains out, man. And I head over heels. We got married 6 months later. 6 months.
That's what love does.
That's what it does. And she didn't know I was a crook. She had no idea. You know, she knew I was very bright. She knew I did a lot of theater, stuff like that. Got a job at, I was in Hazard. There was no jobs to be had. So I got a job in Lexington because we were going to be moving to UK. Got a job in Lexington at Lexmark testing printer boards, circuit boards. So I would leave on a Thursday night, work 3 18-hour shifts at Lexmark, come back home on Monday. Got married, faked a car accident to get the rest of the money that I needed to get married. And the faking on that, man, I had bought a Chevy Spectrum at a car auction, gave like $500 for it. My aunt had previously defrauded USAA insurance on a car accident. And she was telling me all about it. She's like, look, go down to this chiropractor, make sure you get the insurance where they'll pay for a rental car, they'll pay lost wages. I was like, they pay lost wages? She's like, yeah, they pay lost wages. I was like, She's like, by the way, you work for me. And I was like, I work for you. So
and you get to define the wage, and you can also define how long you were unable to work.
Exactly. And the chiropractor will sign off on any damn thing. All right. So my cousin Ronnie, he figures out that he finds out I'm going to fake this car accident. So he comes to me, he's like, hey man, can I get in on that? I was like, yeah, man, you get on that. So this kid, he's 5 days younger than I am. This kid, he goes to the dentist the day that we're faking it, has a tooth pulled, tells the dentist not to numb it, not to stitch it, just pull it. So he shows up the day that we're driving out to fake the accident. He's got blood all over his shirt. He's still bleeding out of the mouth and everything else. I'm like, are you okay? He's like, yeah, man, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm like, okay. So my mom, by this point, I'm living with my grandparents. My mom is up in the head of a hollow. So we're like, we'll just do it up there. We'll go act like we're visiting my mom. On the way back out, ran over a mountain. Okay. So we go visit and everything. Come back out that night, run over the side of the hill. Me and Ronnie walk back up. Of course, it totals the car. Walk back to my mom's, acting like we've wrecked. She knows what time it is and everything else. And file the claims. So that gets the money to get married. And me and my wife moved from Hazard to Lexington. And I'm the kid that my crime usually, if I was a single guy, wouldn't break the law. I would be all right, you know. But females involved, oh yeah, got to spend the money, got to show them gifts. Everything else was never enough to show love in some sort of healthy way. Always had to go overboard. Typically, it was buying or stealing some sort of expensive crap.
So that was the thing. That was the way you show love, is by buying expensive gifts
or something overboard. Back then, with Susan initially, it was don't worry about working. I got it. You just worry about going to school. She was a music major. I was like, you just worry about going to school. So don't worry about cooking and cleaning. I got it. So not only was I this guy that was going overboard, but I was kind of a control freak too, right? So no, I got it. So here I am, you know, 60-hour a week job, 18-hour class load, cooking and cleaning. Something had to give. I quit the job. I couldn't do it. Quit the job and start back in fraud and trying to hide that from her at the same time. So it was initially telemarketing fraud. I was working at, the first job I had was a telemarketer at a cemetery selling grave sites. And then that ended, went over to work for the Shriners Hospital. And it was a third-party company that was doing all the telemarketing and made really good money doing that. That job ended, and then they pivoted over to working with Kiwanis clubs, selling food baskets to the food banks and everything. So I stole the phone list and started at my own Kiwanis club and would do the telemarketing, go out twice a week and pick up checks. Well, what happened is I'm going out picking up checks, go knock on a door. Turns out one of the persons that I had called was a law enforcement officer. So he was like, who are you? I'm like, I'm with the Kiwanis Club. And he's like, no, you're not. So got arrested, spent 3 months in a county jail for theft by deception. Got out and we had to move from Lexington back to Hazard and live with Susan's parents. They had gotten a desktop computer, HP, and I started surfing around online. Found eBay, and didn't really know how to make money on eBay. About the same time, I'm committing low-level frauds online. I don't really talk about that in the past. The first time I've really talked about that, but I would pay for it with bad checks. So
more so not using a platform like eBay, more.
I would find somebody that had like a stereo system on eBay, something like that, and I'd pay for it with bad check, and would rely on them not to chase me, or because they were out of state at that point, and the dollar amounts were very low. So got the money to finally did those schemes enough to get the money to move back to Lexington. Got to Lexington, and by this point, I'm doing this, like I said, these schemes on eBay, and I'm like, there's got to be a better way to make money on eBay. Got to be. So didn't really know how. One night, I'm watching Inside Edition with Bill O'Reilly, and they're profiling Beanie Babies. So I'm sitting there watching, and the one they're profiling is this one called Peanut the Royal Blue Elephant, selling for $1,500 on eBay. I'm sitting there going like, shit, I need to find me a Peanut. So my initial thought was, well, there's got to be one in one of these Hallmark stores in Kentucky someplace. So I skipped class the next day, went out around all the Hallmark stores looking for Peanut. No, idiot. He's on eBay for $1,500. So after a few hours of that, I'm like, Turns out they had little gray Beanie Baby elephants for $8. Picked up one of those for $8. Stopped by Kroger on the way home, picked up a pack of blue red dye. Went home, tried to dye the little guy. So that was a nightmare. Turns out they're made out of polyester. Get them out of the bath. Looks like they've got the mange. And what happens is, I'm trying to dye the damn thing. I'm like, well, that's not going to work. That's just not going to work. So I got online, found a picture of a real one, posted it on eBay. And I was like, well, what I can do is I can claim that's the one I've got, and then maybe claim that it got messed up in the mail and work out like that. So posted a picture of a real one online. Woman thought I had the real thing. She wins the bid. That social engineering kicks in immediately. I didn't want to be on the defensive. I wanted to put her on the defensive. So as soon as she wins the bid, I send her a message. Hey, we've not done any business before. I don't even know if I can trust you. What I need you to do protects us both. Go down to the U.S. Postal Service. Get 2 money orders totaling $1,500. Send them to me, issued by the U.S. government. That way we're both protected. As soon as I get the money orders, I'll send you your animal. She believed that. Didn't ask any questions at all. She believed that. Sent me the money orders. I cashed them out. Sent her the creature. Immediately got a phone call. I didn't order this. My response, lady, you ordered a blue elephant. I sent you a blue-ish elephant. And she got pissed. And she kept calling. What I found out, and that's really the first lesson of cybercrime that most of these criminals, including self, learns. If you delay a victim long enough, just keep putting them off. A lot of them, they get exasperated, throw their hands in the air, walk away. You don't hear from them. And none of them, to this day, none of them complain to law enforcement. They eat it.
So it's a mixture of like you're exhausted by the process, so it's just easier to walk away. And second, almost like an embarrassment.
So there's a whole slew of reasons. All right, there's the exhaustion, certainly. There's the embarrassment. So if you look at it today, where does the embarrassment come from? Well, the media, family members, we're all very good about blaming the victim for crimes. Why would you click on the link? Why would you send money to somebody you don't know? Blah, blah, blah. So you've got that's going on. You've got the issue of who do you complain to? Back then, you didn't know. Do you complain to local police? Because she's in another state. So which local police do you complain to? Do you complain to the feds? Well, it's not, the dollar amounts aren't high enough to complain to feds. Feds are going to tell you to go local. Local's going to tell you, hey, it happened in Kentucky. Complain to them. Kentucky's going to tell you, well, shit, you're over there. We need you to come in. So there's this whole issue of jurisdiction, of the blame factor, everything else. So I got away with that crime and did it under my own name at that point. Kept going and got better at it. Started to understand how to hide identities, things like that. Started selling pirated software. pirated software led into installing mod chips. It was for the initial pirated software was a Sega Saturn, PlayStation 1. Well, you had to have a mod chip in those to play the pirated disc. So I started selling and installing mod chips. That led into installing mod chips into cable television boxes so you could watch all the pay-per-view, which in turn led into programming satellite DSS cards, those 18-inch RCA satellite systems. Pull the card out of it, program it, turns on all the channels. Started doing that.
Can we just pause?
Mm-hmm.
That is very entrepreneurial. So technically, so there's laws and rules that you're breaking nonstop. So there's also legitimate ways of doing that, which is break the rules of the conventions of the past. That's the first principles thing. That's what Elon Musk and his ilk do all the time.
Right.
That is guts and brilliance. But when it's crossing the lines of the law, actually sometimes the law is outdated. The thing is, as a human being, you have to then compute the ethical damage you're doing, like ethically the damage you're doing about other human beings. That is fundamentally the thing that you're breaking, is you're adding to the suffering in the world in one way or another, and you're justifying it. But in terms of me sort of as an engineer, that is some gutsy thinking. That's how Woz and Steve Jobs thought.
Sure.
That's innovation. And maybe just think if you can introspect your thinking process here. This is a new. I like how you remember this in HP. This is a totally new thing to you. Computers is yet another domain. How are you figuring these puzzles out? Presumably, mostly alone. When you were thinking through these problems, is there? This is a strange question to ask, but what is your thinking process? What is your approach to solving these problems?
So the approach is you do something and you fuck it up, and you think back, okay, how do I fix that? So you fix that aspect, you commit the crime again, and it goes a little bit further, and it screws up. Okay, how do I fix that? What's the issue on that? How do I fix that?
So there's not a deep design thinking like
later on it becomes that. Once you lay that groundwork of the way these schemes are working, all right, it becomes that, and you can apply that to other things in cybercrime as a whole, all right. But initially, it's basically trial and error. You've got a problem. How do you solve that problem? All right. So I'm committing these crimes under my name. How do I solve that? Well, one of the first principles that we started to teach on Shadow Crew is all crimes should begin with identity theft. That's one of the main first principles that a lot of people to this day still don't really get. All right. Why would I commit a crime under my name if I can do it under your name? So that's one of the big buffers. And that takes trial and error to get to that point where you start to understand that's the way crime should operate if you're a criminal. All right. But with me, it's trial and error. It's that childhood where that mindset is kind of ingrained in you, where you're looking for ways, non-traditional ways of getting around things or getting through things.
Yeah, one of the questions I'll probably ask this later is there's also a unique aspect to the outcome of what you were doing, which is you didn't get caught for a very long time.
Right.
We'll talk about why that is. And the thing is, it's so interesting. All crime probably to be effective should start with identity theft.
Right.
I like that identity theft because identity theft can take so many forms.
Right.
So yes, so Shadow Crew. So as you started with love.
So now we're doing these schemes online. I'm programming these satellite DSS cards, and one of the interesting things, and you still see that to this day, is something will happen that will create an industry for criminals. All right. So what happened is Canadian judge rolls about the same time that I'm doing these satellite cards. Canadian judge comes out and says, hey, it's legal for my citizens to pirate those signals. And his reasoning was since RCA doesn't sell the systems up here, my citizens can pirate it. Okay. So what happens is overnight, about the same time, PayPal comes into play. So PayPal's coming right online at about the same time. Overnight, little cottage industry pops up in the United States. You go down to Best Buy, buy the system for $100, take it out in the parking lot, open the system up, open the box up, pull the system out, pull the card out, throw the system away, program the card, ship its ass to Canada, $500 a pop. Started doing that. Business is good. Making, $3,000 or $4,000 a week doing that. I'm like, yeah, that's good. I have so many orders, I can't fill all the orders, and quickly think to myself, why do I need to fill any of them? They're in Canada. I'm down here. Who are they going to complain to? Because I already found out people don't complain. All right, they're not going to complain to anybody. So I start
Especially in Canada.
Especially in Canada. And I'm having them send money. That's when PayPal's first into play. And it amazes me that everybody is using PayPal. It's like, you don't even have to really ask. They're like, can we pay by? Yeah, you can pay all day long by PayPal. And PayPal had no clue what they were doing with security. So it's like, okay. So they're sending money to PayPal. I'm having the PayPal cashed out to bank accounts in my name at that point. And I get scared because by that point, I'm still in $4,000 to $6,000 a week. And I'm like, somebody's going to be looking at money laundering. So get it in my head. I'm like, best thing that I can do is get a fake driver's license, open up a bank account using that driver's license, cash out at the ATM. Good. No idea where to get a fake ID. Not a clue. So I get online, looked around, spent a couple weeks looking around, thought I found a guy. He went by the screen name of Fake ID Man. Thought I found a guy, sent him $200, sent him my picture. Dude rips me off. I'm like, what the hell, man? Oh, I got played. He had a little website set up with reviews, and I'm like, oh, it's all legitimate. It's building that trust that I talked about. So the end result, I got pissed. And there was no site that dealt with anything criminal or cybercrime related. The only real avenue you had was an IRC chat session, internet relay chat. And that, I'm sure you've been on that. It's this rolling chat board. You don't know who the hell you're talking to. Most of them are full of shit. You can't trust anybody, and you're sitting there trying to conduct business. So, if somebody claims they've got a product or service, do they have it? Does it work? Or they just want to rip you off? Because in those channels, everyone's a criminal. I kept looking around, and I happened upon a website called Counterfeit Library. And Counterfeit Library only dealt with counterfeit degrees and certificates, as long as degree mill type stuff. But they had a forum, and no one was using the forum. So I basically get on there and bitch every day. I got ripped off, don't know what to do, bam, 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 bam. About the same time I start doing that, two other guys show up. One's named Mr. X, he's out of Los Angeles. The other guy's named Beelzebub, he's out of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. And we all become buddies. So, a few weeks of me bitching, a few weeks of them responding. Beelzebub gets me on ICQ, and he sends me a message. He's like, I went by the screen name of Gollum at that point, Gollum Fun. And he's like, Gollum, I can make you a fake driver's license. And I was like, well, motherfucker, do it. And he's like, well, I'm going to charge you for it. I'm like, yeah, you are. He's like, I am. I was like, no, you're not. And he's like, look, man, he said, this business, if you're going to do this, you have to trust people or you're going to fail. He said, so I'm going to charge you $200, but I'm going to send you a driver's license. Well, by this point, I'm friends with the people who own Counterfeit Library. We're emailing, chatting, everything else. And I tell him, I'm like, okay, I'm going to send you $200. That way, when you rip me off, I'll have them ban you, and I don't have to deal with you anymore. And he's like, bet. I'm like, okay. So I sent him $200, sent him my picture. 2 weeks later, I get a driver's license. Name is Stephen Schwecky out of Ohio. And real guy. Worked at ADP payroll to this day, works at ADP. This is where the guy works. Got the driver's license. And to me, at that point in time, it was the prettiest thing that I'd ever seen. I'd never seen a fake ID before. I thought it was great. Turns out, looking back, it's like,
So, but is kind of
a strong first step in creating a fake identity.
Very strong, very strong. So this,
So that was like, Gasco just on the point he made that if you're going to be successful in this, you should have people you trust. Is he right on that?
oh, he's absolutely right. He's absolutely.
So you have to have, this is like mob.
You have to
have an inner circle that
So-
you trust.
You know, I'm sure you've probably heard me say this before. Successful cybercrime, all right? There are 3 necessities to being successful online if you're a criminal. 3 necessities are gathering data, committing the crime, and then cashing it out. All 3 of those necessities have to work in conjunction. If they don't, the crime fails. The problem, and it's a huge problem, is that one guy can't do all 3 things. You know, you've got the people who gather the data, basically the general store salespeople who sell PII, credit card logins, data tools. They'll sell the spoofed phone numbers or the RDPs, stuff like that. A lot of the times, those people don't know how to commit the crime, and those people certainly don't know how to launder the money out, put cash in pocket. So you've got, either because of a skill level, sometimes a geographic location limits what that individual can do. All right, so you have to rely on people who are good in areas where you are not in order for that crime to succeed. And that means you have to trust those people. So what happens with Shadow Crew? All right, so Counterfeit Library is the start. All right. Counterfeit Library transitions over to Shadow Crew. Right before that transition, there's a Ukrainian guy by the name of Dmitry Golubov. He was a spammer at that point in time. He saw what we were doing with Counterfeit Library, and he liked it. He was getting all these credit card details, and this kid, I mean, he's a kid. This kid has an idea, and his idea was, I wonder if people would buy stolen credit card details.
It's pretty good Ukrainian Russian accent.
So he picks up the phone, he calls his buddies, they call their buddies, they have a physical conference in Odessa. 150 of these cyber criminals show up, and they launch this idea. This launches a website called Carter Planet, which is the genesis of all modern credit card theft as we know it. All right, and so remember I mentioned those 3 necessities of cybercrime. Dmitry had all the credit data in the world, and he partnered with all these other Ukrainians who had all this data as well. The problem was that so much fraud had been committed on that eastern side of Europe that every card had been shut down. Even if you were a legitimate card holder and tried to cash it out, you weren't doing it at that point. So again, those 3 necessities: gathering data, committing crime, cashing out. Dmitry had the data. They could commit the crime. They could not put cash in pocket. So we were running Counterfeit Library. One day I get this message, or not a message, one day Script shows up, and he posts, just on the general forum, he posts, hey, I've got credit card data. Give me an address, give me a burner phone number, wait 5 business days, order whatever you want to. We had never seen anything like that. We were a PayPal fraud and eBay fraud site is what we were, and fake driver's licenses. So and we had, I guess we had 2,000-3,000 members at that point. So the response from the members was, that can't be real. You've got to be law enforcement. It's got to be they're trying to get us arrested and everything else. Let me backtrack a little bit. So the driver's license that I had got, Beelzebub had an idea. What he wanted to do is he wanted to sell driver's licenses. Mr. X wanted to sell Social Security cards. He made a very passable Social Security card. Me, I had no skill level on that. I knew PayPal fraud and eBay fraud. So Beelzebub was like, tell you what, you be the reviewer. That way you get every product or service that comes in. They'll have to send it to you or let you have access to it. You can learn the entire game. And because you're not selling anything, it gives you legitimacy on the reviews. All right. So I started out as a reviewer, the only reviewer on Counterfeit Library. So over the next year, Beelzebub turns out he was a pot grower. He goes back to growing pot because he wasn't making shit selling driver's licenses. Mr. X, about 1.5 years in, he gets arrested, cashing out cashing out at casinos, doing some shit like that. So I'm the only guy left standing, and I'm at the top of the heap. So, and it becomes this thing where if I review somebody, they make a lot of money. If I don't, you don't do business here. So Script shows up saying he's got this. I'm the only reviewer on site. People think he's law enforcement. First week it goes like that. After a while, I'm like, okay, I got to do something. And I'm scared, man, because I'm like, he may be law enforcement. So I get him on ICQ and I'm like, hey, you have to be reviewed. He's like, what the hell is that? So I tell him what it is. He's like, you review me. I was like, yeah, that's the idea. So give him a drop address, give him a burner phone number, wait 5 business days, and I try to hit Dell for $5,000. The order fails. I get back on ICQ. Hey, man, it didn't work. He's like, give me one more chance. I was like, look, I'll give you one more chance, but it's your ass after that. He's like, one more chance. Like, okay, give him another address, another phone number, wait another 5 business days, hit Thompson's Computer Warehouse for $4,000, Dell for $5,000. Order goes through, get the products in. I post that review on Counterfeit Library, and literally overnight, we turn from an eBay, PayPal fraud site to a credit theft site, and that becomes a lot of money really quickly for members. So we were doing, now it's called CNP fraud, card not present fraud. So you hit an online merchant with stolen credit card data. Back then, a fairly experienced fraudster could profit $30,000 to $40,000 a month. Okay, just buying laptops, what have you, and cashing out. Put them on eBay for sale and sell them like that. 30 to 40K a month was the profit on that. Script had a lot of buddies. He had people like Roman Vega, these other guys that would sell not just credit card data, but counterfeit physical credit cards as well. We had
counterfeit, not stolen. So counterfeit. That must be tough to do.
So the connections
that must be harder than driver's license.
Crazy. So you're back. So what BOA initially had, and I became the United States salesperson for BOA. But what he had was he was the first dumps provider in the United States. So on the back of your credit or debit card, there's a magnetic stripe. 3 data tracks on the stripe. There's the first data track is the customer's name. Second data track is the card number / 16-digit algorithm outside of that. That's important. We'll get back to that in a few minutes. Third data track is called indiscriminate data. No one uses it. All right. So what's bought and sold is the second data track. It's called the dump. And the reason that's sold is when you go into a shop, you insert the card or you swipe the card. The only information that's sent out for verification is the second data track. All right, that goes to the processor bank for verification. The first data track, that customer's name, shows up on the screen of the cashier in front of you. So what typically happens is you buy 10 of these dumps. You get 10 counterfeit cards. Encode track 2 on all 10 cards. Track 1, you create 1 fake driver's license. Track 1 is just the name of that 1 fake driver's license. That way, when you go in the shop, swipe the card, track 2 gets sent off for verification. Track 1 shows up on the screen in front of the cashier. If you ever ask for ID, you pull out the fake ID. Everyone's nice, warm, fuzzy. You walk out with cameras, Rolex.
And track 1 could be it doesn't have to be connected. It's not connected to track 2.
Not connected at all. That's one of the big problems. All right.
Yeah.
So Script brought a host of technical people into that type of environment, all committing credit card theft. We had proxy providers. We had all these people that were doing this stuff. We start making a lot of money, a lot. And the reason that happens is, again, Script did not have the ability to cash out. So he was reduced to selling things. And at the same time, he's looking for, how do I make more money? All right. The Ukrainians happened upon this thing called the CVV1 breach, or hack, is what they call it. So what happens is, remember I told you track 2, card number / 16-digit algorithm. You got to know the algorithm to encode it so you can swipe the card or take it to the ATM machine. All right, ATM. You got to know it. Now, we were fishing data from hell. I mean, we were doing a lot of fishing, a lot. We were getting pins, we were getting card numbers, but you can't get that algorithm. So the Ukrainians start testing stuff. What they found out was no bank had implemented the hash on track 2. So you take the card number / any 16 digits, it would encode. Take it to the ATM, pull cash out because you got the pin. All right. Started doing that.
Wait. Sorry, I'm trying to understand. So that means, so if there's no, are they generating random numbers, or do they have valid numbers for track 2?
No numbers needed at all, as long as just the track 2 was a complete track 2.
So it's a valid track 2 that doesn't matter. So the pin is the thing that gets you in.
Back then, all right. So back then, what we're talking about is you needed. Typically, today you need a whole track 2. You need that valid track 2. All right. You need the 16-digit card number, / and then whatever that algorithm is on the side of it. All right. Back then, none of the banks had implemented that algorithm. So while the algorithm was there, you didn't need it to encode.
Interesting.
So
you can make a lot of money with physical
so much money that
credit cards, debit cards.
Card not present fraud, remember I told you, was $30,000 to $40,000 a month. Yeah. All right. That turned into $30,000 to $40,000 a day. Yeah. The Ukrainians, again, they can't cash it out. They've got all the data on the planet, but they can't cash it out. Those 3 necessities of cybercrime. So the deal became you have to rely on the Americans. Tell you what, we'll give you 40%. So you had all these cashiers that were 40% of $40,000 a day. Yeah, we'll take that. All right. Send the rest of it over by Western Union or what have you to your Ukrainian contact. That's before cryptocurrency came into play. Now you had a couple of forerunners with eGold and Liberty Reserve, things like that. But back then it starts out with Western Union. Then it becomes prepaid cards, sending track information over, loading the card up like that, and then finally you get to eGold, Liberty Reserve, and today it's with crypto. That's used. Started stealing a lot of money, a lot, and that got law enforcement attention. So we started to see, it's crazy, that story. We started to see IPs coming in from law enforcement agencies, government agencies, because back then they didn't know how to shield their identity either. So you saw Secret Service, you saw DOD, you saw all these, and you're like, that's interesting. So, and at the same time, we had, it was called a hack, but it wasn't a hack. We had a guy that worked at T-Mobile in Los Angeles. This is the same guy that back then published Paris Hilton's phone contact list. That made a lot of news. Not only did he do that, but it turned out that the Los Angeles Secret Service Agency was using T-Mobile phones. So he's getting text messages of the Secret Service investigating Shadow Crew. And he posts those damn things on Shadow Crew. So I'm sitting there going, head of the pile. I'm sitting there going, this is not going to end well. This is not going to end well. So at the same time, I had access. I started out with access to the Indiana State Sex Offenders Registry. And I was using that to create bank accounts, launder the money out, and I would sell the bank accounts, stuff like that. They shut that down. The next database I had access to was the Texas driver's license database, and started using that to create fake driver's licenses, what have you. And then finally, we happened upon the California Death Index. All right. Complete information, mother's maiden, socials, DOBs, all that. And it's like, got to be a use for that. Well, you can use it to create identities all day long. My idea was, I wonder if you could take somebody that's died and then file for Social Security death benefits, not death benefits, but Social Security benefits for that individual and get that recurring paycheck in. So that takes a lot of research to start seeing if you can do that. How does the federal government know if you're dead? Do federal indexes reference state indexes? Got all these questions that pop up. Well, it turns out federal indexes don't reference state indexes. It's against the law. So it also turns out the only way the federal government knows you're dead is prior to 1998, the family had to file a Social Security death benefit for that person. All right? Prior to 98.
Of course, most people don't.
Right. Prior to 98, it took the family. After 98, the hospital can do it, funeral home can do it, or the family can do it. So a lot more people have it filed after if they've died.
But it's still, there's a lot of people.
A lot of people don't. Because that death benefit's only like $219.
Yeah.
Okay? Nobody's thinking about that shit. So I started to apply for Social Security benefits. Nope, number's dormant. So they want you to come in for a physical interview. Here I am, 32. You're not going to pass as a 65-year-old, so no. So the next idea I had was, wonder if you could file income tax returns on these people. Turns out you can, all day long. So I started doing that. And I started to steal once I got ramped up, because you test everything. You're testing to make sure you got to figure out what the deposit instrument is and everything else. And once you get all that lined out, I started to steal $160,000 a week, every week for 10 months out of the year.
By paying taxes.
By filing fake
filing
returns.
fake tax returns.
So you find a business,
Yes.
and the way the system worked is the IRS will issue a refund on somebody before they're able to verify that that person works for an employer. Still works like that today. All right. So,
And you're keeping the amounts relatively low.
keep them at $3,000. All right. Amounts are very low.
But you're still able to achieve scale because this large index
Right.
of real.
I got to where, and I was manual. Later on, a couple of buddies of mine went automated with it.
Wait, you were doing this by hand, so there's no code involved?
All manual.
Wow.
I'd file a return once every 6 minutes, work 10 hours a day, 3 days a week.
So typing fast and clicking.
One return every 6 minutes. That's changing IP. That's changing address, everything else. One return every 6 minutes for 3 days a week. Fourth day, I would take a road trip, plot out a map of ATMs. And then the next 2 days, cash out. Bam, 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 bam. All right. Come back home, rinse and repeat. Turns out that a backpack, I don't see anybody sitting around here, but a backpack will hold $150,000 of 20s, is what it will hold. So I put $150K in 20s in a backpack. I had a spare bedroom. I'd come in, toss the backpack in the bedroom.
This is very, very important information, and the fact that you know it is also very. Yeah. First, we started with a volume of coal that weighs a ton, and now a backpack holds $150,000 of points, and then you can multiply that by 5 for hundreds.
Yeah,
I like
it's 20. Most of the time, it's 20. It's coming out of ATM, right? Each 20 weighs a gram.
Each 20 weighs a gram.
So you can actually go by weight, which is what federal authorities do when they get a pallet of cash. They just weigh it.
Huh. They just weigh it.
Okay. So 150K is 7.5 keys of cash.
50. Oh, that's pretty light.
Not bad. Not bad.
Did you get a big backpack? Do a good run with David Goggins with it. Yeah. Nice. I like it. So the fact, this is great. So wait, where does that come in with the backpack?
So what happens is I didn't know how to launder money. All right. So, I'm throwing cash in a spare bedroom. One day you open up the bedroom and you're like, got to do something with those backpacks. Yeah. And that's when you start learning how to launder money, cash-based businesses, things like that. I had a production company, had a couple of detailing company. I was thinking about going to food trucks, things like that in Charleston.
Actually, can you pause on that to take a tangent there? How does money laundering work? I mean, at that time, and what years are we talking about?
This is by the time the tax return schemes go into play, we're talking 2002, 2003 is when tax returns start.
And so what, at that time and what you're aware of now, how it evolved, how does money laundering work?
It's not that much different. It's really not. You get a cash-based business, start laundering the money or putting the money through that, saying the transactions are legal. You then start depositing into bank accounts. From bank accounts, my thing is have bank accounts in the United States, Mexico, Canada, and then finally bounce over to Estonia was the final destination of all this stuff. And the idea is to try to move them to so many places that by the end of the day, it looks legal and you can't trace it all if you're ever caught, which you ultimately are. But so cash-based businesses,
So when you say, sorry to interrupt, the cash-based businesses, so you have money that needs to be moved to other people. So how does that work? What's the business? People providing you a service and you're giving them money?
Right. So you do the Ozark thing if you want to do that. So you can gamble, cash out something like that. So there are trips to whatever casinos you've got. You've got your production company or your detail company. So how many cars are you cleaning a day? How many companies have you got to do that? All right. Whatever that company is, It's got to be cash based. Somebody's paying you in cash is what you're doing. You have to have enough of those cash based businesses where it doesn't look funny. All right. Because if you're a detail company making $100,000 a month, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you start depositing into that. Well, because of the Patriot Act, as a suspicious activity report, SARS came in at $2,500 instead of the $10K that it used to be. So all of a sudden you've got multiple bank accounts that you've got to set up. All right. Fortunately, what you also had is you had a bunch of prepaid debit cards that were coming into play at the same time. So a combination of bank accounts, prepaid debits that had ACH abilities attached to those as well, and you start running them all together. Then once it's out of the United States, you don't have to worry as much. You can start funneling that into fewer bank accounts until finally you've got the one main account that's over at Bank Latico in Estonia at that point. That's what you've got.
So a bunch of hops that end up in a place that you can't trace.
And to give you an idea, I was arrested February 8th, 2005. My last seizure was 2010. Got the last seizure notice. So took them, they got it, but it took them that long to get to it.
So how does stories like with Script that come into play here, where he had someone who owed him money kidnapped and tortured? So when does it turn darker?
It turns darker when the more money you make. Script was a kid that he was stealing enough money that he was able to buy whatever estate he wanted to. And he would brag about touring the countryside. And if he saw property that he liked, he would buy it. And that was not just a brag. He was doing that. So this kid is stealing a lot of money. At the same time, he's got connections politically because of his family. He's got connections, and that family's got connections with the Ukrainian mob. All right. So he's got these inroads, and people are looking out for him. And he's stealing a lot of money at the same time. Somebody doesn't pay him a decent amount of money. Somebody doesn't pay him. Now, we had never, with Shadow Crew, with Carter Planet, with Counterfeit Library, we were basically the geeks. All right. We were just the fraudsters, the social engineers. We had never really considered violence. The rules that I had in play were, hey, we don't do child pornography. We don't do counterfeit currency. We don't do drugs. And the only thing we ended up really obeying was the child porn stuff, except for Max Butler, who you mentioned earlier. Script, someone rips the guy off. And he comes online on Shadow Crew at that point, and he posts these pictures one day. And I mean, it was a detailed narrative through the pictures. Had the guy that rammed in the van, had the door open, rammed in the van, had the guy tied up, had the guy being tortured, and the response was, "This is what happens when you steal from me." And that's the first time that violence came into play at that point. That's when you start realizing things are getting more serious.
How did that make you feel?
The first response is, can't be real. He's just doing that. You know, he's wanting to send a message. Then you're like, no, that's real. That's real. And
were you afraid in your own heart that you might descend to that too? Like if you see that, or was it pretty clear to you that that's a line that some people can cross and some can't, and you're not one of those that can cross it?
You know, I got to tell you, I joke with my wife. The joke I tell my wife is, you know, if I knew some guy that had 8,000 Bitcoins, I might be persuaded to ask him for access to that. And she was like, how? And I was like, well, hammer and toes.
Yeah.
And I say that as a joke, but there's that line where you're like, I remember who I used to be. And if you're looking at that kind of money, I might be persuaded to do that back then. You know, that's, and I think was Script's issue, is it was a lot of money to him.
Money. And then there's, you know, violence can also be gradual. So over time you do a little more, a little more, a little more, a little more.
You get used to what's going on, and then
get desensitized.
And you figure, you take somebody like Ross Ulbricht, the Silk Road guy. All right, Ross was not a violent guy. He was not. But at that point in time, he was sitting on 24 million in Bitcoin. He was the only game in town. And that 24 now is like, I don't know, 22, 24 billion, some crap like that. But he felt in danger of this guy was going to turn him in. It was a blackmail him and everything. So Ross thinks he hires a couple hitmen to kill the guy. So it becomes that thing, and I saw that over and over again. And I'd like to say I wasn't like that, but given the same circumstances, I would have probably done the same thing.
And also, when it's not just about money, there's a lot of other forces. Like if you're threatened for your well-being or for your wealth or for your power, all of us operate under different motivations.
Plus, that online aspect of those communities like that, if you're the head guy, you really feel like you're the parent of these guys. So somebody's starting to threaten them. It's like, all right, what do I need to do?
So what do you make of Silk Road? See, the Shadow Crew started something that today you can call darknet and darknet markets. So these markets that operate, that trade things, everything from child pornography to drugs to, what else?
Everything.
What are the dark things that humans want to do that they don't want anyone to know about? All of those things.
Right.
So can you maybe tell me, let's just even step back. What is the darknet? How big is it? So what happens there?
Let's backtrack a little bit more before we get to that. All right. What Shadow Crew did, other than dealing in all of these stolen wares, what Shadow Crew did that's really important. Remember those 3 necessities that I talked about. But the important thing is it established trust among criminals. All right, because that's a necessity. You have to be able to trust who you're dealing with, because you have to deal with somebody. You have to. All right. So how do you know you're not dealing with a cop? How do you know you're dealing with somebody that's skilled? How do you know you're going to deal with somebody that's not going to rip you off? You got to be able to trust that individual. The Shadow Crew provided that trust mechanism for criminals. You had that communication channel with forums where you could reference conversations weeks, months old, take part, learn from those conversations. You had vouching systems and review systems in place, escrow systems in place. You knew by looking at someone's screen name if you could trust the individual, network with the individual. All right, and that community of just humans provided that backbone of trust, and that's really interesting when you think about it. You had the trust that was there, but you also had this almost this instantaneous information that was available about the community or about cybercrime at large. That's still in play today. All right, so when that was the way things were until a couple of things happened, and one was cryptocurrency. The other one was the Tor browser, the dark web. Now, I was working with the Secret Service, ripping the Secret Service off when Tor comes into play. All right, so we got a memo in one day, and it was talking about the Tor browser, and it was like, we really need to be careful with this. This is going to be a problem. And so we all fired up the Tor browser, and it turns out this was 2005, early 6. Turns out it was completely unusable. Could not use it at all, simply because no one was using it, and it was extremely slow. So
for people who don't know, Tor browser is a way to be completely anonymous.
As long as you properly know how to use it.
Right.
Huge caveat.
Yeah.
All right. So developed by the United States Navy, and they developed
this.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It wasn't the hackers that.
Interesting. U.S. Navy. To this day, the number one funder of Tor, military. To this day. All right.
Interesting. I mean, the same, I guess, with the internet. The origins are.
So and it was developed so that operatives could communicate with each other without being identified. All right. It then goes open source. They release it. EFF comes in, starts sponsoring and everything else like that. The next idea was, people can get around their country's firewalls. Whistleblowers can use it, things like that. Well, someone forgot to mention that the first adoptees of tech, if you can use it to launder money or remain anonymous, are criminals. So criminals start to use the damn thing, all right? So along the same time, we get, a few years later, we get Satoshi Nakamoto pops up with his ideas for Bitcoin, and then Ross Ulbricht runs with it. Ross Ulbricht decides he's going to start up Silk Road. So initially, the people who were using Tor, which later was the dark web, people who were using Tor were just talking to each other, visiting websites, communicating like that. Someone figured out, hey, man, we can host websites on this thing, and they have a lot of trouble finding the box. So that is the advent of Silk Road all of a sudden. Ross Ulbricht has this idea that he's going to change the world by becoming the largest drug dealer on the planet. So he opens up the Silk Road, and the only payment instrument he allows is Bitcoin. So if those people out there are wondering why Bitcoin is going at, what, 44K today?
Yeah.
Yeah, it starts.
And by the time this is out, it could be 100,000 or 10,000.
Absolutely.
We'll see.
Who knows? If it's 10,000, I'm going to buy some. So.
Which is a hilarious statement to make, because that statement would be ridiculously wrong like 5 years ago, right?
I know.
And people 100 years from now will be laughing. Wait, it was that low?
So he only accepts Bitcoin, and that's, of course, the initial use case of crypto is, no one wants to admit it today, but the initial use case is, we're going to buy a bunch of pot. We need a way to pay for it. So that's what happens. Ross, it's really interesting to me. If you look at motivations of cyber criminals, the motivations are status, cash, ideology. All right. My guys, all cash. Across the board, all cash. Ross is ideology. He really believed he was going to change the world. He really did. And I've been fortunate. I actually know the guy who ran Silk Road 2, and have talked to the kid, everything else. And I will tell you that those guys who are motivated by ideology, they are a completely different breed. They really are. It's not, the cash guy. It's low-hanging fruit. The ease of it's hard to stop committing crime, but it's much easier for a cash-motivated individual to stop than it is that ideology guy. That Silk Road 2 guy, he's still got it. He's not breaking the law, but you can see it's like he wants to. He wants to. So it's
That's fascinating. That I mean, the worst atrocities in human history are committed with people that operate under ideology. All the other motivations are much weaker.
But you think about it. With Ross, I mean, very bright guy. But think about the amount of cognitive dissonance that the guy's got, that he thinks he's going to change the world by running a drug site. I mean, certainly, could he have changed the world? Yeah. Could he have done it like that? Probably not.
Well, I can steel man those arguments. I listened to quite a few libertarians, and you can push that to anarchists. And, there's a lot of people that argue. So I actually talked to a professor at Columbia who actually argues that all drugs should be legalized, and not at a philosophical level, political level, but the fact that all the negative consequences of drugs that people talk about actually have to do with other factors in your life.
I would agree with that.
And so but that's more like a argument about negative aspects of drugs. I think the ideology comes in where it's like, well, nobody should tell you what to do. You should have the responsibility of your own actions. Like the government or any other institution shouldn't be the rule setters, the constraints for how you live your life. And so that I could see that argument being made, and ultimately, if you create an open market for drugs, how that could build a better society. It might break down the outdated, the corrupt, the bureaucratic institutions. I mean, you can make that argument.
There's an argument, and let's be fair. I want to be fair with it. Yeah. I mean, did he change the world? We do have this whole thing called cryptocurrency.
Yeah, in the long arc of history, perhaps.
Yeah, we do have that. Yeah. So that's a biggie.
And that might have been for it to take hold in society, maybe the darker parts of society at first. Maybe that was necessary.
Right. I mean, maybe. We'll see how it pans out. Shadow Crew, we had this guy, Albert Gonzalez, this kid's name. We were growing so big that I had to start farming things out. And so the first thing I started farming, I instituted this review system, kind of establishing that trust mechanism even further for criminals to use. We needed somebody to take care of our tech aspects of the forum. So associate of mine by the name of Kim Taylor, we were looking for a forum techie. He comes to me one night and he's like, found our forum techie. I was like, who's that? And he's like, it's this kid. And I was like, is it any good? He's like, well, he knows the software. And I was like, okay. So we just signed his ass on. He went by the screen name of Kumba Johnny was his screen name. And he started selling credit cards after a while under a screen name of Scarface. And that CVV1 breach where you're cashing out the track twos at ATMs, $40,000 a day. So Albert's in New Jersey one day, broad daylight, and stands at an ATM for 40 minutes, just standing there, feeding in one ATM card after another, pulling out cash, taking the 20s out, stuffing them in that backpack. Meanwhile, just across the street, a couple of cops just happened to be there. And they start noticing this kid just standing there. So 40 minutes they watch this kid. 40 minutes. Finally, one cop looks at the other. Let me see what's going on there. Walks over across the street. Albert's wearing a wig. He's got the disguise on, everything else like that. Asked him, kid, what are you doing? Albert falls apart. We didn't know Albert had been arrested. So Albert immediately goes in. I want to work for the Secret Service. At that point in time, Secret Service, I referred to, and I want to make sure I don't say it's not like that anymore. But back then, they were fucking idiots. All right, they had no clue what was going on.
So there was a competence issue that they were working through. Is one way to put it.
That's a nice euphemism. So, or fucking idiots is another way to say it.
So they're just like not aware of the digital world.
They had no clue. No clue. The way that Albert tells them how to catch us, because they looked at him, how do we catch them? And Albert's like, Albert's, I'm serious. Yeah. I'm serious. So Albert's like, well, you could try a VPN. What's a VPN? Yeah. So he explains it to them. They're like, that's a good idea. So I quit Shadow Crew. I was worried about all the news that was coming in and everything like that. I'm still in $160K a week. I didn't know Albert had been arrested. I'm worried about being arrested. I know the writing's on the wall. And I'm like, I'm quitting.
Where did you see the writing?
Like the IPs that were coming in?
Yeah.
The text messages about the Secret Service investigating.
Building. So I was like, pressure's building. It's not
man, this is not going to end well. Yeah. This is going to be bad. So I announced my retirement of April 15th, 2004 is my retirement. I think that's 2004. And I quit. I walk away. Well, Albert had been arrested. They cut him loose. No one knows he's been arrested. He comes back into Shadow Crew. I leave. Kim Taylor at the same time. He's kind of on the run, which, if you want to know that story, that's a nightmare story in and of itself. So my second in charge, Kim Taylor, this guy. There was this guy named David. Oh, what was his name? He was El Mariachi was the guy's name. David Thomas. David, yeah, he was a film guy. So
Scarface. Yeah.
So El Mariachi, real name David Thomas, he's on the run out of Nebraska for check fraud. He comes to us on Shadow Crew telling us this sad story. We take up a collection for this guy. Send it to him, all right? I get him a job working with a low-level carter, trying to make him some money, all right? El Mariachi Thomas does this for a few weeks, comes to me one day, and he's like, man, I'm not making any money. I'm like, okay, let me see what I can do. Well, I had a Ukrainian guy by the name of Big Buyer. He, real friend of mine, and I contacted him. I was like, look, man, I got a guy that wants to do some work. Can you help the guy out? He's like, I got it. I was like, okay. So he sends Thomas enough money to go, and Thomas is in Texas at that point, sends Thomas enough money to go from Texas to Issaquah, Washington, and rent an office space, all right? So Thomas goes up there, rents his office space, him and his girlfriend, rents an office space, And the plan is Big Buyer is going to place an order, get product sent. Mariachi is going to get the product, list it on eBay, cash out 50-50. Easy enough, all right? So Big Buyer places an order. First order is Outpost.com, $18,000. The largest order Outpost.com had ever received at that point in time. Order goes through. Goes through. He gets the product, all right? Mariachi comes back, tells my second in charge, Kim Taylor. Kim Taylor at this point, I'm 33, 34. Kim Taylor's 46. He works at the Tattered Cover Bookstore in Denver, Colorado. That's where he works at this point. And he fancies himself Jason Bourne. All right, he's even got one of the screen names, Jason Bourne. So I'm like, all right. So Mariachi's telling us how much money he's making and everything else. I'm like, well, that's good. I'm glad you're all right. Kim contacts me. He's like, I want to go to Issaquah. I was like, why? He's like, to make some money. I'm like, you're making money. He's like, I want to go to Issaquah. I was like, all right, go. Be careful. So he gets in the car. Saturn is what he's driving. He drives his little piece of shit Saturn all the way up to Issaquah. Gets there, midnight. They party all night long because they've never met each other. They're just celebrating, partying, drinking, everything else like that. Meanwhile, Big Buyer has placed another order with Outpost.com. $17,000. The second largest order Outpost.com had ever received at that point in time. By this point in time, Outpost knows the first order was fraudulent. Guess where it's going? The exact same address the first order goes. So Outpost picks up the phone, calls Issaquah PD. Hey, we got a fraudster. Issaquah's like, would you mind sending some empty boxes? And Outpost is like, be happy to. So the rule is on credit card fraud, if you've got full account access, you place the order. The morning it's supposed to arrive, you sign into the bank account or the credit card account. If you can sign in, you go pick up your product. If you can't sign in, you go back to sleep that day. All right? Well, Big Buyer was the guy who placed the order. Mariachi and my second in charge are partying. All right? So they're supposed to contact Big Buyer. They don't. Meanwhile, Big Buyer is raising hell, getting up with me like, hey, where are the guys? I can't find them. They don't need to pick up this product. So I can't get in touch with them. They go down to pick up so Mariachi's got a Cadillac, old 70s Cadillac. He's got a Cadillac, pulls into the complex. Now, Mariachi's driving. Kim Taylor's in the passenger seat. David Thomas's girlfriend's in the back seat. As they pull into the complex, going through the parking lot, Mariachi just happens to glance over and he sees a van with a guy sitting sideways in the van. And he looks at Kim Taylor and he's like, that's an undercover. And Kim's like, it's fine. So they pull up to the office complex. Kim's like, I'll go in and get the packages. So he walks in, looks at the guy behind the counter. I believe you have some packages for us. The guy's like, 1 second. So he disappears around the wall. Out pops the Issaquah PD, arrests Kim. David Thomas is in the car watching all this happen. He bugs out, and they arrest him on the interstate, where he has 3 fake driver's licenses in his wallet, along with his real driver's license, another no-no, but they get him. So David Thomas had outstanding warrants out of Nebraska. We couldn't bond him out. Kim Taylor didn't have any warrants, so we bonded him out. My third in charge, Kid, Seth Sanders was his name. He bonds him out, uses his girlfriend's account to bond him out. And I get Kim Taylor to go to Utah, where another friend of mine agrees to house him and his wife. So I think everything's fine and all that. About 3 weeks later, this guy in Utah gets me on the phone. Hey, he's got to go. I'm like, what's going on? He's like, well, the only thing he's doing is popping ecstasy tablets every day, all day. And I'm like, seriously? He's like, yeah. I was like, okay, he's got to go. So we kick him out of there. By this point, I've got another crew that's coming through. I mean, I had all these crews running. Had another crew that's coming through Denver. Send Kim back to Denver to partner up with these guys Kim gets these guys arrested. So by this point in time, I'm exasperated. I just want to throw my hands up in the air and walk away. So my retirement's coming up at the same time. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm done. So I tell everybody, the rest of the admins and the mods there, I'm like, this is what's going on. You guys need to watch out for this. We need to ban Kim, not let him back in. Be careful what's going on. I walk away. At the same time I walk away, Cumba Johnny, Albert Gonzalez, comes back into play. He sees everything that's going on. He uses that to his advantage. He starts banning everyone that's suspicious of him, sets up the VPN at the same time and says, hey, to make sure we're all secure, I need all transactions to go through this VPN. VPN's ran by the Secret Service. All right. Secret Service ends up, I think they ended up cataloging like $7 million worth of transactions over the next 4 or 5 months. Shadow Crew makes the front cover of Forbes, August 2004. Headline, Who's Stealing Your Identity? October 26, 2004, United States Secret Service arrests 33 people, 6 countries, 6 hours. I was in Charleston, South Carolina when I saw it happen, and I'm like,
so you're the one that got away.
I'm the one public. There were a couple other guys that got away that they didn't publicly mention. One, his name was Tron. He was a
Zero.
Yeah, exactly. But he went by the screen name Tron. He had access, almost unfettered access, to Bank of America. So what happens is they identified the guy. Secret Service is in the air to go get him. They call the Ukrainian police. Hey, we're coming down to arrest this guy. Ukrainian cops are like, oh, come on down. So as soon as they get off the phone, Ukrainian cops get in the car, go down and tell Tron, hey, they're coming to get you.
Yeah.
So he bugs out down to South America, and they don't catch him, I think, for 6 or 7 years after that. Something like that.
Caught him eventually.
Caught him eventually.
Well, let me actually ask you on this point. You said that if you do cybercrime, eventually it's not going to end well.
It does not end well.
Why is that?
So I don't want to say that's because you're going to be arrested, because honestly, very few people are arrested. All right. But it doesn't end well because of the type of person that you become. You quoted me earlier. You lie to everybody around you. You lie to yourself. You lie to your friends. You lie to your family. Of course, you lie to your victims. You don't have any friends. You know, I went 20 years without friends. I had associates. I didn't have friends.
You can't truly trust.
You don't trust anybody. You don't trust anybody. You know, I had my wife. I was married for 9 years. I lied to her every single day of those 9 years, and it took her 9 years to give up on me, to realize that I was that piece of shit. And she leaves at that point. Then from there, I started dating a stripper and lied to her. I thought I had friends. I lied to all those people that I knew that thought they were my friends. I lied to them the entire time. You become that individual. I don't think a lot of people really understand how bad that is. You know, you talked about, you pointed out that woman that I ripped off. She was trying to put a roof on her house for the freaking kids, man. You're that person. You're that person.
So you're also lying to yourself. And that's not a mindset in which you can grow as a person, find happiness, find genuine, simple human affection, which is what love is.
Yeah.
Simple, real friendship, all of those things.
Right. So, I went to prison, of course. One of the most important lessons that I learned in prison, because crime as a whole, if you're a criminal, it's an addiction. All right. If you're addicted to something, whether it be drugs, crime, gambling, what have you, if you're addicted to something, you cannot love anything else except the addiction. The addiction comes first. All right. And, you pointed out some of those truly despicable things. Script, for example, tortures that guy. You get to the point where it's like, okay, this is the business. And, I tried to convince myself that, I'm a businessman, but I'm a good guy on the other end. And you're not. You're not. So those lies become part of it, everything else. And, you get the higher-ups are usually arrested. They are. But, you've got millions of cyber criminals these days. So most guys are not going to be arrested. So you may be arrested. You may be like, freaking Jonathan James. He was a miner, a very, very talented individual, very competent. He had, as a kid, he had broke into NASA, DOD, Pentagon. He shut the NASA computers down for 6 weeks. This is like that kid. Then he decides he wants to go into credit card theft. Partners with Albert. He's arrested with Albert. Law enforcement, they were going to blame him. He was the only competent individual. So this kid gets up one day. He wasn't in prison yet. He gets up one day, goes in his dad's bedroom, gets out his 45, walks in the bathroom, and blows his brains out. You know, you've got things like that. Or you're going to rip somebody off, and you're going to end up like scripted with that guy, the guy who ran Evolution Marketplace. No one knew who. Two people ran that, a guy and a girl, and no one knew who they were. He ends up stealing about $24 million, a lot of it from Ukrainian mob, and they found him about a year later on a beach without his head and hands. But you know, it always goes south. But more than anything, to me, the negative thing is you really become somebody that, I mean, just truly a despicable human being. When you get to the point when you're destroying people's retirement accounts, you're stealing money from a woman that simply wants to do something good for her family. When you become that individual and you're okay with that, my God, man, it got to the point. I had one guy ripped off. It's like for $900. This is when I first started just cybercrime stuff. This is when I was becoming competent, and I ripped him off for like $900. And he sent me an email, and he was like, the email said something like, I guess you needed the money, and it's okay. You know, you keep it. And I'm getting chills right now thinking about it. It's that where you become that individual. Yeah.
Can I actually backtrack? Listen, I love love. Okay.
I do too.
And there's a story you fell in love with the stripper. I mean, you have to tell the story. So how did you fall in love with somebody? Not that there's anything wrong with that profession, but it's romantic. It's like a True Romance, by the way. Great movie.
It is a great film. It's truly a great film.
Even Brad Pitt, who makes a brief appearance, is genius. There's so much good acting there. Anyway, so tell me that love story.
All right, so you know what? Like I said, I get from my dad. I get that fear of being abandoned. You know, I lied to my wife for 9 years until she leaves, and I was in Charleston, South Carolina. And what happened was, I noticed that Susan, she was not coming to bed like she used to, and she'd stay up all night long, and sometimes she'd go and be gone a few hours and everything else. And I'm like, well, something's going on. And I'd pass by her computer, and she would minimize the screens. And I'm like, well, got to figure out what the hell's going on. So put a keylogger on her system,
as anybody should in a relationship.
Absolutely, because you trust them. You know?
Yeah,
so why not?
You should be tracking all their movements, all their thoughts.
Exactly. Like I said, I was the control freak too. So found out she'd been cheating on me, and she was.
See, there you go. They had a reason.
They had a reason. I justified. So I found out she's cheating on me. She was asleep.